Chen Yuan has traversed into a new realm, overwhelmed by a sense of panic as he finds himself embroiled in acts of school violence from the very outset. A life-consuming system has bound him, allowing for the infinite evolution of martial arts through the expenditure of his lifespan. By sacrificing 18 years of his life, he can master the foundational knife techniques, progressing from entry-level to minor success, major success, and eventual perfection, even grasping the profound secrets of transcendence. Chen Yuan muses, wait, is my newly acquired life-consuming system really worth enduring this humiliation? His trepidation dissipates, for it is now others who ought to be anxious. In the era of interstellar civilization, countless cosmic warships, mechs, and martial artists abound. Simultaneously, interstellar races, celestial beasts, and malevolent deities from beyond the realms emerge in succession. A first-grade chi blood pill prolongs life by 5 years. A hidden aperture pill extends life by 15 years. 9-turn fiery soul grass increases lifespan by 300 years. Elixirs, medicinal herbs, and spiritual liquids. Any resource for cultivation can be transformed into Chen Yuan's lifespan. In this interstellar age, with a population in the billions, the number of martial artists is incalculable. Martial saints of Earth and martial gods of the stars can obliterate planets with a mere flick of their fingers. In this epoch, where planets can explode at a moment's notice, Chen Yuan consumes his life to practice martial arts, seeking only to safeguard his own existence, fortuitously able to convert martial resources to enhance his lifespan. Yet, on a fateful day several years later, Chen Yuan suddenly perceives a disquieting truth. Why does my lifespan seem to increase the more I consume? Chapter 1. The fear of insufficient violence in school as the sun sets, casting a blood-red hue across the horizon. Gah! In a dimly lit corner, Chen Yuan awakens, his body racked with excruciating pain. Before he can ponder the circumstances of his predicament, a figure leans down to slap his face, sneering, "You're surprisingly resilient, still holding out after all this time. A mere chi blood pill, and yet I wonder how long your bravado will last." Thud! Chen Yuan feels a forceful kick to his abdomen, a wave of suffocating agony surging through him, compelling him to curl up like a shrimp in an attempt to alleviate the torment. Ugh! What in the world is happening? As he curses under his breath, fragments of memories cascade through his mind. Interstellar times, martial artists, school violence. Chen Yuan suddenly comprehends that he has traversed into another world, and he is currently enduring school bullying. The original host, at 18 years of age, lost his parents in a riot instigated by cultists. The Star Alliance extended a form of compensation to the original host, which included a monthly chi blood pill until high school graduation. An innocent man bears no guilt, but possessing something valuable brings trouble. The original host, isolated and alone, was frequently accosted by his classmate, Wang Yao, who, wielding superior martial prowess, would block him each time a chi blood pill was issued, subjecting him to relentless beatings and extortion. The original host had acquiesced multiple times, but this time he resolutely determined not to comply with Wang Yao's demands, unwilling to surrender the chi blood pill. Ultimately, he was met with death, and Wang Yao remained oblivious to the fact that the original host had perished once before. School violence. How can I endure this indignity? Chen Yuan gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain as he rose to his feet. He had never been one to be easily victimized. Even if he could not defeat Wang Yao, he would ensure that Wang Yao tasted the sting of pain. This was the attitude one ought to adopt when faced with bullies. Weakness would only embolden such individuals. Wang Yao, observing Chen Yuan rising once more, smirked derisively. "Oh, so you're aware I'm tired of beating you, standing up to serve as my punching bag? A waste like you, even if you consume a chi blood pill, is just a waste. You'd be better off handing it over. That would be putting it to good use." Just as Chen Yuan clenched his fists, preparing to confront Wang Yao, he noticed a flickering string of pale blue text in his peripheral vision. Name, Chen Yuan. Martial path, blood exchange realm, level 1. Lifespan, 35 years. Martial arts, 8 extremes thunderblade, entry level. Consume lifespan 4. Infinite martial evolution, consume martial resources to extend lifespan. A panel, a life-consuming system, a golden finger. The once hopeless Chen Yuan's eyes gleamed with newfound determination. Though the original host's martial talent was mediocre, Wang Yao, while not a genius, possessed significantly greater strength. Previously, Chen Yuan had merely hoped to inflict even a modicum of damage. However, the emergence of the life-consuming system was impeccably timed. Wiping the blood from his lips, he cast a glance at the grinning Wang Yao, resolutely declaring, "Brother, kindly assist me in consuming a bit of my life. Just 1 year will suffice." Pausing briefly, he added, "Thank you." With a focused intent, Chen Yuan's lifespan rapidly diminished. 35, 20, 15, until it reached 10. Simultaneously, numerous fragments of understanding flooded Chen Yuan's mind. You diligently practiced the 8 Extremes Thunderblade. In the second year, you achieved minor success. Continuing your arduous practice, you finally attained major success in the 9th year. In the 18th year, your 8 Extremes Thunderblade reached perfection, yet you sensed that this was not its ultimate limit. In the 25th year, you persevered, delving deeper into the 8 Extremes Thunderblade. One stormy night, inspired by the crashing thunder, you comprehended the essence of the 8 Extremes Thunderblade, the lightning fall slash. You realized this was the pinnacle of the 8 Extremes Thunderblade, and thus ceased further training. With that, 25 years of lifespan consumed, the life-consuming process was complete. Countless insights regarding the 8 Extremes Thunderblade surged through Chen Yuan's consciousness that on a tempestuous night, the sky darkened, thunder rumbling as if dragons and serpents danced amidst the storm. With the 8 Extremes Thunderblade perfected and no more gains to be found, the weary Chen Yuan experienced a flash of enlightenment, drawing his blade with fervor. In the night, the dazzling blade light resembled a bolt of lightning, cleaving through the descending raindrops with a resounding crash. Lightning fall slash. In reality, Chen Yuan wielded his hand as a blade. In that moment, his power flowed like water, surging from his feet, coursing through his knees and hips, flowing through his shoulders and arms, culminating at his fingertips. Swift, unparalleled swiftness. Chen Yuan's strike left a phantom in its wake, landing first upon Wang Yao's wrist. Crack. Ah, my hand. A piercing scream erupted. Wang Yao gazed at his limp right hand, the excruciating pain from the shattered bones causing tears to stream down his face as he howled in agony. He recognized that Chen Yuan had employed the 8 Extremes Thunderblade. How could the 8 Extremes Thunderblade be so fast? What realm of mastery is this? Major success. Perfection? Wang Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. When had Chen Yuan acquired such strength? Why had he endured bullying for so long if he possessed such power? Chen Yuan offered no words, nor did he show any sympathy. Someone like you is better off not growing stronger. He advanced toward Wang Yao's left hand, delivering another lightning fall slash. Crack. The sound of broken bones resonated clearly. Ah, I was wrong, Brother Yuan. Father Yuan, I was wrong. Wang Yao could no longer withstand the pain, collapsing to the ground in tears, begging for mercy. You do not truly believe you were wrong. Rather, you simply feel you cannot win. Chen Yuan exposed Wang Yao's falsehood. Yet he refrained from further violence. In this era of martial prowess, conflict was inevitable, and he had grown accustomed to it. This was also why the original host had been subjected to Wang Yao's bullying without intervention. He was simply too weak. However, once a life was lost, the enforcers would inevitably intervene, and Chen Yuan, now unable to contend with them, would find himself in a precarious situation. Moreover, at times, living may be more painful than dying. With both hands shattered, Wang Yao's martial career could be deemed half-ruined, even if he were to invest heavily in restoration. But Chen Yuan could always break him again. Chen Yuan had never been one to show mercy. Instead, he harbored a deep-seated grudge. Letting you off easily comes at a cost, he stated coldly. Wang Yao remained silent, merely raising his hands in surrender, lamenting in pain. Are you willing to sacrifice money over your life? It seems you no longer wish to keep your legs, Chen Yuan remarked, furrowing his brow as he stepped on Wang Yao's calf. Here, take it, Wang Yao exclaimed in a panic. I have a chi blood pill in my pocket. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan swiftly began to search Wang Yao's person. Aside from the chi blood pill, Wang Yao possessed a mere 1,000 star coins in cash, which Chen Yuan promptly pocketed. That's all I have. I've used up the previous chi blood pills. I can't just regurgitate them to give back to you. Wang Yao pleaded. Is that all? You're so broke. Crack. The stark white bone pierced through the skin, and crimson blood splattered forth. Excruciating pain surged from his legs to his mind, causing Wang Yao's pupils to constrict sharply. He was rendered silent, fainting from the agony. With his legs shattered beneath him, Chen Yuan wore a cold expression and walked away without a backward glance. Chapter 2. The Enhancement of Lifespan. Chen Yuan diligently endeavored to piece together the fragmented memories in his mind, discovering the intriguing nature of this world. Many years ago, humanity had already embarked upon the interstellar era, initiating the age of cosmic colonization. Space battleships, mechs, warriors, diverse extraterrestrial races, colossal beasts of the cosmos, and malevolent deities from beyond. What a magnificent world it is! Chen Yuan sighed softly in admiration. Without delving into too many details, let us focus on humanity alone. The Federation. The Empire and various interstellar dictatorships coexist in a chaotic yet vibrant tapestry, all belonging to a collective known as the Interstellar Union, abbreviated as the Star Alliance. The planet where Chen Yuan currently resides, Blue White Star, is a habitable world under the jurisdiction of the Star Alliance. The original identity he inherited was that of a high school senior in Class 2 at Mountain City No. 1 High School, with merely 3 months left before graduation. Upon completing high school, the original owner intended to seek employment in a company. As for pursuing higher education, gaining admission to a university within the Star Alliance is no small feat, as each institution exists within its own subspace. Take Warriors as an example. Merely qualifying to apply requires ascending through a competitive ladder of millions of contenders to reach the top 10,000. Only then can one compete with warriors from other planets for university admission, a challenge far more formidable than the rampant expansion of universities in his previous life. Of course, Blue White Star does have its own local universities, but they pale in comparison to those of the Star Alliance. The original owner possessed mediocre martial talent and no other remarkable skills, leading him to abandon the opportunity for further education and settle for a mundane existence post-graduation. However, I shall not toil away in a company like a mere beast of burden, having traversed to this extraordinary realm. How could I squander such an opportunity without aiming for the stars and the vast oceans? Chen Yuan's heart swelled with excitement. This world is truly exhilarating. Moreover, aside from his aspiration for the cosmos, gaining university admission is also a crucial avenue for acquiring cultivation resources. For Chen Yuan, those resources translate into precious years of life. With this thought in mind, Chen Yuan retrieved 2 vitality pills from his pocket, one pilfered from Wang Yao, and the other a stipend recently received by the original owner. System. Enhance my lifespan. As the thought crossed his mind, the 2 pills in his hand vanished into thin air. Concurrently, the panel in his vision displayed a change in the lifespan section. Name: Chen Yuan Martial Arts. Blood Exchange Realm Level 1 Lifespan. 20 years Martial Skill. 8 Extremes Thunderblade. Secret Technique. Thunderfall Rapid Slash. Initially, my remaining lifespan was 35 years, but the 8 Extremes Thunderblade consumed 25 years, leaving me with just 10. After consuming the 2 vitality pills, my lifespan reverted to 20 years, effectively extending it by 10 years. Each vitality pill grants 5 additional years. What a tremendous profit! The initial expectation of a 1-to-1 ratio for vitality pills and lifespan has unexpectedly transformed into a 1-to-5 ratio, an astonishing gain. The 8 Extremes Thunderblade has already reached its limits, and my vitality has yet to improve. I still need to refine my vitality through foundational training. I shall borrow a foundational technique at school later. The time for the latter's assessment coincides with high school graduation, meaning I have 3 months left to ascend. I wonder what level of strength is required to secure a place among the top 10,000? For Chen Yuan, the pressing matters at hand are twofold: the mastery of stance techniques and climbing the ranks of the heavenly ladder. The initial stage of martial arts cultivation is the blood exchange realm, which is further divided into 9 levels, capable of being refined through stance techniques to enhance one's vitality. Upon discovering his lack of innate talent for martial arts after commencing his training in the 8 Extremes Thunderblade, the original owner of this body abandoned the thought of pursuing martial arts and thus never engaged in stance training. Determined, Chen Yuan resolved to first attempt to ascend the heavenly ladder before seeking to learn the stance techniques. With clarity of purpose, he set his sights on Mountain City No. 1 High School. It was a weekend, and the campus was relatively quiet. The heavenly ladder is a crucial component of the Star Alliance's educational system, serving as a means to sift through martial arts prodigies. With nearly 100 billion inhabitants on the Blue and White Star, gathering all students for one-on-one challenges to determine the top 10,000 is simply impractical. Consequently, a virtual combat technology developed based on the local area network of the Blue and White Star serves as a battleground for countless martial talents, aptly named the Heavenly Ladder, symbolizing a ladder to the heavens. This is no exaggeration. Among the innumerable populace governed by the Star Alliance, only the top 10,000 on the heavenly ladder are eligible for admission to universities. Those who manage to rise above in this nurturing environment are certainly not the so-called mediocre. Each university invests the entirety of the Star Alliance's resources into cultivating top-tier talent across various fields, with priority given to supporting martial artists. For the average person, attending university represents a transformative leap akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Within the combat hall of Mountain City No. 1 High School, a space nearly the size of a football field is neatly arranged with combat pods at regular intervals. Indeed, my Black Tiger Fist has achieved remarkable success. I've advanced to 4 million in the Heavenly Ladder rankings. Haha, damn it. That person over there lacks martial ethics, launching a sneak attack. I must report this. I've been training for 5 years, yet my rank is still outside the 400,000 mark. What kind of monsters occupy the top 10,000? This ridiculous martial arts. Whoever wants to practice it can do so. I'm done with this. Despite the weekend resulting in sparse foot traffic on the campus pathways, the combat hall buzzed with activity. The virtual combat technology is not solely for the heavenly ladder. It serves as an excellent means of martial arts training. Many students, unable to afford their own combat pods, pay to use the school's facilities for martial arts practice or to simply enhance their combat abilities. Chen Yuan, lacking funds, benefits from subsidies provided by the Star Alliance, which include a monthly supply of vitality pills and a set amount of free usage hours for the combat pod each month. These hours cannot be transferred or traded. They are strictly for personal use. The original owner had never considered making the most of these resources, having never entered the combat hall or utilized the allocated time. Moreover, since the hours automatically refresh each month, they cannot be accumulated, resulting in a significant loss. Upon Chen Yuan's arrival, the individuals in the combat hall merely cast a glance his way before resuming their own activities. At most, they exhibited a fleeting curiosity towards the unfamiliar face. After all, students who enter university through martial arts typically begin their preparations from the first year of high school, frequently visiting the combat hall. At the very least, they share a nodding acquaintance, having become somewhat familiar with one another. In this moment, the appearance of Chen Yuan, a new face, feels somewhat jarring as graduation from high school approaches. He quietly selects a combat pod nestled in the corner, retrieves his student ID, and inserts it into the interface. Upon successful information scanning, he slowly reclines inside. Reminder: this mode matches participants based on proximity within the same city, province, or state. This can be disabled. Default is enabled. Anonymous real name login real name. Using an anonymous login does not count towards the ladder rankings. Chen Yuan's objective is to accurately assess his current level of strength. Thus, he decisively opts for a real name login. As his thoughts gradually blur, it feels as though only an instant has passed, yet it also seems like an eternity. Suddenly, Chen Yuan awakens. Chapter 3. The ladder. The sky is cloudless. A brilliant blue. A gentle breeze stirs, carrying a hint of coolness and a soft whistle. Is this the ladder? What a remarkably authentic scene. It bears little difference from reality. Chen Yuan clenches his fist and bounces in place, eyes wide with astonishment. At this moment, he finds himself atop a square arena made of blue bricks, measuring 100 by 100. The arena's edge is adorned with a massive weapon rack, filled with various types of arms. If that is insufficient, one can even customize the weapon's type and weight, making it incredibly convenient. Chen Yuan glances at his current ranking, 8, 593, 999. With a rank approaching 8 million, the number is indeed disheartening. He mutters a complaint. Yet this is merely due to his status as a new account, naturally placing him at the bottom of the rankings, so several million is quite normal. He casually selects a standard long knife, weighs it in his hand, and customizes it with a slight increase in weight, nodding in satisfaction. Fully prepared, he silently intones, "Initiate ladder match." Within mere seconds, a girl with freckles and a high ponytail suddenly materializes before him. Chen Yuan glances at her realm information, first layer of blood exchange. Her ranking is only slightly higher than his by a little over 50 places, clearly indicating she is also a newcomer who has recently registered. Above them, a massive countdown timer begins to tick down. 10, 9, 8. Hello. I'm from Magic City number 3 High School, a freshman this year. Where are you from? We're both in the first layer of blood exchange. The girl, seemingly quite sociable, cheerfully waves and inquires. 2-1. Battle commences. Thunderbolt slash. The scant energy within Chen Yuan's body surges, flowing through him, accumulating power, and in an instant converging at the tip of his blade. With his initial strike, he unleashes the profound essence of the 8 Extremes Thunderblade, giving it his all. Boom. A thunderous clap. In the clear, cloudless environment, a sound akin to thunder reverberates all around. The speed and power of this strike far surpassed the previous hand strike that had shattered Wang Yao's bones. Beyond the utilization of his energy, an equally crucial factor is that the blade in Chen Yuan's hand is a real sword, a blade of utmost sharpness, capable of slicing through the air and severing an opponent's throat. In an instant, the girl, who had just been greeting him, has her head severed, her body disintegrating into fragments of information that dissipate into the air. Chen Yuan wins. Strike if you must, there is no need for further discourse. The pallid-faced Chen Yuan finally uttered a response. Whether the opponent could hear him was of no concern. At that moment, he had inherited the other's ranking. However, Chen Yuan soon discovered a grave issue. his vitality was utterly insufficient. The power of the Thunderfall Rapid Strike was formidable, yet it drained his life force drastically, leaving him feeling utterly depleted and dreadfully uncomfortable. Leaning on his long blade, he pondered, yet fortunate for him, this was not the realm of reality, but a virtual combat platform. With a mere thought, his completely exhausted vitality was restored in the blink of an eye. This was one of the primary reasons students favored training in combat pods. In the real world, regaining such vitality would require several hours, but within the virtual combat platform, complete restoration took less than a second. This meant that martial artists could efficiently harness and expend their life force without the worry of depletion or the time wasted in replenishment. They could execute moves repeatedly, recover, and continue practicing to enhance their martial proficiency. Let us proceed and see how far I can ascend with the 8 Extremes Thunderblade. Chen Yuan decisively initiated another ladder match. Before long, another opponent materialized in the arena, a short-haired man wielding a long spear. Chen Yuan glanced at the opponent's information. Lu Qing, a third-layer blood exchange realm practitioner. It appeared that the intelligence system had made an initial assessment of Chen Yuan's strength after the previous battle, matching him against someone far more formidable than the earlier simple girl. Lu Qing ranked over 6 million, surpassing Chen Yuan by nearly 200,000 places. The disparity between the first and third layers in ladder rankings was staggering, over 200,000. This illustrated the pyramid structure of martial artists. The first to third layers of the blood exchange realm constituted the lowest tier, with the greatest numbers. Oh, a first-layer blood exchange realm? Although I merely seek to test my newly mastered Qingtian spear, why did I end up facing a novice? Chen Yuan thought, yet it was not entirely unexpected. Boy, it's your misfortune. Do not blame me if I pierce you through. He fixed his gaze on the floating counter above, disregarding the opponent's bravado. Silence does not denote prowess. How dull. Lu Qing gripped his spear tightly, assuming a defensive stance. 3, 2, 1. Battle begins. Thunderfall Rapid Strike. Qingtian Triple. Lu Qing had barely registered the situation when the blade's light cleaved through the air, reaching him in an instant. A thunderous roar echoed in his ears. The spear clattered to the ground as Lu Qing felt his strength siphoned away in an instant, a grievous wound gaping across his chest, through which his heart could be seen pulsating. Damn it, you fish slayer, may you meet a wretched end. Gathering his strength, he managed to utter one last profane phrase before his body dissipated into nothingness. What does fish slayer mean? Chen Yuan mused, perplexed. He understood the term for fishing but was uncertain if it held the same connotation in this world. However, he did not dwell on it for long and once again restored his vitality. After defeating Lu Qing and inheriting his rank, Chen Yuan chose to continue matching opponents, eager to explore the limits of his abilities. With a single strike, he vanquished a master at the third level of the blood exchange realm, prompting him to reflect on the worth of his 25 years of life. The profound essence of the 8 Extremes Thunderblade, manifested in the thunderous rapid slash, emphasizes swiftness. During his first encounter, even those far stronger than he found it difficult to evade the outcome of an initial strike. Yet, the question lingered, where lay his true limits? In no time, the system matched him with an opponent at the 4th level of the blood exchange realm, slightly superior to Lu Qing. Nevertheless, Chen Yuan caught him off guard with his thunderous rapid slash, decapitating him and leading to an unfortunate defeat for his adversary. It can be said that a single move can conquer all. His rank surged by over 1 million, landing him around 5,300,000. However, the furious glare from his vanquished opponent, as if he wished to skewer Chen Yuan alive, left him scratching his head in confusion. After all, it was merely a virtual combat platform. He hadn't truly slain anyone. If anything, they could simply start anew. Was it really so difficult to accept defeat? Not pondering further, Chen Yuan restored his vitality and sought another match. Perhaps sensing something amiss, the system took nearly half a minute before successfully pairing him again. This time, his opponent was a male martial artist wielding a long spear at the 6th level of the blood exchange realm, ranked over 3 million. With a countdown complete, Chen Yuan unleashed his thunderous rapid slash once more. Boom! The sound of thunder roared, sparks flying. A jarring noise echoed as the iron clashed. Yet, for the first time, Chen Yuan's thunderous rapid slash returned empty-handed. The 8 Extremes Thunderblade, the essence of martial arts? The spear-wielding warrior's hands went numb, nearly losing grip on his weapon, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. He quickly glanced at Chen Yuan's realm information, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, "First level of the blood exchange realm? I detest your kind," he bellowed, thrusting his spear forward, the tip piercing Chen Yuan's chest. In an instant, a shockwave surged through the spear, exploding Chen Yuan into countless fragments. Chapter 4. Fish Explosion. Ah, indeed, The sixth level of the blood exchange realm boasts remarkable reflexes. He was able to withstand the thunderous rapid slash. Chen Yuan abruptly straightened up, climbing out of the combat pod. The virtual combat platform significantly dulled the sensation of pain, and knowing it was merely a simulation made the experience of death far from distressing. Moreover, the tremor conveyed through the spear indicated that his opponent's martial arts were at least formidable, not to be underestimated. Indeed, once the baseline is established, so-called geniuses appear in droves, batch after batch. Even a 1 in a million chance means that among the 100 billion inhabitants of Blue-White Star, there are still thousands. And this is just Blue-White Star. With the vastness of the Star Alliance gathering so many prodigies, it is truly astonishing. Chen Yuan felt increasingly exhilarated, eager to step onto the cosmic stage and witness and partake in the bustling scenes of this world. No need to rush. It was only a matter of time. With his student card in hand, Chen Yuan swiftly exited the combat chamber. Next on his agenda was to follow his plan and borrow martial arts techniques to enhance his martial arts realm. The young man was surprisingly swift, having barely entered the fray for a few minutes before he conceded. Chen Yuan departed, and someone suddenly chuckled. Concurrently, another inquired, "Who is this lad? His face seems somewhat unfamiliar. He must not frequent these parts often." At that moment, a girl with short hair and a smooth demeanor spoke up. "Chen Yuan. From our class. Do we know him? Hunyo? How formidable is he?" Laughter erupted among the crowd. "You are the Hunyo. Your entire family embodies the spirit of Hunyo." Li Mingmao fumed, wishing to deliver a forceful blow to these jesters. Nevertheless, she continued to elucidate. "As far as I know, Chen Yuan practiced the 8 Extremes Thunderblade for a while, but eventually realized he lacked innate talent for martial arts and thus relinquished it. He should be at the first layer of the blood exchange realm." After a moment's reflection, Li Mingmao added, "Perhaps he is driven by a sense of unfulfilled ambition. His parents fell victim to the evil god cult, and he may yearn for vengeance through martial prowess." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into silence. The evil god cult is a common foe to all humanity, leaving no room for compromise. Knowing Chen Yuan's background rendered them speechless. Were they in his position? They too might wish to take a chance, even if it meant suffering numerous setbacks and achieving nothing. Alas, if we find this journey arduous, how much more so for Chen Yuan, an orphan devoid of martial talent and familial support. Li Mingmao sighed deeply. Even if they failed to gain university admission, they could still rely on their martial foundations to enlist in the military or join law enforcement, avenues that would allow them to continue honing their skills. Listening to Li Mingmao's lamentations, the assembled crowd shared a sense of disquiet. Within the entirety of Shanxing No. 1 High School, only a scant few had reached the top 10,000 before the heavenly ladder. They were the true seeds of higher education. Although they professed aspirations of entering university through martial paths and bringing glory to their families, everyone understood that such a route was accessible only to a select few. Yet, they remained unwilling to abandon martial arts altogether. "Damn, today, I have encountered the loathsome fishers as well. What a stroke of misfortune. To hell with them." Suddenly, an exclamation of anger pierced the oppressive atmosphere. "Lu Qing, didn't you claim to have made a breakthrough and were eager to test it? Why the outburst now? Did you suffer a defeat?" Laughter erupted among the crowd. Lu Qing was well known. Despite his mediocre martial aptitude, he was a stubborn individual with a decent family background, achieving some success in martial pursuits. Moreover, he was a chatterbox who enjoyed conversing with others during his leisure time, maintaining good relations with everyone. "Enough. I encountered a fisher at the first layer of the blood exchange realm, and he cleaved me in two," Lu Qing exclaimed, indignant. He had been genuinely excited to test his newfound martial progress upon arriving at school, only to be brutally defeated by the fisher, leaving him utterly disgusted. That fellow's 8 Extremes Thunderblade was astonishingly swift. I have never seen such a terrifying display of it before. It must have reached a perfected state. If he were at the 8th or 9th layer of the blood exchange realm, I could accept it, but alas, he is merely at the first layer. If this isn't a new account for fishing, then I shall eat dung while standing on my head. In virtual combat, one could adjust their martial realm, but not beyond their own innate capabilities. This has led many adept practitioners, who have undergone significant transformations, to clandestinely create new accounts, maintaining modest ranks in the final tier and exhibiting martial arts prowess at the initial levels. Meanwhile, wielding extraordinary techniques, at least at a proficient level, they mow through opponents in the latter competitions with ease, a phenomenon colloquially known as fishing. Such individuals, known as fishers, are scorned by the community, and once discovered, they face a lifetime of disgrace. Yet, there are always those who, in pursuit of fleeting pleasure, engage in this dubious practice. It is imperative to report them. All fishers must be expelled, captured, and punished. The repugnant fissures have crossed my path numerous times. One must wonder what drives them. The public, filled with righteous indignation, has largely been victimized by these fissures and expresses their stance vehemently. It is a collective responsibility to combat the fissures. However, Li Mingmao felt something amiss. With the initial transformation level and the 8 extremes Thunderblade, combined with the fact that Chen Yuan and Lu Qing logged off in quick succession, she paused and inquired of Lu Qing. "Did you catch the name of that fissure?" Lu Qing scratched his head, puzzled by her question, yet responded honestly. "I had to remember it. I reported him 10 times before he logged off. His name was Chen something. Chen Yuan." "Yes, Chen Yuan." Upon hearing this name, one could instantly recognize him as a cunning and malicious individual, not particularly handsome. Lu Qing suddenly realized that Li Mingmao and the others were fixated on him, silent. He shivered. "Why are you all staring at me like that? It's making me nervous." "Chen Yuan, it can't be the one from your class, the one who just left," someone exclaimed. It was highly probable. Li Mingmao was reluctant to admit it. But the coincidences were too uncanny to dismiss. "How could that fissure be from your class?" Lu Qing was astonished. Li Mingmao, no longer concerned about Lu Qing's nickname for her, explained, "He hasn't fished at all. This is likely his first time using the combat pod. You simply had the misfortune of encountering Chen Yuan. According to your reasoning, the 8 extremes Thunderblade is exceptionally concealed. No one noticed." Lu Qing was utterly bewildered. How could he stumble upon such a peculiar situation? What level of martial arts did Chen Yuan possess? Surely he couldn't truly be at the initial transformation level. What purpose would he have in defining himself as such? It would serve no benefit in the latter rankings. Lu Qing was engulfed in confusion. Who knows? Perhaps he, like you, merely came to test his skills? "The minds of geniuses are often unorthodox," Li Mingmao said with a self-deprecating smile. Just moments ago, she had pitted Chen Yuan for lacking martial talent and for his loss of parents. Yet now, she realized she had become the fool in this scenario, which was indeed laughable. In that moment, Li Mingmao was convinced that Chen Yuan was a deeply concealed martial arts prodigy. With the latter's conclusion approaching, he was ready to unveil his true potential and ascend the rankings. Such occurrences are not unprecedented in the annals of the Star Alliance's history. After all, geniuses are often peculiar beings. Chapter 5, Stance Training. Shanxing No. 1 High School, Martial Arts Library. I require a method for practicing stance training. Chen Yuan approached the administrator of the Martial Arts Lending Library and spoke directly, requesting his student ID. The administrator looked up, took the student ID from Chen Yuan's hand, and raised an eyebrow in surprise, yet refrained from unnecessary chatter as he began to register the information. Shortly thereafter, he presented a tablet to Chen Yuan, stating, "These various stances serve different purposes. Choose one to study. The foundational martial arts are complementary, and you may select them all if you wish. However, I must caution you that the essence of these stances is to refine one's vital energy and blood. One is sufficient, as overindulgence may lead to ineffectiveness. As you are in your final year of high school, I recommend the stance that enhances the speed of vital energy cultivation, for time is of the essence." Suddenly, Chen Yuan understood the administrator's surprised expression upon viewing his student ID. After all, a student facing graduation in just 3 months, seeking to borrow a foundational stance, seemed rather impractical. "Thank you for the advice," he replied, accepting the tablet with gratitude. The foundational martial arts refer to the techniques practiced by those at the blood exchange realm that do not possess a rank, such as the 8 extremes Thunderblade. The stances designed for refining vital energy and blood at this realm are certainly included among them. With a high school student ID, one can borrow foundational martial arts for free. However, to learn rank techniques, one must spend star coins, a portion of which benefits the creator of that martial art, similar to an author receiving payment for their written work. This system fosters innovation among martial artists, enhancing diversity in martial arts and creating a positive cycle. Of course, this applies to ordinary martial artists. Once one enters university, low to mid-tier martial arts typically incur no fees and can be borrowed freely. In fact, mentors, who are often formidable martial artists, may impart their own creations to students without charge. Various stances, such as the ground-shaking stance, cloud and rain stance, and earth dragon stance, appeared on the tablet, which Chen Yuan browsed through with a swipe of his finger. While all stances fundamentally aim to refine vital energy and blood, their focus varies. Some emphasize the quality of vital energy cultivation, while others prioritize speed. After a brief examination, Chen Yuan ultimately chose the stance that continuously refines the quality of vital energy, known as the Great Dragon Stance. This stance enables the practitioner to perpetually refine and purify their vital energy, though it is evident that it requires significantly more time than other stances. Yet, what Chen Yuan lacked least was time. If 1 year is insufficient, Then he would devote 10 years, 100 years. He was determined to succeed. Are you certain? The Great Dragon Stance. The administrator felt a sense of futility at Chen Yuan's choice. That will be it. Please transmit it to me, Chen Yuan affirmed with a nod. The administrator did not press further and efficiently transmitted the training method for the Great Dragon Stance to Chen Yuan's personal device. Train diligently. I hope to see your name among the top 10,000 on the ladder. Thank you for your kind words. It was unclear whether the remark was sincere or tinged with sarcasm, yet Chen Yuan responded courteously. Upon returning home, Chen Yuan activated the personal terminal on his wrist and meticulously reviewed the contents of the Great Dragon Stance. The Great Dragon Stance, akin to the 8 Extremes Thunderblade, is similarly categorized into 4 realms: entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. The distinctions between each realm lie not only in the speed of refining one's vital essence, but also in the purity attained with each advancement in the stance. Upon reaching perfection in the Great Dragon Stance, one's vital essence can be purified to an exalted level, where a single portion is equivalent to 2 portions from the practice of other stances. Having grasped the essence of the Great Dragon Stance, Chen Yuan turned his gaze to his personal panel. Name: Chen Yuan. Martial Path: Blood Exchange Realm, Level 1, Lifespan: 20 years. Martial Arts: 8 Extremes Thunderblade, Essence of Thunderous Rapid Slash. With a mere 20 years to live, he pondered whether he could cultivate the Great Dragon Stance to perfection. Chen Yuan remained uncertain, for the extent of lifespan consumed hinges on multiple factors: the difficulty of the martial art, the degree of compatibility with it, and even the elusive spark of inspiration. Come on, Brother Tongzi, let us aim for the Great Dragon Stance and begin the life expenditure. Commence propagation. In the first year, you effortlessly cultivate the Great Dragon Stance to the entry realm, and your martial path level predictably elevates to Blood Exchange Realm, Level 2. You can't help but exclaim, the stance practice is rather straightforward. In the second and third years, despite your daily diligence in practicing the Great Dragon Stance, progress is regrettably slow, and you gradually sense something amiss. By the 5th year, through perseverance, your Great Dragon Stance finally reaches minor accomplishment. At this juncture, you comprehend the arduous nature of mastering the Great Dragon Stance, and you find yourself at Blood Exchange Realm, Level 3. In the 63rd year, after relentless training, you attain Blood Exchange Realm, Level 5, feeling that you are but a step away from major accomplishment. Yet, it is precisely this minuscule distance that increasingly reveals your lack of innate talent in the martial arts. By the 15th year, you reach Blood Exchange Realm, Level 6. And the Great Dragon Stance finally breaks through to major accomplishment. Realizing that your remaining lifespan is woefully insufficient to achieve perfection, you decide to relinquish your efforts. Thus, the propagation of the Great Dragon Stance was completed, consuming a total of 15 years of lifespan, culminating in major accomplishment. Vital essence surged dramatically. The moment the propagation of the Great Dragon Stance concluded, Chen Yuan felt a profound transformation in his vital essence. If his previous essence was akin to a leaky faucet, now it resembled a torrent unleashed. Accompanied by this explosive surge, Chen Yuan's physique underwent subtle yet discernible changes. His height and build augmented in the blink of an eye. Though modest, the transformation was palpable and swift. Is this the 6th level of Blood Exchange Realm? In terms of both quality and quantity, my vital essence now eclipses my former self by over 10-fold. The utility of the Great Dragon Stance extends beyond this. After all, it is a martial art, and stance practice serves as an exceptional foundation for strengthening the lower body. With both legs firmly planted on the ground, a sensation of being deeply rooted emerged within Chen Yuan. He could distinctly sense the flow of force emanating from his feet, originating in his legs, governed by his waist, creating a seamless connection from foot to leg to waist. The concept of force, once intangible, now appeared with unprecedented clarity in Chen Yuan's perception. With the mastery of the stance, the insight into blade techniques, and the 6th level of Blood Exchange Realm, the current version of myself could effortlessly vanquish the previous me 10-fold, 100-fold. Yet, amidst the millions of competitors on the celestial ladder, I remain uncertain where I stand now. Chen Yuan did not dwell excessively on his thoughts. Tomorrow, he would directly venture to the celestial ladder and discover the answers he sought. In less than a day, his prowess had ascended to its current remarkable level, an astonishing rate of cultivation that was almost surreal. However, this advancement came at a steep cost. Chen Yuan's lifespan was now reduced to a mere 5 years. He needed to devise a strategy to procure resources that could extend his life. Chapter 6. One-on-one combat at Mountain City High School, Class 2 of the 3rd year. In the year of the star calendar, humanity officially entered the interstellar era, coinciding with their first encounter with the moths, an extraterrestrial race. The war with the moths lasted a grueling 3 years, culminating in the signing of the first peace treaty on White Dove Star. By the year 98 of the star calendar, humanity faced the first colossal beast of the cosmos, the blazing sun phoenix, which feasted on stars. The expedition fleet suffered a catastrophic defeat, and humanity came to understand that individual beings possessed tremendous power, capable of rivaling and even overwhelming our prideful fleets. In the same year, the first draft for combat mechs was approved by the Star Alliance, marking the dawn of an era defined by individual prowess. At the podium, a balding elderly man with thinning hair spoke passionately, recounting the historical development of the Star Alliance. Warriors were likewise required to engage in academic studies, albeit the standards were not particularly high. Throughout the history of the Star Alliance, there had never been a case of a warrior being rejected from university due to insufficient academic performance. In the interstellar era, while warriors held great significance, they were not the sole focus. There would always be individuals who exhibited extraordinary talents in other fields, finding alternative paths to enter university. After all, how could mecha technology and virtual combat be researched otherwise? Yet, it was undeniable that warriors were one of the cornerstones upon which humanity stood firm in the cosmos, and their status was universally acknowledged. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, countless individuals would strive to pursue the path of martial arts. For the power of the individual was enough to stir the hearts of nearly all. As the class concluded, a voice interrupted Chen Yuan's thoughts. Chen Yuan, would you like to join me in the combat room? He was in the midst of gathering his belongings when he noticed a short-haired girl approaching him, extending an invitation. It was evident that this girl held a notable position within the class, as the attention of their classmates subtly gravitated towards the two of them. Who are you? Chen Yuan inquired, unable to recall any prior interaction with her. After all, he had only recently traversed into this world and was decidedly a solitary figure. I'm Li Mingmao. We met in the combat room yesterday. Would you like to join me on the virtual combat platform for a friendly spar? Li Mingmao offered with a friendly tone. Understanding dawned upon Chen Yuan. It seemed that his remarkable strength had inadvertently been revealed due to unforeseen circumstances. Surely, it could not be that his mere arrival, accompanied by an air of dominance, had won over others' admiration so effortlessly. The only plausible explanation was that word of his ascent in the combat room had reached Li Mingmao for some reason, prompting her to extend an olive branch today. Sure, I was actually planning to head to the combat room as well, Chen Yuan readily accepted. With his limited understanding of the martial community in this world, he would not turn down the opportunity of having a free guide. Both being warriors, they acted decisively and departed together. Once they departed, a buzz of speculation erupted in the classroom. Li Mingcat, a formidable warrior, had taken the initiative to approach Chen Yuan. What could be the reason behind this? Given Li Mingcat's esteemed status as a martial artist, he was already a figure of considerable renown in class. On the other hand, Chen Yuan was a person of little distinction, known primarily for his reclusive and solitary demeanor, rendering him nearly invisible to his peers. The unexpected invitation from Li Mingcat left everyone confounded. Suddenly, a friend of Wang Yao interjected. Wang Yao borrowed money from me yesterday. He is incapacitated and hospitalized. I witnessed him leaving with a reluctant Chen Yuan. Everyone was well aware of Wang Yao's reputation as a bully, a thug who thrived on intimidating and extorting younger students. Relying on his physical prowess, the association between Chen Yuan and Wang Yao was clear to all. They could not possibly be friends. Thus, considering Wang Yao's unfortunate predicament alongside Li Mingcat's overtures, speculation arose among the onlookers. Could Chen Yuan be a martial artist? Moreover, judging by Li Mingcat's demeanor, it was evident that Chen Yuan was no ordinary lackluster warrior. His prowess was undoubtedly formidable. As a result, conversations quickly gravitated towards Chen Yuan. Unlike his initial entrance into the combat room, this time, with Li Mingcat by his side, he was greeted by numerous acquaintances. Oh, is that Tiger Girl? And who is this next to her? Don't you know? The guy beside Tiger Girl is the fish fryer that Lu Qing ranked yesterday. Li Mingcat's expression darkened, especially at the mention of Tiger Girl, causing his eyes to twitch, yet he restrained the impulse to retaliate. After taking a deep breath, he advised Chen Yuan. Ignore these clowns, find a combat pod, and log in. Very well, but after the match, I would like to ask you a few questions. Chen Yuan replied while searching for an available combat pod. Defeat me, and we can discuss anything, Li Mingcat declared as he entered the combat pod, scanned his student ID, and closed his eyes. Chen Yuan followed suit, feeling a momentary haze before officially logging into the virtual combat platform. Shortly after logging in, he received a friend request. Li Mingcat requests to add you as a friend. Reject or accept. That was quite prompt. Just as Chen Yuan selected to accept, another notification appeared. Li Ming Cat invites you to a 1v1 duel. Reject or accept. Accept. A gentle breeze began to stir. The arena was the same default stone stage, known as 100-100 for one-on-one duels. If one preferred, customization options were available, including arena size and environmental settings, even simulating the vacuum of outer space. Li Ming Cat stood 50 meters away, selecting an appropriate weapon. Notably, she opted for a pair of standard boxing gloves. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, chose the standard longsword he had wielded previously, as he had no particular demands regarding weaponry. Li Ming Cat squinted at her opponent's information. 6th level of Blood Exchange Realm? Chen Yuan had indeed deliberately lowered his martial arts rank last time. Although I have only reached the 5th level of the Blood Exchange Realm, my intentional fist has recently ascended to a state of mastery. The 6th level of the Blood Exchange Realm may not be insurmountable. Li Mingmao felt a surge of indomitable spirit, with her vital energy boiling within her, brimming with combat fervor. As for Chen Yuan's martial prowess, that was not a concern for her at this moment. Standing upon the arena, her mind was solely fixated on the thought of victory. This was her martial will. Assuming the initial stance of the intentional fist, Li Mingmao suddenly sensed a subtle advancement in her technique. In my current state, victory is within reach. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan harbored no excessive thoughts. After defeating Li Mingmao, he would continue to ascend the ladder and assess his current level of strength. He slightly raised his head and glanced at the countdown above. 3, 2, 1. The battle begins. Intentional fist. Having prepared for this moment for quite some time, Li Mingmao unleashed the most satisfying punch of her life. This strike embodied her immense fighting spirit. Such was the essence of the intentional fist. The more fervent the emotions, the more intense the combat will, and thus, the greater the power of the intentional fist. However, midway through her punch, Li Mingmao suddenly discovered that she could no longer move her fist. It felt as if an immense weight had been placed upon her right arm, leaving her with a sense of fatigue. In the next breath, her upper and lower bodies slowly disconnected at the waist, fracturing into countless data fragments. Lightning strike. Chen Yuan exhaled, sheathing his blade, then replenished his lost vitality, preparing for the next match in the ladder. Chapter 7. Huang Su, how could I have lost? Li Mingmao was ejected from the combat pod, her expression one of bewilderment. Tiger girl, how did it go? Did you win? At that moment, a crowd of acquaintances hurriedly surrounded her, eager to inquire. It was evident to all that Li Mingmao had brought Chen Yuan here for a one-on-one challenge. Naturally, everyone was immensely curious about the outcome of this duel. She must have lost. Just look at Tiger Girl's expression. If she had won, it would be a miracle. Fish fryer may be disgusting, but with such low strength, he could not possibly be a fish fryer. He defeated me, a 3rd level, in an instant. Tiger Girl certainly cannot match him. Lu Qing, who had arrived unnoticed, remarked with a mischievous grin as he observed Li Mingmao's demeanor. Li Mingmao regained her composure, directly grabbing Lu Qing's clothing and shoving him into the adjacent combat pod. Come on, you seem rather arrogant. Let me see if your strength matches your bravado. If she could not defeat Chen Yuan, could she not best Lu Qing? As she spoke, Lu Qing wore a grimace, reluctantly entering the combat pod. With a dark expression, Li Mingmao re-entered the virtual combat platform, ready to vent her frustrations on Lu Qing. Alas, I lost. The onlookers, upon witnessing the situation, immediately understood that Li Mingmao had been defeated. Among them, Li Mingmao's strength was considered above average, and even she had succumbed to Chen Yuan. Truly, the fish fryer must possess some remarkable abilities. They could only sigh in admiration. At this moment, within the virtual combat platform, defeating Li Mingmao was a perfectly ordinary occurrence. Chen Yuan paid it no mind, due to the remarkable effects of the dragon pill in refining his essence and blood. Although Chen Yuan's martial arts realm was merely at the 6th level of blood transformation, his vitality matched that of practitioners at the 7th level. Coupled with the perfected 8 Extremes Thunderblade, it was indeed peculiar for him to face defeat. Initiate the Heavenly Ladder matchmaking. His first opponent, at the 6th level of blood transformation, was defeated in a mere second. Heavenly Ladder ranking, 3,790,000. The second opponent, at the 7th level of blood transformation, also succumbed. Heavenly Ladder ranking, 270,000. The third opponent, at the 8th level of blood transformation, wielded a perfected level sword technique. After a stalemate lasting 3 minutes, Chen Yuan ultimately faced defeat. Heavenly Ladder ranking, 192,000. Heaving a deep sigh, Chen Yuan felt the dwindling vitality within him, yet he found satisfaction in his performance. Most martial artists at the 8th level of blood transformation had mastered a perfected martial art, and the advantage Chen Yuan once held in martial prowess was gradually being diminished. Furthermore, the disparity in martial realms represented not only differences in vitality, but also in strength, speed, and reflexes, making it increasingly challenging to bridge the gap. In the final bout, Chen Yuan and his opponent nearly fought to a standstill, ultimately securing a narrow victory. It seemed that a ranking of 192,000 was the limit of his current capabilities. Let us attempt one last match. Commence the heavenly ladder matchmaking. This time, the intelligent matchmaking process took a full minute. Soon, Chen Yuan's opponent appeared on the stage. Huang Su, at the 9th level of blood transformation, held a heavenly ladder ranking of 98,000. Being ranked alongside me at the 6th level of blood transformation indicates that you have grasped the essence of martial arts. Huang Su mused, quickly discerning that Chen Yuan had undoubtedly concealed his true strength, although he himself had not yet comprehended the essence of his martial discipline. His extensive experience left him unperturbed. The disparity of 3 levels in martial realms could not be compensated for, even with the essence of martial arts. 98,000. A 9th level blood transformation practitioner barely crosses the million mark? Chen Yuan reflected on the formidable nature of martial arts. The 9th level of blood transformation, a realm unattainable for ordinary individuals lacking talent, yet the heavenly ladder ranking barely grazed the million threshold. Such was the era of interstellar exploration, a dazzling epoch where the vastness of the universe embraced all prodigious beings. 10-9-1. Battle commence. Lightning strikes rapid slash. Thunder erupted. 9 stars aligned. The blade shimmered fiercely. The essence of blade techniques. The sword technique reached perfection. In that instant, both opponents understood each other without words, unleashing their full power from the outset. Crack! The stone-paved arena cracked beneath their feet, resembling a spider's web as debris scattered. Thud, thud, thud. Chen Yuan could not prevent himself from retreating 3 steps, his complexion flushing with an unnatural hue. The discrepancy in martial realms rendered him at a disadvantage during their first direct confrontation. Huang Su pressed the attack, leaping high with his sword raised. Aerial maneuver? Chen Yuan's eyes sparkled with clarity. Ascending meant Huang Su would lose his ground and the source of his power, forfeiting any chance to evade. Behold the blade. With no time to gather strength for his lightning strike's rapid slash, Chen Yuan aimed for Huang Su's neck midair, delivering a decisive strike. In the next moment, to Chen Yuan's astonishment, Huang Su, who should have been unable to gain leverage in midair, suddenly found his footing on seemingly nothing, elevating himself just enough to narrowly evade Chen Yuan's lethal blow. Perfected stance. My brother. Huang Su chuckled, seizing the moment when Chen Yuan's old strength had just waned and his new strength had yet to manifest. He thrust his sword through Chen Yuan's heart. Your swordsmanship is commendable, my brother. Don't retreat later. Let us add each other as friends, and I'll introduce you to a lucrative opportunity. What is this nonsense? Chen Yuan pondered, bewildered, as he stepped out of the arena. Yet, in an instant, a notification appeared, revealing a friend request from none other than Huang Su. However, Huang Su, after adding him, chose not to speak immediately. Instead, his avatar went dark as he abruptly disconnected. What an odd fellow. Chen Yuan felt utterly perplexed. Yet, as the virtual combat platform was linked to his personal terminal, he did not linger for Huang Su, but logged out directly. Following this ladder ranking match, he gained a lucid understanding of his current prowess. Although he was at the 6th layer of the blood transformation realm, his combat strength rivaled that of an 8th layer practitioner. But facing a 9th layer opponent, his chances of victory were less than 1 in 10. He had to devise a strategy to acquire some resources. Otherwise, relying solely on his training, it was impossible to predict when he would advance. As for using resources to gain an advantage, was it not a privilege to possess innate martial talent? Was being born with a golden key not an advantage? Such abilities are termed talent. Why should Chen Yuan's resource investment not be considered talent as well? Is it merely a matter of scale, where a major advantage is deemed a cheat while a minor one is not? Huang Su had just promised to introduce him to a profitable venture. Yet after adding him as a friend, he withdrew. What was he up to? Had it not been for Huang Su's mention of making money, Chen Yuan would have had no interest in befriending him. After all, they had only battled online once, unlike his acquaintance with Li Mingmao, which was established offline. Upon logging out of the virtual combat platform, Chen Yuan emerged from the combat pod to find himself surrounded by a throng of people. Oh, the fish fryer has finally logged out. You really gave me a beating yesterday. A cheeky yet somewhat familiar voice rang in his ears. What does fish fryer mean? Chen Yuan wondered. He understood the connotation but was uncertain whether it referred to him as the fish in question. After all, they hailed from 2 different worlds, and such discrepancies were inevitable. His gaze fell upon Li Mingmao, hoping he would provide clarification. Li Mingmao sighed, and, pulling away the crowd of fish friars on either side. Began to elucidate the term's meaning to Chen Yuan. Chapter 8. Commission. Fishing. Chen Yuan finally grasped that it implied he was an experienced player tormenting newcomers with a new account. In truth, it was his first time using the combat pod yesterday, and he was unfamiliar with these nuances. Although he knew he hadn't actually fished, he cleverly used his inexperience with the virtual combat platform as a pretext to sidestep further inquiries. As expected, upon hearing his explanation, the crowd ceased to press the matter, and even Li Mingmao chuckled lightly, opting not to pursue the topic any further. The martial artist community is renowned for its respect for strength. The powerful are justified in their actions. Chen Yuan's ability to defeat Li Mingmao was evident, placing him among the elite in their circle, and thus the others were reluctant to create unnecessary trouble for themselves. Chen Yuan, how do you usually train to achieve such remarkable strength? What brand of nutritional supplement do you usually drink? Please share, I would like to try it. Lu Qing inquired earnestly. What about the Martial Arts Academy? I heard from Lu Qing that your 8 Extremes Thunderblade is quite formidable. Did you perhaps seek instruction from someone in private at the academy? The weak must seek opportunities and topics to integrate into unfamiliar groups, requiring time to acclimate. In contrast, the strong need only to cast aside their pride and express their desire to join, quickly gaining acceptance from others. Chen Yuan was a prime example. Many people gathered around him, eagerly asking questions. What brand of nutritional supplement? I have no money, so I've never consumed any. Chen Yuan replied. I once considered enrolling in a martial arts academy, but alas, my financial constraints prevented me from doing so. Chen Yuan spoke the truth. The original owner had indeed harbored intentions of joining a martial arts academy, but ultimately abandoned the idea due to financial limitations. Yet, he was unaware that his two statements rendered everyone speechless. It dawned on them that Li Mingmao had previously mentioned Chen Yuan's tragic background. His parents had perished due to the malevolent cult, leaving him an orphan. Thus, how could he have achieved such martial prowess without ever consuming a nutritional supplement or entering a martial arts academy? The crowd exchanged glances, rendered mute. At that moment, they shared a singular thought. Is this what genius truly looks like? If Chen Yuan doesn't qualify as a genius, then what does that make them? Who consume nutritional supplements like water and have martial arts instructors guiding them in their spare time. Trash? Useless? Chen Yuan, didn't you mention wanting to ask me something? Feel free to inquire now. Li Mingmao interjected, shifting the conversation to a less distressing topic. Chen Yuan quickly responded. I would like to know if there are any quicker ways for blood exchange realm martial artists to earn money. I've recently realized that I lack the resources for cultivation, and my progress is painfully slow. Lack of cultivation resources? Progress too slow? If you consider your pace slow, then what does that make us, mere turtles? Chen Yuan inadvertently delivered another severe psychological blow to the group. Yet, he was not being intentionally hurtful. The reality of insufficient cultivation resources and the inability to continue his arduous training made progress feel excruciatingly sluggish. The original owner had little knowledge of the martial artist community and was oblivious to methods of acquiring funds, relying solely on Li Mingmao and others for insights. To be honest, there are not many avenues available for blood exchange realm martial artists. Li Mingmao pondered for a moment before speaking. Lu Qing concurred, generally speaking. Serving as bodyguards for merchant ships can be quite lucrative. Given the rampant activities of interstellar pirates, many merchant vessels are in dire need of strong martial artists for protection. My family's company, although modest, has long employed several martial artists. Chen Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment. While serving as a bodyguard for merchant ships sounded promising, his blood exchange realm strength rendered him unqualified for such roles. Undeterred, he inquired, what about being a tutor? For instance, if some children wish to learn martial arts, I could teach them how to wield a blade. Being a tutor? Why not go directly to a martial arts academy? They are far more professional. Li Mingmao countered. Moreover, you lack the necessary connections. You don't know who needs a tutor, and they don't know you're looking to become one. No one will seek you out. Lu Qing analyzed the situation from his perspective. TSK, Chen Yuan felt somewhat helpless. Earning money was no easy feat, however. He could not merely wait for the monthly supply of vitality pills from Xing Lian. It would take an eternity. In truth, regarding this matter, we were not particularly short on funds, though our understanding was limited. Huang Su from No. 2 Middle School, who was quite money-minded, was the true expert in this regard. Lu Qing suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing the name Huang Su, Chen Yuan felt a sense of familiarity, but surely it couldn't be a coincidence? Li Mingmao sighed in response to Lu Qing's comment, saying, who is Huang Su? He seems easy to talk to, but his standards are quite high. Without some real ability, he wouldn't even glance your way. If it weren't for his preoccupation with making money, with Huang Su's aptitude, he would have long since entered the enlightenment realm. and perhaps even contend for a spot in the top 100,000 rankings. Are you referring to the Huang Su ranked 98,000 in the Heavens Ladder? Chen Yuan quietly interjected. Li Mingmao and Lu Qing exclaimed, "Oh, you know him?" Before Chen Yuan could respond, the door to the combat room was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. A man with sharp brows and piercing eyes, dressed coldly and carrying a long sword on his back, strode in. Upon entering the combat room, he began to survey his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze on Chen Yuan, a slight smile playing at the corners of his otherwise expressionless face. "I knew you would still be in the combat room of number 1 middle school," Huang Su said cheerfully as he approached Chen Yuan. "Huang Su?" Chen Yuan asked, somewhat uncertain. He found it hard to believe that it was such a coincidence. The Huang Su he had encountered in the final battle was actually a student from number 2 middle school. Everyone was astonished. Huang Su, despite his love for wealth, was not one to casually befriend just anyone. "It's me, Huang Su." He grinned, the aloof demeanor of the cold swordsman dissipating instantly. "After adding you as a friend, I noticed that your personal information indicated you were from number 1 middle school. Conversations online are ultimately limited, so I decided to come directly to the combat room to find you. Thankfully, I arrived just in time. You haven't left yet. So, what kind of money-making endeavor were you referring to?" Chen Yuan decided to inquire further, wary of being deceived by Huang Su and inadvertently aiding him financially, which would indeed be a source of embarrassment. Huang Su spoke plainly. "Your 8 Extremes Thunderblade technique has reached an understanding of its essence, right? Coincidentally, I have a client whose son practices the 8 Extremes Thunderblade and is currently busy looking for a teacher for him. What do you think? Are you interested? Consider it a favor. I, Huang Su, owe you one." Meanwhile, Li Mingmao, Lu Qing, and the others were left questioning whether they had misheard. Huang Su claimed that Chen Yuan had comprehended the essence of the 8 Extremes Thunderblade. Surely they were not mistaken in their understanding? Wait, the strike that you delivered to me earlier, that couldn't possibly be the essence of the 8 Extremes Thunderblade, could it? Lu Qing suddenly realized. The swift and stunning strike still haunted him. Li Mingmao finally grasped why he had been instantly defeated by Chen Yuan despite only being 1 realm apart. Chapter 9. The essence of martial arts. Turns out you all were unaware. Huang Su chuckled upon witnessing their reactions. Is the essence of blade techniques truly that rare? Chen Yuan expressed his confusion, as the reactions of Li Mingmao and the others were indeed rather exaggerated. In the realm of martial arts, those at the blood exchange stage, particularly at the 8th and 9th levels, typically possess 1 or 2 fully mastered techniques. With a modicum of focused study, comprehending the profound principles should not prove overly challenging. After all, when Chen Yuan developed the 8 Extreme Thunderblade, it took him 8 years to transition from mastery to perfection, and a mere 7 years to ascend from perfection to the realm of the profound. Thus, one would expect the understanding of such principles to be relatively commonplace among experts in the blood exchange stage. It is not merely a matter of rarity. How should one articulate this? Li Ming, in a flurry of gestures, struggled to elucidate. Unable to endure the confusion, Huang Su interjected, clarifying. Grasping the profound principles is indeed not particularly difficult. The crux lies in the cost-effectiveness. How so? Chen Yuan inquired, his interest piqued. Generally speaking, once a martial artist has achieved perfection in foundational techniques, be it in boxing, swordsmanship, knife techniques, or even stances, their martial realm is not far from breaking into the enlightenment stage. At this juncture, the martial artist faces 2 choices: to continue investing time in refining their foundational techniques to comprehend their unique principles, or to devote their efforts entirely towards preparing for the breakthrough into the enlightenment stage. Virtually all martial artists opt for the latter. Entering the enlightenment stage not only significantly enhances combat capabilities, but also allows for the acquisition of advanced techniques, making it far more advantageous than squandering time on foundational practices. Therefore, it is quite uncommon to encounter a blood exchange stage practitioner who has mastered the profound principles of foundational techniques, as it is deemed unnecessary. For instance, my swordsmanship and stances are both perfected, which suffices in the blood exchange stage. Huang Su explained slowly, hoping Chen Yuan would grasp the concept. This was also his gesture of goodwill, as he currently sought assistance from Chen Yuan. Completing this commission would grant him access to the connections of a certain influential figure, which is pivotal for his future ambitions. Initially devoid of hope, he never anticipated that a mundane ascent of the celestial ladder would lead him to encounter a Chen Yuan, who had comprehended the profound principles of the 8 Extreme Thunderblade, right next door at Mountain City No. 1 High School. Both Huang Su and Chen Yuan marveled at this astonishing coincidence. I understand. What about the remuneration? It would be preferable if it were in the form of training resources. Chen Yuan stated. This portion you can negotiate directly with the boss. I shall not charge you a commission this time. Huang Su vowed, patting his chest. With my credibility, I assure you, this is an unassailable deal. As long as you are recognized, the other party is not short on funds. Very well, when shall we go? Chen Yuan inquired eagerly. Tomorrow at noon. Simply await me at the entrance of number 1 high school. Huang Su replied. Chen Yuan's willingness to accept the task relieved him, and he hastily began arranging the details for the following day before swiftly taking his leave. Such decisiveness, Chen Yuan remarked in admiration. What decisiveness? It's merely an aversion to trouble. Back in the day, our esteemed classmate, Shang Wanji, was thoroughly taken advantage of by him. Had I known Huang Su was voluntarily walking into a trap at number 1 high school, he would surely have received a sound beating. Lu Qing laughed, illuminating the situation. Shang Wanji? Who might that be? Chen Yuan queried, as the memories he inherited contained no mention of this individual. This is a tale worth recounting. The original owner was blissfully oblivious to the world beyond their studies, wholly engrossed in scholarly pursuits. You cannot possibly be suggesting that you are unaware of Shang Wanji. Lu Qing gazed at Chen Yuan incredulously. He is universally acknowledged as a university contender, a formidable expert in the Enlightenment stage, ranked 321 in the Celestial Ladder. Over 8,000. There is no denying it. It is indeed formidable. Only those warriors who have participated in the Celestial Ladder can truly comprehend the worth of these figures. Chen Yuan has now come to realize the fierce competition of the interstellar era. The sheer population is staggering, rendering so-called geniuses as commonplace as cabbages. However, Chen Yuan harbored one lingering question. Why had he never encountered individuals like Shang Wanji at school? Do they not frequent the combat room to ascend the Celestial Ladder? They are not short on funds, as their families have constructed personal combat chambers for them. Thus they need not jostle with the rest of us. Li Ming expressed a hint of resentment in his tone. Doesn't Lu Qing's family also possess considerable wealth? What brings you to the school's combat room? Chen Yuan turned to Lu Qing. According to Lu Qing, his family engaged in interstellar commerce and required a cadre of warriors to guard against interstellar pirates robbing their goods. In this era, those who can partake in interstellar trade are generally well off. The atmosphere for martial arts training in the school's combat room is unparalleled. The conversations are delightful, and I absolutely adore this place. Lu Qing chuckled. He simply relished being amidst a crowd. The silence at home was stifling, nearly driving him to the brink of mental distress. Chen Yuan remained silent. The affluent are indeed capricious. With less than 3 months until high school graduation, the school showed little concern for whether warriors remained on campus, and Chen Yuan chose not to squander time there any longer. As of now, the only resources of value at Shanqing No. 1 High School for him were the combat room and the martial arts lending library. Chen Yuan did not hasten to return home. Instead, he ventured to the center of Shanqing City, following the terminal's navigation to a store selling nutritional fluids. Whether for tomorrow's negotiation regarding compensation or merely due to the limitations on resource exchange for longevity, he needed to acquire a more detailed understanding of the cultivation resources available in the market. Welcome. As soon as he stepped inside, a strikingly beautiful attendant approached him. How may I assist you today? Chen Yuan got straight to the point. What is the price of blood qi pills? Well, that depends on the grade of the blood qi pill. If it is a first-grade blood qi pill, the price is 70,000 per pill. For a second-grade blood qi pill, it is 300,000 per pill. As for third grade and above, our store does not possess the qualifications to sell them. The attendant replied with a gentle demeanor, devoid of any condescension. They were merely ordinary individuals, and most patrons of this establishment were warriors, making it unwise to risk offending them merely to vent emotions at work. And what about nutritional fluids? Chen Yuan continued to inquire. Previously, in the combat room, Lu Qing had asked him about the nutritional fluids he used. Although nutritional fluids were also categorized by grade, the specific pricing was rather complex and subject to considerable fluctuation. For instance, the same first-grade nutritional fluid from Shinjo Corporation can be over 50% more expensive than that from Lot Corporation. The attendant explained. How troublesome, Chen Yuan mused, slightly furrowing his brow. May I see the actual product of the Shinjo brand nutritional fluid? He had another query. Did nutritional fluids count as cultivation resources? Could consuming nutritional fluids extend one's lifespan? Was it permissible to forcibly consume non-personal cultivation resources to convert them into longevity? Thus far, the only certainty he possessed was regarding the blood qi pill, which extended lifespan by 5 years, priced at 70,000 star coins, not a mere integer. These inquiries necessitate his meticulous examination, which is one of the purposes of his visit. Otherwise, he could simply research the market prices online. Chapter 10. Departure. Please follow me. The attendant instructed as she guided Chen Yuan slowly to a counter. Behind the counter, several tubes of milky white reagents were quietly arranged, each labeled with its grade, price, and manufacturing company, all of which were premium nutrient solutions. The attendant mentioned that the Shenzhou brand was priced at 30,000, while the Luo brand only cost 20,000. Chen Yuan silently contemplated, ultimately concluding that the nutrient solution indeed fell within the realm of cultivation resources, capable of being converted into lifespan. However, the conversion could only occur through direct contact at present. I prefer the Shenzhou brand. It is a venerable name in the blue and white star, delivering quality commensurate with its price. For centuries, it has maintained a remarkable satisfaction rate of 999, the attendant asserted earnestly. The market competition for nutrient solutions differs from that of cheap blood pills, where the production of elixirs is monopolized by the Stellar Union, leaving no rivals. Nutrient solutions, however, come from numerous manufacturers and require diverse marketing strategies. The attendant favored the Shenzhou brand, as she earned a commission with each sale. I do not require it now. Perhaps I will return to purchase it later, Chen Yuan replied, unashamedly declining. He was genuinely out of funds, so destitute that he could scarcely make a sound. Were it not for the old house being the only lingering attachment of the original owner, occupying a significant place in his heart, he would have considered tidying it up to sell. Very well, we look forward to your next visit, the attendant said, a hint of disappointment concealed from her expression. Just as Chen Yuan stepped outside, he heard someone calling his name. Chen Yuan. Lu Qing? Indeed, it is I. I thought you had returned home. Had I known you were here, I would have invited you to join me. Lu Qing laughed heartily. I am merely wandering around, Chen Yuan explained casually. Upon noticing Chen Yuan exiting the shop empty-handed and recalling his earlier admission of never having consumed nutrient solutions, Lu Qing's mind sparked with an idea. Hey, why the rush? Let me show you around again, Lu Qing insisted, pulling Chen Yuan back into the shop. Welcome back, the attendant remarked, momentarily taken aback by Chen Yuan's return. However, upon seeing Lu Qing, her eyes brightened, realizing a significant customer had arrived. She hurriedly approached them, inquiring softly, Young Master Lu, will this time be the same as before? Yes, but please add one more. This is my friend. Remember to offer him a discount on his next visit, Lu Qing said, draping an arm around Chen Yuan's shoulder with a cheerful demeanor. Chen Yuan remained silent for a moment before accepting. Thank you. He truly required the cultivation resources. No problem. My family holds shares in this establishment, so it won't cost much. Lu Qing waved dismissively, clearly unconcerned. Having grown up in a commercial environment, Lu Qing, despite not having specifically studied business, instinctively chose to invest in Chen Yuan, feeling that the latter's temperament resonated well with him. His martial arts talent was merely a secondary consideration. The nutritional liquid from the Shenzhou brand is undoubtedly the premier choice, as its premium pricing is justified by its reputation, Lu Qing enthusiastically proclaimed. As Chen Yuan listened to Lu Qing's incessant chatter, he gazed at the nutritional liquid in his hand, pondering. 30,000 star coins. But how many years will it truly add to my lifespan? As night descended, the sky stretched infinitely, adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars. Unlike the Qi blood pill, which accelerates the growth of vitality and, when combined with standing exercises, yields remarkable results, the nutritional liquid resembles more of a supplement, consolidating various nutrients. It does not enhance martial prowess directly, but expedites the body's recovery cycle, thereby reducing downtime in training, ultimately benefiting the martial artist. Although to me, they seem to hold similar value. Chen Yuan shook the exquisite nutritional liquid in his hand. The light purple fluid was somewhat viscous, reminiscent of an over-reduced broth. In an instant, the nutritional liquid vanished, leaving behind an empty bottle. Chen Yuan then turned his attention to his personal panel. Name, Chen Yuan, Martial Path, Blood Exchange Realm. Level 6, Lifespan, 7 years, Martial Arts, 8 Extreme Thunderblade, Secret Technique, Lightning Slash, Great Dragon Stance, achieved. His lifespan had increased by 2 years, equating to 30,000 star coins for an additional 2 years, whereas the Qi blood pill would cost 70,000 star coins to extend life by 5 years. Silently calculating in his mind, Chen Yuan concluded, at market value, the Qi blood pill would yield a slight profit, extending life by 121 days, which is better than nothing. As for the brand of the nutritional liquid, he had a vague premonition. Although Shenzhou's nutritional liquid was priced at 1.5 times that of Luote, its efficacy was nearly double. If it were Luote's nutritional liquid, it would likely extend life by only a year. In other words, in terms of cost-effectiveness, Qi blood pill Shenzhou nutritional liquid Luote nutritional liquid. System, sacrifice life. Great Dragon Stance. You wish to cultivate the Great Dragon Stance, but sense that 7 years is insufficient, thus you forego it. Is this the choice I must make in the unfolding of fate? 7 years is wholly inadequate for a breakthrough to perfection in the great dragon stance. Chen Yuan could only wait for tomorrow. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, he would advance a portion of his remuneration, which should suffice to elevate the great dragon stance to its pinnacle. He might even have some surplus. The following day, at the artificial lake of Mountain City No. 1 high school, a few scattered white birds gracefully glided across the water. A gentle breeze stirred, causing countless ripples to dance upon the light blue surface, slightly blurring the reflection of the teaching building. Chen Yuan, over here. This way. Upon his arrival, Chen Yuan spotted Huang Su at the entrance, nervously waving him over. Despite his handsome appearance, exuding the aura of a formidable swordsman when silent, his current demeanor appeared somewhat awkward. Since you worry about Shang Wanji causing you trouble, why not choose a different location at number 2 high school? Chen Yuan found himself at a loss for words. Hey, this is what I call sincerity. Can you feel my sincerity? Huang Su retorted stubbornly. It must be said that Huang Su's words, coupled with his proud demeanor, which belied his blood exchange realm level 9 expertise, unintentionally bridged the gap between the two. Let's go. Making money is of utmost importance. Chen Yuan called out. Indeed. Let's make some money. Huang Su called out loudly, leading Chen Yuan away. Shortly after their departure, a man with slightly yellowed hair arrived at the school gate. After a brief search, his expression darkened, and through gritted teeth, he muttered, "Damn it, that yellow fox has escaped again." This man was Shang Wanji. Chapter 11. A single move to determine victory at the entrance of Hewan community. Huang Su inquired with a smile, "What do you think? Are you a bit surprised?" "Just a little," Chen Yuan replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Although Hewan community was renowned as a wealthy enclave in the mountain city, it fell somewhat short of his expectations. Huang Su had boasted about the impressive background and capabilities of the owner. Prior to this, Chen Yuan had envisioned a grand private estate. The magnate was a high-ranking official in the Blue and White Star military, lacking for nothing. Yet this son was, after all, a bastard. You know, some matters are best left unspoken. As long as they're kept in the shadows, no one raises an eyebrow. But if they become common knowledge, it could lead to an unfortunate outcome, Huang Su explained earnestly. "I don't care, as long as I get paid," Chen Yuan replied. He was merely seeking a part-time opportunity to earn resources for cultivation, unwilling to entangle himself in the familial dramas of others. Exactly. We have but one goal, to make money. Huang Su laughed heartily before activating his terminal to contact their employer. Before long, an impeccably dressed, upright old butler approached from the opposite side of the community entrance, adeptly unlocking the gate for the two. "Mr. Huang Su, the esteemed owner is absent today. I will be fully responsible for the young master's affairs. Besides Mr. Huang Su, Mr. Wang Lei has also brought along a skilled swordsman," the old butler remarked, appraising Chen Yuan with a discerning eye. Upon hearing this, Huang Su narrowed his eyes slightly. "Wang Lei?" The old butler nodded slightly. "In the realm of martial artists, strength prevails. Whoever comprehends the 8 extremes Thunderblade more profoundly will take on this commission," he stated, his tone revealing an unabashed confidence from Huang Su. "Very well." The old butler led them upstairs, and Chen Yuan was astonished to discover that the entire building was devoid of other residents. It appeared that the so-called esteemed owner had monopolized the entire community. Some floors had been renovated, and occasionally, he spotted a few well-dressed servants diligently attending to their duties. Though it was not the independent estate he had envisioned, the difference was negligible. It was evident that, despite being a bastard, the magnate cherished his youngest son and endeavored to provide him with a life of luxury. Upon entering the house, the first individuals he encountered were not the esteemed owner's son, but rather 2 others, Huang Su and Wang Lei. Wang Lei appeared considerably older than Huang Su, with thinning hair and the demeanor of a middle-aged man nearing 40. The moment they met, the atmosphere crackled with tension. "I thought you, Huang Su, had run out of tricks after so many days of silence," Wang Lei remarked with a sardonic tone. Huang Su, undeterred, shot back, "Mr. Wang, at your age, it's time to make way for the younger generation. Obstructing their path is hardly a commendable habit. I'm only 31. You're the one who should step aside," Wang Lei retorted, visibly agitated. Just as Chen Yuan believed the two were on the verge of a physical altercation, Huang Su suddenly changed his expression, stating earnestly, "Let us not waste words. We'll have a match using the 8 extremities Thunderblade with our respective teams. The victor stays, and the loser departs." "No problem," Wang Lei replied, ruffling his sparse hair in agreement. In just a few exchanges, the process and outcome were swiftly determined, leaving Chen Yuan momentarily stunned by the rapidity of their decision-making. "Did you really think we were about to fight here?" Huang Su remarked to Chen Yuan. "We belong to the same industry. There are certain networking resources I lack, which Lao Wang happens to excel in, and vice versa. Who knows? There may be future opportunities for collaboration. Ultimately, it's all about making money. Relationships won't be strained too severely. Chen Yuan nodded in realization. It's merely for profit. If this opportunity doesn't yield results, another will arise. We're all in it for the financial gain. And there's no need to create an unnecessary enemy. It's a futile endeavor. After all, we are merchants, and harmony fosters wealth. Are you done? Enough with the rambling. Let us get on with it. I have other matters to attend to. Wang Lei urged impatiently. Let us show them what we can do. Huang Su pushed Chen Yuan forward without hesitation. The individuals Wang Lei brought along appeared somewhat youthful, seemingly high school students, though it remained unclear if they hailed from Shanxing. Li Qingran, Chen Yuan. After exchanging names, Huang Su declared in unison, begin. Thunderstrike. 8 extremities, Thunderblade. Neither contestant utilized their vital energy or weapons. They relied solely on their physical prowess to execute their respective techniques. Li Qingran's mastery of the 8 extremities Thunderblade was impressive, undeniably at a consummate level. With astonishing speed. Yet, Chen Yuan was even swifter and stronger. Boom. The air seemed to explode like thunder, reverberating through the confined space. Just as Li Qingran was halfway through his execution, Chen Yuan's hand was already poised at his throat, mere inches away. Is this the essence? Such speed. Akin to thunder, what is its name? Li Qingran inquired, a hint of bitterness in his tone. Thunderstrike. Chen Yuan replied as he withdrew his hand. True to its name. I concede defeat, Li Qingran admitted, fully acknowledging his inferiority in grasping the 8 extremities Thunderblade compared to Chen Yuan. Impressive. Truly remarkable. This is the essence of the 8 extremities Thunderblade, Wang Lei exclaimed, clapping enthusiastically, as though he had emerged victorious himself. His face beamed with delight as he leaned closer to Chen Yuan. Young brother Chen Yuan, let us be friends. I'll notify you of any lucrative opportunities in the future. Together, we can amass great wealth. Wang Lei displayed no embarrassment in his blatant disregard for Huang Su, brazenly attempting to recruit Chen Yuan. Instead, he seemed entirely justified in his actions. Add me. We can all make money together. Huang Su dismissed the situation with indifference. Embracing the notion of forging multiple friendships for greater opportunities, Chen Yuan accepted Wang Lei's request and also added Li Qingran. I won't disturb your pursuit of profit any longer. Qingran, let us take our leave. Wang Lei signaled to Li Qingran that it was time to go. Li Qingran then turned to Chen Yuan with a serious expression. Chen Yuan, next time, use your full strength for a spar. Absolutely. Chen Yuan agreed. Li Qingran possesses formidable strength, likely hovering around the 9th level of the blood transformation realm. If he were to exert his full power, the current Chen Yuan would indeed find himself at a disadvantage. However, this is merely the present state of affairs. Once he acquires the necessary cultivation resources and converts them into longevity, the pace at which Chen Yuan grows in strength will be frightening, even to himself. It is noteworthy that he has achieved his current prowess in just a mere 3 days. Meanwhile, the old steward, having witnessed the decisive confrontation between Chen Yuan and Li Qingran, discreetly withdrew, only to return after nearly 2 minutes. Mr. Huang Su, I have just conferred with the big boss, and from today onward, Mr. Chen Yuan shall serve as the young master's instructor. Chapter 12. Your mother is deceased? With that, I have no further involvement. I shall treat you to a meal in a few days. Huang Su patted Chen Yuan on the shoulder and departed alone. His task was to locate individuals like Chen Yuan and bring them here to ascertain whether they caught the big boss's eye. Having accomplished this, it was now time for him to step back. At last, only Chen Yuan and the old steward remained. What about the remuneration? If possible, I would prefer it to be settled in cultivation resources, Chen Yuan inquired directly. Settled in cultivation resources, you say? The old steward pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. According to the big boss's wishes, Mr. Chen Yuan, at this stage, comprehending the essence of the 8 extremes Thunderblade, is indeed a rare martial arts genius. Therefore, the compensation shall not be meager. Calculating on the basis of 8 classes per month, it would amount to 2 first-grade blood vitality pills and 5 servings of Xinzhou brand first-grade nutrient solutions each month. 2 first-grade blood vitality pills. 5 servings of Xinzhou brand first-grade nutrient solutions. The market value totals 290,000 star coins per month. To be honest, Chen Yuan's highest expectation had merely been a single blood vitality pill, perhaps with an additional serving of nutrient solution. This far exceeds his expectations. Just as Huang Su had stated, the big boss is not short on funds. I accept this commission, Chen Yuan declared promptly. However, he awkwardly scratched his head. Would it be possible to receive an advance on a month's remuneration? My cultivation has been lacking lately. The big boss anticipated that Mr. Chen Yuan might make such a request, and has already informed me that there would be no issues at all. The old steward chuckled, acknowledging the common plight of financially strapped high school martial artists, particularly with only 3 months remaining until the Heaven S ladder assessment. Thank you. The old steward communicated with the terminal, and after approximately half a minute, someone arrived bearing the cultivation resources, delivering them into Chen Yuan's hands. 2 first-grade blood vitality pills. 5 servings of Shinjo brand first-grade nutrient solutions. 20 years of longevity secured. With the pills and nutrient solutions tucked away in the inner pocket of his clothing, Chen Yuan felt it was time to commence his duties. Lead me to the young master. I shall begin teaching him the 8 extremes Thunderblade. Please follow me. The young master may be a bit unruly, so I kindly ask for your understanding, Mr. Chen Yuan. The old steward guided Chen Yuan to the floor where the young master resided. Once Chen Yuan entered the room, the old steward quietly closed the door behind him. Are you the teacher that my cheap old man found for me? We won't interfere with each other. You needn't concern yourself with me. I shall remain here until the end of the course, and you will not lose a single penny. A short-haired boy reclined languidly on the sofa, exuding an air of lethargy. The son of a prominent businessman, named Yang Rui, was a student in the 2nd year of middle school, possessing a somewhat reclusive and exclusionary disposition. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Chen Yuan retorted, having accepted a commission and remuneration, I am obliged to teach you well. Otherwise, I would feel uncomfortable keeping the payment. Can you compel me to learn? Yang Rui lifted his head defiantly, responding with indignation. Let me guess. Why do you reject me so vehemently, unwilling to allow me to instruct you in the art of swordsmanship? Chen Yuan disregarded him, continuing on his own. Is it because you are a bastard? At this remark, Yang Rui sprang up from the sofa like a cat, whose fur had been ruffled, glaring at Chen Yuan with fury. You are the bastard. Your entire family are bastards. I have only my mother, no father. Not a bastard? No father? Are you implying that your mother is deceased? That you are now an orphan? Chen Yuan inquired with genuine curiosity. Yang Rui was momentarily taken aback, incredulous that someone could utter such words. You are courting death. Suddenly regaining his composure, Yang Rui gritted his teeth and swung a punch toward Chen Yuan's face. Unfortunately, midway through, Chen Yuan effortlessly tripped him, leaving him sprawled on the ground, grimacing in pain. Chen Yuan found it exceedingly easy to deal with such a child, expending little effort. How weak you are, unable to even put up a fight, he taunted before asking again. So, is your mother dead? At this, Yang Rui struggled to rise once more, aiming a kick at Chen Yuan's vulnerable area. Alas, this feeble attempt was easily anticipated by Chen Yuan, who promptly brought Yang Rui crashing down again. Thud. Hiss. This time, Yang Rui did not attempt to rise. Instead, he lay still on the ground, feigning death. I harbor no malice. I merely inquired if your mother is deceased, Chen Yuan said, squatting down to pat Yang Rui's head. Yang Rui remained motionless, his body twitching slightly as he managed to retort. Your mother is the one who died. Your father has perished. You orphan. Indeed, I am an orphan. It is precisely because I am one that I asked if your mother is dead. Otherwise, do you think I have nothing better to do? Huh. You truly are an orphan. Yang Rui, now stirred, turned his head in surprise. My parents were killed by cultists of the evil god. I have no relatives left. Only myself. Fortunately, I still own an old house, so I am spared the burden of rent, Chen Yuan replied calmly. It seemed that the revelation of Chen Yuan's orphan status resonated with Yang Rui, softening his tone somewhat. My mother is not deceased, but they won't allow me to see her. 3 years ago. Stop. Knowing your mother is alive is sufficient. Let us leave it at that. I have no desire to delve into your familial melodrama, nor do I possess the inclination, Chen Yuan interjected, gesturing for him to cease, effectively stifling the words that had yet to escape Yang Rui's throat. Yang Rui suddenly felt disheartened, experiencing a sense of futility akin to playing the lute to a cow, leaving him somewhat exhausted. It's of no use talking to me. I must rely on your father for my salary. I cannot assist you. You must depend on yourself, just as I seek vengeance for my parents. I can only rely on myself to eliminate the cultists of the evil god. I have never expected the Star Alliance to come to my aid. Do you understand? You speak so eloquently. Yang Rui retorted stubbornly. It is merely a physical shackle. As long as one continues to advance in martial arts, there will come a day when the shackles will shatter. Do you understand? Chen Yuan spoke, drawing a long knife from the weapon rack beside him and tossing it at Yang Rui's feet with a clang. Get up and practice with the knife. Your mother is still alive. Why are you putting on such a morose display? I haven't wronged you, just because I am a good person. You can't make things difficult for me, can you? Whoever bullies you, you should grow stronger and confront them. Yang Rui grasped the hilt of the knife, his expression begrudging. Yet he rose and turned to Chen Yuan. In truth, he was now willing to learn the art of the knife from Chen Yuan. Comparison breeds discontent. In light of Chen Yuan's circumstances, Yang Rui suddenly recognized that his parents were alive, and he enjoyed a life of affluence, without the need to work to support himself. Although he hadn't seen his mother for some time, and often missed his father, compared to Chen Yuan's tragic background, his situation seemed rather favorable. However, having just exhibited reluctance, Yang Rui felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of changing too swiftly. The 8 Extremes Thunder Knife, a technique that emphasizes speed. How does one enhance speed? The secret lies in the application of force. The power originates from the feet. The legs are of utmost importance. Chen Yuan patiently elucidated the nuances of the 8 Extremes Thunder Knife, and although Yang Rui maintained a stoic demeanor, he began to learn earnestly. Before long, the day's lesson was nearly complete. Practice diligently, and if you encounter difficulties, consult your personal terminal. I shall return in 3 days. If I discover that you have forgotten everything, beware of my wrath. Chen Yuan threatened. Yang Rui hesitated for a moment before speaking. I apologize for mentioning your status as an orphan earlier. No worries. Chen Yuan waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned, and with a flourish, he turned to leave. If one were to be precise, he indeed was an orphan. Every transmigrator is a soul orphan, striving to take root and flourish in this unfamiliar universe. Chapter 13, Making Money. After Chen Yuan departed, the butler addressed the personal terminal. Sir, the young master appears to have brightened up a bit, and is willing to proactively learn the 8 Extremes Thunder Knife from Mr. Chen. Rest assured. Very well. A man's voice emanated from the terminal. Seemingly not satisfied, he added, in due time, I will personally meet this Chen Yuan to express my gratitude. Uncle Chen, are you speaking with my father? Yang Rui had appeared out of nowhere and, without waiting for the butler's response, shouted loudly at the butler's personal terminal. Old dang. Just wait. When I grow stronger, I will come at you with a knife. The boss. The butler wiped sweat from his brow. Sir, I assure you, this is not my teaching. The terminal disconnected. Upon returning home, Chen Yuan wasted no time converting all his rewards from this endeavor. 2 vitality pills and 5 servings of nutritional fluid. His lifespan was extended by 20 years, bringing him to a total of 27 years. Next, it was time to perfect the dragon stance. System, commenced the life investment. In Chen Yuan's mind, memories of the martial arts he had learned began to resurface. In the first year, your stance showed no advancement, causing you to doubt whether 27 years would suffice to refine the dragon stance to perfection. After a decade of relentless practice with the Great Dragon Post, your sinews crackle with energy, and your spine feels as if it has come to life. With the completion of the Great Dragon Post, you transcend to the 8th level of the blood transformation realm. Following this, you perceive that you have reached the pinnacle of the Great Dragon Post, with no further improvements required. Thus, you commence rigorous training to break through to the 9th level of the blood transformation realm. By the 15th year, your mastery of the perfected Great Dragon Post accelerates rapidly, your vitality surging like a dragon. You attain the 9th level of the blood transformation realm. Yet you are acutely aware that the lack of cultivation techniques for the enlightenment realm impedes your progress, leading you to relinquish your pursuit. The culmination of the Great Dragon Post has been achieved, reaching the 9th level of the blood transformation realm, with no further ascension possible. Chen Yuan's vitality surges like a dragon, grand and boundless. In terms of vitality alone, it surpasses that of the 8th level of the blood transformation realm by more than double. Furthermore, the Great Dragon Post's ability to refine vitality renders Chen Yuan's essence far richer than that of an ordinary individual, fortifying his martial foundation. His vitality is as formidable as a dragon, vigorous, dominant, and powerful. Chen Yuan, filled with joy, gazes at his personal panel. Name, Chen Yuan. Martial realm, 9th level of the blood transformation realm. Lifespan, 12 years. Martial arts, 8 Extremes Thunderblade. Essence of swift thunder slashing. Great Dragon Post, perfected. However, does the Great Dragon Post lack an essence of its own? Or is it perhaps that my lifespan is insufficient to comprehend the essence of the post? Chen Yuan ponders this briefly before casting it aside. After all, he has already reached the 9th level of the blood transformation realm. Even if he were to grasp the essence of the Great Dragon Post, its utility would be minimal, ultimately wasting his lifespan, a poor trade-off. Next, he must seek out the techniques and martial arts of the enlightenment realm. Yet such ranked martial arts require financial investment. Chen Yuan scratches his head, once again troubled by thoughts of money. The thrill of investing one's life force is fleeting. It is the depletion of resources that truly dampens the spirit. Alas, that Yang Rui fellow seems to revel in abundance, never lacking in cultivation resources. With his current prowess, Huang Su is no longer a rival. His ranking in the ladder is sufficient to place him within the top 100,000. However, to enter the top 10,000 and secure a ticket to competitive universities. Mere mastery of the blood transformation realm is woefully inadequate. One must at least attain the enlightenment realm to qualify. For instance, the university seedling, Chen Yuan, ranks at 8,321 in the ladder with his enlightenment realm cultivation. Chen Yuan harbors no significant worries regarding the ladder rankings. Even if he were to do nothing further and rely solely on the martial resources acquired through teaching Yang Rui, he would have ample means to break into the enlightenment realm. With further refinement, squeezing into the top 10,000 of the ladder should be well within reach. Yet, I desire more than mere sufficiency. Blessed with such extraordinary talent, the system. To merely attain the qualification for competitive universities would be a disservice to my journey as a transmigrator. I must seek alternative avenues for wealth. Chen Yuan realizes that thoughts of making money must not wane. What? The top 100,000 in the ladder rewards 1 with 100,000 star coins. The top 10,000 rewards 500,000. The top 10,000 seedling universities even allow one to sign agreements with schools for substantial subsidies. Upon hearing this revelation from Li Mingmao, Chen Yuan is astounded beyond measure. For the first time, he comprehends that the ladder rankings themselves represent a lucrative opportunity. Li Mingmao's expression was peculiar, as if he were gazing at an extraterrestrial. Surely, you do not believe that entering the top 1 million is an easy feat? Let alone the top 100,000, or even the top 10,000, to be within the top 1 million of the ladder. Even if one fails to gain admission to a university, is still a remarkable accomplishment, and such individuals are welcomed everywhere. Moreover, those who rank within the top 10,000 are the most sought-after seeds for universities by every high school, to prevent other schools from covertly poaching these students. Agreements ranging from level C to S are often signed. Even a mere level C agreement offers resources ample enough to make children from middle-class families envious. Chen Yuan suddenly realized that the method to earn money he had been desperately seeking was not far off in the distance, but rather right in front of him. Without further delay, he decisively abandoned his subsequent classes and set off immediately. What are you going to do? Li Mingmao asked, astonished. What else? I'm going to climb the ladder and make some money. Chen Yuan replied, not bothering to look back as he strode out of the classroom. Could it be that this fellow's ranking on the ladder was indeed nearing 1 million? No, that was the stage where those at the 9th level of blood transformation congregated. He had only reached the 6th level, hadn't he? Even if he comprehended the profundities of swordsmanship, he could not possibly attain that, could he? Li Mingmao felt a faint suspicion in his heart, but it also seemed somewhat absurd. Yet, perhaps it was possible. After all, Chen Yuan had a history of feigning weakness. Meanwhile, just as Chen Yuan reached the doorway of the combat room, someone obstructed his path. Are you Chen Yuan? And you are? Chen Yuan replied, somewhat disinterested, as he was eager to ascend the ladder for profit. Yet, the individual before him exuded an ominous presence. You do not recognize me? I am Chen Yuan, he said, arms crossed and voice incredulous. Chen Yuan remained silent, his expression revealing his confusion. Chen Yuan, sensing the need for clarity, continued directly. It is well known throughout the school that I have enmity with Huang Su from the 2nd school. I have heard you have been associating closely with him recently, which makes me uncomfortable. This is merely a warning. You would do well to steer clear of Huang Su, lest I take a disliking to you and cause you harm. You may not be aware, but I have signed a level B agreement with the school. They will not intervene should you be harmed. Be cautious. With that, Chen Yuan did not wait for Chen Yuan to respond, pushing him aside and departing on his own. Chapter 14. Entering the million. So this is Chen Yuan, acting tyrannically and meddling in my affairs. Chen Yuan furrowed his brow but soon cast the thought aside. The most pressing matter at hand was still to ascend the ladder and generate income. Upon entering the combat room, Chen Yuan was swiftly apprehended by Lu Qing, who glanced around to ensure no one was watching before advising, be careful recently. Chen Yuan just approached you. It's probably about Huang Su. It would be wise to avoid him. You're rather late with that information. Chen Yuan has already come to see me and has just left, Chen Yuan thought, preoccupied with thoughts of climbing the ladder. However, Lu Qing seemed to be perpetually present in the combat room of the 1st school, as if he were an NPC that respawned in a fixed location. That fellow has quite the temper. Tread lightly. After all, he is a university seed with a level B agreement, and the school will protect him, Lu Qing whispered. Chen Yuan waved his hand dismissively, assuring, do not worry. He will not provoke me, and I have no inclination to engage with him. With that, he hurriedly made his way to the unoccupied combat chamber in the corner, inserted his student ID, and entered the virtual combat platform. How could he be more eager than I am? Lu Qing also inserted his student ID and accessed the virtual combat platform. Initiate ladder matchmaking. After merely 10 seconds of waiting, Chen Yuan successfully matched with an opponent. With a ranking exceeding 1 million, competition was fierce, as many were vying for the leaderboard. However, in the first round, he was matched against an opponent slightly lower in rank, precisely at 2 million. With a swift strike, Chen Yuan decisively concluded the match. Empowered by the vigor of his blood, the might of his thunderbolt slash was nothing short of terrifying at the blood exchange stage. Without pause, he matched again, and accompanied by the intelligent prompt, he successfully found another opponent. His new adversary, at blood exchange level 9, boasted a ranking of 920,000, 92,000. That was sufficient. Winning this match would secure him 100,000 star coins. From the outset, Chen Yuan's aspirations did not extend to the top 10,000 or even the top 100,000, lacking the strength of the Enlightenment realm. He had no right to covet such ranks. His goal was to secure the reward of 100,000 star coins for breaking into the top million. Though a modest sum, it paled in comparison to the remuneration he provided to Yang Rui, yet the purchasing power of star coins was remarkably robust. The dilapidated house his family owned was valued between 200,000 to 300,000 star coins. 100,000 star coins would suffice for Chen Yuan to acquire a blood elixir and a portion of Xinzhou's nutritional solution, extending his lifespan by 7 years. As his thoughts swirled, merely a few seconds had passed. His opponent appeared on the stage, a sword-wielding warrior named Duolong, sporting golden hair and blue eyes. In the realm of blue and white stars, which transcends national boundaries, the populace is diverse, comprising individuals of various ethnicities, yellow, white, black, and blue, including the rarer species of humans with partial animal traits. Duolong, at blood exchange level 9 and ranked over 190,000, seemed to be a newcomer who had just broken through, eager to ascend the ladder. A cursory glance at Chen Yuan's information led Duolong to quickly assess the situation. He had encountered many such individuals before, as the next step was the Enlightenment realm, and given the difficulty of the breakthrough, numerous individuals remained stuck at blood exchange level 9, far surpassing those at levels 7 and 8 combined. Thus, the hidden masters at blood exchange level 9 were countless. Whenever someone breaks through to blood exchange level 9, they often feel invincible. However, entering the virtual combat platform with such confidence only to be effortlessly defeated by an opponent of the same level can be a devastating blow to one's self-esteem. Such occurrences were all too common. 10-9-1. The battle commences. The moment the countdown concluded, a torrent of vigorous energy surged within Chen Yuan, flowing ceaselessly and instantly infusing into his long knife. The azure stone beneath his feet cracked, leaving 2 distinct footprints etched 3 inches deep. Like thunder crashing down from the night sky, he unsheathed his weapon with ferocity. Boom. Thunderbolt slash. Once again, he unleashed his full strength without hesitation. The profound essence of the 8 extremes Thunderblade manifested in the Thunderbolt slash. Chen Yuan treats everyone with equal diligence, regardless of their status, strength, or gender. How formidable is his vitality? Duolong was momentarily taken aback. The vigor emanating from this individual surpasses even his own, who has been stuck at the 9th level of the blood exchange realm and honing his vitality for 2 years. Just as this thought flickered through his mind, a thunderous roar erupted in his ears. Accompanying the sound of the thunder was Chen Yuan's blade, moving at the utmost limit of the blood exchange realm. In a state of panic, Duolong barely had time to raise his long sword to defend himself. The result was inevitable. With a powerful strike against a hasty defense, Duolong's long sword was raised high. Though his hands trembled, he gripped the hilt with unwavering determination. There is still a chance. The sword remains in my hand. I have not yet lost. He roared within. I'm sorry, but you have already lost. As Duolong left himself wide open, Chen Yuan's vitality surged in an instant, and his long knife swept upward with ferocity, slicing cleanly through him as though the blade were a hot knife through butter. Ultimately, Duolong's body disintegrated into shards of information, slowly dissipating. Exhaling a breath of scalding air, a cloud of white mist enveloped him upon contact with the cool air. Chen Yuan's skin flushed a fiery red, akin to a branding iron heated for too long, gradually easing after a moment. This was the culmination of his most powerful strike. Even against an opponent of the same level in the blood exchange realm, one could easily fall beneath my blade if not cautious. Chen Yuan had always been conservative, refraining from claiming invincibility among his peers. However, with the exceptionally pure vitality refined through the dragon stance, combined with the profound essence of the 8 extremes Thunderblade, and the perfected stance techniques, he held considerable confidence among the foremost ranks of the blood exchange realm. From having nothing to achieving his current standing. Had it taken him 4 days? Or 5? At this pace, he would soon be poised to step onto the stage of the cosmos. Chen Yuan's gaze had never lingered on a blue-white star. His deepest desire was to formally enter the vast stage of the starry skies through the path of martial arts. Knowing that this cosmic expanse was far from lonely and bustling with life, it would be a disservice to his talent, system, and this rare opportunity to traverse realms if he did not personally venture forth and experience it. The first step towards this cosmic stage was to rank among the top 10,000 in the heavenly ladder, securing a place in a competitive university. Chen Yuan glanced at his current ranking. Heavenly ladder rank, 920,000. By defeating Duolong, he inherited his position, thus ranking at 920,000. Should he be bested by those behind him one day, he too would be supplanted, a regretful conclusion. Yet, he firmly believed that day would never arrive. Chapter 15. Harvest. Meanwhile, as Chen Yuan triumphed over Duolong, ascending the heavenly ladder to the 920,000th position, at Shanqing No. 1 High School. Rhythmic knocking echoed upon the door. Enter. The principal, Fan Yaoxing, responded without lifting his gaze. Principal, a student has entered the top 100,000 of the heavenly ladder, announced Li Tianming, the head teacher of the senior class. Is it my nephew Fan Tianming? Or perhaps Ji Xian from class 5? Fan inquired casually. Neither, came the reply. Li Tianming shook his head, recognizing Chen Yuan from class 2 of the senior year. Chen Yuan. Fan Yaoxing finally lifted his head. In his recollection of the students at the 9th level of the blood exchange realm, there was no one named Chen Yuan, not even among those at the 8th level. Thus, he inquired, what is the background of Chen Yuan? His parents perished during a riot instigated by heretical cultists. He began to emerge prominently just 5 days ago, having registered anew and ascended to the top 100 of the ladder in a mere 5 days. The impetus for his display of strength likely stemmed from the campus violence inflicted by his classmate, Wang Yao, who now lay in the hospital, both hands severed. Li Tianming meticulously detailed the information about Chen Yuan. Indeed, as the ladder's evaluation approached, various inconspicuous rising stars began to exert their strength. Are they merely idle? Or have they, in their daydreams, become so accustomed to masquerading as the weak that they no longer fear becoming the prey? The principal, Fan Yaoxing, spoke with a hint of confusion and a barely perceptible tinge of reproach. Each time the Star Alliance concluded its ladder evaluation, a cadre of previously unnoticed students would soar to prominence, ascending rapidly within the virtual combat platform. Year after year, such tales emerged, and one could grow weary of the twists and turns of these sagas. Well, as long as they are content, Li Tianming remained indifferent. If they preferred to feign weakness and endure humiliation, they had only themselves to blame. Speak plainly. What resources do you wish me to approve this time? Fan Yaoxing asked candidly. For a student with potential like Chen Yuan, merely receiving rewards from the Star Alliance was insufficient. The school needed to extend a gracious hand. Otherwise, failing to provide timely assistance while the student was still burgeoning could lead to regret when others poached the talent. Li Tianming extended his index finger, requesting 1 heart-calming pill. The heart-calming pill, an auxiliary elixir used to break through the Aperture realm, is valued at 100,000 star coins. The pill is indeed commendable, especially for a martial artist at the 9th level of the blood exchange realm. However, Fan Yaoxing did not immediately acquiesce. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, yet such students often prefer to conceal their true capabilities. It is likely that he has already transcended the Aperture realm. Let us instead opt for the Aperture-Nourishing Pill, which aids in both breakthroughs and nourishing the apertures. The Aperture-Nourishing Pill is priced at 150,000. The principal is truly exhaustively diligent. Li Tianming smiled slightly upon hearing this. If only these students could be more settled, I would not have to toil so hard. I hope that this lad Chen Yuan is indeed at the Aperture realm, lest my efforts be in vain. Fan Yaoxing rubbed his bald head, reminiscing about his youthful days, when he sported a majestic mane. At the 2nd high school, Huang Su, who was quietly jotting down notes, suddenly received a string of messages. He casually glanced at them. However, upon seeing the content, his spirit was immediately invigorated. Chen Yuan had actually entered the top 100 of the ladder, 92,000th. That was 6,000 places higher than himself. Yet, it was understandable. Having comprehended the essence of swordsmanship, while only at the 6th level of the blood exchange realm, was quite unusual. This lad certainly had hidden depths. Once he finished his current tasks in a couple of days, he would need to treat him to a meal and perhaps surprise him as well. Huang Su valued integrity, and every promise he made was etched in his memory. Having promised to treat Chen Yuan to a meal, he was determined to fulfill that commitment. In the combat chamber, Chen Yuan received an intelligent notification. The Virtual Combat League was affiliated with the Star Alliance, and the rewards for the top 100,000 on the ladder were directly issued by the Star Alliance, eliminating any time-consuming approval processes. The reward of 100,000 star coins had already been credited to Chen Yuan's personal terminal, ready for immediate withdrawal. With this sum in hand, Chen Yuan opted not to continue matching opponents, but instead chose to log out. Although his strength was formidable at the 9th level of the blood exchange realm, breaking into the top 100,000 in the Enlightenment realm posed a significant challenge. As for striving for the top 10,000, or even the top 1,000, that would be a pursuit for after he broke through to the Enlightenment realm. Chen Yuan had firmly resolved to expedite that breakthrough. Emerging from the combat pod, he noticed Lu Qing and Li Mingmao gathered beside it. This hidden master Chen Yuan, may I boldly inquire about your current ranking on the ladder? Lu Qing asked. Clearly informed of various matters by Li Mingmao, his tone tinged with playful curiosity. If you prefer not to disclose, that's perfectly fine, Li Mingmao added nonchalantly. Though her curiosity was palpable, Chen Yuan did not withhold the truth, stating plainly, I just reached the 920,000 mark and claimed the 100,000 star coins. He had no intention of concealing his prowess. After all, his strength was evolving rapidly, changing by the day. By the time others learned of his progress, it would already be outdated information. Who would have imagined that just 5 days prior, he was the one cornered by Wang Yao in a restroom, coerced into surrendering blood essence pills, too intimidated to retaliate. Haha, I told you not to overthink it, Lu Qing chuckled, then suddenly turned his head sharply, his speed causing a cracking sound in his neck as he fixated on Chen Yuan, as if he were a monster, exclaiming, 920,000? Is that for real? Li Mingmao, however, appeared considerably more composed, merely whispering, 9th level of the blood exchange realm? Indeed, without a doubt. The 9th level of the blood exchange realm, Chen Yuan affirmed confidently. And the 8 extremes Thunderblade technique? Yes. What about your foundational skills? Perfected, nothing more to elevate. Having received the answers she longed for directly from Chen Yuan, Li Mingmao felt a profound sense of defeat wash over her. She was once again reminded that the disparity between individuals could sometimes be greater than that between humans and dogs, a realization she had already begun to grasp. To be honest, she found it hard to fully believe Chen Yuan's claims, given his dubious past. Even if, in a few days, he suddenly proclaimed himself to be in the Enlightenment realm, she might not be particularly astonished. Well, with such a windfall of 100,000 star coins, let us hasten to treat us to a grand feast. Lu Qing, despite being an optimist, felt a twinge of discouragement. Though more so, he was genuinely pleased for Chen Yuan's accomplishments. At last, he could no longer be accused of idling away his time with dubious friends. He had inadvertently befriended a martial arts prodigy. Clearly, he had an eye for talent. Although he jested about a lavish banquet, Lu Qing ultimately suggested they dine on the cafeteria's specialty stir-fried dishes, resulting in a total expenditure of 180 star coins. Chapter 16, Yuan Magnetic Breathing. Dragon Elephant True Skill, and the Essence Nurturing Pill. Upon finishing their meal and exiting the dining hall, the trio encountered the high school's director of education, Li Tianming. Li Tianming exchanged a few warm pleasantries with Chen Yuan before presenting him with the Essence Nurturing Pill, a gesture of support from the school. After offering some encouragement to Chen Yuan, he departed. This was a pill valued at a staggering 150,000 star coins. It possessed immense significance, whether for breaking through to the Aperture realm or for nurturing the acupoints. Most importantly, unlike the blood chi pill, the Essence Nurturing Pill is strictly regulated by the Star Federation, with limited annual quotas for each region. For Shanxing No. 1 High School, the allocation was even scarcer. Lu Qing, well versed in such matters, remarked, though with a tone that revealed little envy, about the rarity of the 150,000 star coin Essence Nurturing Pill. Chen Yuan thoughtfully stroked his chin, contemplating just how much longevity this pill might bestow upon him. The rarity and utility of the pill held little value for him, since he did not rely on such resources for cultivation. What truly mattered to him was the potential increase in lifespan. After parting ways with Lu Qing and the others, Chen Yuan promptly decided to convert the freshly acquired Essence Nurturing Pill. Name: Chen Yuan Martial Path, Blood Exchange Realm. Level 9 Lifespan, 27 years Martial Arts, 8 Extremes Thunderblade, Mystical Technique, Thunderfall Rapid Slash, Great Dragon Posture, Perfection. His lifespan had increased from the original 12 years to 27 years. Thanks to the Essence Nurturing Pill valued at 150,000 star coins, which granted him an additional 15 years of life. This equates to a cost of 1,000 star coins per year of life, offering a better value than the blood chi pill. However, it is a commodity that is both available and priceless. Having money does not guarantee acquisition. Chen Yuan refrained from utilizing his life-draining ability as he lacked the requisite techniques for the Aperture realm, and 27 years still felt somewhat insufficient. potentially inadequate to support his breakthrough. At that moment, a message notification suddenly popped up on his personal terminal. Chen Yuan glanced at the content and then dismissed the terminal. The martial arts library was sparsely populated. This was partly due to the limited number of martial artists and the fact that mastering a single martial art could take years, resulting in few visitors to the library. On this occasion, Chen Yuan chose not to consult the librarian for assistance in selecting martial arts, but instead utilized the self-service device to conduct his own research. With his current permissions, he could access information on martial arts related to both the Blood Exchange realm and the Aperture realm. His first search focused on techniques for the Aperture realm. The human body contains a total of 361 acupoints, each corresponding to a sacred repository, all in a primordial state of closure. Upon entering the Aperture realm, the body begins to resonate and connect with the ubiquitous cosmic energy, breaking through the obstructions of the acupoints with a dragon-like vitality, allowing for the reception, filtration, and absorption of the free energy present in the universe. In this process, not only does one's vitality and physique experience explosive growth, but it may also bestow certain special attributes akin to superpowers from a previous life. In simpler terms, the attacks may carry enchanting properties. The nature of these enchanting attributes is primarily determined by the chosen techniques of the Aperture realm. The explosive ape breathing technique enhances strength during bursts of power but lacks subsequent complementary techniques, thus necessitating a cautious selection. Chen Yuan meticulously absorbed the details contained within. The absence of subsequent complementary techniques implies that it encompasses only the initial stage of enlightenment. Beyond this stage, one must transition to other forms of martial arts. This not only results in a waste of time, but also leads to conflicts due to the lack of a cohesive lineage in the techniques. Chen Yuan opted to eliminate such practices from consideration, gravitating instead towards the mainstream techniques, many of which were conceived by contemporary martial deities. Although these come at a steep price, the accompanying techniques are sufficient for prolonged cultivation. As for the martial arts that lead to the realm of the martial deities, reaching such heights necessitates not only learning but also constant innovation, forging one's unique path. The population of the Star Alliance is vast, yet the number of martial deities scarcely exceeds 1,000, making it evident that even a single martial deity cannot be allocated to the blue and white stars. This is a result of the long lifespans of martial deities, accumulated over millennia. The Yuan magnetic breathing technique, cultivated by the Thunder Radiance martial deity, is priced at 100,000 star coins, a sum that fits my budget perfectly. After a brief contemplation, Chen Yuan decided to pursue the Yuan magnetic breathing technique. Funds were running low, and he couldn't afford supplementary martial arts. Perhaps it was time to explore other options. The reward from the heavenly ladder, amounting to 1 million, was instantly depleted. The phrase wealth in literature, strength in martial arts was not merely a saying. The financial investment required to nurture a martial artist could indeed lead a middle-class family to the brink of bankruptcy. As he browsed, a martial art devoid of any rank insignia suddenly caught Chen Yuan's eye. What drew his attention was not merely the absence of a classification, but rather an annotation from the dragon elephant martial deity, the true skill of the primordial dragon elephant. I attained the realm of the dragon elephant martial deity through this. Blessed with exceptional talent since childhood, I found the true skill arduous to comprehend and defiant. Endeavored to master it. The true skill comprises 13 levels, progressing steadily without bottlenecks. Anyone in the world can cultivate it. 3 years for 1 level, 10 years for 2 levels, 30 years for 3 levels, and a century to reach the 4th level and ascend to the martial deity realm. After thousands of years of extraordinary experiences, barely achieving the 9th level, it is said that those who master the 13 levels can wield the divine power of 10 dragons and 10 elephants. I despair of ever achieving this in my lifetime. True skill? A forbidden art. Only those with extraordinary talent may practice it. Only those with long lifespans may cultivate it. The dragon elephant martial deity, renowned among martial deities for his strength, has expressed such sentiments regarding this martial art, indeed piquing curiosity. According to the dragon elephant martial deity, this arcane martial art requires a gradual approach and relies on the accumulation of time for breakthroughs, even for those gifted with the talents of a martial deity. After millennia of cultivation, he has barely reached the 9th level, with 4 levels remaining, leading him to lament the lack of hope for this lifetime. The divine power of 10 dragons and 10 elephants. The dragon elephant martial deity has only reached the 9th level. If I possessed such strength, I could likely obliterate a martial deity with a single punch, could I not? Here, the term dragon and elephant refers to the legendary divine beasts, known for their immense strength. Although Chen Yuan's talent was mediocre, even deemed inferior, his lifespan was abundant. even if the cultivation were arduous and required a gradual approach. Would 10,000 years not suffice? Not enough? Then how about 100,000 years? A million years? As long as the resources for martial arts are ample. What Chen Yuan lacks least is time. With a relentless commitment to his life essence, he firmly believed he could master the primordial dragon elephant true skill up to the 13th level. However, upon viewing the price of the primordial dragon elephant true skill, Chen Yuan felt utterly disheartened. The first level of the primordial dragon elephant true skill costs 200,000 star coins. This is merely the first tier. Even at Shancheng No. 1 High School, the purchasing channel is limited to this initial level, while the remaining 12 tiers require alternative methods to access, such as enlisting in the military, which undoubtedly provides genuine opportunities for advancement. Alternatively, one might consider the universities that consolidate the resources of the entire Star Alliance. They certainly offer authentic avenues for growth. The mixed origin dragon elephant technique seems tailor-made for me, and I must endeavor to cultivate it. Chen Yuan felt an insatiable yearning. Yet his financial situation was dire. Thus, he decided to leave the martial arts library and seek wealth. Chapter 17. Earth Dragon Meat and Bay Community. Yang Rui swung the long knife in his hand, beginning to present his assignment to Chen Yuan. Although the execution was somewhat clumsy, Yang Rui managed to perform a complete set of the 8 Extremes Thunderblade. Clearly, during these 3 days, Yang Rui had diligently practiced the 8 Extremes Thunderblade. It appeared he had not been idle, though his mistakes were numerous, particularly concerning his power generation. His waist was overly stiff. In truth, Yang Rui's talent far surpassed that of Chen Yuan, both in comprehending the 8 Extremes Thunderblade and in the refinement of his vitality. However, with a profound understanding of the 8 Extremes Thunderblade, correcting Yang Rui's errors was quite effortless for Chen Yuan, akin to asking a battered high school student to solve a basic linear equation. Let me give it a try. Yang Rui's expression was earnest as he began to amend his 8 Extremes Thunderblade according to Chen Yuan's guidance. Do not strive to replicate my technique exactly. You must discover the variant of the 8 Extremes Thunderblade that suits you best in order to grasp its essence, Chen Yuan advised. Although the teachings of the 8 Extremes Thunderblade are uniform, the insights each individual gains are invariably distinct. In 1,000 eyes, there exist 1,000 interpretations of Hamlet. The same principle applies to martial arts. The lightning-fast strike that Chen Yuan comprehended may transform into Yang Rui's own unique interpretation, perhaps a gentle blossom cut. Such outcomes are unpredictable. Martial arts practice does not adhere to a fixed, standardized formula, especially as a practitioner's strength grows, leading to an increasing emphasis on innovation. For only one's own martial path is the most fitting. As they practiced, Yang Rui suddenly inquired, "Teacher, what is your current rank on the heavenly ladder?" 920,000, Chen Yuan replied without reservation. By now, Yang Rui no longer harbored the initial resistance he had upon arrival. Able to calmly address Chen Yuan as teacher, "My father said that if I could gain admission to university, I could bring my mother back. Do you think I can make it?" "I am certain you can. As for yourself, I cannot say," Chen Yuan remarked, sipping his water nonchalantly. Yang Rui retorted, "What kind of teacher says such things? Undermining a student's confidence?" He was astute enough to realize that only the top 10,000 on the heavenly ladder qualify for the university elimination tournament. And with Chen Yuan ranked at 920,000, there was still a considerable gap. Chen Yuan continued to drink water, casually peeling an orange. Yang Rui, of course, was skeptical. "You're just boasting." Chen Yuan remained silent, prompting Yang Rui to grow anxious. Chen Yuan extended his foot, and the familiar scene unfolded once more as Yang Rui was once again tripped and fell to the ground. Do not dwell on the past, nor be distracted by the present. Focus solely on perfecting your blade, and refrain from entertaining trivial thoughts. Upon exiting the He-Wan residential community, Chen Yuan did not rush home. Instead, he leisurely made his way to the center of Shanxing City, following his navigation to a restaurant named Hushuan. The Hushuan restaurant boasts 3 floors. The first floor features a spacious dining hall filled with tables for patrons, while the second and third floors consist of private rooms. Chen Yuan's destination was room 201, located on the second floor. Huangsu was already waiting there. Upon spotting Chen Yuan, he greeted him with enthusiasm. "Finally, you've arrived. How is it? Is the boss's son easy to teach? I heard he can be a bit stubborn. Hasn't he given you too much trouble, has he?" Yang Rui is of good character and studies diligently. Chen Yuan slowly removed his coat and placed it on a nearby chair before taking a seat. "You're in for a treat. The earth dragon meat here is of exceptional quality. Be careful not to swallow your tongue." Huangsu chuckled heartily. 3 days prior, Chen Yuan had received a message from Huangsu inviting him to this meal and teasing about a surprise. Whether it would be surprising or not, Chen Yuan was quite clear on his objective: to eat. Curious about what earth dragon meat was, Chen Yuan did not press for an explanation. As Huang Su wore an expression that suggested he would find out soon enough, he signaled to the waiter at the door to bring out the dishes. In just 2 minutes, a steaming array of 4 dishes and a soup was presented before Chen Yuan, vibrant in color and visually tantalizing. All the main dishes are earth dragon meat. Go ahead, give it a try. You'll see, Huang Su urged, winking at Chen Yuan, not one to be polite. Chen Yuan promptly picked up a piece of meat and savored it slowly. The flavor was exquisite, living up to its enticing appearance. Wait, my vitality seems to be reacting? As soon as the meat entered his stomach, Chen Yuan felt a gentle warmth emanating within him. The more he ate, the more intense this warmth became, as if a small furnace had ignited in his belly. Simultaneously, his vital energy began to circulate involuntarily within him, seemingly digesting this mysterious warmth. His vitality had increased. Although only a modest enhancement, it was indeed a result of consuming this so-called earth dragon meat. How do you feel? Understand now? Huang Su, noticing Chen Yuan's astonished expression, chuckled. Earth dragon meat promotes the circulation of vital energy. Regular consumption can elevate the vitality of an ordinary person who is never trained to approximately the second layer of the blood transformation realm. This is known as dietary supplementation or medicinal cuisine, which most people cannot afford. Just this meal alone costs nearly 10,000 star coins. If it weren't for treating you, I wouldn't usually indulge like this. Seeing Chen Yuan's chopsticks moving ever more rapidly, Huang Su knew he had to keep pace. If he continued to talk, Chen Yuan would finish the entire table of dishes single-handedly. Thus, he quickly picked up his own chopsticks to join in. Minutes later, Chen Yuan patted his pleasantly warm belly, feeling utterly satisfied. The table, once laden with 4 dishes and a soup, was now completely devoid of any remnants, all consumed by Chen Yuan and Huang Su. Your chopsticks moved so swiftly that they seemed to leave an afterimage. How did you manage to incorporate some essence of the 8 Extremes Thunderblade into your technique? Huang Su remarked, having spoken a bit too much, his pace faltering, and he found himself unable to compete with Chen Yuan. As a result, he left the table still feeling somewhat hungry, with 3 portions remaining. What do you understand? This is martial arts ingrained in the marrow, seamlessly fused into the mundane. With every gesture echoing the essence of the 8 Extremes Thunderblade, Chen Yuan, with his eyes wide open, spouted nonsense. Taking advantage of Huang Su's lack of comprehension of the profound truths, it would be a miracle if Huang Su believed him. Having eaten, what about the surprise you mentioned? What sort of surprise? Chen Yuan swiftly shifted the topic. If it is spoken of so casually, how could it still be deemed a surprise? Huang Su smiled enigmatically. By the way, I heard you've entered the million rankings on the heavenly ladder? Congratulations. You know this too. Chen Yuan was astonished. While he was not surprised that the school was aware, he was taken aback that Huang Su knew about his ranking within the top million. I even know that no. One high school gifted you a spirit essence pill. In our line of work, if one lacks awareness, they might as well be left to the winds of the Northwest. Huang Su proudly raised his chin, then inquired, do you know how many people are in number 1 and number 2 high schools? And what are their names? Without waiting for Chen Yuan's reply, he continued, I know them all. Impressive. What more could Chen Yuan say? He could only silently give Huang Su a thumbs up. Chapter 18. The Black Market. The Black Market. The surprise Huang Su spoke of was to take Chen Yuan to experience the black market in the mountain city. The black market was located in the outskirts of the mountain city, and after passing through 3 layers of identity checks, the two finally entered a vast underground garage. Compared to the typically desolate underground garages, this place was bustling with activity. Vendors were scattered everywhere, selling peculiar items such as subpar nutrient solutions and unknown brand elixirs. Chen Yuan even spotted a blood essence pill priced at 20,000 star coins, compared to the market price of 70,000 for a single one. This black market price was simply terrifying. Be cautious. There are many counterfeit products in the black market, and newcomers with insufficient discernment can easily fall victim, Huang Su warned. In truth, even without Huang Su's warning, Chen Yuan had little faith in the authenticity of the 20,000 star coin blood essence pill. Logically, the production cost of a first-grade blood essence pill exceeds 20,000. It is inconceivable that anyone would engage in such a losing venture. Moreover, Chen Yuan could sense that this blood essence pill could not possibly enhance one's lifespan. It was clearly a counterfeit. Be careful when you come here. The black market is rife with mixed forces, including not just swindlers, but also rebels, foreign races, and even cultists of the dark gods, Huang Su remarked as they walked. Cultists of the dark gods exist? Does the Star Alliance not intervene? Upon hearing about the cultists, Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes. It is much easier to manage them when gathered in a single black market than scattered everywhere. There are plenty of undercover law enforcement members in the black market. Should trouble arise, they can swiftly control the situation. However, there is no need for excessive worry. The black market has its own rules. As long as you do not cause trouble, major issues are unlikely to arise. At most, you might lose some money, which can be considered as tuition fees. When I first came here, I was swindled out of quite a bit. It was only later that I learned my lesson. Huang Su chuckled, and then led Chen Yuan to a shop with a sheep's head sign hanging at the entrance. Though the underground garage of the black market was expansive, it was still merely a garage. A glance around revealed mostly individual vendors. A shop with its own entrance clearly had something of value. Upon entering the store, no one was in sight. "Old Wu, I brought you a guest. A potential client." Huang Su shouted at the top of his lungs, and suddenly, a sound echoed from the ceiling. A man with a pair of cat ears nimbly flipped down. A cat human? This was Chen Yuan's first encounter with a member of this rare species, which was seldom seen on Blue White Star. It was rumored that many cat humans worked as interstellar streamers. However, due to the localized network on Blue White Star, Chen Yuan had never witnessed such interstellar broadcasters. "Huang Su, I have told you not to bring people here casually. The enforcement team is not to be trifled with." Old Wu approached the two with a stern expression. Yet, as his gaze fell upon Chen Yuan, the coldness on his face softened slightly, and he nodded, remarking, "This lad surpasses you. That's why I brought him to meet you. He might just become your significant client in the future." Huang Su casually pulled over a chair and sat down. "Chen Yuan, just call me Old Wu. If you need medicine or cultivation resources, you can come to me. My prices are definitely lower than market value." After a brief introduction, they had established an acquaintance. "Are you practicing the dragon stance?" Old Wu suddenly inquired. Chen Yuan was taken aback that Old Wu could discern his cultivation method so easily. Could he possibly be a master? Huang Su seemed to read Chen Yuan's thoughts. "Don't think too much. Old Wu has never trained in martial arts. He simply has extensive exposure, and as a cat human, his senses are much sharper than those of ordinary people." When I first met Old Wu, I was equally taken aback by him. "However, you are actually practicing the dragon stance? While it is potent in purifying vital energy and blood, it is exceedingly time-consuming, and few would actively choose it." Old Wu paid no mind to Huang Su revealing his background. The vital energy and blood produced through the dragon stance is richer than that of other postures, akin to a fine vintage wine aged for decades. "Kid, would you be interested in selling your blood? I offer a high price. How does 1,000 star coins for 100 milliliters sound?" "Sell blood?" Chen Yuan quickly shook his head. The blood of a martial artist is not something that can be sold casually. The path of vital energy and blood heavily relies on blood. Excessive loss can easily lead to a deficiency in vital energy. In severe cases, even one's martial arts realm could be affected, potentially dropping from the 9th layer of blood exchange realm to the 7th. Old Wu shook his head in disappointment. "You still aren't desperate enough for money. Huang Su used to come to me every so often to sell his blood. You were that hard up for cash? You've sold blood before?" Chen Yuan gazed at Huang Su, astonished. "Just some regrettable past experiences." Huang Su shrugged, expressing helplessness without further elaboration. "May I ask, Old Wu, what do you need the blood for? Surely you aren't planning to drink it?" Chen Yuan's expression turned somewhat peculiar at the thought of Old Wu's metaphor regarding the taste of vital energy. "Drink blood?" Both Huang Su and Old Wu were momentarily stunned before exchanging glances and bursting into laughter. "How could you think of drinking blood?" "Of course, it is for research purposes. Some elixirs also require the blood of martial artists as a catalyst. For instance, the vital energy pill is one such example. I don't practice any dark arts, nor am I a follower of any evil deity. What else would I need blood for?" "The vital energy pill?" Chen Yuan noted the key point. "Do you sell the vital energy pill here? Isn't that something strictly regulated by the Star Alliance?" Old Wu patiently explained, "I do not merely sell qi and blood pills. I also craft them myself. It is not a particularly difficult endeavor. Ultimately, the Star Alliance derived the initial methods for creating these pills from the populace, subsequently refining them through numerous modifications to arrive at the present formulation. However, the profit margins in the pill trade are exorbitantly high, prompting the Star Alliance to establish a monopoly, even forbidding the populace from producing their own qi and blood pills." Huang Su added, "But with such a vast star domain, how can the Star Alliance possibly oversee everything? People secretly concoct them and sell them on the black market, as long as it remains under the radar. The Star Alliance is generally disinterested in intervening. There was even a time when the Star Alliance aimed to monopolize the nutritional liquid market, but unforeseen circumstances compelled them to abandon that pursuit. In the future, if you wish to procure qi and blood pills, simply come to Old Wu. The market price is 70,000, but he sells them for 60,000, with even greater discounts for bulk purchases, all while ensuring quality that rivals that of the Star Alliance. 60,000. That is a savings of 10,000, a considerable sum indeed. Huang Su's assistance in bringing him to the black market was invaluable. I shall return in the future, Chen Yuan nodded, then proactively stated, all right. Let us address the matter at hand. You cannot simply have brought me here for a leisurely stroll through the black market, can you? Let us get straight to business. Huang Su's elaborate efforts seemed excessive if they were merely to show him around. After all, how many times had they truly met? Their relationship was not intimate enough for such gestures. Chen Yuan never believed that his imposing aura would elicit heartfelt openness from everyone. That notion was far too unrealistic. Huang Su's smile abruptly vanished as he turned to Old Wu. Once Old Wu nodded, he said, very well, I shall not beat around the bush. Let us discuss the matter directly. Chapter 19. The opening of the aperture, breakthrough. You are in need of money, are you not? We happen to have a lucrative opportunity here, contingent upon your willingness to engage. Huang Su began slowly. Is it dangerous? Chen Yuan inquired. He could discern that this task was evidently not akin to the previous instruction given to Yang Rue on the 8 Extremes Thunderblade. It was not dangerously perilous. But there was indeed a risk of death involved. To be candid, Old Wu discovered a living 3-headed python in Black Mountain, lacking the strength to procure it himself. He has entrusted me with this task. A 3-headed python. The mountain city is encircled by towering peaks, the trees adorned with peculiar dark leaves, rendering the mountains seemingly pitch black. Thus the moniker Black Mountain. It is said that the tree's obsidian hue resulted from a great battle on Blue-White Star, where the blood of celestial behemoths fell, dramatically altering the ecological landscape of Black Mountain. Even the creatures inhabiting it underwent mutations, becoming exceedingly formidable, collectively referred to as extraordinary beasts. The most common of these, the crimson-toothed tiger, is classified as a powerful entity within the aperture-opening realm according to human martial standards. On Blue-White Star, due to the inherent value of these extraordinary beasts, a policy of complete eradication was not adopted. Instead, an annual sweep is conducted, akin to harvesting crops, to gradually extract their worth. However, ordinary individuals are not prohibited from entering the mountains to hunt extraordinary beasts, as it is a perilous endeavor that most dare not undertake. A 3-headed python? Even ordinary aperture-opening experts would retreat in fear. How can we 3 hope to capture it? Chen Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. He undoubtedly seeks profit. Yet that does not equate to courting death. Reality is far removed from the realm of virtual combat platforms. Once life is extinguished, it cannot be rekindled. I am not foolish. Old Wu has discovered that the 3-headed python is on the verge of laying eggs. Once the laying is complete, it will enter a period of vulnerability. Together, we are more than capable of handling it. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yuan recognized that if the situation were indeed as described, it was certainly feasible. But what of the reward? Old Wu interjected, stating, I require only the eggs of the 3-headed python, and I will compensate each of you with 300,000 star coins as a differential. Furthermore, the skin, flesh, blood, and even bones of the 3-headed python are sought after in the black market, fetching approximately 400,000 without difficulty. When all is considered, the total would amount to around 500,000 star coins. To clarify, only the 2 of you will engage. I shall merely provide information regarding the 3-headed python. It is settled then. Chen Yuan, without hesitation, nodded in agreement. 500,000 star coins were worth the risk. Moreover, he harbored his own intentions. By familiarizing himself with and adapting to the environment of Black Mountain, he could subsequently hunt exotic beasts for profit, thus opening another avenue for income. Additionally, the battles within the virtual combat platform, no matter how realistically simulated, are ultimately fictional. Chen Yuan needed to enhance his real-world combat experience, as the university assessments would reflect actual prowess. Surviving a bloody battle is worth 10 years of arduous training. Such sensations cannot be grasped within a virtual combat platform. No martial god has ever been forged through it. Let us set the date for 1 week hence, based on my experience. The 3-headed python will likely lay its eggs around this time. Seeing no objections, Old Wu confirmed the timing. Naturally, Huang Su and Chen Yuan had no dissenting opinions. Prepare well, bring provisions for approximately 3 days, and do not forget your weapons, Huang Su advised. I am aware. With 7 days at his disposal, Chen Yuan was not idle, merely sitting at home awaiting his fate. He first sought out a bank representative, leveraging his impressive rank of 920,000 on the ladder, alongside his family's old residence, to secure a loan of 300,000 star coins. After all, it was a loan. He could repay it later, which posed no issue for Chen Yuan. With the 300,000 star coins acquired, he promptly approached Old Wu to purchase 5 vitality pills for a mere 280,000 star coins. Why procure so many vitality pills? Are you planning to consume them? Although he made a modest profit, Old Wu could not help but inquire. I will be entering Black Mountain soon to face the three-headed python, so bolstering my strength brings reassurance. Chen Yuan fabricated a casual excuse. Do not overthink it. It is not as perilous as you imagine. If it were a matter of life and death, I would be the first to withdraw, Old Wu reassured him. Chen Yuan smiled and remained silent. The 5 vitality pills, extending his lifespan by 25 years. Upon acquiring these resources, the first step was to convert them into longevity. The 5 vitality pills granted Chen Yuan a remarkable lifespan of 52 years. Then, he began to expend his life force. Brother Tongzi, assist me in breaking through to the Qi opening realm. In the first year, you followed the breakthrough technique of the Yuan magnetic breathing method, attempting to breach the Qi opening realm, but failed. The acupoints were damaged. Rest and recuperate. In the 5th year, your injuries finally healed. And you attempted to break through once more, but failed again. The acupoints were damaged. Rest and recuperate. In the 12th year, after the meridians had recovered, you dared not be careless. Once your body and spirit were in optimal condition, you attempted to break through for the 3rd time, only to fail, resulting in severe damage to your meridians. After 3 failures, you came to terms with the fact that you were an ordinary person. However, the experiences of those failures endowed you with a profound memory of the intricacies of the breakthrough process. Thus, you began to recuperate while diligently studying the insights gained from your attempts. By the 30th year, fully prepared, you commenced your breakthrough once more. This time, you were brimming with confidence. Perhaps it was due to your mental assurance, or perhaps the accumulated experience from the 3 failures. This attempt met with no obstructions. After 30 years, you finally transcended to the realm of enlightenment. As the culmination of your efforts concluded, Chen Yuan suddenly realized that his senses had transformed. Although he saw and heard things just as before, there was an indistinct awareness of something more. Universal energy. It permeated everywhere, yet could only be perceived by a martial artist who had entered the enlightened realm. In addition, there was a qualitative enhancement in strength, speed, and reflexes, all achieved in an instant. The transition from the blood exchange realm to enlightenment was, in essence, a leap of life, an evolution. Countless individuals, even aware of their lack of martial talent, still ventured into the martial arts for this very reason. The immense power concentrated within a single being. That is what it means to be a martial artist. Name, Chen Yuan Martial Path, Enlightened Realm Lifespan, 42 years martial arts, 8 extremes Thunderblade, Essence of Lightning Strike, Great Dragon Stance, Perfected, Yuan Magnetic Breathing Method, 0361. Why is the lifespan not 22 years? How did it become 42? Prior to the breakthrough, the lifespan was 52 years. The transition to the enlightened realm consumed 30 years. So logically, only 22 years should remain. However, upon examining his panel, Chen Yuan was bewildered to find that his lifespan inexplicably increased by 20 years, now reaching 42. A sudden realization struck him. Indeed, the leap of life. The breakthrough from the blood exchange realm to enlightenment naturally extended one's lifespan. Thus, these additional 20 years were a benefit of the breakthrough. This unexpected delight filled Chen Yuan with the exhilaration akin to winning the lottery after casually purchasing a ticket. Chapter 20. The Great Boss. On this day, as usual, Chen Yuan arrived at the He-Wan community. Yet, upon entering, he hesitated slightly, sensing an unusual atmosphere. It was not merely the ambience. He could faintly perceive that someone was watching him. Not just one, but several experts. Where could they be? Thanks to his breakthrough into the enlightened realm, his intuitive senses had significantly sharpened. Had he still been in the blood exchange realm, he would have undoubtedly failed to notice. Yet, regardless of how intently he observed, he could not detect a trace of those who were surveilling him. At that moment, the old steward approached Chen Yuan and said, "Mr. Chen Yuan, the great boss has returned and wishes to meet with you." The great boss has returned. Chen Yuan instantly understood. The great boss was a high-ranking military official, and those who were watching him were likely protectors of the great boss, their strength probably formidable. "Lead the way," he replied. The old steward led Chen Yuan to the top floor, opened the door, and gestured for him to enter alone, then slowly closed the door behind him. The impression the big boss gave Chen Yuan was, first and foremost, one of ordinariness. Indeed, he appeared utterly unremarkable if he were to blend into a crowd. Chen Yuan would never believe this individual was a high-ranking figure within the military. The big boss, in both appearance and demeanor, resembled an ordinary person in every respect. "You must be Chen Yuan. There is no need to be formal. Please take a seat." The big boss spoke first, his tone gentle. Chen Yuan, showing no hesitation, approached the tea table opposite the big boss, pulled out a chair, and sat down directly, inquiring, "May I ask what you require of me?" Nothing much. I merely wish to meet my son's teacher, the big boss explained, then personally brewed a cup of tea for Chen Yuan. What do you think of it? As your son's teacher, you should find it adequate. Chen Yuan took a sip, unable to discern any particular flavor. Though he understood that the big boss's tea must be exceptional, he had little knowledge of tea and could only muster a simple compliment. It's good. Just a jest. There are many teachers for Yang Rui, yet few can command his respect, the big boss chuckled. I owe Yang Rui much, as long as he is happy. I do not concern myself with matters of capability. Thus, I hope to establish a long-term agreement with you to continue teaching my son. Would you be inclined to accept this offer? Should you agree, I am prepared to offer a salary 5 times your current rate, with annual increases that will ensure you are well compensated. To the big boss's astonishment, Chen Yuan rejected the offer almost without thought, his reasoning audacious. I apologize, but I will soon be preparing for university assessments. After that, I may no longer be on Blue-White Star, and therefore unable to teach Yang Rui. His implication was clear. He was determined to succeed in his university entrance exams. The big boss did not mock or persuade him otherwise. He merely nodded slightly and replied, Very well then. Should you change your mind, you may speak with the steward. The promised remuneration will remain valid. Chen Yuan understood the big boss's intent to dismiss him and, recognizing the hint, voluntarily stated, If there is nothing further, I shall go teach Yang Rui now, as today's lessons are quite numerous. Yes, thank you for your efforts. After Chen Yuan departed, the big boss stared intently at the teacup Chen Yuan had emptied, remaining motionless as if lost in thought. The old steward entered, tidying the tea table while asking, Sir, what are your thoughts on Mr. Chen Yuan? The big boss enunciated slowly, unrestrained. The future, he mused, was destined for either great endeavors or significant upheaval. Only in death would there be tranquility. Meanwhile, after leaving, Chen Yuan noticed the faint sensation of being watched had vanished. Not dwelling on it further, he arrived at Yang Rui's room. Upon entering, he immediately stated, I just met with your father. Ah. Yang Rui's expression shifted, and he anxiously inquired, He didn't treat you poorly, did he? I'll go speak with him. Chen Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. You don't genuinely believe your father is dissatisfied with my performance and has come specifically to dismiss me, do you? Isn't that the case? Yang Rui retorted, though he soon felt reassured by Chen Yuan's demeanor, which indicated that the reality was quite different from his fears. Your father wishes to extend our agreement, allowing me to teach you for a few more years, but I declined, Chen Yuan clarified. Yang Rui was somewhat perplexed. Why the refusal? Our family is not lacking in funds. Since the university is not located on Blue and White Star, I won't have much time to teach you after you enroll. Huh, with 920,000 students, do you still aspire to attend university? Dream on. It would be better to continue teaching me. Who knows, you might earn enough to marry a wife. Yang Rui scoffed, skepticism evident in his tone. Chen Yuan chose not to delve further into this topic. Instead, he ruffled Yang Rui's hair and said, You possess talent, resources, and connections. You are not deficient in any aspect. Your chances of entering university are quite significant. Put in the effort. Who knows, you might even become my junior in the future. Now, demonstrate the 8 extremes Thunderblade for me. Let us see if you've been slacking. Chen Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, his breathing steady, practicing the Yuan magnetic breathing technique, striving to capture the surrounding cosmic energy. The cosmos presents a myriad of energies, and depending on the breathing technique, the type of energy one should focus on capturing varies. The Yuan magnetic breathing technique requires the absorption of energy inclined towards thunder, electricity, or magnetic attributes. The human body contains 361 acupoints. However, they are inherently blocked and congested, necessitating the gradual infusion of cosmic energy to break through. Once an acupoint is opened, it resonates with the internal qi and blood. When an acupoint is activated, it is akin to unlocking a hidden sanctuary, allowing for autonomous breathing and gradually forming a microcircuit of circulation within the body. Blood purification, acupoint unlocking, and physical conditioning are collectively referred to as the small golden body of martial arts, enabling one to sustain life in the cosmic expanse for 3 hours without succumbing. Chen Yuan was not in a rush to expend his life force. Rather, he sought to experience the arduous process of unlocking acupoints. One reason for this was to appreciate the challenges involved. As the night passed, the pace was slower than a snail climbing a tree. If he were to rely solely on his cultivation, he wondered how long it would take to break through even one acupoint. 1 year? 2 years? Not to mention unlocking all 361 acupoints. Chen Yuan was well aware of his mediocre martial arts talent, yet he could not help but feel a tinge of discouragement. It wasn't he that his talent was lacking. He merely matched the average level of ordinary individuals on Blue and White Star. However, In comparison to those who chose the path of martial arts, his potential seemed somewhat inadequate. Nevertheless, Chen Yuan quickly regained his spirits. Lu Qing and Li Mingmao possessed martial arts talents that surpassed his own, yet they still struggled in the preliminary layers of blood purification. With a population of 1 billion on Blue and White Star, how many could truly pursue the path of martial arts? Even 1 in 10,000 would be an overestimation. The arduous path is never congested. The profundity of the 8 Extremes Thunderblade is not significantly different from that of ordinary introductory martial arts, and it suits me well as a means of output, though I am destined to abandon it later. Unless I continue to expend my life force to advance the 8 Extremes Thunderblade to the level of introductory martial arts, my current realm does not necessitate innovation. Such a waste of lifespan would be counterproductive. With 42 years of life ahead, there is no rush, even in the face of danger. The process of breaking through can occur in an instant. Chen Yuan was not in a hurry to expend his life force, for he still contemplated the Hunyuan Dragon Elephant technique he had discovered previously. His rate of breakthrough and strengthening was exceedingly rapid. Ordinary martial arts could hardly keep pace, leading to swift obsolescence, as exemplified by the 8 Extremes Thunderblade, which would soon become irrelevant. However, the Hunyuan Dragon Elephant technique was different. Even martial gods found it challenging to cultivate to the 13th layer, making it sufficient for Chen Yuan to train in during the later stages, remaining useful throughout. Chen Yuan was not lacking in lifespan. He could continuously evolve, and one day he would surely cultivate to the 13th level. At that time, with the divine strength of 10 dragons and 10 elephants at his side, who could possibly stand against him? After slaying 3 giant pythons, he would exchange the earned star coins for the first layer of the primordial dragon elephant true skill. I am eager to see just how difficult it can be. Even the dragon elephant martial god has lamented its difficulty. Chapter 21. Entering the mountains at the appointed time. Chen Yuan shouldered a travel bag containing provisions and water sufficient for 3 days, while firmly grasping a standard long knife. He had exhausted nearly all of his assets, with this knife consuming a significant portion. The virtual combat platform was indeed convenient. One could craft any weapon they desired. Chen Yuan sighed at this thought. However, it could only serve as an auxiliary. Relying entirely on the virtual combat platform, no matter how extraordinary one's talent, would ultimately lead to mediocrity. There had never been a martial god born solely from virtual technology without experiencing life and death battles. A true warrior must endure countless trials to shatter their limits and forge ahead toward the path of martial divinity. Upon arriving at the designated meeting point, Huang Su and Old Wu had already arrived, with a rugged off-road vehicle parked nearby. Chen Yuan, get in, Huang Su called out. Old Wu was responsible for providing information and driving. Aside from not participating in combat, he was knowledgeable in nearly everything. As Chen Yuan settled into the vehicle, securing his backpack, he noticed Huang Su's face was etched with tension, his legs firmly pressed against the front seat, hands gripping the armrests tightly. Suddenly, before he could react, an overwhelming force pushed him back into his seat. The rear of the vehicle erupted with 4 jets of blue flames, akin to 4 miniature volcanoes erupting, propelling them with astonishing power. The scenery outside blurred into a seamless stream, zipping past like shooting stars. This was the true allure of the internal combustion engine. Old Wu, sitting in the driver's seat, perked up, his ears twitching in excitement as he shouted, his expression turning wildly ecstatic. As if colliding with something, the vehicle suddenly soared into the air and then crashed down with a thunderous boom, causing Chen Yuan's head to collide with the roof due to inertia. He even suspected that after a few more of these jolts, the vehicle might very well fall apart. Huang Su, you should have warned me earlier, Chen Yuan exclaimed. This modified vehicle is a bit excessive, isn't it? This is illegal. He hastily mimicked Huang Su's earlier posture, bracing himself as best as he could to remain firmly in his seat. After a bumpy ride, thanks to the formidable physique of a martial artist, Chen Yuan gradually acclimated, no longer feeling as uncomfortable as at the beginning. Soon, the trio arrived at the foot of the Black Mountain. After getting out of the vehicle, Old Wu appeared significantly calmer, as if what Chen Yuan had witnessed before was merely an illusion. This isn't even fast, he remarked. Once you martial artists are equipped with mechs, you'll easily break the sound barrier. Alas, I shall never experience that in my lifetime. Old Wu chuckled. Though he was only about 10 years older than Chen Yuan and Huang Su, his tone carried an air of age. The mechs he referred to were among the many creations of the Star Alliance. Ordinary individuals could hardly withstand the terrifying acceleration and impact of mechs. Thus, they must be operated by the bodies of martial artists. The martial artists paired with mechas experience a near doubling of their strength. However, such matters remain beyond Chen Yuan's reach for now. one must first enter university to begin engaging in mecha manipulation. Old Wu. The three-headed python might lay its eggs at any moment. Let us keep watch. Once it has finished laying, I will join Chen Yuan in taking action, Huang Su declared. They only knew that the egg-laying period was imminent within the next few days, but the exact timing remained elusive, even to Old Wu. Thus, they could only send someone to monitor and await the opportune moment. Isn't the three-headed python's perception quite acute? If we get too close, we might inadvertently alarm it. Chen Yuan questioned. Rest assured, since I brought you along, I have a plan. Old Wu replied, setting down his large backpack and retrieving 3 pairs of rather mechanical-looking glasses, which he handed to the two. These are biological detectors. Whether by day or night, they will suffice for monitoring the three-headed python, though their battery life is somewhat limited. But they will do. Did you make these yourself? Chen Yuan inquired, donning the glasses and connecting them to his personal terminal, akin to discovering a new world. Layers of lifeless debris like sand and stone fell away, revealing only the trees emitting a faint green glow, while the birds nestled among the branches were depicted in blue. And the two companions beside him appeared as a vibrant yellow. Just a little trick. If you are willing to dedicate time to training in martial arts to learn this, you would not fare much worse than I, Old Wu modestly remarked. This time, aside from the mutant beasts dwelling in Black Mountain, the greatest threat emanated from other hunters of these creatures. We must keep our wealth concealed and not underestimate their ambition, Huang Su cautioned. Black Mountain houses mutant beasts that can be exchanged for money. Despite the dangers, it also attracts numerous hunters, known as beast hunters. While their raw power pales in comparison to martial artists, their experience is far more seasoned, and they are adept in the use of firearms. A single misstep could spell disaster, even for experts in the blood exchange realm. Have no worries. Both Old Wu and Huang Su moved with practiced ease, clearly seasoned veterans of Black Mountain. Chen Yuan, not lacking in wisdom, absorbed their counsel and prepared to learn in order to better equip himself for the forthcoming hunt. Old Wu produced a handmade large-caliber hunting rifle, while Chen Yuan and Huang Su gripped their knives and swords tightly. Should we encounter any unexpected situations, do not concern yourselves with me. While I may not be as formidable as you martial artists, I possess sufficient means for self-defense, Old Wu stated, just in case. Then, taking the lead, Old Wu ventured forth, with Chen Yuan in the middle and Huang Su bringing up the rear, as the trio plunged into the depths of Black Mountain. Black Mountain is not merely a mountain, it is the outer edge of a mountain range. From a distance, it lives up to its name, appearing as a dark, lifeless expanse devoid of any greenery. Yet upon entering, the cacophony of various creatures reverberated throughout, suggesting a thriving ecosystem of its own. My first visit here was due to Old Wu's persuasion. I had just entered high school and, lacking funds, reluctantly accompanied him to Black Mountain to hunt mutant beasts. I was responsible for the killing while Old Wu handled processing and sales. We made quite a profit. However, I later realized that acting as an intermediary was more lucrative with less effort. Thus, I ceased frequenting Black Mountain. Huang Su, with a cheerful demeanor, enlivened the atmosphere, allowing Chen Yuan to relax somewhat. Maintaining a state of heightened vigilance had left Chen Yuan feeling fatigued. How charming you once were, eager to listen and learn. Unlike the shrewd individual you've become now, which is rather dull, remarked Old Wu, who was clearing the path ahead. There indeed exists a rudimentary trail through the Black Mountain, albeit a challenging one. It would be far more convenient than forging a new route. However, Old Wu seemed resolute in his decision to plunge directly into a thicket, wielding a rusty machete to hack away at the underbrush and forcibly carve a path. Why are you so eager to earn money? Chen Yuan could not help but inquire. You've amassed quite a fortune over the years. Surely that should suffice for your cultivation? This time, Huang Su did not evade the topic, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. What other reason could there be? My family has encountered misfortune, and my mother requires a substantial sum each month for her treatment, compelling me to earn a living. His tone was matter of fact, as if discussing an everyday occurrence. He smiled, adding, now that my strength has improved, along with my connections, earning money has become considerably easier. The initial years were tough. I had to borrow money from everywhere, diving headfirst into any opportunity, which often resulted in silent losses. You truly had it rough. But it seems you've finally turned a corner, Chen Yuan remarked, shaking his head. Huang Su tilted his head. You dare say I had it rough? You are in a far worse predicament. Chen Yuan pondered this and realized the truth in Huang Su's words. From Huang Su's perspective, he had lost his parents to an accident, left to navigate the perils alone in pursuit of martial resources, making his situation indeed more dire than Huang Su's. Though as a transmigrator, he had never fully grasped this reality. Chapter 22. Kill, kill, kill with a swift motion, a triangular-headed black snake lunged forth, only to be swiftly ensnared by a hand that crushed its head. Old Wu, do these creatures have any collectors? What are they worth? Chen Yuan inquired, presenting the severed body of the snake to Old Wu. Old Wu cast a brief glance. Perhaps some elderly folks might enjoy using it for medicinal wine. But as for me, I will certainly not accept such commonplace items lacking any special properties. Then it's of no concern, Chen Yuan said, casually discarding the remains to hang from a tree. The Black Mountain was teeming with venomous snakes. However, they posed no threat to martial artists, as their venom was utterly ineffective. Martial artists exhibited an astonishing resistance to ordinary toxins. There were also swarms of bothersome mosquitoes and ants, which could be easily dispatched with a slight surge of vitality, their impact on martial artists being negligible. This was the advantage of martial artists, their superiority in various aspects evoking envy from ordinary individuals. Old Wu, when will we arrive? Huang Su inquired once again. Soon, came the response. This is the fourth time you've said soon. It has been nearly 3 hours since you first mentioned it. Is this what you call soon? Huang Su's eyes widened, his tone laced with skepticism. It was understandable, however, as they needed to carve a path first, which naturally slowed their progress. Just then, Old Wu, leading the way, abruptly halted and gestured towards the rear. Chen Yuan and Huang Su instantly understood and donned the life detection device, a pair of mechanized glasses entrusted to them by Old Wu. The horizon began to stratify, with hues of green, blue, and yellow intertwining, amidst which a distinctly elongated signal source emerged, radiating a vivid ochre. The three-headed python, an adult specimen, boasting 3 heads and a length nearing 18 meters, capable of effortlessly swallowing a full-grown human in one gulp. With a mere flick of its tail, it could effortlessly sever a tree stump with a half-meter diameter. For an ordinary person encountering such a ferocious beast, survival was nearly impossible. Even its resilient hide adeptly absorbed and stored kinetic energy, rendering conventional firearms ineffective. This was the nature of anomalous creatures. Evolved through countless mutations, they were both formidable and valuable, drawing numerous intrepid beast hunters to the treacherous Black Mountain. At that moment, they were approximately 80 meters from the three-headed python. As long as they refrained from making excessive noise, the creature would remain oblivious to their presence. It seemed that the python had not yet laid its eggs. According to their original plan, I would spread out to keep watch, while I would take the night shift, and the two of you would alternate in the morning. After Old Wu spoke, he slipped into the left thicket. This was the strategy they had previously devised. Lacking martial prowess, Old Wu relied solely on the tools he had crafted. In contrast, Chen Yuan and Huang Su were the decisive forces in the ambush against the three-headed python. The protracted night was entrusted to Old Wu, as he spread out to ensure precautionary measures, ready to alert the other two in case of any unexpected occurrences. It appeared they would have to wait. I will keep watch while you rest for a while, and I will rouse you when the time comes. Huang Su retrieved a bottle of water from his pack and took a hearty swig. After consuming a bit of food, Chen Yuan began to close his eyes and rejuvenate. However, he did not succumb to deep slumber. Instead, he maintained a degree of vigilance. Should there be any stirring in the surroundings, he would awaken instantly. Though the quality of his rest was far from optimal, there were no alternatives at present. It was not that Chen Yuan lacked trust in Huang Su and Old Wu. Rather, he preferred to rely on himself, striving to retain control over any potential variables. Thus, the three of them took turns keeping watch, observing the movements of the three-headed python. Furthermore, with the creature nearing its egg-laying period, it exhibited minimal activity, resulting in no unforeseen incidents. Huang Su was somewhat astonished by Chen Yuan's remarkable ability to endure solitude. Over the span of 2 days, not a hint of restlessness had crossed his countenance. He had undergone numerous such experiences, but for Chen Yuan, this was his first venture into the Black Mountain. One could only attribute this to innate talent. In other words, he was a born hunter. As dusk fell, the fiery sun lingered on the horizon, casting a warm, amber twilight. Both Chen Yuan and Huang Su felt invigorated. Having sensed an unusual shift, the three-headed python was about to lay its eggs. There was no need for haste. The moment it completed laying would render it most vulnerable. Huang Su whispered, "Strike with full force, a single decisive blow," was Chen Yuan's counsel. "Be discreet in your approach, and ensure minimal noise to avoid detection by other beast hunters. That would complicate matters." Old Wu's voice resonated from the personal terminal. The three-headed python, being an anomalous creature, had a different egg-laying time frame compared to ordinary snakes. According to Old Wu, it could take anywhere from 5 to 8 hours. The three of them waited silently until the early hours of the morning. A crescent moon hung gracefully on the horizon, casting a serene glow over the tranquil surroundings. occasionally interrupted by the faint chirping of insects. The time was drawing near. Preparations were underway. In Chen Yuan's gaze, the reddish-yellow orb representing the three-headed python dimmed, signaling a decline in its vital signs. Just then, another pale yellow elliptical light appeared beside the creature. Now, the voice of Old Wu crackled through the terminal, brimming with excitement, yet tempered by a husky whisper. No further prompting was needed. Chen Yuan and Huang Su had already launched their assault with fierce determination. Thunderclap slash. 9 stars aligned. As previously stated, when the two struck, it was with unbridled force, aiming for a decisive blow. Simultaneously, both were startled. For in the moment they unleashed their attacks, they sensed the aura of the initial enlightenment realm emanating from one another. To their astonishment, both had reached this stage. The 80 meters between them vanished in the blink of an eye. One moved like a bolt of lightning, while the other plummeted like a shooting star, leaving two faint, slicing trails in the air. The three-headed python, having just laid its eggs, barely had time to raise its head and flick its tongue. In the next instant, two figures intertwined. A soft yet distinct sound echoed through the dim night, akin to a delicate fabric being severed by scissors. The python halted abruptly, its two heads splitting apart in the blink of an eye, crashing to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. Another strike. Chen Yuan propelled himself off the ground, pivoting with explosive force, aiming for the final head of the three-headed serpent. Whoosh! Already weakened and severely injured, the last head of the python was severed. Soaring high into the air, the once mighty serpent fell helplessly to the ground, purple blood gushing from the three severed necks, splattering and releasing a nauseating stench that began to permeate the area. Chen Yuan let out a long breath. Had the three-headed python been in its prime, even with both of us in the initial enlightenment realm, victory would have been improbable, Huang Su remarked as he approached briskly. Moments later, Old Wu dashed out, exuberantly collecting the warm, moist eggs of the serpent into his bag, exclaiming, "The meat of the snake holds little value. We must strip off the skin and collect the gall and blood. These three components account for most of the python's worth." Chen Yuan and Huang Su promptly set to work, skinning the serpent and gathering its blood. The skins alone filled 2 bulging bags, one for each of them, while Old Wu carefully placed the gall into a glass vial, nestled among a pile of foam for protection. Chapter 23. Unexpected turns. Just as the trio was finishing their task and preparing to leave, Chen Yuan felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Instantly, his blade was raised before him, its edge guarding his head. Bang! A blinding yellow spark illuminated the dark night. Boom! The thunderous crack of gunfire followed suit. What the hell? Why didn't the alarm trigger? Old Wu quickly dropped to the ground. Are you referring to those outdated trigger alarms? Those relics from years past are still in use? 3 armed figures emerged slowly from the woods, halting at a distance of approximately 50 meters. With a click of the tongue, it was indeed an encounter with a beast hunter. I have long warned you, Old Wu, that your broad yet superficial skills would eventually lead to significant misfortune. Huang Su, still in good spirits, teased Old Wu lightly. Chen Yuan's expression darkened. Even a novice martial artist at the enlightenment stage, if struck by a firearm, would find the bullet lodged within the muscle, posing little threat to the vital organs, resulting only in minor injuries. However, this does not extend to critical areas such as the head. A pierced brain or a shattered heart would spell death for even a martial artist of the enlightenment stage. The bullet just fired had clearly aimed for his head, intent on a fatal blow. These two must be martial artists, Chen Yuan thought. We can discuss matters amicably, following the usual protocol. We'll split the spoils evenly upon meeting, allowing for peaceful coexistence. Each river shall flow without disturbing the other. The lead bald man gazed greedily at the bulging backpacks of Chen Yuan and his companions, as well as the remaining flesh of the three-headed python. Such prized goods were seldom encountered, and even when they were, few would dare to covet the python. For the cost in lives to subdue a beast impervious to ordinary firearms was incalculable. Now that this rare opportunity presented itself, they surely would not let it slip away. Chen Yuan looked at Huang Su, his gaze unmistakably asking, to fight or not to fight. Sensing the impending aggression from the opposite side, the bald man fired a shot into the air. Simultaneously, rhythmic gunfire erupted from the surrounding woods. Just from the sound of the gunfire, it could be inferred that there were no fewer than 10 opponents. I acknowledge your prowess as martial artists, but we are not merely 3 individuals. You ought to think this through. The bald man stood confidently, arms crossed before him. They had slain martial artists before. Even those at the 9th level of the blood exchange stage were merely faster, stronger, and tougher. A shattered skull would still result in death. What shall we do? You possess more experience. Offer a suggestion, Chen Yuan murmured, his lips moving softly. You already have a decision in mind. Why ask me? Huang Su replied. flicking the blood from his sword without turning his head. Ah, Chen Yuan grinned. With their exchange complete, Chen Yuan squinted at the bald man nearly 50 meters away. To you, prepare yourself. He set down the heavy pack from his back, his right arm swelling with muscle, and hurled it towards the opponent with the strength befitting a martial artist, effortlessly covering the distance. The bald man's subordinate, fixated on the soaring pack, hastily reached out to catch it, only to witness the catastrophic scene of his own body being sent flying by the weight of the package. What is happening to my vision? It was only when he beheld his own headless form that realization dawned upon him. He had been decapitated. Foolish trash. I do not covet your lives. You ought to be grateful to escape unscathed, yet you dare to seize what is mine. Chen Yuan would never allow himself to be at a disadvantage. Even if his strength fell short, he would still take a bite out of his opponent. Moreover, he was now a martial artist of the Enlightenment stage, and he held the upper hand, as the esteemed boss had once remarked about him, utterly unrestrained. With a strike as swift as a falling thunderbolt, he capitalized on his adversary's distraction by the bag containing the snake's skin, and in one decisive stroke, he severed the head cleanly from the body. Huang Su was a step behind Chen Yuan, his figure suddenly springing forward as he wielded his sword, severing another of the bald man's subordinates at the waist. Such astonishing speed. It was far quicker than the previous kill of the 9th layer of the blood exchange realm. In an instant, the bald man was drenched in cold sweat. Had that strike been aimed at him, he would have had no chance to react. Certain death awaited. Yet, who among those brave enough to hunt aberrant beasts in Heishan truly feared death? Those who feared death would never dare to enter Heishan. Yearning for a fierce battle? Who is afraid of whom? Brothers, hold nothing back. Slay them. The bald man bellowed, simultaneously aiming his gun at Chen Yuan and pulling the trigger with fervor. He understood that with a warrior so close, his demise was inevitable, but he trusted that his brothers would avenge him. Since becoming a beast hunter, he had long prepared himself for death. Chen Yuan and Huang Su moved in perfect synchrony, diving into the underbrush to evade the impending storm of bullets. However, unexpectedly, the gunfire did not erupt. What was happening? Chen Yuan wondered, having braced himself for a few rounds. Yet, the gun had not fired. The bald man had only managed one shot, which Chen Yuan evaded. Were they experiencing an internal conflict? Or was the bald man deceiving them? Huang Su pondered silently. Yet, after waiting for over 10 seconds, there was still not a whisper of sound. Damn it, we've been tricked. Chen Yuan sprang forth, delivering a kick to the bald man's face, yet there remained no response. The gunfire that had previously accompanied their coordination had not sounded once. Where are my brothers? Where the hell did they go? Why aren't they shooting? The bald man's face was a mask of confusion, muttering incoherently. He had resigned himself. Captured by 2 warriors, with his strength, escape was impossible. He merely wondered why his brothers had not opened fire. To his astonishment, they were convincingly mimicking a ruse. He hadn't detected a single flaw. 2 warriors at the Enlightenment realm had been fooled by a worthless creature. At this moment, Huang Su also emerged, beginning to doubt his own observational skills. Brothers. The bald man had barely uttered a word before Chen Yuan interrupted him with a slap. At this point, why are you still pretending? Quite the dedication. Just then, Old Wu suddenly stepped forward. He may not be acting. There's a serious problem. What do you mean? Chen Yuan furrowed his brow, questioning the implication of a grave issue. It was then he sensed something amiss. The 3-headed python, previously stripped of its skin and drained of blood, now lay in a heap of putrid flesh, slowly writhing. Blood-red threads began to emerge from the ground, resembling the veins of the earth, steadily converging upon the mass of decaying flesh. The Church of Eternal Oblivion. Old Wu articulated each word with gravity. Such a technique of manipulating biological corpses could only belong to the Church of Eternal Oblivion. Huang Su's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly deduced, this 3-headed python was a product of the Church of Eternal Oblivion. By inadvertently slaying it, they had triggered the hidden trap laid by the Church. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The Church of Eternal Oblivion, the cult that worships the malevolent deity. Chen Yuan had no time for further inquiries. Hastily slinging his backpack over his shoulder and sprinting alongside Huang Su and the others. "All right, I almost forgot about you. What are you doing?" The bald man was taken aback. The bald man's hands and feet were severed by Chen Yuan, leaving him to writhe helplessly on the ground, moaning in agony. "Buy us some time, thank you." After completing these tasks, Chen Yuan turned and fled. Chapter 24. Arrival of funds above Black Mountain. Several silvery figures streaked across the sky like shooting stars, leaving behind white trails that spanned the heavens. Goodness, even the mechs have been deployed. It seems the situation has escalated. As Chen Yuan ran, he glanced skyward. Behind them, deafening roars echoed, as the three-headed serpent continued to devour the surrounding life forms, its size inflating with each passing moment. The bald hunter's companions seemingly met their demise in this manner, yet for reasons unknown. The trio had managed to evade the initial peril despite their proximity. Even after covering nearly a kilometer, a mere glance back revealed the grotesquely swollen form of the serpent, now far beyond what could be deemed a three-headed creature. It resembled a monstrous assemblage of decaying flesh, covered in grotesque, bloated tumors. Soon, mechs from the direction of the mountain city initiated their assault, accompanied by thunderous booms that resonated through the skies. We must hurry. This is becoming perilous. Huang Su, carrying old Wu, ran with his head down. Before long, the trio returned to their starting point. They hastily tossed their bags into the vehicle, with old Wu taking the driver's seat, and the three sped away. By the way, can these things be sold for money? Chen Yuan inquired, referring to the serpent's eggs and skin, clearly the product of the doomsday cult. It seemed that their hard-earned spoils might not be entirely clean. Oh, you think too much. Precisely because of their taint from the cult, these items will likely be even more valuable. Old Wu, now seated in the vehicle, had shed his earlier fear, his face alight with excitement. I know some officials. If you trust me, let me handle this. We should be able to earn more than initially anticipated. Then we shall entrust it to you. Chen Yuan and Huang Su readily agreed, as the burdensome items in their possession were proving difficult to manage. All right. In a few days, the funds will be transferred to your account. We can collaborate again if the opportunity arises. Old Wu chuckled. Let us hope the next time isn't as harrowing as today, Huang Su replied, exasperated. The brilliant light emanating from Black Mountain could still be seen if they turned back, clearly indicating an intense battle. Had they been any slower, the three of them would have been no match for that beast, their bodies becoming mere sustenance for its growth. This was Chen Yuan's first encounter with the cultists of the Dark God. Although it was merely one of their creations, it left an indelible impression upon him. It was hard to forget the silent emergence of such a monstrosity from Black Mountain. Upon returning to the mountain city, they bid each other farewell and returned to their respective homes. After days of exertion in Black Mountain, Chen Yuan was utterly exhausted. After a brief wash, he collapsed onto his bed and succumbed to sleep. On Blue and White Star, at Mountain City No. 1 High School, there remained 52 days until the latter settlement. The sky was a brilliant blue, the gentle breeze pleasant, heralding a splendid day. Have you heard? Recently, a cult was discovered in Black Mountain, and it is said that numerous mechs were deployed. Even from the comfort of my home, I could faintly see the flames lighting up the night sky, remarked Lu Qing with a mysterious expression as he leaned closer to Chen Yuan. Isn't that common knowledge? What is there to discuss? Chen Yuan would naturally not reveal that he was the cause of that incident. Since that day, the entire mountain city had learned of the existence of the cultists worshipping an evil deity, whose long-planned conspiracy was fortunately detected in advance by the remarkably astute law enforcement of the mountain city, resulting in its resolute dismantling. After waiting several days, Chen Yuan and Huang Su still had not received the promised funds from old Wu. They found no one in the black market, and their inquiries went unanswered. Had it not been for a note left by the other party, indicating to wait a while longer, Chen Yuan might have suspected that old Wu had absconded with the money. It would be wise to steer clear of matters concerning the cultists, as many otherwise normal individuals have been misled into worshipping these malevolent deities, reminded Li Ming with a cautious tone. All right, let us refrain from discussing that topic. Lu Qing, evidently wary of the subject of the evil deity, promptly changed the subject. With just over 50 days remaining, we will soon graduate. My delightful days are coming to an end as I prepare to return home to inherit the family fortune. My father intends to assign me some projects to hone my skills. He seems intent on exhausting me. Li Ming, with a cold demeanor, stated, I plan to enlist in the military and continue my martial arts training. Their gaze then turned to the silently contemplative Chen Yuan. I'm planning to attend university. I've mentioned it numerous times, Chen Yuan reiterated emphatically. You are truly intent on pursuing higher education? I thought you were merely speaking casually, Lu Qing expressed in surprise. Although everyone claims to aspire to attend university, it is often just talk, primarily serving as a target for their martial pursuits, an ever-elusive goal. Those who seek the highest may attain the middle. Those who seek the middle may achieve the lower. Those who seek the lower shall gain nothing. You must exert yourself during this period. Once the rankings on the heavenly ladder are finalized, the opportunity to board an interstellar vessel and compete for university qualifications alongside other planetary prodigies will arise. Currently, there are only 4 seeds for universities in our school, and it remains uncertain how many will genuinely gain admission. The last cohort had none, which left the principal quite exasperated. Li Ming, having shed her earlier despondency, now prepared to enlist and continue honing her martial prowess. Even if she does not enter university, it is far better than surrendering. I recall the university assessments will be live-streamed, so you can cheer for me then, Chen Yuan proclaimed with confidence. Quite self-assured, Lu Qing remarked. You should first aim for a position within the top 10,000 on the heavenly ladder. Li Ming lay down in the combat pod, closed her eyes, and began her training. 3 days later, Chen Yuan finally received Old Wu's transfer, 800,000. So much. Indeed, Chen Yuan meticulously counted to confirm the total amount, which alleviated his immediate concerns. Without hesitation, he made his way to the martial arts library and purchased the first tier of the coveted Hunyuan dragon elephant technique. With 600,000 remaining, he exchanged it all for vitality pills to extend his lifespan. Possessing such wealth, Chen Yuan felt an exhilarating sense of ambition rise within him. He had never fought with such abundant resources before. Although Montenegro is fraught with peril, the rewards are undoubtedly worthwhile. However, Chen Yuan has abandoned the notion of profiting from hunting exotic beasts, as he fears the followers of the malevolent deity may ensnare him. After all, the tri-headed python, which the Eternal End Church has presumably been plotting for an extended period, was slain by him and his companions, drawing the attention of the Mountain City enforcement team. Upon reflection, it seems wiser to remain in the safety of the Mountain City. Chen Yuan intends to seek out Old Wu to exchange his funds for blood essence pills, planning to exhaust the entirety of his resources in one go today. It is anticipated that this endeavor will yield a dramatic enhancement in his strength. However, upon his arrival at the black market, he was intercepted by a group of assertive individuals who flashed their credentials before him. We are from the Faith Research Department of the Star Alliance and require you to accompany us. Chapter 25. The Power of the Primordial Dragon Elephant, Achieved. The Faith Research Department? What is that? Chen Yuan's initial thought was whether the black market had been entirely raided. Yet, he soon comprehended that the purpose of this group was not related to the black market, but rather to the monstrous flesh and blood entities that erupted from Montenegro. He noticed that Old Wu and Huang Su were also in the vehicle belonging to the Faith Research Department. Oh, you are here too. Huang Su greeted him, displaying no hint of awkwardness. Don't overthink it, just speak the truth. They are here to achieve merit because of us. Old Wu interjected with a scoff. Minutes later, the Faith Research Department separated the three, conducting a detailed inquiry regarding the specifics of the Montenegro incident. Chen Yuan did not lie, nor was there any necessity to do so, given that Huang Su and Old Wu were also being interrogated, allowing for mutual verification of each other's honesty. Moreover, a single falsehood requires a web of additional lies to sustain it, which could ultimately lead to considerable trouble. The interrogation lasted nearly half an hour, after which Chen Yuan was released, accompanied by Huang Su and Old Wu. Once the representatives of the Faith Research Department departed, Chen Yuan inquired, "What is going on?" The Faith Research Department specializes in the study of extraterrestrial malevolent deities. They must have set their sights on me when I sold the tri-headed python eggs. You are aware of the subsequent events, and thankfully, there are no significant issues, Old Wu replied, shrugging in resignation. Chen Yuan understood, and with Old Wu present, he directly articulated his objective, to procure cultivation resources. Upon hearing Chen Yuan's request, Old Wu was taken aback. Have you lost your mind? You want to spend 600,000 on blood essence pills. Those cannot replace sustenance. They will lead to drug resistance. If blood essence pills are consumed multiple times in a short span, their efficacy diminishes, resulting in drug resistance. In the most severe cases, the pills become utterly ineffective, akin to drinking a glass of water. Thus, individuals typically space out their consumption of blood essence pills. Chen Yuan's desire to purchase 600,000 star coins worth of these pills is tantamount to treating them as a meal. Even Huang Su cast a sidelong glance at this request. I have other uses for them. Just tell me whether you will sell or not. If not, I shall seek alternatives, Chen Yuan stated dismissively. Fine, I will sell. That makes it 12 blood essence pills, agreed. Old Wu, recognizing the folly of passing up a lucrative opportunity, nodded in acquiescence, indifferent to Chen Yuan's ulterior motives for acquiring such a quantity. It is quite remarkable that, had I not been preoccupied with seeking buyers recently, I might not have amassed such a substantial stock of vitality pills. You, my friend, are indeed fortunate. The deal is struck. Spending money like water, Chen Yuan has truly come to understand the sentiment. The moment he received 800,000 star coins, they vanished in an instant. Yet, every expenditure bore significance. Chen Yuan acquired 12 more vitality pills, which equated to an additional 60 years of life. Coupled with the 42 years he had remaining, he now possessed a total of 102 years of lifespan. He had officially broken the century mark. Upon returning home, with 102 years of life ahead, he was eager to explore the martial arts that even the dragon elephant martial deity found challenging. Chen Yuan swiftly transformed the vitality pills in his grasp, propelling his lifespan forward by 60 years. He then meticulously perused the scriptures of the first layer of the primordial dragon-elephant true art. Once he fully comprehended it, he silently closed his eyes. System. Initiate the life sacrifice for the first layer of the primordial dragon-elephant true art. Commencement of simulation. In the first year, you grasp the importance of gradual progress inherent in the primordial dragon-elephant true art. Even if a year is squandered, you continue your arduous practice. By the 10th year, you notice a weight gain of 10 kilograms, seemingly due to the effects of the primordial dragon-elephant true art. You are uncertain, yet this change excites you, for it signifies progress in your cultivation. In the 30th year, you have devoted ample time to refining a fundamental martial art to its essence. However, your primordial dragon-elephant true art remains stagnant, albeit your weight has surged by 30 kilograms. By the 50th year, your progress is sluggish. You are aware that your martial talent, though not abysmal on Blue-White Star, is merely average, a stark contrast to the martial deity, hence you remain unhurried. At 68 years, you have seamlessly integrated the practice of the primordial dragon-elephant true art into your daily routine. Diligently training has become a habit. At 73 years, you finally achieve a breakthrough in the first layer of the primordial dragon-elephant true art, yet your heart remains unperturbed. End of simulation. In reality, Chen Yuan seemed to be influenced by the simulation. Even after completing the first layer of the primordial dragon-elephant true art, there was no tumultuous upheaval within him. However, he soon extricated himself from this mindset and began to observe his transformations. The first layer took the dragon-elephant martial deity 3 years to master, while I, on the other hand, have dedicated a full 73 years. Could this be the chasm that separates my martial talent from that of the deity? Truly, an insurmountable divide. For an ordinary individual to master the first layer, nearly a lifetime is required. It is no wonder the dragon-elephant martial deity stated that insufficient lifespan precludes practice. Nevertheless, it is said that upon achieving the golden core realm, a martial artist can reshape their foundational essence, and at that point, one could potentially ascend to become a martial prodigy, significantly surpassing their current state. Reflecting briefly on the astonishing talent of the martial deity, Chen Yuan felt not an ounce of envy. After all, the true potential lies within him. The most immediate manifestation of this was the overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, a force so formidable that it defied description. He felt invincible. This was the essence of his current state. Chen Yuan even felt confident in his ability to contend with the Black Mountain three-headed python in a contest of pure strength, and to triumph with ease. Fortunately, the process of evolution has also been a journey of my own cultivation. This power is entirely within my control, otherwise, the slightest movement could topple this establishment. Beyond the unfathomable strength, Chen Yuan's weight has also surged dramatically. A simple measurement reveals an increase of 80 kilograms compared to before, yet his appearance remains largely unchanged. This indicates a significant increase in the density of Chen Yuan's physique. Throughout the cultivation process of a martial artist, physical density consistently escalates. When Chen Yuan first entered the awakening realm, his weight was approximately 130 kilograms. However, the weight gained from the cultivation of the mixed element dragon-elephant true art is rather alarming, and it is unclear whether this is a blessing or a curse. It is said that martial deities can even distort time and space. Could this be attributed to their overwhelming density? Chen Yuan speculated casually. Many massive celestial bodies in the universe can warp the surrounding fabric of time and space, as can martial deities. Yet, he is not a martial deity and thus lacks clarity on the precise reasons. Gazing at his remaining 29 years of lifespan, Chen Yuan resolved to continue his relentless pursuit. Primordial magnetic breathing technique. Evolution begins. In the first year, you break 1 aperture. By the 10th year, you break 9. By the 20th year, you break 21. By the 28th year, you break 30. Evolution concludes. The process of opening the apertures is unadorned. 30 apertures in 28 years is Chen Yuan's limit. His vital energy has increased, seemingly accompanied by a hint of lightning power, albeit marginal. In comparison to the lightning power, Chen Yuan is far more intrigued by magnetic force, as it is one of the 4 fundamental forces with boundless applications. However, he currently cannot perceive the presence of magnetic force, and thus cannot exert control over it. Name: Chen Yuan Martial Path, Awakening Realm Lifespan, 1 year Martial Arts, 8 Extremes Thunderblade, Mystical Technique, Thunderclap / Great Dragon Stance, Perfected, Primordial Magnetic Breathing Technique, 30361. Mixed Element Dragon Elephant True Art, First Level. How flourishing it is! Chen Yuan mused as he gazed at his current status panel. In just about a month, he has grown to a strength that even he can scarcely believe. Chapter 26. Individual paths. Since the first encounter with the cosmic behemoths, humanity has embarked on the quest to research and develop individual power, leading to the prevalence of martial artist mecha modes. Today, martial deities equipped with exclusive divine mechs are capable of contending against fully grown cosmic beasts, standing at the pinnacle of individual combat power in the universe. The Star Alliance is vast, its population measured in trillions. However, only a few thousand have ascended to the rank of martial deity. Each martial deity serves as a cornerstone in maintaining peace for humanity. In class, Chen Yuan attentively absorbed the history of the Star Alliance's development. The blue-white star is confined to a local network, unable to connect to the Star Alliance's broader network, leading to vague introductions of many topics, with some entirely omitted. Only those seasoned professors who have experienced interstellar voyages possess deeper insights. Naturally, the vast cosmos encompasses more than just warfare. Trade and cultural exchanges are remarkably developed, but it has taken considerable time to reach the current state of prosperity. Initially, the interstellar races scattered across the universe resembled distant islands at sea, so far apart that not only trade, but even the exchange of information posed significant challenges, requiring the crossing of countless distances. Until later, the human race, in conjunction with various interstellar species, united to develop the technology of Stargate teleportation. The once tranquil night sky began to bustle with life, as countless interstellar companies sprouted like mushrooms after rain. A fusion of cultures and a technological explosion ensued. It was an era of rapid transformation, overwhelming in its pace, where new technologies and products emerged almost daily. The blue-white star is vast, yet diminutive in the grand scale of the universe. Thus, I hope you will venture into the cosmos to witness the current splendor of the universe. Huangsu, have you ever departed from the blue-white star to explore the cosmos? Huangsu was taken aback, uncertain why Chen Yuan suddenly posed such a question. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, I have not ventured there. If you merely wish to gaze upon the universe, you could spend a bit of money on a ticket for an interstellar cruise, treating it like a vacation. That is not what I meant. Chen Yuan shook his head, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. If it were merely a desire to experience the vastness of the universe, it would indeed be simple, just a matter of spending more money. However, that was not his intention. Never mind that. Come, let us continue our duel. Chen Yuan rose and made his way to the arena. Are you trying to exhaust me? Huangsu complained. Yet he nonetheless retrieved his sword and began to move. Recently, Chen Yuan had rarely participated in the virtual combat platform, and his ranking had not significantly improved. He had focused more on real-world battles. After experiencing the battle against the three-headed python, Chen Yuan recognized the vast differences between the virtual and the real. The saying that a blood-soaked battle is worth 10 years of hard work was no mere platitude. Virtual combat could provide some martial arts experience, but the intricacies of real combat, the nuances of energy management, reactions in moments of crisis, and recovery post-battle, were far beyond what virtual duels could offer. University assessments relied solely on real combat. The notion of virtual fighting was non-existent. Thus, Chen Yuan often sought out Huangsu, as he was one of the few capable of engaging him in earnest. Lu Qing and Li Mingmao, even if they fought 100 matches, would only waste time. Naturally, when Chen Yuan and Huangsu fought, he refrained from employing the primordial dragon elephant true art and even slightly constrained his vitality. Huangsu had only recently entered the enlightenment realm. If both were to unleash their full power, he would not withstand a single strike from Chen Yuan. The battle concluded swiftly. You, my friend, seem to be progressing at an alarming rate, Huangsu remarked, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, panting heavily. The speed of Chen Yuan's growth exceeded his expectations. He recalled that during the battle against the three-headed python, their strengths had been nearly equal. My goal is the university. This level of progress is still insufficient. Chen Yuan stretched his joints, not a drop of sweat on his brow, merely a slight disarray in his breath, which soon regained its steadiness. Huangsu smiled knowingly, aware that Chen Yuan harbored secrets, such as why he consistently purchased vitality pills from Old Wu. A simple deduction would reveal that this was undoubtedly related to Chen Yuan's strength. Yet, he would not speak of it. Who among us does not possess a secret? Huangsu had his own. So what? I aim for the university. Huangsu mused. After graduating high school, I plan to engage in business with Old Wu. Aren't you considering climbing the ladder? There is a slight chance in the enlightenment realm. Chen Yuan inquired, puzzled. According to his understanding, whether it be the first or second high school, the university aspirants are all at a critical juncture. If Huangsu is willing to take a gamble, it might just be possible. However, entering university is not as simple as it seems. Even if one becomes a university aspirant, it does not guarantee admission. The previous cohort from both schools saw their aspirations dashed, with none managing to secure a spot in university, despite all being at the critical juncture. My talents are commendable, yet they are merely that. There are countless individuals beneath this vast sky who surpass me. Huang Su chuckled, but was mindful not to dampen Chen Yuan's confidence, thus swiftly changing the subject. Aren't you curious about the business that old Wu and I are involved in? It relates to the universe you just mentioned. Could it be interstellar commerce? Do you have the means for that? Chen Yuan's expression reflected astonishment. The cost of even the most mundane interstellar cargo ship is astronomical. Such ventures are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Interstellar commerce? You certainly think highly of me. Huang Su responded, somewhat speechless, and clarified without further riddles. Old Wu and I are planning to become interstellar streamers. Chen Yuan was taken aback. The combination of interstellar and streamer felt peculiar. Surprised, aren't you? Huang Su grinned. I never imagined I would venture into this line of work either. Our Blue and White Star operates on a local network, hence the absence of active interstellar streamers. However, within the Star Alliance's network, interstellar streamers are quite prevalent. With the acquisition of specialized equipment, one can experience what interstellar streamers experience: immersive sight, sound, and even scent. Old Wu, a member of the She people, may not possess outstanding talents, yet each is cut out to be an interstellar streamer. We plan to recruit a group of She individuals, and with the connections Old Wu and I have amassed, we should have a fair shot at success. I must extend my gratitude to you. You helped secure a crucial partner, without whom many challenges would remain insurmountable. Chen Yuan understood. Everyone has their own path and choices. Huang Su's martial prowess is among the finest in Blue and White Star, offering him great prospects in both military service and political endeavors. However, each person has their own aspirations. Then I wish you and Old Wu great fortune. Chen Yuan said with a fist salute and a smile. Thank you for your kind words. If one day you tire of martial training, come find me. I'll recruit you as a streamer. Huang Su jested. Tired? How could one be tired? Martial arts are immensely enjoyable. Chen Yuan replied. Chapter 27, Rage. On Blue and White Star, at Shanxing First High School, there are merely 43 days remaining until the ladder rankings are finalized. Chen Yuan arrived at the entrance of the combat room. After his training bouts with Huang Su, he felt that all aspects had been honed to perfection, and it was time to push for the ladder rankings. He had not forgotten that the rewards for being in the top 10,000 and the top 100,000 are substantial. The incident with Black Mountain had completely derailed Chen Yuan's plans, leaving him without a stable source of funding and several days devoid of any income. At present, even without utilizing the mixed Yuan Dragon Elephant technique, securing a place within the top 10,000 of the ladder should be well within his capabilities. Those who manage to enter the top 10,000 are undoubtedly experts at the critical juncture, yet there exists a distinction among them. Chen Yuan has now reached the age of 30, possessing a strength far superior to that of his initial enlightenment. Huang Su, upon entering this realm, had the opportunity to place within the top 10,000. How much more so for him? The profound art of the 8 Extreme Thunderblade, being a technique I have comprehended myself, is far more suited to my abilities than ordinary martial arts, allowing me to unleash its full power, rivaling even those seasoned experts who have transcended the enlightenment realm for years. Today, Chen Yuan shall undoubtedly secure a position among the top 10,000 on the heavenly ladder. Within the combat chamber, frustration brewed. Not even a semblance of face was given. My father and his father share business ties. We once dined together at a banquet. When I inherit the family fortune, I shall employ a few bodyguards to teach that upstart Shang Wanji a lesson. He will learn the might of the young master. After all, one does not strike a face. Lu Qing, with bruises adorning his visage, murmured while tenderly rubbing his face. Such is the might of a strong practitioner of enlightenment. Truly formidable. I could not withstand a single strike from Shang Wanji. Li Mingmao, with a cold expression, or a pallor that betrayed his inner turmoil, his steps unsteady and weak. Initially, he had hoped Shang Wanji would show some consideration, allowing him to mediate between Chen Yuan and Shang Wanji. Instead, his attempts at bravado backfired, resulting in a humiliating slap to the face. A miscalculation indeed. Yesterday, Shang Wanji had lingered in the combat chamber, clearly harboring ill intentions towards Chen Yuan. Lu Qing, recalling his previous rapport with Shang Wanji, endeavored to engage him in conversation, hoping to alleviate the tension between Shang Wanji and Chen Yuan. To his dismay, Shang Wanji swiftly resorted to violence, and when Li Mingmao intervened, he was easily subdued by Shang Wanji's prowess, suffering internal injuries in the process. I had warned Chen Yuan, yet he chose not to heed my counsel. Now he must bear the consequences. You two seem rather familiar with that young rascal. Make sure to tell him it was I who struck him. Let him come find me, or I shall confront you both each time we meet. Chen Yuan warned the two before taking his leave. Naturally, Lu Qing and Li Mingmao were not the only ones present in the combat chamber. Many others had witnessed the events of the previous day. Upon hearing Lu Qing's sigh, someone spoke up to offer counsel. Young Master Lu and Tiger Girl, why bother with this trifling matter? Chen Yuan believes himself powerful and seeks trouble. What business is it of yours? Don't find yourselves with a hot face pressed against a cold backside. Recently, as Chen Yuan's strength has increased, his aspirations have risen too. I notice he has distanced himself from both of you, rarely gracing the combat chamber with his presence. In my view, neither Chen Yuan nor Chen Yuan are virtuous. Both look down upon us mediocre talents, a den of snakes and rats. Lu Qing, Li Mingmao, do not assume Chen Yuan counts you as friends. He may very well wish to distance himself from you. Lu Qing's eyes widened as he shot back. Nonsense. Chen Yuan merely has matters to attend to. Quiet down. It is simply a matter of lacking strength, Li Mingmao murmured softly. The others ceased their attempts at persuasion. Had it not been for Lu Qing's good rapport, they would not have spoken up at all. After all, both Chen Yuan and Chen Yuan maintained indifferent relations with them. When these two clashed, they could merely enjoy the spectacle. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out from behind them. Lu Qing, Li Mingmao, what is happening here? Chen Yuan had just arrived, and he vaguely heard something about Chen Yuan, though the specific details eluded him. However, considering the injuries on Lu Qing and Li Mingmao, he could make some inferences. Lu Qing, startled, realized he had not noticed Chen Yuan's arrival, and stammered, "It's nothing. I was just sparring with Hun Yo, and we are discussing the gains and losses after the battle." Li Mingmao, with a sullen expression, remained silent, crossing her arms in frustration, grappling with the disparity between her own abilities and those of others. Was it Chen Yuan's doing? Because of me, naturally. Chen Yuan was not inclined to believe Lu Qing's disjointed explanation and voiced his suspicions directly. Lu Qing's expression faltered, and at that moment, Chen Yuan knew he had hit the mark. Chen Yuan, Lu Qing, and Li Mingmao had stood up for each other and been beaten by Chen Yuan. Among the onlookers, some spoke up, confirming Chen Yuan's conjecture. Very well, very well. With a darkened expression, Chen Yuan, who had initially intended to gradually ascend the ranks to the top 10,000, realized that such a process was now unnecessary. He immediately turned and strode out of the combat room. Chen Yuan, what are you planning to do? Lu Qing, sensing impending doom, hastily inquired. Without looking back, Chen Yuan replied, I'm going to get back at them. Oh no. Li Mingmao ceased her internal conflict. Having faced Chen Yuan before, she knew Chen Yuan stood no chance against him, even if Chen Yuan was indeed at the enlightened stage. Chen Yuan had broken through to that level in the second semester of his sophomore year. With a year of accumulation, how could he possibly be weak? They wanted to intervene, to persuade Chen Yuan to steer clear, but as they stepped outside, they found that Chen Yuan had already vanished from sight. The people in the combat room, witnessing Chen Yuan's demeanor, instantly understood that entertainment was on the horizon. They abandoned their training and rushed out of the room. Hurry, hurry. If we're late, there will be no show to watch. Chen Yuan is about to confront Chen Yuan. Suddenly, Chen Yuan realized he had no idea where Chen Yuan was located. In which class was Chen Yuan? Thus, he grabbed a student nearby and quietly inquired. The student, caught off guard and unwilling, wore a confused expression. He was aware of the infamous Chen Yuan, but being forcibly detained was unwelcome for anyone. However, upon meeting Chen Yuan's intense gaze, he felt as if he were being scrutinized by a fierce beast, and his entire being resisted. A martial artist, and a formidable one at that. He trembled and replied, Chen Yuan is in class 8 of the 3rd year, on the 3rd floor of building 5. Just follow the path, and you'll find him. Thank you. Chen Yuan gently released him and swiftly departed. At Shanqing No. 1 High School, in class 8 of the 3rd year, it was currently break time. Inside the classroom, some students were engrossed in solving problems, while others chatted amongst themselves. Yet, in a corner by the window, everyone instinctively kept their distance. That was Chen Yuan's spot, the notoriously impatient individual who would not hesitate to strike even his classmates if they displeased him. Many had been on the receiving end of his wrath, but few dared to voice their grievances. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the entrance of class 8. Who? Did you not see me? Upon hearing someone call his name, Chen Yuan's face momentarily displayed a hint of impatience. However, he was abruptly startled by the sound of a blade slicing through the air. In a swift motion, he sprang back, narrowly avoiding a long knife that grazed his face, cleaving the table before him in two. Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan looked up, recognizing the figure before him. It was none other than Chen Yuan. Chapter 28. The Challenge of the Heavenly Ladder. You seek death. Enraged upon recognizing his assailant as Chen Yuan, Chen Yuan's fury ignited. He had yet to confront Chen Yuan about his grievances, and this insolent brat dared to provoke him by destroying his table. Seeking death? You are the one courting disaster. A worthless dog. I previously deemed you beneath my notice, and now you presume to take liberties. Chen Yuan scoffed, swinging his blade toward Chen Yuan's face. Chen Yuan, incensed by the verbal assault, drew his sword in retaliation. Do you think I fear you? Clang. Within the classroom of Class 8. The sound resonated like a great bell tolling, a continuous hum filling the air. Suddenly, a figure emerged between Chen Yuan and Chen Yuan, effortlessly grasping both sword and knife in his hands, rendering them immobile with a resounding crack. The bell-like resonance emanated from his grip. The principal, gasped the onlookers. In an instant, the principal of Shanxing No. 1 High School, Fan Yaosheng, had appeared between the two, halting their confrontation. Ha ha ha, indeed. Our school is a hidden reservoir of talent. Chen Yuan, you have even broken through to the enlightenment stage. It seems our institution is on the verge of producing a 5th university seed. While laughing heartily, Principal Fan Yaosheng released his hold on the weapons. Chen Yuan and Chen Yuan instantly retreated, ceasing their altercation. Principal Fan Yaosheng? Truly a master. Chen Yuan squinted slightly. He had anticipated this. Although the principal seldom made appearances, he was far from a mere bystander. Even without employing his profound techniques, the principal had effortlessly thwarted that strike, demonstrating prowess far beyond the enlightenment stage, at least at the level of body refinement and beyond. Haha, as students of the same school, collaboration is essential for the college assessments. It would be unwise to let relations grow too strained, Fan Yaosheng remarked, patting his bald head with a chuckle, attempting to mediate the situation. Chen Yuan provoked me excessively. He entered with a blade drawn. Had I not evaded swiftly, my head might have been severed from my body. Chen Yuan protested, seeking support from his classmates. However, as his gaze swept across the room, his peers averted their eyes, leaving him seething with frustration, wishing he could slap each one of them. Chen Yuan coldly interjected. Chen Yuan harmed my friend, seeking to incite my wrath and compel me to retaliate. Yet now, you cower like a turtle? Just then, Lu Qing and Li Mingmao arrived. Unaware of the recent events, it was evident that Chen Yuan was standing up for them. Principal, look at how Chen Yuan has marred my face. I may never find a girlfriend now. I have done nothing to provoke him, yet he claims he will strike me whenever we meet. Lu Qing presented his face to the principal, inviting him to scrutinize the evidence of Chen Yuan's handiwork. Chen Yuan is indeed a master at the enlightenment stage. One strike has gravely injured me, truly formidable. Li Ming's cat did not possess the same shamelessness as Lu Qing, but his pallor grew increasingly ghastly, and his form swayed slightly, resembling one on the verge of collapse. Indeed, when Chen Yuan assaulted Lu Qing at the entrance of the combat room, we all witnessed the sheer brutality of the event. Lu Qing, a mere third-tier blood exchange realm cultivator, stood no chance against the university's rising star, Chen Yuan. The onlookers who had rushed from the combat room to witness the spectacle began to echo Chen Yuan's audacity with their own remarks. Their words rang true. Devoid of any pretense, Fan Yaosheng hastily shoved aside the still-crying Lu Qing and turned to Chen Yuan, stating, Chen Yuan, it appears you were the aggressor here. Perhaps a simple apology would suffice to resolve this matter? Impossible. Chen Yuan swiftly rejected the notion without hesitation. The thought of apologizing to Chen Yuan was utterly inconceivable. At that moment, Chen Yuan suddenly spoke up, declaring, Principal, I hereby challenge Chen Yuan to an offline ladder duel. A ladder duel. The top 10,000 on the ladder can engage in combat on the virtual fighting platform, with the victor ascending and the vanquished descending. In addition, offline ladder duels can also be conducted, with identical rules. The winner ascends, while the loser descends. The challenge party may refuse, yet who could endure constant challenges? However, could Chen Yuan afford to decline Chen Yuan's challenge at this juncture? Absolutely not. To refuse would reveal his fear of Chen Yuan, branding him as cowardly and resulting in a loss of face. It would not only be known at their school, but would echo throughout the entire mountain city, exposing Chen Yuan's cowardice in the face of Chen Yuan. For someone like Chen Yuan, such a situation would be more unbearable than death itself. Chen Yuan had no intention of injuring Chen Yuan with his initial strike. From the outset, he had not considered resolving matters privately. After all, even if he were to emerge victorious, the school would undoubtedly view it as a serious violation of regulations regarding private fights, ultimately placing him at a disadvantage. University stars are cherished by the institution. While the school might overlook ordinary students brawling, any incident involving a university star would cause considerable distress. Chen Yuan's aim was crystal clear. He sought the ladder duel. Chen Yuan had no choice but to acquiesce, and Principal Fan Yaosheng, too, had to concede. I accept. Chen Yuan gritted his teeth and declared, Just as Chen Yuan had anticipated, Shang Wanji scarcely hesitated before agreeing to the latter duel. At this moment, even Principal Fan Yaoxing found no grounds to intervene. Regardless of the outcome, their school would gain another university star, leaving them unscathed. After a brief contemplation, Fan Yaoxing nodded and stated, "Then it shall be as you wish. 3 days hence, at the grand arena of our school, I shall personally oversee your latter duel." "Thank you, Principal." Chen Yuan responded with a respectful fist salute. He was reckless, yet such recklessness was not unbridled indulgence in his desires. If a more effective solution presented itself, he would undoubtedly prioritize it. Unless only one path remained, why would he act like a reckless fool, determined to shatter everything? Of course, Chen Yuan possessed an unyielding spirit. Should he find himself with no alternatives, he would certainly overturn the table. If he could not partake, then no one would. Principal Fan Yaoxing's decision left no room for negotiation. Shang Wanji glared at Chen Yuan, mouthing, "Wait for me." Upon witnessing this, Chen Yuan smirked coldly, thinking, "Humph. A worthless cur, enjoy your fleeting 3 days." Surrounded by a throng of admirers, Chen Yuan departed slowly. Shang Wanji gripped his long sword tightly, his expression a tumult of emotions. He had warned Chen Yuan once, yet Chen Yuan had dismissed it, continuing his frequent interactions with Huang Su. Little did he know that the so-called waste had actually broken through to the Enlightenment realm. Now, he possessed the qualification to contend with him. "Humph. I shall make you realize that the disparity between the realms can be greater than that between man and beast." Shang Wanji fixed his gaze on Chen Yuan's retreating figure, veins protruding from his right hand that clutched the sword. Fan Yaoxing, stroking his smooth bald head, involuntarily sighed. What a mess this has become. What should have been a cause for celebration, a new university seed, has stirred such a commotion. Yet, even in defeat, the losing side can reclaim their position in the ladder rankings. Strength is paramount. No one can usurp that. In any case, this is still a good thing. With this thought, Fan Yaoxing's mood lightened considerably. Chapter 29, Making Big Money. "Chen Yuan, do you have confidence?" Lu Qing could not help but inquire. "Though you are also in the Enlightenment realm. Shang Wanji has been in that realm for a year already and might have mastered advanced martial arts. You might be acting impulsively." Presently, there were only 4 university seeds in the entire first high school, and Shang Wanji was one of them, his strength evident to all. "When have I ever embarked on an endeavor without assurance?" Chen Yuan replied with a counter-question. Lu Qing was perplexed by Chen Yuan's unwavering confidence. But he bit the bullet and declared, "Since you are confident, I shall wager 200,000 star coins on your victory." Chen Yuan was taken aback. "Bet on my victory? What do you mean?" "It's about your challenge against Shang Wanji. With such a commotion, Principal Fan Yaoxing will preside personally. There will surely be a crowd to witness your duel. With spectators comes betting. If you truly believe in yourself, I will increase my wager. Consider it compensation for my handsome face being ruined." Lu Qing said with a grin. The idea of betting sparked intrigue in Chen Yuan. At the Xian restaurant, in a private room on the 3rd floor, Huang Su stared at the 6 plates of earth dragon meat on the table, lost in thought. "When did you become so generous? You've always been the one treating me, and today is truly a turn of events. The miser Chen Yuan has called me out for a feast. Moreover, you've ordered so many plates of earth dragon meat, which you usually would never indulge in. It's time for a switch. This time, I shall treat you." Chen Yuan replied. Huang Su remained skeptical, scrutinizing Chen Yuan's eyes, but finding nothing amiss. He stated bluntly, "Speak plainly. What do you want me to assist you with? Unless you reveal your purpose, I shan't touch my chopsticks." Chen Yuan decided to abandon pretense, inquiring mysteriously, "Huang Su, do you wish to make a fortune? If so, I can lead you to it." "Make a fortune? How?" Huang Su was taken aback. It should have been him who brought Chen Yuan to profit. Chen Yuan recounted his agreement to duel with Shang Wanji and then proposed, "You lend me a bit of money and wager it all on my victory. Afterwards, we shall split the earnings evenly." Shang Wanji, that fellow is formidable. I have consistently avoided him because I can't defeat him. Huang Su did not hastily agree but countered, "If you are confident, why not bet on yourself?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan shrugged his shoulders. "I have no funds. I've mortgaged my house, and I'm still repaying it." "Are you truly confident?" Huang Su pressed. "Absolutely guaranteed." Chen Yuan replied with conviction. "Very well, I shall accompany you in this gamble, but a 50-50 split is out of the question. The risk is entirely on my shoulders. At most, it shall be 70-30. After pondering for a few seconds, Huang Su nodded in agreement. "All right, I knew you would dare to bet." Chen Yuan felt relieved and laughed heartily. A remark from Lu Qing had once again unveiled a lucrative opportunity for him. This time, he could amass a significant fortune and continue to gamble. Since the incident with the Black Mountain 3-headed python, he had seen no influx of capital, and his strength had stagnated. Now, The opportunity had arrived. He intended to seize a substantial sum all at once. Since you are so confident in your victory, why not bring old Wu into the mix as well? I will persuade him to bet on your success, also with a 70-30 split. What do you think? Huang Su continued to support him. Chen Yuan responded with assurance, no problem, bring in as many as you can. You had better not falter. The risk lies with us investors. If you fail to win, your credibility will be shattered. From then on, I shall not trust you. Huang Su spoke earnestly. We must make a profit. Now let us dine. Chen Yuan was the first to pick up his chopsticks, scooping up a piece of dragon meat and indulging in a hearty meal. Huang Su also lifted his chopsticks, but suddenly realized a rather serious issue. Wait. You said you have no money. How will you pay for this meal? Without raising his head, Chen Yuan replied, you help me cover it first, and I will deduct it from my earnings once we make money. Huang Su thought, so he truly intends to exploit this opportunity. Chen Yuan was confident in his victory. And so was Shang Wanji. Clang. The tip of the sword quivered slightly, instantly piercing the air and striking the wooden post before him. The accumulated force erupted forth like a flood, shattering the post and sending wood shavings flying. Shang Wanji sheathed his sword with satisfaction and then cast a glance at his swordsmanship teacher. Shang Wanji, your starburst sword technique has reached the realm of understanding. All your power is now concentrated and unleashed in a single point, a force not to be underestimated, the teacher praised without reservation. This was not flattery but a statement of fact. Martial arts are categorized by rank, and only upon reaching the enlightenment stage does one begin to encounter first-class martial techniques. From the first class onward, each can be divided into 4 stages: initial, understanding, subtlety, and transformation. Each stage represents one's mastery and comprehension of martial arts, and the power exerted varies immensely. Shang Wanji's talent for swordsmanship was exceptionally high. Mastering the first-class starburst sword technique to the level of understanding had already surpassed many enlightenment stage experts. The realms of martial arts and martial techniques complement each other. The former serves as the foundation for the practitioner, while the latter is the means of expression. Both are indispensable. Your praise is excessive. I have yet to reach even the threshold of true mastery. Though he spoke otherwise, a slight smile crept to the corners of Shang Wanji's mouth, betraying a sense of pride that he could not suppress. To be regarded as a seedling of the university, none could be deemed mediocre. Without that innate talent, even if one were to immerse oneself daily in nutrient solutions, the pinnacle of their strength would scarcely ascend. Indeed, Shang Wanji possessed ample reason to be proud. His swordsmanship instructor offered words of solace. Do not be disheartened. The university assessment evaluates more than mere realms. Numerous factors come into play, including luck. Simply perform to the best of your ability. Even if you do not succeed, no one shall fault you. The opportunity to participate in the university evaluation is testament enough to your potential. Even if you do not enter the university, with your family's support, you can still carve a successful path in the blue and white star. Even someone as proud as Shang Wanji had to concede that he might not secure a place in the university, as there were many competitors stronger than he. However, in the blue and white star, he was universally acknowledged as a genius. It seemed his prolonged silence had led some to believe they could surpass him. In 3 days, during the latter challenge, he would demonstrate to them what true genius entailed. Chen Yuan, await my arrival. Shang Wanji's eyes gleamed with ferocity, his teeth clenched. He had never suffered such a loss in his life. In his eyes, a waste like Chen Yuan was destined to be beneath his feet. Yet now, this insignificant individual dared to challenge him. This was all due to his rare engagements since entering the enlightenment realm, causing the lesser beings at school to forget his formidable prowess. I have also heard of the events at your school. Chen Yuan is merely an orphan. If you maintain your composure, defeating him will be effortless. Remember, do not let anger cloud your judgment. Your body is governed solely by your will, not by fleeting emotions. The swordsmanship instructor cautioned. Shang Wanji took a deep breath, suppressing his inner fury, and replied calmly, I shall heed your teachings, esteemed instructor. I, Shang Wanji, will prevail. Chapter 30. Before the battle 3 days later. At Shanxing No. 1 High School, the contest for a place among the top 10,000 in the ladder rankings was underway, featuring the current university seed Shang Wanji against the obscure Chen Yuan. The anticipation surrounding their ladder duel stirred considerable excitement, compelling even those who typically paid little heed to the martial arts realm to become informed. Furthermore, given the rarity of an offline competition, many gathered with the intent of witnessing the spectacle, arriving at Shanxing No. 1 High School with great enthusiasm. Among them were martial arts prodigies and university seeds from other high schools in Shanxing, equally eager to ascertain the identity of this Chen Yuan, who dared to challenge Shang Wanji. After all, There were only a handful of university seeds in Shanxing, and most had crossed paths and engaged in battles on the ladder before. The emergence of this unfamiliar Chen Yuan piqued their curiosity, prompting their attendance. Should Chen Yuan manage to defeat Shang Wanji in this ladder duel, he might become their ally or rival. Thus, gaining insight into him could only yield benefits. Li Guangming. It has been ages since we last met. Even the ladder seems to rarely see you logged in. Were it not for the minimum drop mechanism, would you not have chosen to remain hidden until the university assessment? Do not overthink. My Tianming fist is at a crucial juncture of breakthrough. If I can achieve this before the university assessment, my chances of admission will undoubtedly increase significantly. Is that not Wang Qianjun from No. 1 High School? Who exactly is this Chen Yuan from your institution? I am uncertain. I was previously dispatched on a mission and have just returned to school. Wang Qianjun is one of the 4 university seeds from No. 1 High School, ranked over 6,000 in the Tianlu rankings. Unlike Shang Wanji, Wang Qianjun hails from a humble background, having lost his father early on, leaving him and his mother to rely on one another. After engaging with martial arts, he began to shine, showcasing an exceptional talent that caught the attention of the enforcement team, leading to his inclusion in their ranks. He typically exchanges his merits for resources to enhance his martial arts training, making him a formidable practitioner. Wang Qianjun is perplexed. He merely executed a mission for the enforcement team, yet upon his return, a Chen Yuan has suddenly emerged. There was no prior indication. He had never heard the name Chen Yuan before, as if it had sprung forth from the stone itself. Your No. 1 High School is truly impressive, quietly adding another university seed to your ranks, while we at No. 8 High School have only 2. An acquaintance remarked in admiration. Wang Qianjun smiled kindly, but remained silent. He was not adept at dealing with such individuals. He preferred to practice his preferred sets of punches in solitude rather than engage in conversation. The location for the duel between Chen Yuan and Shang Wanji is situated on the back mountain of No. 1 High School, in a grand arena specifically constructed for martial artists, measuring 300 by 300. The arena is composed of a solid block of resilient blue stone, encased in a layer of specialized alloy. Even students at the 9th level of Blood Exchange realm, wielding swords with all their might, can only leave a nearly imperceptible scratch upon its surface. The construction of this arena was a significant investment for No. 1 High School. Surrounding the arena are rows of stone seats, capable of accommodating thousands of faculty and students simultaneously. By this time, numerous individuals have already taken their seats in the front rows, all gathered to witness the Tianlu duel. Among them are student martial artists, teachers, and even leaders from several other schools, though the majority are ordinary students merely seeking entertainment. Old fan, is this not the 5th university seed from your No. 1 High School? Truly a stroke of good fortune. Suddenly, the principal of No. 1 High School, Fan Yaoxing, heard a familiar voice calling out to him. Turning around, he was surprised to find it was the principal of No. 2 High School. He was immediately puzzled. The Tianlu duel was hardly a momentous event. What brought him to No. 1 High School? Is it merely 2 students competing? Why come to join the fray? The principal of No. 2 High School, a jovial and portly man, smiled warmly and replied, "What are you saying? With 5 university seeds at No. 1 High School, I certainly had to come to offer my congratulations. Given your character of not rising early without a benefit, what could possibly compel you to visit No. 1 High School?" Fan Yaoxing snorted, clearly skeptical of his counterpart's words. "Hee, you see right through me." The principal of No. 2 High School chuckled, narrowing his eyes with a smile. "I won't disturb you any longer. I'll stop by your office after you finish your business, and we can have a chat. Meanwhile, let us discuss the matter of university assessments." Below the stage, Chen Yuan, along with Lao Wu, has staked a significant portion of his fortune on this wager, putting his faith in your victory. Should you triumph, the agreement stipulates a division of 70-30 in our favor. However, if you falter, while my losses can be managed, Lao Wu has made it clear that should you fail, you shall find it impossible to procure any discounted resources from him in the future. You must be resolute. This is a ladder match, not mere trifles of daily competition. Huang Su's expression bore the weight of gravity. He could not afford to take this lightly, especially given the considerable amount of money at stake. To lose it all in one fell swoop would not be catastrophic, but it would certainly cause him distress for years to come. Initially, Lao Wu was reluctant, as they bore all the risk while Chen Yuan faced no repercussions for a loss, gaining rather from a potential victory. Such a scenario seemed ludicrous. One would be fortunate to offer Chen Yuan even a fraction of the winnings. Ultimately, Huang Su persuaded Lao Wu. Feeling a sense of guilt since Chen Yuan had incurred enmity with Shang Wanji because of him, Huang Su thought it best to allow Chen Yuan a greater share, thus alleviating his own remorse. Alas, Chen Yuan sighed. Huang Su had repeated his reassurances numerous times, to which Chen Yuan had responded just as often. Yet, this was his financier, and he depended on Huang Su for his earnings. Thus, Chen Yuan continued to patiently reassure him with 5 simple words. Rest assured, victory is guaranteed. After a moment's contemplation, he added, when I usually spar with you, I hold back, fearing I might inadvertently strike you down. Now you can relax. At that moment, Huang Su dismissed the notion of Chen Yuan's apprehension about causing him harm. Instead, upon hearing Chen Yuan's words, he compared their respective strengths and felt a sense of relief. If Chen Yuan was not boasting and could indeed strike him down with a single blow, then taking on Shang Wanji would indeed pose no challenge. Provided, of course, that Chen Yuan was truthful. All right, I see the principal has taken to the stage. I should make my way to the arena, Chen Yuan declared, waving his hand. Then go forth, give it your all. I've long found Shang Wanji insufferable. Please, deliver him an extra punch on my behalf. Huang Su exclaimed, throwing a couple of punches into the air with a hearty laugh. Not a problem. Buy one get one free. I shall deliver him 2 punches in total. Chen Yuan replied without looking back, gesturing farewell as he ascended the grand stage amidst the gaze of nearly 1,000 spectators seated in the stands. Chapter 31. The battle commences. On the platform, Principal Fan Yaoxing began to recite his speech, detailing the hardships of establishing the school, the challenges of its development, and the dedication bestowed upon the students. Those familiar with him knew his discourse was never brief. Who is this Chen Yuan? One might wonder about his true capabilities. In the audience, Wang Qianjun sat in the 3rd row, observing Chen Yuan on the grand stage. Although Wang Qianjun had never directly interacted with Chen Yuan, he had learned of his backstory, losing both parents to a tragic accident and rising to his current standing through sheer determination. Wang Qianjun felt a sense of kinship, which fostered a favorable impression of Chen Yuan. Unlike the other 3 seated contenders from prestigious families, Wang Qianjun found himself at odds with such circles, feeling out of place and unwilling to conform. It simply was not meant for him, and he saw no need to force himself into their company. Wang Qianjun, who do you believe will emerge victorious in the arena? Inquired a companion seated beside him. I find it difficult to draw a definitive conclusion. However, I have heard that Chen Yuan has just entered the enlightenment realm, while Shang Wanji has been in this realm for quite some time, possessing a commendable grasp of martial arts. A rational analysis suggests that Shang Wanji has a higher chance of victory. Wang Qianjun quietly reflected on this and ultimately concluded, haha, I share your thoughts. Moreover, the odds for Chen Yuan are several points higher than those for Shang Wanji, indicating that, in the eyes of those setting the odds, Chen Yuan's chances of winning are perceived as lower. I have bet on Shang Wanji to win. He absolutely cannot lose. The man beside him laughed heartily. And with Wang Qianjun's affirmation, his conviction in Shang Wanji's potential for victory grew stronger. Wang Qianjun shook his head silently. He never gambled, not even in what could be considered harmless wagers. For him, the notion of betting was non-existent. Furthermore, in battles between warriors, who could truly ascertain the outcome? Perhaps a single detail could determine the fate of the contest. Nevertheless, Wang Qianjun hoped for Chen Yuan's triumph, regardless of victory or defeat. He wished to engage in conversation afterward, exchanging insights on their cultivation experiences. On the podium, Fan Yaoxing, speaking eloquently, finally reached his conclusion. Friendship comes first, competition second. We are all students of the first high school, united in our fight for the peace of humanity. With that, his speech concluded. As he slowly stepped down, the principal of the second high school gazed at the 2 individuals on the arena and curiously inquired, Old Fan, who do you think will win? I'm not sure. Fan Yaoxing replied, shaking his head. Not sure. The principal of the second high school looked astonished. Both of them are your students. How can you say you are uncertain? Don't think I'm unaware. You were the one who intervened when those 2 were about to fight. Can you truly not discern their abilities? Logically speaking, Shang Wanji has a higher chance of victory. Fan Yaoxing smiled. But did you know about Chen Yuan prior to this? The principal of the second high school shook his head. He had never heard of Chen Yuan before. Chen Yuan has only recently emerged, displaying his enlightenment realm prowess with astounding momentum, reaching this stage in a short span. Even I failed to recognize any hidden potential in him before this. So how can I be certain that Chen Yuan has not concealed something? Perhaps what he reveals later will leave us both dumbfounded. In essence, Fan Yaoxing's conclusion boiled down to 6 words. He himself is uncertain. The principal of the second high school was left speechless. Well then, it's as if you said nothing at all. Just enjoy the match. I am quite eager to see the outcome. Fan Yaoxing remarked enthusiastically, stroking his smooth bald head. On the grand arena, Chen Yuan and Shang Wanji stood 100 meters apart, facing each other. Neither spoke. Their gazes did not even meet. Shang Wanji's disdain for the weak was palpable, while Chen Yuan simply lacked the habit of engaging in pre-battle banter. He preferred conversing with the deceased. The deceased do not argue, do not suddenly unleash their full power, and do not create unexpected surprises. A martial arts teacher was summoned as a judge, initially hoping to encourage a few words between the two to lighten the atmosphere. However, upon observing the situation, the teacher realized that such an effort was unnecessary. In the midst of eager anticipation from the audience, the referee raised his right hand and brought it down with authority. The challenge on the heavenly ladder commences now. Almost as soon as the words "now begins" fell from his lips, Chen Yuan made the first move. To the eyes of the spectators, who lacked martial arts training, Chen Yuan leaned forward and lunged with astonishing swiftness, his figure seeming to dissolve into mist, both ethereal and elusive. This was the first-grade martial art, the Zhanyan step. Alas, his fixation on the art of footwork revealed that he was still at the novice stage. Wang Qianjun had never engaged with Chen Yuan in combat, not even once during their time on the heavenly ladder. Moreover, as he typically spent his time on missions, he seldom crossed paths with individuals like Chen Yuan, making this his first encounter with Chen Yuan's prowess. Chen Yuan, witnessing the first-grade body technique for the first time, was genuinely taken aback. He refrained from launching a reckless attack, opting instead to await his opponent's movements, fully prepared to defend himself, his blade dancing around him in a formidable barrier. Even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit, but only when it recognizes its own power against that of its prey. Chen Yuan had only previously sparred with Huang Su and had never faced an adversary like Chen Yuan. Although he was confident in his own strength, believing himself superior to Chen Yuan, he was uncertain of the extent of that superiority. Thus, he resolved to proceed with caution, seeking to gauge Chen Yuan's capabilities. He was self-assured yet not arrogant. Should he charge forward with reckless abandon and miss, he would leave himself wide open for counterattack. Clang, clash. The sounds of weapons meeting echoed continuously. To the ordinary spectators, it appeared as though Chen Yuan was entirely overpowered by Chen Yuan, unable to retaliate and forced into a defensive stance. Indeed, it was evident that Chen Yuan, as a university seed, was formidable, his speed blurring before their eyes. I bet on Chen Yuan to win. This time, I'm sure to profit. I've lost over 10 times in a row. How can a gambler lose every day? Oh dear, I was too rash this time. I thought the odds on Chen Yuan were favorable. Next time, I shall not be so greedy. However, individuals like Wang Qianjun and Huang Su understood the reality. Despite the appearance of combat, both sides were merely probing each other, neither exerting their full strength. Indeed, Chen Yuan soon discovered something amiss. It was not that Chen Yuan was more powerful than he had anticipated. On the contrary, Chen Yuan was significantly weaker. It turned out that among the more than 8,000 competitors on the heavenly ladder, Chen Yuan's number of open meridians was approximately comparable to his own, merely around 30. This was the source of Chen Yuan's unease. Prior to the battle, he had estimated Chen Yuan's number of open meridians to be between 80 and 100. Without employing the mixed Yuan Dragon Elephant True Art, such a disparity in meridian count would typically imply a crushing advantage in vital energy, strength, speed, and reflexes. However, after a series of exchanges, Chen Yuan was astonished to discover that Chen Yuan's meridian count was indeed quite similar to his own. The opponent he had envisioned for so long was, in fact, so feeble that Chen Yuan could not help but feel slighted. If that is the case, then there is no need for caution. 10 seconds, he would eliminate him. Chapter 32, Weak. Too weak. What is the matter? You pathetic fool. Can you do nothing but evade? Chen Yuan found himself increasingly frustrated, struggling to breach the steadfast defense of Chen Yuan. In the heat of battle, he suddenly realized that Chen Yuan's number of open meridians was surprisingly comparable to his own. What happened to the notion of being a novice in the realm of enlightenment? At this moment, Chen Yuan had already discerned the strength of Chen Yuan, particularly the previously daunting footwork that seemed impressive but was merely a distraction to the opponent's line of sight. In genuine combat, one could uncover the facade, revealing its utter ineffectiveness. As you wish. Chen Yuan exerted force beneath his feet, his vital energy surging alongside the might of the mixed-element dragon elephant, causing his muscles to tighten and his form to expand momentarily, straining against his loose garments. All 30 meridians synchronized in breath. A flicker of blue lightning danced between Chen Yuan's hands. Boom! The sound of muffled thunder erupted in the cloudless sky. Lightning strike. In the next instant, Chen Yuan's figure transformed into a flash of light, accompanied by the roar of thunder, charging toward his opponent. The foundational martial art, 8 Extremes Thunderblade. And you haven't even mastered a basic martial skill. Observing this, Chen Yuan felt a surge of confidence. He simultaneously channeled all his vital energy, concentrating it at the tip of his sword. Exploding star. Boom. In an instant, the clash of blade and sword unleashed a tangible wave of energy that spread like a tempest. Crack. The sound of shattering weapons echoed. Chen Yuan's blade shattered into countless fragments, hurtling outward at high speed. The referee swiftly intervened to prevent the audience from being harmed by the flying shards. Haha. Your blade is shattered. How can you defeat me now? Shang Guanji laughed heartily. Chen Yuan felt only a slight surprise, for this blade was but a cheap trinket. As his strength grew, coupled with the mixed element dragon elephant's power, it was only natural that it could not withstand the full force. What a pity, though, that the weapon's limitations led to his strike merely matching Shang Guanji, only to suddenly shatter, yielding only 30 to 40% of its potential. It is time to conclude. An unexpected outcome was still but an anomaly. Chen Yuan took a sudden step forward, and the iron-forged arena beneath his foot left an imprint. With every bone and sinew resonating, the formidable mixed element dragon elephant's power accumulated within him, culminating in an explosive surge from his right fist. Lacking finesse, it was a pure eruption of strength. Shang Guanji, still buoyed by excitement, swung his sword downward. Chen Yuan's right fist struck the side of the sword's blade. Shang Guanji's grin remained, following through with the momentum to cleave toward Chen Yuan's head. Haha. Crack. This time, it was Shang Guanji's sword that shattered. His smile abruptly froze, disbelief flooding his eyes. How could this be? My sword is forged from top-grade alloy. How could it be shattered by your punch? Because you are too weak. So weak that it defies my imagination. In the moment Shang Guanji was momentarily stunned, Chen Yuan inhaled deeply, and immediately, a punch imbued with dragon elephant power struck Shang Guanji's chest with ferocity. Crack, crack, crack. A cacophony of bone-cracking sounds reverberated ominously. Shang Guanji's complexion turned pale, a surge of blood uncontrollably rising in his throat, and he was sent flying like a broken sack. Yet, Chen Yuan was even faster in pursuit. With his left hand, he seized Shang Guanji's head and forcefully yanked him back. The entire sequence transpired in a mere instant. From the shattering of Chen Yuan's blade to the sudden ejection of Shang Guanji, which took no more than 2 seconds. Even the referee remained in the midst of trying to intercept the shards of the long sword. Chen Yuan, no? Principal Fan Yaosheng exclaimed anxiously, his figure soaring through the air in an attempt to intervene. Yet it was too late. What are you doing? Shang Guanji struggled in panic. But Chen Yuan's strength was unfathomably immense, his hand gripping Guanji's face as if it could crush his skull. I will ruin you. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in Chen Yuan's eyes as he delivered another devastating punch to Shang Guanji's chest. This time, there were no rib bones to obstruct. No sound of fractures. Only the grievous damage to internal organs remained. Shang Guanji's bloodshot eyes bulged, and the excruciating pain caused his head to tilt, rendering him unconscious. The arena fell silent. Chen Yuan, what are you doing? Fan Yaosheng arrived too late, seizing Shang Guanji from Chen Yuan's grasp. After a brief examination of his injuries, his brow furrowed deeply. You had already won. Why did you strike with such cruelty? Fan Yaosheng's expression turned grave as he could not help but reprimand. Both Shang Guanji and Chen Yuan were promising talents from their school, yet the injuries sustained by Guanji today would undoubtedly affect his future university assessments. Regardless of how diligently they were treated, injuries are common in battles, and Guanji's recent attack was also aimed at me with lethal intent. He did not consider the consequences when he struck at Lu Qing and the others. If I had been weaker, wouldn't I have had to accept defeat? Fan Yaosheng sighed heavily. Even so, your actions were excessively severe. There were far better choices available. But I enjoyed myself. Chen Yuan replied with a grin. Feel free to impose any punishment, Principal. Long before he struck, Chen Yuan had anticipated the outcome. Nevertheless, he inflicted severe harm on Shang Guanji without concern for the school's subsequent response. While Chen Yuan claimed he would ruin Guanji, in reality, Guanji only suffered significant injuries, which would impact his preparations for the university assessments due to insufficient recovery time. Chen Yuan did not destroy Guanji's capabilities, but rather his path to higher education. Yet, Guanji remained alive, and that was sufficient. In martial disputes, injuries are inevitable. As long as one survives, the matter does not escalate. Since you have acted, be prepared for the school's resolution, Fan Yaosheng declared, dismissing Chen Yuan with a wave of his hand. Chen Yuan's expression shifted, and amidst the hushed crowd, he gradually retreated from the grand stage. However, confusion lingered in his heart. Was that it? The outcome was far better than he had anticipated. Despite the principal's apparent disdain for him, it seemed he had only received a verbal reprimand, without any real consequence. Unbeknownst to the principal, it appeared as though he was deliberately favoring Chen Yuan, albeit constrained by the presence of so many witnesses. forcing him to maintain an appearance of impartiality. Especially since Chen Yuan was undeniably a promising talent from their institution. Chen Yuan was perplexed. Meanwhile, Fan Yaoxing swiftly summoned medical personnel. His face etched with concern as he had Guanjie taken away. At that moment, the audience seemed to finally grasp the gravity of the situation. Chen Yuan, damn you. I have endured countless defeats for this. I have wagered my entire fortune on your victory. Can you truly justify my faith in you? Ha ha ha. Chen Yuan has surprisingly triumphed, reaping immense rewards. I knew that taking an unconventional approach would prove right. This fellow, Chen Yuan, after this battle, has soared to unprecedented heights. Even Shang Wanji could not stand against him. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Although the outcome of this battle was unexpected, the spectators accepted it. Save for those who had heavily bet on Shang Wanji. They cared not for Shang Wanji's plight. All they knew was that he had betrayed their trust. What a terrifying power. Does Chen Yuan possess some extraordinary gift, perhaps innate divine strength? The university elite's present wore serious expressions, including Wang Qianjun. At this moment, they all pondered the same question. If they were to face Chen Yuan, could they prevail? Those who considered themselves weaker than Shang Wanji had no doubt. Since Shang Wanji had lost, they certainly could not win. However, those who believed themselves superior to Shang Wanji now felt uncertain, equally questioning whether they could withstand Chen Yuan's peculiar divine strength. Chapter 33. The gluttonous divine body. Fan Yaoxing, wearing a stern expression, entered his office alongside the principal of No. 2 High School. All right, now that we are alone, you need not pretend in my presence. The principal spoke with a tone of resignation. Ha ha, ha ha. Fan Yaoxing could not contain his laughter any longer. Laugh away. If my No. 2 High School has such a student, I too shall laugh heartily. The principal of No. 2 High School casually took a seat. After a hearty laugh, Fan Yaoxing finally composed himself. That was refreshing. Now let us discuss what you mentioned earlier. The principal waved his hand. No rush. First tell me about your student Chen Yuan. What is the nature of his unique physique? Or has he cultivated some extraordinary skill? How can he possess such strength? Even those who have opened 361 acupoints, reaching the pinnacle of the small circulatory system, hardly achieve such power. Fan Yaoxing did not rush to respond. He first prepared himself a cup of tea before slowly speaking. I am not entirely certain, but I have received word that Chen Yuan recently acquired the true art of the primordial dragon elephant. Upon hearing this, the principal rose abruptly, unable to believe his ears. Could it be that Chen Yuan has mastered the true art of the primordial dragon elephant? The true art of the primordial dragon elephant first garnered fame when the dragon elephant martial deity broke through to the realm of martial deities. This martial art originally emerged from the dragon elephant martial deity, yet it was not created by him, nor did he ever disclose its origins. It is known that he took the title of dragon elephant due to this very art, and his success propelled its popularity. Countless prodigies within the Star Alliance chose to cultivate the dragon elephant art, despite the martial deity's earnest warnings about its challenges. Aspirants were as numerous as the stars. However, they soon encountered a bottleneck. The first, second, and third levels of the true art of the primordial dragon elephant were manageable. While difficult, many succeeded in mastering them. Yet, from the fourth level onward, even the most gifted prodigies required centuries of effort, with only a few ever achieving mastery. The additional power of the fourth layer of the primordial dragon elephant true skill has, for the prodigies of that time, become little more than a hindrance, with its utility proving minimal, ultimately wasting considerable time and effort. Consequently, the fervor surrounding the practice of the primordial dragon elephant true skill swiftly waned, leaving it largely neglected in the present day. Fan Yaoxing sighed, remarking, "It has only been a mere few days since he acquired the first layer of the primordial dragon elephant true skill. Are you suggesting that he has mastered it in such a short span? Am I dreaming, or are you?" The principal of the second high school, upon hearing this, quickly regained his composure from his astonishment, realizing the absurdity of his previous statement. If Chen Yuan truly could master the first layer of the primordial dragon elephant true skill in just over 10 days, how could he possibly still be on Blue and White Star? He would be revered as a progenitor by the entire Star Alliance. It is worth noting that even the dragon elephant martial god required 3 years to successfully cultivate the first layer. So what do you think is the reason? It cannot simply be innate divine strength. That would be excessive. The principal of the second high school inquired with some impatience. Fan Yaoxing, no longer withholding his thoughts, candidly expressed, I suspect that Chen Yuan possesses a unique physique, most likely the gluttonous divine body. The gluttonous divine body. The principal's pupils constricted, but he quickly regained his calm. After all, while the gluttonous divine body is rare, it is more acceptable than the notion of mastering the primordial dragon elephant true skill in just a few days. The legend states that it can devour all things and rapidly enhance one's strength. The principal couldn't help but echo. To consume all and nourish oneself. A formidable physique. An overwhelming strength. Fan Yaoxing listed 4 phrases and continued. Moreover, I have covertly investigated Chen Yuan. This lad has recently been amassing wealth at an alarming rate, purchasing various cultivation resources, all of which he has exhausted in a short time. Chen Yuan must be on the verge of awakening his gluttonous divine body, likely within a year to 3 years. Acquiring the primordial dragon elephant true skill seems more like a facade to conceal his gluttonous divine body. The principal, stroking his chin, pondered for several seconds, appearing contemplative. You know, this possibility is surprisingly plausible, though there are still some gaps in the theory. This explanation may very well be the most fitting at present. It is simply implausible for Chen Yuan to have mastered the primordial dragon elephant true skill in just a few days. That defies logic. The rumored gluttonous divine body fits best, as history within the Star Alliance has seen its fair share of individuals with special physiques. There have indeed been instances of the gluttonous divine body. It is said that the dragon elephant martial god possessed one, enabling him to cultivate the primordial dragon elephant true skill to its 9th layer. Whether that is true remains uncertain. Fan Yaoxing chuckled heartily, unfazed as he remarked, regardless, Chen Yuan is a student of my first high school. Whether or not he is a gluttonous divine body, if he wishes to keep it concealed, I shall not expose him. We are all in tacit agreement. Last year's university seeds were a complete washout, but with Chen Yuan as an unexpected asset this year, we are at least guaranteed a university slot. I feel quite reassured. However, Chen Yuan's methods this time have been somewhat ruthless, but it's not of great concern. After all, the potential value he exhibits far outweighs that of Shang Wanji. The principal of the second high school immediately interjected, coincidentally, I wanted to discuss something with you that pertains to this group of students. In our esteemed institutions, such as the first and second middle schools, as well as other secondary schools in Shanxing, let us unite in our endeavors for the university assessments. Last year was a significant embarrassment. This year, we must strive to reclaim our dignity. Fan Yaoxing was somewhat taken aback and paused before responding. Alliance? Haven't we always been allied as Shanxing Middle School? The notion of alliance you propose is rather tenuous. Each time students face university evaluations, this so-called alliance becomes mere rhetoric, with everyone essentially fighting their own battles. The principal of the second middle school shook his head in disapproval. What I envision is a united front, a collective advancement and retreat among our students. That is indeed a commendable thought, Fan Yaoxing acknowledged, but those students may not heed our counsel. Once they enter the university assessments, their aspirations may diverge from our intentions. We could entice them, the principal of the second middle school elaborated thoughtfully. By collaborating among a few schools, we could provide incentives for those students willing to cooperate, encouraging them to sign a mutual agreement of solidarity. Enticement, Fan Yaoxing mused. This approach holds little allure for those supported by powerful families. At best, we might only attract students lacking resources for cultivation, such as Chen Yuan and Wang Qianjun. He was not optimistic about this notion. One must do their part and leave the rest to fate. It is certainly better than inaction, the principal of the second middle school admitted, feeling somewhat disheartened. The previous year's humiliation among the various schools in Shanxing had been quite severe, which is why he felt such urgency to achieve results this year. He truly wished to avoid another dismal experience akin to the last. Very well then, there is no harm in trying. Who knows, it might fortuitously yield results. Fan Yaoxing nodded in agreement. I shall reach out to the other esteemed heads of schools. We must not allow ourselves to be humiliated again. The esteemed heads mentioned by the principal referred to the leaders of several other high schools. With that, he hurriedly departed. Chapter 34. The conclusion. Chen Yuan, you sly one. Even Shang Wanji is no match for you. As Chen Yuan stepped down from the grand stage, Huang Su rushed towards him, excitement radiating from his face. This time, we have truly struck gold. Old Wu just messaged me, asking me to extend his gratitude to you. Chen Yuan, indifferent to the accolades, inquired curiously. How much have we gained? What share do I receive? This competition was set to yield him the greatest profits yet, not just from Huang Su and Old Wu's shares, but also from the rewards of the ranking ladder and the subsequent contract with the first middle school. The total gains were beyond his wildest imaginations, potentially adding significant years to his life. This was the bounty from his battle with Shang Wanji. It was not merely about winning the wager, but rather an overwhelming triumph. You should receive around 800,000. The funds will be transferred to your account by the day after tomorrow, Huang Su exclaimed with glee. Chen Yuan had earned 800,000 from a mere wager, taking home 30 of the total. Together with Old Wu, they had amassed nearly 2 million. This was no trifling sum. What began as a simple gamble had yielded such a windfall. This 2 million was akin to a gift from the heavens, surpassing the earnings from perilous hunts in the Black Mountain. No worries, a few days' delay is inconsequential, Chen Yuan replied with a smile. After numerous collaborations, they had established a fundamental trust, and Huang Su was certainly not the type to abscond with their earnings. Although Huang Su is fond of earning money, he merely views it as a means to an end. His true objective is not wealth itself, which is a crucial distinction. He chuckled, expressing relief at finally having some financial breathing room after previously being quite constrained. Chen Yuan, you are truly my lucky star. Leaving? How long until you depart? Chen Yuan inquired, taken aback. Huang Su's smile faded slightly as he replied, I leave in a week. The formalities at the second high school have been completed. And Old Wu and I are nearly ready. Not staying on Blue and White Star? Chen Yuan asked, feigning ignorance. The remoteness of Blue and White Star made even the Star Alliance's network difficult to connect to, making it implausible to pursue a career as an interstellar broadcaster. Huang Su scoffed before continuing, Old Wu intends to take me to his hometown, Shima Star, to recruit some Shimen as the first wave of interstellar broadcasters and then establish a company. Old Wu has experience in this field. I will learn gradually, and who knows? By the next time you see me, I might be a shareholder in a major corporation. That sounds promising. If I find myself in dire straits, I shall seek refuge with you and perhaps take on the role of a broadcaster myself to make a living. Chen Yuan chuckled after a brief pause. He had few friends in this world. With Huang Su being a reluctant companion, their rapport was quite agreeable. Unfortunately, their separation loomed just a week away. Not a problem. Reach out to me anytime. Huang Su readily agreed. Both were acutely aware that their next meeting might be a challenge to arrange. Chen Yuan's jest about seeking refuge was clearly just banter. His talent had already shown brilliantly during his battle with Shang Guanji, and by the end of the day, even the most informed in Shansheng would recognize Chen Yuan as a rising star among university candidates. If he were to struggle, then few students on Blue and White Star would fare any better. After parting ways with Huang Su, Chen Yuan was soon cornered by Lu Qing and Li Mingmao. Chen Yuan, why didn't you give me a heads up? I wagered 200,000 star coins this time and ended up at a loss. Lu Qing complained, though it was clear that he was unable to suppress his grin. In truth, he had not held much hope for Chen Yuan, merely supporting him with a casual wager of 200,000. The outcome had far exceeded expectations. Chen Yuan had won. Can you blame me? It was your lack of complete faith in me. You should have emptied your pockets and placed all your bets on me. Chen Yuan retorted, refusing to take the blame. You defeated Shang Guanji, and now your ranking is over 8,000, with room for further improvement. Isn't there a chance for entering university? Li Mingmao remarked with a hint of admiration. She had come to terms with the reality that the disparity between individuals can sometimes be greater than that between humans and dogs. She no longer held hopes for university, but intended to persist in martial arts after joining the military, steadily progressing towards her goals, as there remained glimmers of hope. I heard the university assessments will be live-streamed. I'll cheer you on then. Lu Qing exclaimed, adding, by the way, 3 days from now, my father is throwing a celebration for my graduation. You all should come and join the festivities. I likely won't be around school much longer, as my father wants me to accompany a ship to broaden my horizons. So soon? Chen Yuan was surprised to learn that, just as Huang Su was departing, Lu Qing also planned to leave. It seemed that during this period of high school graduation, everyone was beginning to pursue their individual aspirations. There was no choice, recently. A batch of goods needed to be shipped from home, so my father insisted I take charge. After all, there's no time like the present. Moreover, with just a few days left, my attendance at school seemed futile. My martial arts talent is rather mediocre, and after all these years, I remain stuck at the 3rd level of blood exchange. I am not even qualified for military service. It seems I must content myself with inheriting the family business. You all continue to work hard. My journey in martial arts has reached its conclusion, and it is time for me to embrace a more relaxed existence. Lu Qing spoke with a chuckle, but Chen Yuan could discern the dissatisfaction simmering beneath the surface. Lu Qing's martial talent truly was average, despite the abundant resources at home. He remained ensnared at the 3rd level of blood exchange. Yet his passion for martial arts was unmistakable, otherwise, he would not have persevered for so long in the face of hopelessness. Were it anyone else, having been stuck at the 3rd level for years, knowing one's martial aptitude to be lacking, they would have long since abandoned the pursuit in favor of inheriting the family fortune. After all, who would prefer rigorous training over the ease of inheriting wealth? And you? Surely you aren't planning to flee as well? Chen Yuan inquired, glancing at the reticent Li Mingmao. Li Mingmao paused. Pretty much. I should have left before you. I have already signed up for the Blue-White Star Frontier Defense Forces. and I believe I have a little over 10 days left. So you're all departing. It seems I will be the last to leave. I cannot say I am saddened, as it is not a matter of parting forever. Yet Chen Yuan could not help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. The ranking for the heavenly ladder would conclude simultaneously with high school graduation. Within 3 days of the results, those who qualified would board interstellar ships bound for university assessments. In this light, it appeared that Chen Yuan would indeed be the last to depart. It bore a striking resemblance to the experience of graduating from university in a previous life, quietly watching as each of his roommates left for internships and jobs. Why do I feel so melancholic? I am not dead. Lu Qin could hardly endure the somber atmosphere. He laughed heartily. Remember to come to the banquet in 3 days. There will be plenty of delightful offerings that you won't want to miss. I am quite curious to see what treasures await. Chen Yuan and Li Mingmao agreed to attend. Chapter 35. Abundant blessings. The day following his duel with Shang Wanji, Chen Yuan received a notification from the school. Simultaneously, news of signing a B-level contract with the institution arrived. When Chen Yuan arrived at school, Principal Fan Yaosheng had been waiting for some time. You are well aware that although you did not kill Shang Wanji, you severely injured him, causing the school to incur unwarranted losses. We cannot dictate how he will respond, but after deliberation, the school has decided on a punitive measure. Your contract level will be lowered. Originally, following your battle with Shang Wanji, you would have secured at least an A-level contract. Now it will only be a B-level. Can you accept this? I accept. Chen Yuan replied without a flicker of emotion, responding readily. Having made the choice, he was prepared to bear the consequences. He could have chosen not to incapacitate Shang Wanji, which would have yielded greater benefits. Yet, he would have found himself quite displeased. Therefore, he opted to severely injure Shang Wanji, allowing his thoughts to flow freely. However, the school's punishment was merely a reduction in contract level, which turned out to be considerably lighter than Chen Yuan had anticipated. From the grand arena yesterday, Chen Yuan sensed that the principal's proclamations were somewhat grandiose, yet lacking in substance. Chen Yuan, I hope you comprehend that the reduction of your contract here is merely the school's attempt to convey a certain stance to the outside world. After all, Shang Wanji is a notable seed from our esteemed institution, and I hope you take no offense. As for the losses you incurred, consider them in exchange for my intervention in the troubles posed by the Shangwan family. I shall take care of their matters. You need only focus on your cultivation. I understand completely. Thank you, Principal. Chen Yuan was acutely aware of the underlying dynamics. The principal was evidently in his favor, yet, succumbing to external pressures, felt compelled to impose a token punishment. Excellent. Fan Yaosheng nodded, patting Chen Yuan on the shoulder. Without further ado, let us proceed to sign the B-level contract. The resources promised therein can be collected directly from the finance office. I know you're quite busy, so I shall not detain you any longer. Perform admirably in your university assessments, and bring glory to our school. Subsequently, Chen Yuan signed the contract and, with the principal Fan Yaosheng's endorsement, promptly collected the resources promised by the contract from the finance office. The B-level contract included 200,000 star coins, 3 essence dan, 2 second-grade blood dan, a custom long sword valued at 300,000 star coins, and the option to select 2 first-grade martial arts techniques of his choosing. The market price for the essence dan was 150,000, and the second-grade blood dan was also 150,000. The 2 complementary first-grade martial arts techniques were approximately valued at 300,000. In total, the worth amounted to around 1,500,000, akin to the rewards of an A-level contract. Chen Yuan's heart stirred. It appeared to be the principal's doing. While outwardly advertised as a B-level contract, the actual value mirrored that of an A-level contract. Furthermore, there was the salary from the big boss this month, 2 blood dan, 5 nutrient solutions, and the reward for ranking in the top 10,000 of the ladder, amounting to 500,000 star coins, along with a final subsidy from the Star Alliance of a first-grade blood dan. These resources had been accumulated recently, intended for eventual use at a critical juncture. However, the subsidy from the Star Alliance and the big boss's contribution were both for the final month. Soon, he would need to undertake university assessments. Oh, he must also settle the 30,000 star coin mortgage on his house. Chen Yuan recalled having previously mortgaged his property for a loan of 30,000 star coins, which he needed to repay promptly. Adding to this, with the 80,000 in shares obtained from Huang Su, he could convert it into longevity, totaling 1,200,000 star coins, 3 first-grade blood dan, 2 second-grade blood dan, 3 essence dan, and 5 nutrient solutions. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Yuan suddenly realized he had become quite affluent. It is no exaggeration to say that today marked the highest financial standing he had ever achieved. The 1,200,000 star coins would be reserved for purchasing first-grade blood dan from Old Wu. As for the remaining elixirs, There was no need to retain them in the system. He would convert them all. After more than 10 days of inactivity regarding his longevity, he began to experience a rapid enhancement. 1, 2, 3, 90, 91 years. 91 years. The market price for the second-grade Blood Dan was the same as that of the Essence Dan, both at 150,000. Yet the Essence Dan offered an additional 15 years of life, while the second-grade Blood Dan only contributed 10 years, making the first-grade Blood Dan more cost-effective. No wonder the Essence Dan was scarce and tightly regulated by the Star Alliance. A collection of elixirs, though seemingly abundant, translates to merely 90 years of lifespan. Fortunately, there remains a sum of 1.2 million star coins. If exchanged for first-grade blood chi pills, priced at 60,000 each, one could procure 20, equating to a full century of life. 120,000 star coins. How could you choose to invest entirely in first-grade blood chi pills? Do you truly regard them as mere sustenance? Even if your need for these pills is urgent. The efficacy of second-grade blood chi pills far surpasses that of the first-grade ones. Thus, purchasing the latter would be a more prudent choice. In the black market, Old Wu was taken aback by Chen Yuan's request. For an ordinary blood transformation realm warrior, consuming a single first-grade blood chi pill necessitates approximately a month for proper assimilation. Even for a chi awakening realm warrior, the absorption rate would be halved, requiring at least 2 weeks. This was the first time Old Wu encountered someone like Chen Yuan, who seemed to disregard the entire process of digestion. At times, Old Wu pondered whether he might need to open Chen Yuan's abdomen to discern how this fellow could digest so efficiently, as if he possessed an insatiable abyss within him. I certainly have my reasons. Just tell me if you can sell them, Chen Yuan remarked, no longer inclined to concoct excuses. He had never intended to feign weakness. Chen Yuan was in dire need of martial resources. Only by converting these resources into lifespan could he accelerate his strength exponentially. If he opted to conceal his prowess and remain in the shadows, who would believe in him? Who would invest in his potential? Where would his martial resources originate? The school SB-level contracts were unattainable, and a major benefactor would scarcely offer a lucrative salary. Even Huang Su would not have crossed paths with him from the outset. To masquerade as a fool while simultaneously yearning for others to regard him as a dragon is a profoundly contradictory and conflicting endeavor. Chen Yuan needed to fight for his place. He must assert his genius to others, urging them to invest in him. Only then could he grow stronger more swiftly. His battle with Shangguan Ji marked the inception of his talent's revelation. Old Wu was poised to offer further counsel, but Huang Su intervened, shaking his head, prompting Old Wu to swallow his impending words. As a martial artist, Huang Su had a clearer perspective. Chen Yuan's talent was undeniably exceptional. However, if Chen Yuan chose not to disclose his abilities, Huang Su would not pry. This was the most suitable mode of interaction. Old Wu, if Chen Yuan requires your wares, then sell them. It's a sum of 1.2 million star coins. You could stand to make a tidy profit. Huang Su smiled slightly. Old Wu grasped the implication and nodded. Sell? Why not? However, my stock is running low. I must procure more from others, which will take a couple of days before I can fulfill your request. This will be my final transaction on Blue and White Star. Once this deal concludes, Huang Su and I shall prepare to depart. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan silently noted, be sure to inform me in advance. I shall see you off. I certainly shan't forget you. Huang Su chuckled. After exiting the black market, Chen Yuan promptly repaid a loan of 300,000 star coins. Notably, the manager recognized him, aware that he had triumphed over Shangguan Ji and was now ranked among the top 8,000 on the ladder. Thus, with a sense of relief, Chen Yuan was exempted from interest. Chapter 36, The Inverted Cross. The first layer of the mixed element dragon elephant true skill is extraordinarily formidable in enhancing strength. If it were not for its stringent requirements on talent and lifespan, it would likely have been widely adopted by now. The school only offers the training methods for the first layer, and to acquire the subsequent techniques, one might have to wait until entering university. However, even if I were to obtain the second layer of the mixed element dragon elephant true skill now, my remaining lifespan would not suffice for its consumption. This skill emphasizes a gradual progression. The first layer of the dragon elephant martial god takes 3 years, while the second layer demands 10 years. Chen Yuan spent 73 years on the first layer, and if we consider this ratio, it would take him nearly 200 years to cultivate the second layer. Yet, as one advances in the mixed element dragon elephant true skill, the later stages increasingly prioritize talent and time, especially given the martial aptitude of the dragon elephant martial god. Conservatively, Chen Yuan estimates he would require 300 years for the second layer. 300 years, 60 first-grade chi blood pills, valued at 4,200,000 in the market, seem exorbitant now, but once I step into university, it won't be considered excessive. Chen Yuan contemplated silently. The most crucial aspect of university is the abundance of resources available. As long as one possesses capability, there will be no shortage of cultivation resources. With the collective resources of the entire Stellar Federation, the university is certainly not undeservedly renowned, boasting an astonishing level of prestige, even graduating with a mediocre performance. Without any tests, one would still be regarded as a significant figure on Blue-White Star. Chen Yuan was not overly concerned. After all, as his strength grew, his encounters would naturally differ, and he would undoubtedly not lack for 300 years of lifespan. Just as he was lost in thought, a message from Li Mingmao popped up on his personal terminal. They had previously arranged to attend a banquet hosted by Lu Qing, and the moment had arrived. Night. The moon shone brightly with sparse stars. Lu Qing had a good rapport at school, and besides Chen Yuan and Li Mingmao, he had invited several other friends who frequently appeared in the combat rooms. Chen Yuan was acquainted with them, albeit only in a nodding acquaintance manner. Though Lu Qing lacked martial talent, he would undoubtedly fare better than us due to his family background. However, among us, when it comes to future achievements, it is Chen Yuan who stands out. He has defeated the university seedling, Shang Wanji, and is destined for greatness. Indeed, Chen Yuan. Let us not forget our humble beginnings once you attain wealth and status. When we meet in the future, do lend us your support. In response to such remarks, Chen Yuan merely smiled and remained silent. He never makes promises lightly. Even a jest would not elicit a response from him. The others, noticing his demeanor, paid it no mind and continued their own conversations. The banquet was held at the splendid hotel in the heart of Mountain City, with Lu Qing's family reportedly having booked an entire floor for the occasion. Although the theme was to celebrate Lu Qing's graduation, it also served as a platform for interaction, inviting numerous local dignitaries from Mountain City. However, this group was primarily there to enjoy a meal, with little else on their minds. As they walked, Chen Yuan suddenly paused, exclaiming, "I believe I just caught a glimpse of an old acquaintance I haven't seen in a long time. I'll greet him, you all go ahead, and I will join you shortly." Li Ming, the cat, was somewhat perplexed by the enveloping darkness, questioning the presence of any individuals. Nevertheless, she responded, "Then we shall take our leave. Make haste, and do not stay out too late. No worries. If you linger too long, remember to save me some delightful treats." Chen Yuan chuckled. "Rest assured, you shall not be forgotten." Others chimed in with laughter, as the silhouettes of the group gradually faded into the distance. A surge of vitality coursed through Chen Yuan's veins, preparing him for an immediate strike. He stated in a low voice, "Come forth, it is just you and me now." In the stillness of the night, only Chen Yuan's voice reverberated through the air. Rustling sounds emerged from the adjacent greenery as a figure clad in a black trench coat, its face obscured by shadows, slowly approached Chen Yuan. Upon reaching him, the figure spoke in a voice that was indistinguishable as male or female. "I am a member of the Doomsday Church." In the next instant, Chen Yuan unleashed a powerful punch, having gathered his strength for what felt like an eternity, obliterating the figure's head. Upon hearing the mention of the Doomsday Church, Chen Yuan had no intention of listening further. His energy, infused with the might of the mixed element dragon elephant force, surged forth without restraint. To his surprise, the anticipated scene of the head exploding like a watermelon did not unfold. Instead, the head resembled a deflating balloon, losing air under the force of Chen Yuan's blow. At that moment, Chen Yuan discerned the figure's features. There were no eyes, nose, or ears, just a solitary mouth hanging on its face. Was this merely human skin? The deflating head ultimately left only a layer of human skin drooping from the neck, presenting an extraordinarily eerie sight. Do not be alarmed. I am with the Doomsday Church and a member of the Anticross. My purpose in seeking you is merely to fulfill a commission, and I harbor no hostility towards you. A voice emanated from beneath the human skin, and before Chen Yuan's astonished gaze, it puffed back up as if reinflated, returning to its previous appearance. This time, Chen Yuan opted not to strike. Apart from the apparent impossibility of killing this entity, he found the Anticross, which was not known among the existing malevolent cults, to be of some intrigue. "I cannot defeat you, and you cannot harm me." This demonstrates a degree of sincerity, suggesting the potential for negotiation. Chen Yuan declared, "You have 10 seconds to clarify your intentions. Otherwise, I shall promptly contact the enforcement team." The balloon figure did not delay, its sole mouth opening and closing as it stated, "I am here because the Anticross has taken note of your talent and wishes to extend an invitation for you to join our ranks." As it spoke, a small black mechanical mosquito emerged from its mouth, fluttering towards Chen Yuan. "All pertinent information is contained within. You may explore it at your leisure. My task is complete." Chen Yuan seized the hovering mosquito, glancing upward once more, only to find the ballooned figure had vanished. Although he was aware of the figure's departure, he refrained from making any attempt to obstruct it. Neither party could impose harm upon the other, and this understanding was mutual. Moreover, given the absence of hostility from the other party, Chen Yuan found no reason to intervene and complicate matters further. Gazing at the minuscule mechanical mosquito in his hand, he contemplated for a moment before reaching out directly to Huang Su. "Chen Yuan, is there something you need?" came Huang Su's voice from the terminal. Without beating around the bush, Chen Yuan stated plainly, "Have you heard of the organization known as the Reverse Cross? I was just invited to join by someone from the Eternal Church, who provided me with a mechanical mosquito before departing." Being new to this environment, Chen Yuan was still quite unfamiliar with the myriad of clandestine information within the Star Alliance, certainly not as well-versed as Huang Su. After a few seconds of silence, Huang Su remarked with a hint of incredulity, "You've gained some notoriety, haven't you? The Reverse Cross is a significant organization within the Star Alliance, and they chose you? Pray, elaborate." In simple terms, the Reverse Cross operates as a somewhat clandestine commission guild, and only those who have received their endorsement can receive an invitation to join. That mechanical mosquito is likely a biological chip, which connects to the commission interface of the Reverse Cross. However, once activated, it signifies your membership in the organization. Huang Su elucidated. "What do you think? Should I join?" Chen Yuan inquired further. "Absolutely. You must join." Huang Su responded swiftly. "This is a free channel for information acquisition, without any charges. If it weren't for the identity verification, I would have considered acquiring one for myself." While they claim you are joining the Reverse Cross, the organization is rather loosely structured. If you choose to dispose of the biological chip, it indicates your withdrawal, leaving you with no lingering concerns. "Understood, thank you." Chen Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. After ending the communication, and having gained insight from Huang Su, Chen Yuan no longer hesitated. The mosquito in his palm underwent a transformation, suddenly disintegrating into a dark, viscous fluid that melded into his skin. Beneath the surface, it reconfigured into a diminutive square chip. A biological chip, the Eternal Church. The Reverse Cross. Indeed, as one's strength grows, the secrets of the world unveil themselves. In the darkness, Chen Yuan's eyes gleamed with a newfound light. Chapter 37. The banquet at the resplendent hotel. Lu Qing awaited the arrival of his companions at the entrance. Upon spotting Li Ming Mao and the others, he waved. "You all arrived just in time. The dishes have just been served. Better late than never." Li Ming Mao chuckled. Casting a glance around, Lu Qing, somewhat concerned, asked, "Where's Chen Yuan? Why isn't he here? He wouldn't stand me up, would he? He ran into an acquaintance on his way. He'll be here shortly." Li Ming Mao explained succinctly. "Well, as long as he isn't leaving me hanging." Lu Qing sighed in relief, leading the group upstairs. "Let us not dwell on him. We'll proceed without him for now." The banquet was not overly crowded, with approximately 30 individuals, all dressed in formal attire, engaged in hushed conversations while holding their glasses. Upon entering, Li Ming Mao and his companions attracted some attention, though it was minimal, and few paid them any particular heed. "Don't mind them. Just enjoy the food and drinks. Everything here is complimentary," Lu Qing encouraged, taking the initiative to lift a serving tray and begin selecting his meal. He did not particularly enjoy such banquets, but after numerous experiences, he had grown accustomed to them. Fortunately, Li Ming Mao and the others, being martial artists, possessed remarkable adaptability and were entirely indifferent to the opinions of others. Upon entering, they immediately focused on the delicacies laid out before them. Upon hearing Lu Qing's remarks, they unreservedly began to indulge in their meal. The commotion from their dining attracted the disapproving glances of those nearby. For the purpose of such gatherings was not merely to dine, but rather to forge valuable connections. Lu Fu had organized this banquet under the pretense of celebrating his son Lu Qing's graduation, hoping that Lu Qing would seize this opportunity wisely. Regrettably, Lu Qing, lacking in discernment, remained oblivious to the true significance of the event. As he and his companions feasted heartily, those toasting in the vicinity could not help but ponder their folly. Shortly thereafter, two men entered, one of whom bore a striking resemblance to Lu Qing. It was Lu Tao, the eldest of the Lu family. Someone whispered. Despite Lu Qing's frivolous demeanor, the presence of Lu Tao ensured that he could comfortably enjoy life as a carefree scion. However, who was the man accompanying Lu Tao? He did not appear to be from Shanxing. At that moment, as Lu Qing was introducing Li Ming Mao and the others to the delectable dishes, he spotted his elder brother Lu Tao and excused himself to greet him. "Brother, you're late. The festivities have already begun," Lu Qing said with a cheerful grin. Among the younger generation of the Lu family, only Lu Qing and Lu Tao existed, and there was no dramatic contention for inheritance. Their relationship was harmonious. Lu Qing held great respect for his elder brother, and Lu Tao, in turn, was protective of Lu Qing. I was delayed a bit while picking up a friend. Lu Tao explained with a smile, before inquiring, "Are these gentlemen your friends?" Lu Qing nodded. "They are all friends I made at the martial arts training center. Fellow practitioners like myself. I'll introduce you." "No need," Lu Tao interjected, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. "Little brother, you are about to graduate high school. It is time for you to mature. This banquet, arranged by our father, is meant to consider your future." Most of the attendees were individuals invited by their father, and Lu Tao urged him to engage with them, asserting that it would facilitate future endeavors in commerce. "Do not disappoint our father's expectations." Lu Qing found himself momentarily speechless. He was, of course, aware of his father's intentions, yet he was loath to approach friendships with ulterior motives. Living that way felt excessively burdensome. Noticing Lu Qing's hesitation, Lu Tao refrained from further persuasion and introduced Lu Qing to his companion. "This is Wan Fong, whom I met during a business trip. You enjoy martial arts, don't you?" Wan is a practitioner of the Enlightenment realm, highly esteemed with a ranking of 120,000 on the ladder, and regarded by the border defense military. His future is undoubtedly bright. You should engage with Wan to exchange insights and hone your skills. Wan maintained a stoic expression, merely nodding slightly at Lu Qing. "I won't engage in sparring. It might injure your little brother, but I can offer some guidance when time permits." Lu Qing felt a twinge of awkwardness, with little to say. Fully aware that the chasm between himself and a practitioner of the Enlightenment realm was akin to an insurmountable divide. Wan Xiong is a martial artist, known for his straightforward manner of speaking, so it is best not to take his words to heart. Lu Tao is well aware that Wan Fong is an upright person and does not intend to belittle his younger brother. He merely speaks the truth. "Elder brother, you all are busy. I shall attend to my friends," Lu Qing said, feeling somewhat out of place. Lu Tao waved his hand. "Go ahead, making friends is fine, but do discern the occasion in the future." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing quickly departed. "Wan Xiong, my younger brother has a keen interest in martial arts, and his friends are also practitioners. Would you care to engage with them?" Lu Tao sought to forge a connection between Lu Qing and Wan Fong. They were all at the 4th or 5th level of the blood exchange realm, which is commendable among ordinary individuals. Yet Wan Fong shook his head in refusal, indicating that he had little to discuss with them. Lu Tao refrained from further insistence, as he had exerted considerable effort to establish a rapport with Wan Fong. As Lu Tao and Wan Fong entered, the guests who had previously dispersed at the banquet now gathered around them, showering compliments like a downpour. Indeed, young Master Lu is remarkable to be acquainted with a young talent like Wan Fong. The Lu family has great prospects. "Young Master Lu, it has been a while. Where have you been busy lately?" "Brother Wan, we have organized a mountaineering event. Would you be interested in participating?" Wan Fong, however, did not express much enthusiasm and declined each invitation under the pretext of training. He had encountered such scenes far too often and was too weary even to feign interest. Were it not for Lu Tao's sake, he would not have attended such a gathering, deeming it a waste of time. "What's wrong? You seem rather dejected," Li Mingmao observed, noticing Lu Qing's glum expression. The dynamics of the gathering revealed that Lu Qing appeared to be less popular, especially when compared to his elder brother, Lu Tao. Lu Qing remained silent, focusing solely on his meal. Li Mingmao scanned the surroundings and suddenly realized that their group seemed somewhat out of place, prompting her to ask, "Is it just us eating? Doesn't that seem a bit inappropriate?" Lu Qing set down his chopsticks, his earlier melancholy vanishing as if it had never existed. He smiled. "A martial artist must eat well to have the energy for cultivation. Who was it that claimed I would be eaten out of house and home? Seems like that isn't the case after all." Li Mingmao shook her head. "Don't look at me. That was Chen Yuan who said that. I never claimed I would eat you out." At that moment, a voice suddenly chimed in from behind them. "Nonsense." It was clearly Li Mingmao who said it first. They turned to see Chen Yuan standing behind them, holding a plate. Chapter 38. Change of face. Chen Yuan. "You rascal finally made it. Did you get caught up in conversation with some acquaintances?" Lu Qing's spirits lifted slightly at Chen Yuan's arrival. "I did my best to get here, fortunately." "You haven't finished eating," Chen Yuan said, stuffing his mouth with meat. In truth, his conversation with the balloon man had lasted less than 3 minutes, and he had only arrived late because he took a detour. "No worries, you're here now. I almost thought you were going to stand me up." Lu Qing chuckled. Virtually no one noticed Chen Yuan's entrance, save for Wan Fong. "The newcomer, is he your brother's friend?" Wan Fong gazed at Chen Yuan, who stood beside Lu Qing, and quietly inquired of Lu Tao. Who?" Lu Tao was somewhat perplexed, as he had not quite grasped whom Wan Fong was referring to. However, noticing Wan Fong's gaze fixed on the person next to Lu Qing, he nodded and replied, "That group consists of my brother's friends. They all attend the same school." "Which secondary school does your brother attend?" Wan Fong asked once more. "Shanqing No. 1 High School." Then it seems there is no mistake. After a moment of contemplation, Wan Fong said to Lu Tao, "Let us go over and make an acquaintance." Lu Tao, bewildered, thought to himself, why the sudden desire to meet him? When Wan Fong had previously expressed disinterest, Wan Fong paid no heed to Lu Tao's confusion and strode directly towards Chen Yuan, prompting Lu Tao to hastily follow. The onlookers, somewhat puzzled, quickly trailed behind. "Your elder brother is approaching," Li Ming reminded, keeping an eye on the surroundings. Lu Qing looked up and asked, "Why has my brother come?" Yet upon witnessing Wan Fong walk straight up to Chen Yuan, he suddenly comprehended. "You must be Chen Yuan, right? I have seen your ladder duel with Shang Wanji before. It was quite impressive." Wan Fong extended his hand. "And you are?" Chen Yuan replied, astonished, yet still offered a brief handshake. "Wan Fong, a student from Shanqing 3 High School, ranked 12th in the ladder. It is entirely normal for you not to know me." Wan Fong forced a smile, which appeared rather comical. On the side, Lu Tao was struck by an uncanny feeling, having known Wan Fong for some time. He had never witnessed him smile and had come to believe him to be rather stoic. Moreover, who exactly was this Chen Yuan? Even Wan Fong was making an effort to be amicable. He quickly pulled the bewildered Lu Qing aside and asked in a serious tone, "Is this Chen Yuan your friend? What is his background?" Having only returned a day prior, he was completely unaware of the events transpiring at Shanqing 1 High School. "I invited him. So of course he is my friend," Lu Qing replied, his expression one of certainty. "As for his background, I believe my brother is more curious about why Wan Fong's demeanor has changed. He must have learned that Chen Yuan is ranked over 8,000 in the ladder." "Over 8,000? Isn't that a seed for university?" Lu Tao inhaled sharply, incredulous. "You know someone like that, and you didn't mention it sooner?" Lu Qing offered a wry smile. "To be fair, there are several reasons. First, Chen Yuan was not present at that time. Second, I did not want to flaunt my connection with him, and most importantly, I completely forgot about it. To be honest, Chen Yuan's rise had been rather swift, and their relationship had not significantly changed as a result." This led Lu Qing to often unconsciously overlook the fact that Chen Yuan had defeated Shang Wanji and become a university seed at Shanqing 1 High School. In truth, Lu Tao did not need to ask Lu Qing to discern Chen Yuan's identity. As with Wan Fong's introduction, everyone around began to recognize him. "Who is Chen Yuan? Why does that name sound familiar? How could you forget? Just a few days ago, there was quite a stir about that ladder duel at Shanqing 1 High School. Shang Wanji versus Chen Yuan. Now I recall, he is the one who defeated Shang Wanji, ranked over 8,000 in the ladder, a university seed from 1 High School." Moreover, one could even hear remarks such as, "I have long perceived that Lu Qing possesses a commendable sense of chivalry. It is hardly surprising that a genius martial artist like Chen Yuan would resonate with him and forge a friendship. Indeed, it seems that the offspring of a tiger are no ordinary creatures, as both members of the Lu family appear to be quite formidable. It is I who find my path growing narrower. Such is the myriad of human experiences." Chen Yuan furrowed his brow, disliking the prevailing atmosphere. Had it not been for Lu Qing's reputation, he would not have attended at all. What, feeling out of place? Wan Fong discerned Chen Yuan's sentiments and spoke candidly. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure characteristic of the Enlightenment realm erupted from him, causing the onlookers to pale and scatter in alarm. Each breakthrough in martial arts signifies a leap in one's existence. If one were to engage in a serious discussion, martial artists could even be regarded as a new breed of humanity. Should they fail to temper their aura, ordinary individuals might instinctively sense the oppressive gaze of a predator. This pressure emanates from the very essence of life. "You all should tend to your own affairs. Mr. Chen Yuan and I have important matters to discuss," Wan Fong stated calmly. Upon hearing this, the crowd wisely stepped back, granting them ample space for conversation. Chen Yuan noted that Wan Fong had only just entered the Enlightenment realm, possessing strength comparable to Huang Su, perhaps even slightly inferior. Yet, the latter's actions undeniably underscored the distinctive status of martial artists within the Stellar Alliance. "Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Chen Yuan inquired. Wan Fong responded warmly. "I am not a seed of the university and bear no rivalry with you. I merely chanced upon you and was surprised to discover you are a friend of Lu Qing, hence my desire to make your acquaintance." Chen Yuan remained noncommittal, sensing that Wan Fong harbored ulterior motives. Nevertheless, throughout the banquet, Wan Fong displayed no peculiar behavior, engaging Chen Yuan in trivial conversation instead. As the banquet concluded, the guests began to disperse. "I shall not attend school tomorrow. I plan to follow my father's advice and join the ship. It seems I will venture into the cosmos before you do." Chen Yuan, Lu Qing chuckled. In this era, despite technological advancements, many have yet to board an interstellar vessel, akin to how many in a previous life had never flown on an airplane. For most, the purchase of a ticket is deemed an unnecessary expense. as future communications can simply be conducted via terminal messages. After expressing his farewells with a wave, Chen Yuan departed. With graduation nearing, he pondered when they might next meet. Grateful for the existence of terminals that allowed for connectivity across the Stellar Alliance's network, especially in the relatively remote star regions like the Blue-White Star, where one could directly access the network without the need for local connections. Let us not linger too long, came the collective voice of the departing crowd. Martial artists are known for their decisiveness, unlike the drawn-out farewells of romantic dramas, where one might plead and prolong the parting. Lu Qing sighed as he watched them leave, contemplating how long it might be before he could see them again. Little brother, I underestimated you for not making a fuss about knowing Chen Yuan, Lu Tao exclaimed, playfully slapping Lu Qing on the back with a grin. Lu Qing merely managed a faint smile. Unlike his elder brother, he had never harbored hopes of gaining anything from Chen Yuan. Chapter 39. Supreme Martial Arts. Here are 30 Grade 1 Vitality Pills. Take them all, Old Wu declared, tossing a small black pouch to Chen Yuan. Upon opening it, he discovered it filled to the brim with plump and glistening vitality pills, the rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafting towards him. Though the packaging appeared somewhat shabby, the pills themselves were of impeccable quality, feeling notably weighty in his hand. 30? Such a quantity, Chen Yuan exclaimed in surprise. 120,000 star coins, even at the cheapest price of 60,000 per pill. That would amount to around 20 pills. These 30 here exceed that by a significant margin. Old Wu's actions suggested that he was not merely making a small profit. It seemed he had not even recouped his costs. The 10 extra pills? I lack the time to sell them, so they are all yours, Old Wu explained. Consider it a token of gratitude for accompanying us on our journey. Huang Su chimed in with a beaming smile. Today marked not only Old Wu's delivery of the vitality pills, but also the day he and Huang Su would depart from Blue-White Star. Chen Yuan accepted the gift without hesitation and, intrigued, inquired, You mentioned traveling to Shima Star. How far is it from Blue-White Star? How far? Huang Su paused, having never truly pondered the matter. Old Wu, however, was well informed. Blue-White Star is situated in the lower right corner of the Stellar Federation's domain, a rather remote location with only a solitary stargate. In contrast, Shima Star is closer to the heart of the Federation, specifically the Imperial Capital region, with a distance of approximately 50,000 light-years between the two. Chen Yuan felt a shiver of awe at the mention of 50,000 light-years. Such astronomical scales were indeed daunting. Huang Su continued, Blue-White Star has scarce resources, and merchant ships traversing its space are exceedingly rare. Today marks the sole docking of a ship heading to Shima Star. If we miss this opportunity, we may not know when the next will come. This implied their imminent departure. So is it farewell then? Chen Yuan tilted his head. Until we meet again. The university assessments will be broadcasted across the entire Federation. We'll cheer you on then. Huang Su replied with a smile. Kid, don't embarrass yourself during the university assessments. If you perform well, I'll have something to brag about to my fellow countrymen. Old Wu chuckled. Rest assured, just watch me shine. Chen Yuan could not help but laugh in response. All right, Huang Su, let us board the vehicle and be on our way. Until next time. Chen Yuan waved goodbye. Every gathering must eventually come to an end, and Chen Yuan accepted this reality with grace. The conversion of the 30 vitality pills instantaneously elevated his lifespan to 241 years. With the university assessments approaching, it was time to enhance his strength. Ever since his victory over Shang Wanji, Chen Yuan had not furthered his prowess. He had been visiting the virtual combat platform every few days, engaging in random matches. After meeting the activity requirements, he would promptly log off, his ranking in the ladder having only improved by over 100 spots. Now, having secured eligibility for the university assessments, and with no additional benefits to pursue, Chen Yuan found little motivation to continue climbing the ladder. Martial Arts Borrowing Office, the Anodized Thunderblade, and the Gluttonous Indomitable Stance. Two complementary martial arts courses bestowed by the school were too enticing to pass up. Chen Yuan promptly redeemed them. The Anodized Thunderblade, a martial art intricately linked with the Yuan magnetic breathing technique, required no further elaboration. Conversely, the Gluttonous Indomitable Stance was a martial discipline focused on honing and tempering the body. Chen Yuan's preference for a discipline that emphasized physical conditioning stemmed from his recent realizations regarding the Hunyuan Dragon Elephant True Skill. Although this technique granted an immense and unadulterated strength, his physique seemed ill-equipped to withstand such overwhelming power, akin to a balloon filled to the brim, teetering on the brink of bursting under pressure. This limitation arose from the constraints of his corporeal form. The Gluttonous Indomitable Stance, with its emphasis on bodily refinement, promised to double his physical defense, enabling him to bear the might of the Hunyuan Dragon Elephant True Skill. Moreover, it would significantly enhance his combat prowess. Having exhausted his chances to select martial arts, Chen Yuan did not linger and quickly departed. However, en route, he encountered Wang Qianjun. Their acquaintance was superficial. Wang had previously initiated a brief conversation with him. The principal is looking for us. Shall we go together? Wang suggested. The principal? Chen Yuan activated his personal terminal, discovering an unread message from the principal that he had overlooked while selecting martial arts. Without further ado, he joined Wang Qianjun on their way to the principal's office. Upon arrival, they found not only the principal but also a man and a woman present. Shun Songsheng and Su Qingman, the other two university seeds from our school. Wang Qianjun whispered. Chen Yuan realized that among the 4 university seeds in total, these two were indeed the others besides himself and Wang Qianjun. The principal had gathered them, evidently, to discuss matters pertaining to the university evaluations. However, Chen Yuan sensed an undercurrent of hostility emanating from the two newcomers, despite having never met them before. As soon as everyone was present, Fan Yaoxing, the principal, got straight to the point. I believe you are all curious about why I have summoned you. So I shall be brief. Shanxing High School has established a University Evaluation Alliance, hoping to face the upcoming evaluations together. Should you wish to sign an alliance agreement, the school is prepared to offer certain rewards. After speaking, Fan Yaoxing scrutinized the expressions of the 4. As he anticipated, Shun Songsheng and Su Qingman displayed overt disdain, while Chen Yuan and Wang Qianjun appeared intrigued. After a few moments of silence, Shun Songsheng stepped forward. Principal, both Su Qingman and I have prior commitments, and we fear we cannot sign this so-called alliance agreement. That is perfectly fine. This is entirely voluntary. I merely hope you can show some respect when facing your fellow students from Shanxing, Fan Yaoxing replied, waving them off. Shun Songsheng and Su Qingman did not hesitate to leave, ignoring Chen Yuan and Wang Qianjun entirely throughout their departure. Fan Yaoxing turned his gaze towards the remaining Chen Yuan and Wang Qianjun, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "It appears you two harbor some interest?" After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yuan responded, "I need to review the contents of the agreement and the nature of the rewards before I make any decisions." Wang Qianjun remained silent, yet his expression mirrored Chen Yuan's thoughts. Upon hearing this, Fan Yaoxing retrieved 2 copies of the alliance agreement from his drawer and handed one to each of them. "Examine them carefully. If you find them satisfactory, sign now and proceed to the finance office to claim your rewards." Silently, Chen Yuan and Wang Qianjun chose a spot to sit and began perusing the documents in hand. Chapter 40. Propagation. Propagation. Heaven's Ladder Settlement. The assessment commences. The content of the alliance agreement was considerably more lenient than Chen Yuan had anticipated. In essence, it stipulated that during the university assessment, one could not take action against those with whom they had signed the alliance agreement. Additionally, if an ally found themselves in peril, assistance could be rendered at the discretion of the individual. The emphasis on discretion was precisely why Chen Yuan found the terms to be accommodating. Aside from the prohibition against harming allies, everything else relied on personal integrity, and there were no penalties for inaction. Furthermore, the rewards could be claimed without cost, leaving Chen Yuan unable to find a valid reason for refusal. "Principal, I have signed the alliance agreement," Chen Yuan declared. "I have signed as well," Wang Qianjun echoed. "Excellent. Excellent." Fan Yaoxing nodded in approval, waving his hand grandly. "Go to the finance office to collect your resources. Simply mention my name, as I have already made arrangements." Shortly after Chen Yuan and Wang Qianjun departed, the head of the senior year, Li Tianming, entered. With a smile, Fan Yaoxing asked, "Can you guess who has signed?" Li Tianming responded with a knowing expression, "Chen Yuan and Wang Qianjun, of course." Shun Songsheng and Su Qingman wouldn't bother with such meager cultivation resources. Moreover, these scions from prominent families typically have contingencies arranged for the university assessments. Signing an alliance agreement would only hinder their own capabilities. Fan Yaoxing felt somewhat disheartened. "Just as you said, it is indeed Chen Yuan and Wang Qianjun." Upon collecting their resources from the finance office, Chen Yuan suddenly realized that what Wang Qianjun received was markedly different from his own, not in terms of value, but in purpose. Chen Yuan had received primarily consumable elixirs, while Wang Qianjun had a variety of items, including a second-tier martial art. Why did it feel as though the rewards were tailor-made for me by the principal? Before parting ways, Wang Qianjun remarked to Chen Yuan, "Shall we engage in some sparring in a few days?" As the old saying goes, sharpening the sword at the last moment still yields a glimmer. "Sounds good," Chen Yuan agreed. At home, Chen Yuan naturally did not retain the elixirs. He swiftly consumed them, resulting in a remarkable increase in lifespan by 80 years, bringing it to an astonishing 321 years. That should suffice. Life is meant to be spent, and saving it serves little purpose. System, grant me life. Devourer S, unmoving stance. And the polarization, Thunderblade. Max it out. With over 300 years of lifespan at his disposal, Chen Yuan felt a surge of exuberance, utterly unperturbed by the notion of scarcity. Just 2 first-tier martial arts were but a trifling matter. Devourer S, unmoving stance. Propagation, commence. In the first year, you begin to attempt cultivating Devourer S, unmoving stance. First-tier martial arts are far more intricate than foundational martial arts, especially horizontal training, which demands significant accumulation. It is not until the 8th year that you achieve the initial realm of first-tier mastery. In the 20th year, you devoted yourself to diligent practice, ultimately breaking through to the first level of the enlightenment realm. After another 40 years, you transcended into the subtle realm. A decade later, you suddenly perceived that you seemed to encounter a bottleneck, and the gluttonous, unmoving body made no progress whatsoever. In the 71st year, inspiration surged within you, combined with the accumulation of relentless training, allowing the gluttonous, unmoving body to finally break through to the first level of the transformative realm, the yang polarized lightning blade. The derivation began. In the 5th year, it appeared that due to the comprehension of the limit-breaking essence of the 8 extremes lightning blade, you discovered that practicing the yang polarized lightning blade was considerably easier than the gluttonous, unmoving body, and you entered the initial realm in just 5 years. In the 12th year, you entered the enlightenment realm, and by the 30th year, you broke into the subtle realm. Even the most challenging yang polarized lightning blade achieved breakthrough in the 55th year, attaining the first level of the transformative realm. Derivation completed. The gluttonous, unmoving body. First level of the transformative realm. The yang polarized lightning blade. First level of the transformative realm. Countless memories regarding the cultivation of these 2 martial arts surged through Chen Yuan's mind, and simultaneously, his body underwent a transformation in the blink of an eye. His height suddenly increased, and his weight, along with his muscular density, surged dramatically, gaining a full 50 kilograms. The muscles beneath his clothing resembled tempered steel, exuding explosive power. As his vital blood surged, a faint golden sheen radiated from his skin, becoming increasingly resilient. The gluttonous, unmoving body, and the yang polarized lightning blade. Chen Yuan's eyes gleamed with brilliance as he formed a blade with his hand and struck downward with great force. A series of white arcs of electricity flickered like the long tail of a hand blade, propelling it at an accelerated speed, leaving a faint white trace in the air. A sizzling sound echoed, and a burnt aroma wafted through the surroundings. Several meters away, a slender charred mark suddenly appeared on the wall. Witnessing such power, Chen Yuan retracted his hand in satisfaction. Next, I shall devote all remaining lifespan to the Yuan magnetic breathing technique. Let it enlighten me. Yuan magnetic breathing technique. Derivation, commence. In 1 year, 1 meridian was opened. In 20 years, 19 meridians. In 100 years, 95 meridians. In 194 years, 180 meridians. Derivation. Completed. 180 meridians. A total of 210 meridians have been opened. The surging vitality within him resembled a flood breaking through a dam, ascending rapidly without restraint. Chen Yuan's body began to manifest thick blue electric arcs, a product of the Yuan magnetic breathing technique. The 210 meridians within him breathed in unison, absorbing the blue arcs and storing them within. Thus, Chen Yuan's combat strength had multiplied several times over. Name: Chen Yuan Martial Path, Meridian Opening Realm Lifespan. 1 year martial arts. Yuan magnetic breathing technique. 210361. Mixed element dragon elephant true skill. First layer. Yang polarized lightning blade. First level of the transformative realm. Gluttonous, unmoving body. First level of the transformative realm. With my current strength, I have finally qualified to confidently participate in the university assessment. It will be my first step into the cosmos. Chen Yuan had never forgotten that his journey was to witness the wonders of the universe. Time passed swiftly. During this period, Chen Yuan maintained a disciplined routine, occasionally taking time to teach Yang Rui the sword technique. This lad possessed far superior talent, having already mastered the 8 extremes lightning blade. During the journey, Li Mingmao enlisted in the military, and many in the combat room chose to follow his example. Chen Yuan accompanied him for a while. The crowd urged Chen Yuan to showcase his talents during the university assessment, bringing honor to Shanxing No. 1 High School. On the day of the university assessment, we will all be there to witness your performance. Li Mingmao chuckled. It depends on how closely you watch. After witnessing my university assessment, you will undoubtedly have ample material to boast about to your comrades. Chen Yuan jested. I'll be waiting. Li Mingmao waved goodbye as he departed. Thus, Huang Su, Lao Wu, Li Mingmao, and Lu Qing, for individuals with whom Chen Yuan was somewhat familiar, left Shanxing ahead of him. At Shanqing No. 1 High School, a loud thud resounded as Chen Yuan delivered a powerful punch that sent Wang Qianjun staggering back. With a swift kick, arcs of white lightning danced along his leg, striking fiercely against Wang Qianjun's hands, which were raised defensively. Stumbling to the edge of the grand arena, Wang Qianjun steadied himself, shaking his trembling hands. Are you sure you didn't conceal your strength when you fought against Shang Wanji? I initially thought we were evenly matched, yet here I am, quickly falling behind. He remarked, somewhat incredulous. Could it be that I've simply grown stronger during this period? Chen Yuan leaped off the arena, a playful smirk on his face. You are just boasting, Wang Qianjun retorted, a rare quip from him. Meanwhile, at a distance, Principal Fan Yaosheng and Li Tianming observed the entire sparring match from a platform. Is the Taotai divine body truly that formidable? It seems Chen Yuan is even stronger than Wang Qianjun, Li Tianming exclaimed, peering through binoculars. Why else would I provide Chen Yuan with so many elixirs? As long as he has sufficient resources in the early stages of the Taotai divine body, his growth surpasses ordinary expectations, Fan Yaosheng replied, though he too was taken aback by the extent of Chen Yuan's transformation. It appeared that both his vitality and physique had undergone a qualitative change. Is the Taotai divine body truly that extraordinary? Fan Yaosheng pondered, uncertain. The information regarding various divine bodies was tightly controlled by the Stellar Federation, leaving him with only a fragmented understanding. However, this did not prevent him from glimpsing a fragment of the divine body through Chen Yuan. What a terrifying talent. If Chen Yuan continues on this path, he may very well aspire to enter those 3 universities. Fan Yaosheng mused quietly. Li Tianming's ears perked up, and he gazed incredulously at the principal beside him. Are you suggesting that Chen Yuan has a chance to enter those 3 universities? Surely not. Even with a divine body, the time since his awakening has been too short, and he lacks sufficient training resources. He is only marginally stronger than Wang Qianjun at this point. Fan Yaosheng rubbed his bald head, non-committal in his response. Who knows? The latter will be evaluated soon, and the university assessment follows shortly thereafter. We shall see the results. In any case, having Chen Yuan emerge from our school is undoubtedly a significant gain. Ape District. Yang Rui practiced the 8 Extremes Thunderblade with a small dagger that suited him perfectly. After only 2 months of training, your talent would be considered exceptional even on the blue and white star, Chen Yuan remarked, nodding in admiration. It must be said that Yang Rui truly qualifies as a martial arts genius. At least from Chen Yuan's perspective, this young man's talent surpassed that of Wang Qianjun. And with a wealthy father, he lacked for training resources. His future accomplishments would surely be remarkable. Thank you for the compliment, teacher, Yang Rui gasped, grinning broadly. In the future, remember to diligently practice. The path of martial arts is akin to rowing upstream. Without progress, one regresses. With your innate talent, gaining admission to university should pose no challenge, Chen Yuan advised, then rose to depart. Is today the last class? Yang Rui inquired, fully aware that tomorrow marked the day of the latter's evaluation, making this Chen Yuan's final lesson for him. Teacher, regardless of which university you attend, I shall strive to surpass you, Yang Rui proclaimed suddenly. That seems rather improbable, Chen Yuan replied, his tone slightly irksome, yet understandably so. Just wait and see, Yang Rui retorted, increasingly defiant. Indeed, I shall wait. With those words, Chen Yuan pushed open the door and stepped outside. At the entrance, the big boss awaited, notably accompanied by a figure, Wan Fong, whom Chen Yuan had encountered at the banquet. Chen Yuan, we meet again, Wan Fong remarked, forcing a grim smile. Ah, it's you, Chen Yuan acknowledged, casting a glance at the big boss, who appeared to have something to convey. The big boss spoke succinctly. If you are not selected, you may return to continue teaching Xiao Rui, with the same salary as before. Chen Yuan chuckled indifferently and turned to leave, leaving behind 3 words. Not possible. The two watched Chen Yuan depart, and Wan Fong chuckled. Such confidence. Unrestrained, the big boss muttered, before leading Wan Fong into Yang Rui's room. Boss, is your son easy to teach? It depends on your capabilities. They were met with Yang Rui's disgruntled expression. Upon their entrance, he promptly demanded, Dad, I want to practice with a sword. I want to attend university. A university even better than the one Chen Yuan gets into. The next day dawned bright and clear, with not a cloud in sight. The prestigious San City No. 1 High School announced the graduation of the third-year students, coinciding with the official conclusion of the ladder rankings. Chen Yuan's final ranking settled at 8,122, qualifying him for the university assessment. Simultaneously, a starship from beyond descended upon the sole interstellar port of the blue and white star. Thus commenced the university assessment. Chapter 41, The Journey Begins. The following day, as the ladder rankings concluded, Chen Yuan received news from the school. under the leadership of Principal Fan Yaosheng. They were to be escorted to the interstellar port to board the starship bound for the university assessment venue. Upon arriving at the school's grand arena, Chen Yuan found only Wang Qianjun, solitary and half-squatting on the steps. Just as he was about to inquire, a heavy shadow suddenly loomed above, enveloping the entire arena in darkness. A low, almost inaudible hum spread outward like a ripple. Chen Yuan looked up to see a silver, shuttle-shaped craft hovering above him, waves of heat washing over him as it slowly descended onto the grand arena. This is a small shuttle. Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback, realizing for the first time that the school's grand arena could serve as a temporary landing site. From the shuttle, Principal Fan Yaosheng beckoned for the two to board. It was not Fan Yaosheng piloting the shuttle, but rather the director of education, Li Tianming. Do not linger. Just the two of you. Step aboard and depart. The interior of the small shuttle was not expansive, yet it could comfortably accommodate a dozen passengers, and at that moment, there were only 4 individuals present. This was the first time Chen Yuan had the opportunity to experience such a futuristic craft, and his eyes sparkled with unabashed curiosity. Wang Qianjun, clearly seasoned in such travels, promptly sought a seat, adopting a posture of utmost decorum. Buckle in. We shall arrive shortly, Fan Yaosheng remarked as he patted the seat beside him. With a gentle tremor, the silvery shuttle ascended gradually, and in the blink of an eye, it shot forth, vanishing into the skies above the mountain city. True to Fan Yaosheng's words, after approximately 10 minutes, Chen Yuan felt the shuttle begin to decelerate, its altitude steadily diminishing. Upon exiting the shuttle, Chen Yuan was immediately struck with awe. Hundreds of colossal commercial starships lingered at the interstellar port, ranging from several hundred to thousands of meters in length, bustling with activity. Automated machinery was tirelessly transporting goods in and out, creating a scene of vibrant industriousness. The most conspicuous vessel was situated at the center, not merely due to its extraordinary dimensions, but also because it stood in stark isolation, with other ships deliberately keeping their distance. Observing the emblem atop the ship, it was unmistakably a vessel of the Star Alliance, the very craft designated to transport them for their university assessment, as Fan Yaosheng elucidated. Chen Yuan understood. The Star Alliance held a unique status, and it was no wonder that other ships navigated around it, an evident desire to avoid entanglements. Principal, shall we proceed? Wang Qianjun inquired hesitantly, uncertain if the principal had further words to impart. You may board first. I wish to converse with Chen Yuan for a moment, Fan Yaosheng replied. Wang Qianjun nodded at Chen Yuan before ascending the Star Alliance ship alone. Principal, please express whatever you wish. I am also prepared to embark, Chen Yuan stated candidly. After a brief silence, Fan Yaosheng, waiting until Wang Qianjun had distanced himself, gently placed a hand on Chen Yuan's shoulder. Chen Yuan, I am aware that you harbor many hidden strengths. I do not impose any demands upon you, but I ask that you assist Qianjun whenever possible, provided it does not hinder your own pursuits. A myriad of friends opens numerous paths. Should Qianjun encounter difficulties, extend him a hand. You understand that his character is one of gratitude. Chen Yuan displayed no surprise at being seen through, maintaining a tranquil demeanor. Principal, I shall do my utmost. With your assurance, I feel at ease, Fan Yaosheng replied with a relaxed smile, gently nudging Chen Yuan. Now, go aboard and astonish the world. Chen Yuan was not surprised that the principal could discern his concealed strengths. After all, he had never actively concealed them. Apart from the perilous system he was entangled with, there was no necessity for secrecy regarding other matters. Regardless of how extraordinary his abilities might be, as long as Chen Yuan's accomplishments were evident, erudite scholars would advocate on his behalf. As he had previously stated, to be respected by others, one must exhibit the qualities that warrant such respect. If one chooses to feign ignorance, should it not be expected that others perceive them as such? The principal's final words profoundly resonated with Chen Yuan, echoing his own contemplations. He intended to utilize this university assessment to inform the entire Star Alliance that beneath this vast expanse of stars exists an extraordinarily gifted individual named Chen Yuan. Should anyone wish to invest in him, they ought to act swiftly. Otherwise, his talents would no longer be of interest to them. Without further contemplation, Chen Yuan strode confidently onto the interstellar vessel. What greeted his eyes was not the anticipated mechanical interior of a spaceship, but rather rooms arranged akin to a hotel layout. An intelligent service robot approached him, its voice melodious. Mr. Chen Yuan, this journey will last 3 days, and your room is located on the 2nd floor. Please follow me. Chen Yuan instinctively nodded, only to realize that such acknowledgement was unnecessary. Living in the mountainous city, he had not truly sensed the atmosphere of this advanced technological future. It seemed merely a slight improvement over his previous life. Yet today, upon arriving at the interstellar port and boarding the spaceship, He suddenly felt an undeniable clarity. This indeed was an era of interstellar colonization and futuristic technology. And this was merely a remote corner of the Star Alliance, overlooked by many. Under the guidance of the service robot, Chen Yuan ascended to the second floor and found his room. Just as he was about to open the door, a sudden sound interrupted him. The door next door swung open, revealing Wang Qianjun. Upon seeing Chen Yuan preparing to enter his room, Wang Qianjun paused for a moment and then remarked, "Perfect timing. I have something to tell you." Chen Yuan halted his motion. "What is it?" Without delay, Wang Qianjun continued, "When I boarded the ship, I saw Shang Guanjia. His room is just above us." Shang Guanjia? That fellow managed to re-enter the top 10,000? Hearing this news, Chen Yuan was somewhat taken aback. After all, he was well aware of the injuries Shang Guanjia had sustained. Even after recovering for so many days, his abilities should not be more than 70%. Chen Yuan had initially aimed to incapacitate Shang Guanjia, ensuring he could not participate in the university assessment. Noticing Chen Yuan's lack of response, Wang Qianjun expressed confusion. "Shang Guanjia harbors a deep-seated hatred for you now. Aren't you worried?" "Worried? What is there to be concerned about? He is merely a defeated foe." Chen Yuan replied with a confident smile. Anyone who had fallen to him posed no threat. If Shang Guanjia had any clandestine schemes, Chen Yuan would simply suppress him once more. "Perhaps I am overthinking it," Wang Qianjun mused, offering a slight smile. "Rest well and gather your strength. The main event begins in 3 days, and it will be anything but peaceful." With that, Chen Yuan opened the door and entered his room. Chapter 42. The Stargate. The room was approximately 50 square meters, though small. It was fully equipped with all essential amenities. This panoramic feature appears quite intriguing. Chen Yuan connected his terminal to the room's intelligence system and commanded, "Activate the panoramic function." In the next moment, he observed one wall of the room gradually becoming transparent until the view outside was fully revealed. It resembled a floor-to-ceiling window, offering an unobstructed vista of the external scenery. This feature is remarkable. Should one venture into the cosmos, it would be an exquisite opportunity to savor the splendor of the universe. Chen Yuan, feeling a surge of curiosity, began to meticulously explore the other functionalities within the chamber. Time slipped by unnoticed. As the sun's afterglow began to fade and the darkness of night gradually enveloped the surroundings, Chen Yuan sensed a faint vibration. Concurrently, the panoramic view beyond the walls began to ascend. The room's intelligence commenced a broadcast. "All personnel have assembled. The spacecraft is poised for takeoff, and passengers are advised to prepare." This announcement repeated thrice. Accompanied by a gentle tremor, the interstellar vessel's velocity steadily increased, and the scenery beyond transformed at a swift pace. Ultimately, it pierced through the cloud cover, embarking into the cosmos. Chen Yuan glanced back, and the entirety of the blue and white planet reflected in his pupils, its edges adorned with a delicate azure halo. Initially, a few stars twinkled in the distance. But as the spaceship accelerated further, even the panoramic view revealed nothing but an expanse of desolate darkness. The surrounding silence was eerily profound, and gradually, Chen Yuan felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, prompting him to succumb to slumber. In a hazy state, he seemed to hear the curvature engine ignite, announcing their imminent arrival at the Stargate Alliance office, urging others to yield. Abruptly, Chen Yuan awoke to the sound of vehement cursing emanating from the broadcast. "Hey, you foolish ship in front. Did you not notice the Star Alliance insignia on my vessel? I am here on behalf of the Star Alliance. Dare to obstruct my path? You arrogant fool. If it weren't for the Star Alliance's reputation, I would have rammed your antiquated ship into oblivion." It appeared to be the captain berating another individual. Having forgotten to disengage the collective broadcast, allowing Chen Yuan to overhear their expletives in crystal clarity. Rubbing his eyes, he turned his gaze outside the ship. In an instant, his pupils widened in astonishment. He admitted to being utterly awestruck. Firstly, the multitude of interstellar vessels surrounding them vastly outnumbered those at the blue and white planet's port. They were larger, resembling a swarm of bees congregating densely. The interstellar craft he was aboard was merely an average-sized ship among this formidable fleet. However, this was not the source of his overwhelming astonishment. Beyond the vessels, a colossal mechanical structure, so immense that it could not be wholly encompassed by his vision, slowly rotated. This was merely a fragment. Chen Yuan could only surmise the entirety of this apparatus, which appeared to be circular, resembling an expansive mirror that spanned the cosmos. Was this the Stargate? He could confidently assert that the Stargate was indisputably larger than a star itself. Even the gargantuan ships, measuring nearly hundreds of kilometers in length, appeared as mere ants in its presence. At that moment, Chen Yuan felt as though he were peering down from the blue and white planet, unable to discern its farthest reaches. His vision was wholly consumed by the grandeur of the Stargate. The gate had opened. Ordinarily, it would be a tight squeeze, but today, serving the Star Alliance. The ship was filled with students participating in university assessments, and all must clear the way. You arrogant fool, I am granting the Star Alliance a favor today. So you may pass first. Once you complete this outsourcing task, I shall eagerly await our next venture upon the waves. I am curious to see if this antiquated relic of yours can still rise to the occasion. How absurd. You, the blustering figure under the guise of power, are but a mere shadow without the Star Alliance. Suddenly, it appears the captain has finally realized he neglected to mute the crew's microphones, abruptly breaking the tirade of expletives broadcasted across the ship. Then, beneath Chen Yuan, the interstellar vessel unexpectedly surged forward, its acceleration far exceeding what he had anticipated. The journey to the Stargate took considerably longer than he had imagined, nearly half a day. Yet, despite this vast distance, he found himself unable to glimpse the entirety of the Stargate, only catching sight of a mere fragment, compelling him to once again marvel at its grandeur. It was truly a marvel of the cosmos. Upon entering the Stargate, the exterior of the ship was instantly engulfed in darkness. No starlight graced the surroundings, as if they had plummeted into an abyss of pure blackness. This, it seemed, was the experience of traversing between two Stargates. Though he could only ponder the consequences of departing the vessel at this moment, Chen Yuan mused, albeit with a sense of ennui, that while he was uncertain, the outcome was unlikely to be favorable. Now within the confines of the Stargate, surely the device bestowed upon him by the members of the Anti-Cross must be safe, hidden beneath his skin and awaiting activation. However, Chen Yuan had long harbored suspicions of deceit, which had delayed his decision to experiment with it until now. If there were indeed treachery afoot, he could hardly believe that the Anti-Cross could infiltrate the Stargate. Should they possess such capabilities, he would have no recourse but to acquiesce to his fate. Resolving to proceed without further hesitation, Chen Yuan activated the device. To his relief, no unforeseen calamities occurred. Instead, a cascade of information flowed through his mind. Was this the interface for commissions? The details elucidated the functions and applications of the device nestled beneath his skin, which had been entrusted to him by the Anti-Cross. In essence, it resembled a commission platform akin to treasure hunting from a past life. This was a privilege exclusively conferred upon members of the Anti-Cross, enabling them to accept and post tasks, purchase items from a marketplace, elevate their ranks, and acquire additional permissions. Membership was not restricted to any specific individuals. Anyone recognized by them could join. Furthermore, there were no constraints imposed, allowing members to exit and sever ties at any moment. Regardless of Chen Yuan's contemplations, the platform was intrinsically linked to him, readily accessible for use or deactivation, requiring little deliberation on his part. It was akin to software already downloaded, available for utilization or removal at will. This exemplified the Anti-Cross's complete lack of restraint over its members. To require its services was to be one of them, and to withdraw was equally simple. What exactly is the Anti-Cross? I am unfamiliar with it. Allow me to peruse the available tasks. Chen Yuan began to examine the listings with great interest, only to be mildly astonished to discover that his rank was not the initial hydrogen level, but rather a superior helium level. The Anti-Cross maintained a stringent hierarchy, categorized by atomic types: hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen, comprising a total of 8 ranks. The ability to issue and accept commissions, as well as the permissions granted within the Anti-Cross, were all intricately tied to these 8 levels. As for how one might ascend in rank, publishing tasks, accepting assignments, and actively providing resources to the reverse cross investment are avenues for elevating one's rank. Chen Yuan checked his level, which began at helium, having bypassed hydrogen, granting him the authority to publish beginner tasks. Moreover, he was unexpectedly gifted 500 contribution points. With a mindset of curiosity and taking a chance, he explored the marketplace. The variety of items available was astonishing, ranging from elixirs and martial arts to mechs and shuttles, even including interstellar battleships equipped with annihilation cannons. Unfortunately, most of the offerings were beyond his means, and his rank did not permit access to many. As he browsed, he suddenly halted. Was that the true art of the primordial dragon elephant? Gazing at the second level of this art, priced precisely at 500 contributions, Chen Yuan fell silent. The reverse cross seemed to explicitly signal that this second level was prepared specifically for him, urging him to consider the purchase. Had these individuals misconstrued something? From the principle, Chen Yuan had already sensed that outsiders harbored a peculiar misunderstanding regarding his talent. However, a misunderstanding is a misunderstanding. If it's free, why not buy it? The second level of the true art of the primordial dragon elephant was precisely what he needed, so he promptly spent 500 contributions to acquire it. Network error, purchase failed. Chen Yuan was not taken aback by this. It appeared that the issue stemmed from the Stargate. He would address it once they exited. A day later, the spacecraft emerged from the dark region, navigating through another Stargate. Chen Yuan fulfilled his wish and successfully purchased the second level of the true art of the primordial dragon elephant via the reverse cross platform. The information of this martial art was transmitted to him instantaneously. After traveling for a while longer, the spacecraft gradually decelerated and landed. They had finally arrived at the location of the university assessment. Chapter 43. The Great Escape. Was this an aerial mothership? A city in the sky? The landing site was undeniably a colossal mothership suspended in the cosmos, large enough to be considered a moving aerial city. Upon disembarking, Chen Yuan noticed that he and his companions were not the first to arrive. Others, hailing from various planets, were already present, representing the seeds of universities. Following the usual pattern, along with their blue and white star, a total of 3 planets' university seeds were competing, numbering 30,000 in total. Among these 30,000, 27,000 would be eliminated, leaving only the final 3,000 to gain university admission. A mere 10% acceptance rate. That was the reality of the university assessment. Wang Qianjun stood beside Chen Yuan, his expression extremely grave. At this ratio, only the top 1,000 from each planet's ladder ranking had any hope of admission. While Chen Yuan was not concerned for himself, the terrifying elimination rate still left him somewhat disheartened. No wonder Huang Su had no intentions of participating in the university assessment. The odds were likely that he would be cannon fodder. Wang Qianjun nodded. What you say holds truth, yet the strength of a warrior is not so simple. The environment simulated by the ladder is overly singular, thus necessitating the university assessment as the ultimate filtering criterion. Luck, strength, environment, and even on-the-spot performance will all influence the final results of the university assessment. Except for the elite few at the pinnacle, no one dares to assert that they will undoubtedly be among the final 3,000. As two individuals converse, all the university seeds aboard the starship have already divided into 3 distinct factions. Concurrently, representatives from each group emerge. Haizhui stars Mo Hua, Mocha stars He Ersi, and Lambai stars Dongfang Shua. Mo Hua, with his flowing long hair and handsome visage, seems like a figure who has stepped out of an ancient painting. He Ersi, with his crimson curls, stands approximately 2.5 meters tall, his robust physique exuding an intimidating presence. Dongfang Shua, with his short hair and dark eyes, clad in a white athletic outfit, possesses a piercing gaze and equally remarkable aura. As Chen Yuan observes this scene, a flurry of information flashes through his mind. Dongfang Shua, the top of the celestial ladder from Lambai Star, excels in boxing, possessing peak capabilities with all 361 acupoints activated and a rudimentary completion of the small heavenly cycle. He is a master among masters. Simultaneously, he glances at Mo Hua and He Ersi, surmising that these two are also the leading figures of their respective planets. Beside him, Wang Qianjun expresses a mix of nostalgia and caution, advising, if you encounter a master like Dongfang Shua, it's best to flee if you can. His sights are set on the top 3 universities, and he usually doesn't bother to create trouble for us. Having traversed this realm for some time, Chen Yuan is not without knowledge. The Star Alliance domain is vast, encompassing a total of 160 universities, with 3 universally recognized as the finest: Imperial Capital University, Dongyao University, and Xingyuan University. Naturally, those who reach the pinnacle of the celestial ladder do not aspire to attend ordinary universities. Their ultimate ambition can only be these 3 institutions. Chen Yuan silently assesses the disparity in strength between himself and Dongfang Shua. While he may not have as many activated acupoints, his skills in the mixed element dragon elephant true art and 2 forms of transformation martial arts are his distinct advantages. However, it would be rare for Dongfang Shua, the top of the celestial ladder from Lambai Star, to lack transformation martial arts. It is quite possible that he has elevated his martial arts to the 2nd tier, rendering them equally formidable. Martial arts realms and techniques do not correlate in a straightforward manner. Generally speaking, a martial artist capable of elevating a 1st-tier martial art to the transformation realm at the acupoint stage is considered exceptionally gifted. Yet, amidst such a vast population, there are always those extraordinary prodigies who can elevate martial arts to the 2nd tier even at the acupoint stage. All these statistics are merely superficial. True strength can only be determined through genuine combat. Nevertheless, Chen Yuan is confident that even if he cannot defeat Dongfang Shua, he will undoubtedly evade capture. The atmosphere grows tense, for even among compatriots from the same planet, they are rivals in the university assessment. At that moment, all personal terminals receive a simultaneous notification. The university assessment will commence in 1 hour, during which candidates will be randomly transported to the assessment location. The theme of this assessment is a battle royale, and the intelligence system will provide a final score based on the candidate's overall performance, out of a total of 1,000 points. Participants will not be allowed to carry any materials into the assessment venue. Please prepare accordingly. In addition, the message contains numerous details, which Chen Yuan diligently reads through one by one. Ultimately, he finally comprehended the nature of this assessment. In essence, it resembled a real-life battle royale. They would be randomly transported to various locations within the testing grounds, followed by the process of scavenging for equipment, developing their skills, and evading the encroaching danger zone. After perusing the information, Wang Qianjun murmured, "It turns out to be a survival-type assessment, which is bound to be fraught with unpredictability." Indeed, the volatility adds a layer of intrigue. Otherwise, if it were merely a one-on-one arena match, one might as well allow the top 1,000 from the ranking to directly gain university admission. Chen Yuan replied with a smile. "You are correct. This unpredictability may prove advantageous for those of us with lower rankings, as arena combat is arguably the least favorable scenario." Wang Qianjun wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. For individuals ranked beyond 5,000, the more uncertainties there were, the greater the likelihood of achieving a remarkable performance and thus attaining high scores from the intelligent assessment, leading to university admission. At that time, I will do my utmost to disseminate information. If you hear anything, feel free to seek me out for a rendezvous. Chen Yuan proposed, determined to fulfill his promise to the principal and ensure Wang Qianjun's success. All right. Although Wang Qianjun did not fully grasp how Chen Yuan intended to distribute this information, he nodded in agreement. In such a battle royale assessment, while the scoring was comprehensive, one undeniable fact remained. Under identical conditions, the longer one survived, the higher the score. By banding together, the two would undoubtedly achieve a significantly higher score than if they ventured alone. This notion was not exclusive to Chen Yuan and Wang Qianjun. Among the 30,000 participants, all were aspiring university candidates, none of whom were simpletons. At this juncture, many had begun to forge alliances with those they were somewhat familiar with, striving to survive for as long as possible once the assessment commenced. Should we seek out Shen Songsheng and Su Qingman? Their abilities are comparable to mine, and strength in numbers is advantageous, Wang Qianjun suggested. He proposed this primarily because they were all students from Shanxing No. 1 High School, naturally forming an alliance. Chen Yuan gestured for Wang Qianjun to glance to their left, where Shen Songsheng, Su Qingman, and Shang Wanji were already engaged in laughter and camaraderie with students from other schools, clearly having formed an alliance. Those individuals occasionally cast glances at Chen Yuan and Wang Qianjun, whispering among themselves, particularly the trio from Shanxing No. 1 High School, whose hostility was unmistakable. At last, Chen Yuan understood why he had never crossed paths with Shen Songsheng and Su Qingman before. The day in the principal's office, those two had harbored animosity towards him. They had allies already and did not require the likes of him and Wang Qianjun. From the outset, Chen Yuan had never considered these individuals as potential allies, as there was no necessity for such a connection. Indeed, if it were not for the principal's request, Chen Yuan would not have allied with anyone, for it was simply unnecessary. As a warrior, one's might is drawn from within. At times, sheer numbers are of little value. Chen Yuan firmly believed that a prodigy such as Dongfang Shuo, ranked first, could easily best 50 individuals ranked beyond 100. Moreover, regardless of how alliances were formed, ultimately only 3,000 would gain university admission, a mere 10% acceptance rate. In a scenario where there are many seeking scarce resources, such alliances might hold merit against the weak, but when confronted with genuine strength, they would shatter at the first clash, unable to withstand the might of true warriors. Chen Yuan was acutely aware of this reality. Ultimately, the strong warriors are revered, and even in assessments resembling a survival of the fittest, the inherent uncertainty merely adds a touch of unpredictability. The powerful invariably hold the upper hand. Chapter 44. Interstellar Broadcaster. An hour swiftly elapsed. The gravitational field propulsion system is prepared. Please relax your bodies and refrain from resistance. Chen Yuan, upon encountering a formidable opponent, opted for avoidance, suggesting they regroup first. Wang Qianjun, though not particularly close to Chen Yuan, less so than Chen Yuan was with Huang Su, had been advised by the principal just a day before to stay close to Chen Yuan and follow his lead. Although puzzled by the rationale, Wang Qianjun never considered himself more astute than the principal. Thus, he aligned himself with Chen Yuan's course. Be careful, Chen Yuan nodded slightly. No sooner had he spoken than an invisible wave erupted above the starship, and the gravitational field commenced its lock on everyone present. Chen Yuan did not resist. He relaxed his body, allowing the force to accelerate his movement. The direction of the gravitational pull was beneath the starship. Then, a scene that left Chen Yuan astounded unfolded before him. Previously, as the spacecraft hovered directly above the starship, the immense size of the vessel, comparable to that of an entire city, had obscured their view of the landscape below. However, following the direction of the gravitational pull, Chen Yuan beheld an astonishing sight, a vast, artificial continent. He had once heard that ancient civilizations believed in a flat Earth, envisaging the world as a chessboard with the heavens resembling an inverted bowl above. Yet, with the advancement of technology, humanity's perception of the cosmos evolved, transitioning from geocentrism to heliocentrism, and now to our current understanding of the universe. The notion of a flat Earth became a relic of the past. Nevertheless, today, Chen Yuan witnessed the true essence of that ancient belief. A whole tectonic plate lay starkly beneath the starship, devoid of stars or satellites, and not a planet in sight. This singular landmass lay quietly in the depths of space, serving as the battleground for their university assessment. From a high vantage point, the continent could be divided into 4 regions: the northern plains, eastern sea, southern frontier, and western desert, each with distinct environments: snowfields, vast oceans, mountain ranges, and arid deserts. The 30,000 participants in the university assessment resembled a multitude of meteors, drawn by the gravitational field, compelled to descend upon various corners of this land. Following the gravitational pull, Chen Yuan's speed fluctuated, gradually slowing until his feet gently touched the ground. His initial location was the southern frontier. Meanwhile, on the blue and white star, many had begun to focus on this extravagant battle of university seeds. Additionally, the annual university competition garnered immense attention, with numerous interstellar broadcasters starting to relay the event. Chen Yuan was among them. Having ventured from the blue and white star years ago and traversing through a period of wandering, he ultimately emerged as an interstellar broadcaster, primarily showcasing exotic cuisines and cultures, thereby amassing a loyal following. Among this group of fans, many hail from the same hometown as Chen Yuan, originating from blue and white star. Thus, during this time, he frequently hosts live streams discussing university assessments related to blue and white star. This year, the theme of the university assessment surprisingly revolves around the concept of battle royale. Many fans expressed their desire to see such content last year, and their luck seems to have favored them. Chen Yuan felt a surge of joy. Battle royale assessments are among the most captivating for audiences. He anticipated substantial earnings from this event. Moreover, if the participants from blue and white star ultimately prevail, the enthusiastic supporters in his live stream might even shower him with a few interstellar battleships. Excited by this prospect, he glanced at the live chat, which was filled with requests for him to shift his focus to Dongfang Shuo. Indeed, Dongfang Shuo is the top contender from blue and white star, and he is certainly worth watching. Hurriedly, Chen Yuan redirected his view to Dongfang Shuo, who was situated in a vast desert. At the start, Dongfang Shuo found himself in the western desert, while his most formidable opponents, Mo Hua and Hells, were positioned in the eastern sea and southern frontier, respectively. It appeared that the intelligent allocation of participants had taken this into account, deliberately separating these 3, which was somewhat regrettable. Nonetheless, in the battle royale mode, the edges of the continent would gradually crumble, and the area would continuously shrink. To avoid being captured and eliminated by the force field, participants would have to converge towards the center of the continent, ultimately leading to a climactic showdown. Let us await this thrilling conclusion. Oh, Dongfang Shuo has encountered his first opponent. Chen Yuan has also met his initial adversary, a golden-haired, blue-eyed individual who appeared to be a university seed from Mo Ka star. Between them stood a plant bearing 3 vividly red fruits resembling strawberries. Chen Yuan recognized these fruits as zhugua, reputed to be one of the materials for qi blood elixirs. It turns out that not only the finished products, but even these raw materials could potentially convert into my lifespan. However, the efficiency of this transformation remains uncertain. Chen Yuan could gauge the possibility of converting it into lifespan through the 6th sense bestowed by the system. The zhugua before him was one such example. Across from him, the golden-haired man, noticing Chen Yuan frozen in place, cracked his knuckles, producing a series of dull thuds, and grinned. Kid, it seems you haven't found your weapon yet. Do you know why candidates are not allowed to bring weapons? Is it to balance the disadvantage of fist fighters? Chen Yuan replied, observing the golden-haired man. In the context of the Qi awakening realm, the impact of weapons was still quite evident. Although fist fighters possess gloves as weapons, they often find themselves at a disadvantage in real combat due to the limitations of their tools. However, if neither side wields a weapon, the advantages of fist fighters become apparent. This is the advantage granted to fist fighters at the outset by the intelligence system. You know, the golden-haired man. Taken aback by Chen Yuan's decisive response, hesitated, unsure whether Chen Yuan was bluffing. Regardless, he decided to test the waters. If he couldn't win, he would retreat. With a burst of energy, the golden-haired man moved swiftly, appearing before Chen Yuan in an instant, delivering a punch with lightning speed. Bang! The golden-haired man's expression shifted in horror. As his powerful punch was firmly grasped by a large hand, all his strength seemed to vanish without a trace. Akin to a stone sinking into the ocean. How feeble his power is. Is this all the prowess of a martial artist? Chen Yuan exerted a slight force, and the golden-haired man's fist emitted a series of cracking sounds, his complexion shifting to a purplish hue. His strength was comparable to that of Shang Wanji, yet regrettably, I need not even employ martial arts to easily defeat him. After testing his own strength, Chen Yuan relaxed his grip, releasing the opponent. The golden-haired man immediately retreated, his expression fraught with uncertainty. Why did you refrain from attacking? Having just endured a punch, he had already sensed the disparity between himself and the individual before him. Logically, if the other wished to eliminate him, it could be accomplished in the blink of an eye. Why would he let him go? It is well known that eliminating opponents significantly enhances one's score in the intelligent evaluation system. He found it inconceivable, for it defied reason. Gather the cultivation resources and hand them over to me. I can ensure your entry into the finals, Chen Yuan remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Do you perhaps overestimate yourself? The golden-haired man scoffed. Is it so simple to enter the finals? Do you think those at the forefront of the ladder would acquiesce? Do you believe that by defeating me, you would become the strongest? Chen Yuan plucked a red fruit, biting into it, and feigning the act of swallowing. In truth, it quickly transformed into years of life, augmenting his lifespan by a decade. For a single fruit bestowed 3 years of vitality. Enough with the prattle. Since I have spared you, you should quickly depart, Chen Yuan said impatiently, for he had no desire to earn the other's trust. With that, he turned his back and strode toward the heart of the continent. I am Chen Yuan. Should you encounter formidable foes, you may follow my trail to find me. If the cultivation resources you possess meet my expectations, I shall lend you my aid. The golden-haired man gazed at Chen Yuan's retreating figure, still in disbelief. Had he truly been spared just like that? As for Chen Yuan's words, the golden-haired man found them difficult to fathom. Yet an idea involuntarily arose in his mind. What if? Chapter 45. Offering a blade upon discovering the existence of cultivation resources on this continent. Chen Yuan altered his previous approach. If he were to search alone, even running himself ragged would yield scant resources. After all, one's energy is limited, and he cannot explore every nook and cranny alone. However, the dynamics shift dramatically with a larger group. Thus, Chen Yuan required a multitude of individuals to assist him in this quest. By defeating them without eliminating them, he established a foundation of mutual trust, as well as the basis for a transaction. He spoke no falsehood. As long as the other could present satisfactory rewards, he would not hesitate to facilitate their entry into the finals. As for the points garnered from eliminating opponents, Chen Yuan harbored no concerns. Once in the finals, resources for cultivation would be abundant, and points for eliminations would also accrue. Perhaps, seizing the opportunity presented by the university assessment, I might be able to cultivate the second level of the primordial dragon elephant true art, Chen Yuan mused. His greatest vexation at present was indeed the primordial dragon elephant true art. While undeniably powerful, it was equally arduous to master. The first layer has taken an astounding 73 years to establish, while the second layer has been built over 3 centuries. The specifics remain elusive. Moreover, should one succeed in cultivating the second layer of the primordial dragon elephant true skill, it is likely that even a first-grade Tathagata would struggle to withstand this formidable force, necessitating an advancement to the second grade. Furthermore, the Yuan magnetic breathing technique has only opened 210 meridians, leaving a considerable distance to reach the total of 361 required for the completion of the minor circulation. With this calculation, Chen Yuan realized that many of his martial arts were in a state of eager anticipation. Boom! A series of thunderous roars erupted behind him, accompanied by a subtle tremor of the ground. The encroaching collapse had begun. It was time to move forward and procure a weapon. Chen Yuan pondered. The term shrinking circle refers to the gradual disintegration of this continent from its edges, as the land masses progressively diminish. In other words, this continent is ephemeral, serving merely as a temporary examination ground for the candidates, to be discarded after use, a testament to the grandeur of the Stellar Alliance. However, this land lacks a corresponding ecological chain. It is likely a hastily assembled construct, costing far less than I had initially imagined, revealing my own provincial perspective. As technology advances to a certain threshold, what are deemed divine methods may merely be a matter of chance. Take, for instance, the magnificent stargates. The Stellar Alliance has likely constructed countless such marvels. The entirety of this continent cannot possibly rival the size of Blue and White Star. It is probably no larger than a province, adequately accommodating 30,000 individuals. Boom. Bang. Chen Yuan's ears perked up as he caught the sounds of battle ahead. A fist wreathed in searing flames grazed past Qian Xiu's face, singeing his short hair. Despite his corpulent form, Qian Xiu displayed remarkable agility, rolling backward in an attempt to create distance. However, the violent sound of air being rent echoed in his ears, prompting Qian Xiu to instinctively raise his long blade defensively at his side. In the next moment, a sword as large as a door came crashing down with tremendous force. Crack! Damn! Qian Xiu's complexion turned pale as his body was sent flying like a deflated ball. He crashed onto the ground, bouncing several times before awkwardly rising. His entire form covered in dust, a pitiful sight. Damn it! If it weren't for my unfortunate luck and my teammates being too scattered, these two insignificant ruffians from Mocha Star wouldn't dare challenge me. Qian Yi. As he stood, Qian Xiu began to curse vehemently, prioritizing his satisfaction over decorum. The two individuals facing him were, astonishingly, a pair of twins. In response to his tirade, the twins remained silent, exchanging glances before launching themselves forward, intent on thoroughly dispatching the corpulent man before them. Yet, in an instant, they halted, their expressions shifting to one of vigilance as they gazed towards the dense forest behind Qian Xiu. Is someone coming? Qian Xiu's eyes widened, a flicker of hope igniting within him. He then beheld a figure emerging slowly from the thicket, a person from Blue and White Star. It is relatively easy to discern the origins of the various star dwellers. Those from the Black Fragment Star, adorned in ancient garments, exude an ethereal quality, while those from Mocha Star, robust and intimidating, possess a formidable presence. As a native of the Blue-White Star, Qian Xiu immediately recognized the opportunity before him. He called out urgently, "Brother, the two opponents ahead are from the Mocha Star. If we join forces, we shall surely prevail." The Mocha Star twins found themselves in a precarious situation. The strength of the stout one slightly surpassed theirs in a one-on-one confrontation. Just then, another individual from the Blue-White Star appeared, raising their concerns about the odds of victory. However, despair suddenly washed over Qian Xiu, for this newcomer was fixated on the long knife he held, exclaiming, "That blade of yours is impressive." It seemed he intended to seize it for himself. With tears of frustration welling up, Qian Xiu felt trapped between a rock and a hard place. Clinging to a sliver of hope, he tossed the knife to the unexpected arrival, shouting, "Take the knife, lend me your strength, and help me escape." To his astonishment, the individual accepted the long knife and nodded in agreement. All right. Chen Yuan felt fortunate. He had casually acquired a blade. The stout man was rather perceptive, offering the knife without Chen Yuan having to make a move, which suited him perfectly. He then turned his attention towards the Mocha Star twins. The twins, sensing an ominous shift, were suddenly filled with trepidation. Their innate connection, which usually served to enhance their coordination, now magnified their unease tenfold. Forget about the stout one. Let us deal with him first, the elder twin shouted, raising his heavy sword high into the air. Meanwhile, the younger brother propelled himself forward with tremendous force, his legs striking the ground so fiercely that it sank several inches, launching him like a cannonball, his fists enveloped in searing flames, ready to strike. Chen Yuan remained unfazed as his golden-hued left hand reached out, grasping the fiery fist, allowing the flames to scorch him without altering the color of his skin. With his right hand gripping the knife, blue arcs of electricity surged around his arm, building immense power. The descending heavy sword, infused with gravitational force, struck down with a thunderous crash. The visible shockwave radiated outward, uprooting the surrounding greenery and scattering it far away. The twins were sent reeling backward, each pushed back several dozen meters. What terrifying physical prowess! What overwhelming raw strength! Witnessing Chen Yuan, who had not budged an inch, the twins felt a wave of dread wash over them. Their coordination was impeccable, yet even their combined efforts paled in comparison to the individual before them. Who was this person? He was not listed among the threats provided by their principal. The twins had received a list from their school head, detailing individuals who could pose a danger to them. Yet this individual was conspicuously absent. Chapter 46. Promotion. Both twins were adept with around 150 points of skill, and their synergy was exquisite, impressive, indeed. Chen Yuan marveled at their prowess. As his words faded, the frenzied blue arcs of electricity surrounding him surged into his body. And in an instant, white arcs of energy erupted from his acupoints, entwining around the long knife in his hand. An extraordinary, Transformative lightning blade. Now, let us see how this knife performs. In the next moment, Chen Yuan's figure suddenly became indistinct, as if transformed into a streak of white lightning, rushing forth with fervor and striking towards the twin brothers before him. The twins were instantly taken aback, realizing there was no escaping this onslaught. They could only muster their energy, raising fists and swords in defense. A clash of titans ensued. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, as the tree stump at the center of their battle shattered violently. There was no hesitation. It was an overwhelming onslaught. The twin brothers were sent sprawling like discarded sacks, hurtling backwards until they crashed into several trees, finally losing momentum and collapsing to the ground. What a formidable warrior this is. Surely, he must be among the top 100 of the heavenly ladder. Qianxiu witnessed the entire confrontation, left utterly astounded. It appeared complex, yet it had transpired in mere seconds, comprising only 2 exchanges. The Mochastar twins, who had nearly caused Qianxiu's elimination, were so effortlessly vanquished. At the same time, he secretly felt relieved for having voluntarily offered his sword. Perhaps this suddenly appearing warrior would not make things difficult for him after all, or so he thought. However, Qianxiu soon sensed something amiss. Why hadn't the force field drawn the twin brothers away? Were they not considered eliminated? The elimination mechanism of this survival game could be triggered in 3 ways. First, by voluntary action. Second, by sustaining grievous injuries rendering one unable to continue. And third, through automatic judgment by the system, which would activate the force field to protect candidates in dire situations. Yet this also signified their elimination. The twins had not triggered the protective force field, confirming they were far from eliminated. Meanwhile, the twins slowly rose to their feet. The brother wielding the heavy sword glancing at Chen Yuan and grumbling, "Why did you hold back just now? Do you look down on us?" That previous strike, even when they combined their efforts to resist, had been effortlessly dismantled by Chen Yuan's overwhelming blow. Yet, at the last moment, they had realized he had intentionally lessened his force, leaving them seemingly battered, yet merely with superficial wounds that hardly affected their forthcoming battle. "I spared you because I require your assistance," Chen Yuan replied with a smile as he sheathed his sword. "Assist you?" The twin brother clenched his fist, half amused and half furious. Even if the top of the Mochastar ladder, Hells, were to come, we would never serve as his subordinates. Do not hold back. Let us continue the fight. At worst, we will be eliminated. The elder brother raised his heavy sword, swinging it through the air as if in a trance, generating a fierce gust of wind. "Not to be your subordinates," Chen Yuan replied calmly, shaking his head, and then elucidated, "I need you to seek cultivation resources. I can guarantee your entry into the finals. If you satisfy me, I could even allow you to choose the order of your elimination, perhaps even later than Hell's." Arrogance. The words surged in the minds of Qianxiu and the twin brothers. Yet, in the next breath, they found it utterly absurd. While they could comprehend the promise of entering the finals, the notion that they could dictate their own elimination order, that would require absolute power, power capable of defeating everyone. Even if the combined strength of 3 celestial ladders were to unite, none would dare utter such grandiose claims. What gives this individual the audacity to speak in such a manner? Do you truly believe we are so easily deceived? The astute twin brother smirked, only to be promptly interrupted by his sibling. With a gaze fixed intently upon Chen Yuan, he spoke with utmost seriousness. "For the time being, we shall place our trust in you. I am Mo Sang, and this is my brother Mo Huang. Let us seek out cultivation resources as you proposed, ensuring our advancement to the final round, shall we? If you can satisfy my expectations, then there will be no issue. You may depart now." Chen Yuan gestured for them to leave. Mo Huang still wished to voice his thoughts, but was met with a fierce glare from Mo Sang, who swiftly pulled him away. The two hurried for several minutes before finally halting. "Brother, you can't possibly believe his nonsensical claims, can you? Even Hells would never make such promises." Mo Huang expressed his confusion. Mo Sang sighed deeply. "What does it matter if I believe or not? His strength is evident. Our fates lie in his hands. Since he is willing to let us go, we should comply and make our exit expeditiously. This is a university assessment. We cannot act impulsively." "I understand." Mo Huang nodded, albeit with a hint of uncertainty, before inquiring, "So what shall we do now? Run laps?" After a moment of contemplation, Mo Sang replied, "The shrinking of the circle is not rapid. We still have ample time to search. Let us seek cultivation materials." "Seek cultivation materials?" Mo Huang exclaimed, unable to suppress his surprise. "Are we really going to trade cultivation materials with that person?" Mo Sang continued to elucidate. "With his power, should he choose to aid us, reaching the final round would surely be within our grasp. As for his claim of eliminating us later than Hells," Mo Sang shook his head, choosing not to elaborate, yet his skepticism was clear. After a brief moment of thought, Huang conceded that his brother had a point. Since they had nothing to lose, it was worth a try. Let us go. Time to search for materials. You still need a pair of gloves. Sang declared decisively, and without delay. He led his brother deeper into the woods. You may also take your leave. What I said to them applies equally to you, Chen Yuan remarked, observing Qian Xiu closely trailing behind him. As for this knife, there was no way I would return it to you. Just a mere blade. Consider it a gift for you, my brawny friend. Qian Xiu beamed, rubbing his hands together. Brawny brother, you seek cultivation resources. But searching for individuals one by one is far too inefficient. However, I have a solution. Chen Yuan cast him a sidelong glance, intrigued. Pray tell? Good wine fears no deep alley, my brawny brother. With your strength, what you lack is an exceptional promoter. I, Qian Xiu, happen to be a master in this field. Just give me some time, and I assure you, the vast majority of this continent will come to know your exploits. What do you require? Chen Yuan asked directly. Qian Xiu grinned broadly. Brawny brother, you understand the matters concerning the final round. Very well. Chen Yuan nodded. If the results are satisfactory, not only for the final round, but I shall also offer you a chance to choose your ranking. Then leave it to me. You shall be thoroughly satisfied. Qian Xiu chuckled, thumping his chest with assurance, while simultaneously inquiring, what name shall I use for the promotion? Chen Yuan. Chapter 47. The Force Field Airdrop. In truth, Qian Xiu held no belief in the so-called ranking of choices. After all, the formidable figures from the Black Fragment Star, Mo Ka from the Hell Star, and Dongfang Shuo from the Blue-White Star were no mere trifles. Each was exceptionally powerful. These three individuals were unparalleled in their respective domains. However, with Chen Yuan's capabilities, ensuring his entry into the finals was not a challenge. Many others engaged in similar tactics, forging connections with those of higher standing, making early investments, or offering substantial incentives to garner assistance during university assessments. For Chen Yuan, acquiring a promotional expert at no cost was an opportunity too enticing to decline. As the saying goes, if it costs nothing, why not believe a little? It was evident that Dongfang Shuo undeniably stood as the preeminent champion of the Blue-White Star. His prowess utterly terrifying, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. Several adept practitioners at the Enlightenment stage were effortlessly dispatched by his single shot, prompting the spectators to flee in acknowledgement of their inferiority. Chen Yin was eloquent in his praise for Dongfang Shuo, whose fan base comprised primarily of Blue-White Star citizens, naturally eager to hear the broadcaster extol their champion. Having served as an interstellar broadcaster for many years, Chen Yin understood this dynamic well. Moreover, as a native of the Blue-White Star himself, praising Dongfang Shuo was an obvious choice, whether motivated by subjective or objective reasoning. Everyone, listen closely. Is there something peculiar in the air? Indeed, the most thrilling segment of the Battle Royale was upon us. The force field airdrop had emerged. It is well known that the most captivating aspect of a Battle Royale is the contest for the force field airdrop. Each airdrop provides significant enhancements to the contestants, and none would willingly relinquish such an advantage. One could see Dongfang Shuo racing towards the airdrop. Suddenly, Chen Yin paused. Before his eyes, an opulent and intricately designed interstellar battleship began its ascent. Hundreds of rail cannons aboard the vessel unleashed a simultaneous barrage. A blinding display of energy erupted, dazzling Chen Yin's vision. Wow! Thank you to the owner of the interstellar battleship from the Wolf of Shima Star. I am utterly in awe, Chen Yin exclaimed, exuberantly gesturing, nearly wishing to kneel in gratitude. He had anticipated that Dongfang Shuo, broadcasting from the Blue-White Star, would surely attract generous donations from prominent figures. Thank you, esteemed benefactor. Shall we continue discussing Dongfang Shuo? Would the benefactor like to switch to a contestant's perspective? Chen Yin's eyes lit up upon receiving a message from the benefactor. Momentarily perplexed, until another message followed. Chen Yuan? Who is Chen Yuan? Switch. Whatever the benefactor desires, I shall accommodate. Chen Yin hastily complied, quickly transitioning to the perspective of the contestant, taking a substantial amount of time to locate Chen Yuan's name. Truth be told, he preferred to expound on Dongfang Shuo, as his title as the top of the ladder was an inherently captivating hook. Yet, given the benefactor's generous gift of an interstellar battleship, failing to switch perspectives would be an affront to their generosity. As the perspective shifted, Chen Yuan's figure appeared, racing towards the eastern side of the southern frontier on the map. Let us observe what this student, Chen Yuan, is up to. Chen Yuan was indeed pursuing the force field airdrop. After parting ways with Qian Xiu, he stumbled upon 2 medicinal herbs along his journey, extending his lifespan to 25 years. This land was far more prosperous than he had anticipated. However, it was impossible for him to explore it entirely on his own, hence the necessity for assistance from other candidates. Approximately an hour later, Chen Yuan discerned a peculiar sound emanating from the sky, a sound indicative of a force field airdrop. Within his line of sight, 3 force field airdrops descended slowly, with the one on the eastern side being the closest to him. Without hesitation, Chen Yuan made his way toward the nearest airdrop. As it descended, even though he had chosen the one nearest to him, it soon vanished from his view, leaving only a white trailing residue in the sky, lingering and guiding the descent of the airdrop. Though he was slightly delayed, there remained a glimmer of hope. Chen Yuan, while maintaining his pace, was acutely aware that he was likely to miss out this time. The force field airdrops were randomly distributed across the continent, and once they landed, they would be seized by candidates who had been waiting for a considerable time. Aware of the dwindling opportunity due to his delay, he felt a sense of despair. Just then, an explosion erupted in the direction of the airdrop, startlingly close to Chen Yuan. In the next moment, a blond man emerged from the woods, clutching an iron box, looking utterly disheveled. Upon seeing someone blocking his path, the blond man's heart sank. After all, he was holding an airdrop, an invaluable treasure in this battle royale. However, upon recognizing the face of the individual in front of him, a flicker of joy ignited within him. Clinging to a desperate hope, he shouted, "Brother, I've acquired a wealth of cultivation resources. Help me." This blond man was none other than the first candidate whom Chen Yuan had defeated upon his descent. Chen Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment at the serendipity of the situation. "I come to your aid." Simultaneously, 5 figures rushed out from behind the blond man. Having overheard Chen Yuan's words, "I knew he had accomplices. Let us overwhelm him. We'll sort out the distribution of the airdrop afterward." The 5 figures, 3 men and 2 women, appeared as if they hailed from different planets. Clearly a makeshift team assembled solely for the purpose of seizing the airdrop from the blond man. In an instant, they spread out, forming a fan-shaped encirclement around Chen Yuan and attacked with a ferocity that was startling. "Come on, receive my blade." Chen Yuan's vigorous energy erupted suddenly, and white arcs of electricity materialized, propelling his long blade towards the 5 adversaries. With a crack, as they clashed, the expressions of the 5 transformed dramatically, and they all retreated in a frenzy. Chen Yuan slightly parted his lips, exhaling white mist reminiscent of steam from boiling water. With one stroke, he triumphed over the 5. White electricity, black hair and eyes, adept with the long blade. "You are Chen Yuan." One man in white attire seemed to recall something, his expression shifting as he exclaimed, "Is this the Chen Yuan that the fat man spoke of, the expert?" The remaining 4 exchanged bewildered glances. "Indeed, I am Chen Yuan," he affirmed with a nod, astonished that someone could recognize him, especially a person from the Black Fragment Star. It appears that Qian Xiu has begun to exert his influence. Indeed, as Qian Xiu stated, he is an expert in this field. In such a short span of time, Chen Yuan was unexpectedly recognized. Is it true what that rotund individual claimed? That with sufficient cultivation resources, you can guarantee one's advancement to the finals? The man in white inquired directly. "Certainly, it is true. I can assure this individual." Chen Yuan pointed his blade at the blond man, asserting that if they too wish to enter the finals, they must provide satisfactory cultivation resources. "Very well. Let this matter rest here." The 5 men exchanged no more words. The previous display of skill had made the disparity evident. With Chen Yuan present, their chances of acquiring the force field airdrop today were futile, so it would be wise to depart promptly. By the way, that rotund man also mentioned that if the resources are ample, you might even determine the final elimination rankings. Is that true? Trust me, you can secure the first position if you provide me with satisfactory cultivation resources, replied Chen Yuan in a tone as casual as if discussing trivial matters. You have made this claim. The man in white scrutinized Chen Yuan intently before being the first to withdraw. The remaining 4, apprehensive of Chen Yuan's potential to eliminate them, dared not linger and scattered like birds and beasts. Only Chen Yuan remained, accompanied by the blond man clutching the force field airdrop. Chapter 48, Pinnacle of Enlightenment, Achieved. Thank you. My name is Carl, ranked 7, 122 on the Mocha Star ladder. The blond man, Carl, expressed his gratitude while reluctantly handing the force field airdrop to Chen Yuan. Since Chen Yuan had rescued him from the fate of elimination, the airdrop should rightly not belong to him. If the other party were to forcibly seize it, it might lead to a rupture in their relationship. Thus, it was better to voluntarily relinquish it, benefiting both sides. Chen Yuan accepted the force field airdrop without hesitation. This is the force field airdrop. At this moment, Chen Yuan held a black metallic box the size of a shoebox, which felt quite weighty in his hands. The top of the airdrop bore the unique insignia of the Star Alliance. Chen Yuan pressed firmly on the Star Alliance emblem. With a click and a hiss, accompanied by the release of white gas, The four corners of the force field airdrop sprang open, revealing the supplies concealed within. Inside lay a weapon resembling a handgun, albeit larger, more appropriately termed a hand cannon. Additionally, there was a green capsule, about the thickness of a thumb, quietly resting within the airdrop. Carl, intrigued, leaned in for a closer look, his pupils contracting as he gasped in astonishment. This is a laser gun, and a concentrated life capsule. Do you recognize it? Chen Yuan inquired. Though he had never seen a laser gun, its purpose was clear from its name. Yet, he sensed that the concentrated life capsule could transform into lifespan. And certainly not a trivial amount. You don't recognize it? Carl's expression was one of disbelief. A laser gun. If a peak Enlightenment realm warrior were struck by this weapon, they would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. As for the concentrated life capsule, its recovery capabilities are astonishingly formidable. Even a severely wounded Enlightenment realm warrior could restore themselves to full health merely by consuming this capsule within minutes. The laser gun is indeed a prized possession. With it, one could certainly advance to the finals. As he spoke, Carl felt a pang of discomfort in his heart and turned his head away, no longer gazing at the force field airdrop. It was then that he discovered an object had been thrust into his hand, a laser gun. I have no use for this laser gun. Keep it for yourself, he said, but I shall graciously accept this concentrated life capsule. Chen Yuan, keeping his head down, replied. He intended to investigate the force field airdrop further, hoping to uncover hidden secrets or treasures. Shall I keep it then? Carl, still in disbelief, only truly realized Chen Yuan had indeed entrusted him with the laser gun when he tucked it into his embrace. There was no sudden betrayal or attack from Chen Yuan. At that moment, Carl couldn't shake the feeling that Chen Yuan's assertion of ensuring his place in the final circle might be sincere. I actually found some cultivation materials. Would you like to take a look? After receiving the laser gun, Carl eagerly displayed the cultivation resources he had painstakingly gathered before Chen Yuan. Not bad. Chen Yuan casually glanced at them and swept them all into his possession with a wave of his hand. Then, he turned to Carl and asked earnestly, how high a rank do you desire? Carl was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp Chen Yuan's meaning. He had handed over the cultivation materials solely due to the generosity of the laser gun, without any intention of requesting anything in return. It soon dawned on him. Are you referring to the rank of elimination? In the Battle Royale format, while the final score considered numerous factors, the most recognized was survival time. The later one was eliminated, the higher their ultimate score would be. The ranking of eliminations meant that the first place was the last contestant eliminated, the second place was the penultimate, and so forth. Carl believed that with Chen Yuan's prowess, he could indeed secure his entry into the final circle. However, he had always thought Chen Yuan's assertion regarding the elimination ranking was merely a jest or an unfulfilled boast. After all, as long as one reached the final circle, there would be no repercussions for withdrawing. Yet now, Carl suddenly realized that Chen Yuan seemed to be serious. Naturally, this capsule can earn you a spot in the final circle, while the remaining cultivation materials can determine your rank. How high do you wish to place? Chen Yuan stated matter-of-factly. First place, perhaps? Carl inquired cautiously, which implied that Chen Yuan would have to be eliminated before him. Chen Yuan nodded, of course. But this meager resource is insufficient. One might say it falls woefully short. He was indifferent to the ranking, as he needed to control the entire scene in the final circle, where those few points would hardly matter. It was the cultivation materials that he valued most. Carl found himself at a loss for words. He perceived an unparalleled arrogance in the individual before him. Yet, if such arrogance was matched by strength, it would be undeniably formidable. He was uncertain whether Chen Yuan possessed such strength, but that did not deter him from taking a chance. Why not gamble? Resolving within himself, Carl declared, Chen Yuan, I shall go in search of materials. If given the opportunity, I shall promote you as well. Should troubles arise, feel free to seek my assistance. Chen Yuan chuckled. He could discern that Carl had finally begun to trust him. After Carl departed, Chen Yuan took a deep breath and converted all the concentrated life capsules and resources Carl had procured. His lifespan surged from a mere 25 years to an astonishing 150 years, a remarkable increase of 125 years. The concentrated life capsules contributed 100 years to his existence, while the remaining cultivation resources accounted for an additional 25 years. It was now time to ascend. His martial arts realm had stagnated for far too long. Chen Yuan aspired to control the situation in the finals, to master everything. Relying solely on his current strength was utterly inadequate. After all, he struggled to defeat even the top player on the ladder, let alone 3 of them. The continent where the university assessments took place was far more affluent than he had anticipated. With his plans now taking shape, it was indeed time to enhance his strength. Only with power could he ensure the smooth execution of his subsequent plans. System, Commence the life essence absorption technique. Open the meridians. Progression begin. You have started to focus on the life essence absorption technique, diligently working to open the meridians each day. 10 years. Open 11 meridians. 20 years. Open 23 meridians. 50 years. Open 58 meridians. 80 years. Open 90 meridians. By the 135th year, all 361 meridians are opened. The small circulation is established, and the life essence absorption technique is perfected. Progression, conclude. In the instant the progression concluded, the 361 meridians within Chen Yuan's body began to rhythmically absorb the cosmic energy with an inexplicable harmony. This was his immediate impression. The cosmic energy and vital essence coursed through all 361 meridians, now operating autonomously, without Chen Yuan's conscious control. The energy and vitality that had just been expended were restored in mere seconds. His senses sharpened instantaneously. The movements in his surroundings had never appeared so vivid. With all 361 meridians opened and the small circulation established, he had reached the pinnacle of the meridian opening realm. Chen Yuan felt confident that the formidable experts at the top of the ladder, each from their respective planets, were now no match for him. Chapter 49. Herschel 1 could observe that Chen Yuan was pursuing a force field airdrop. However, the nearest airdrop was still some distance away, and it was likely that by the time he arrived at the landing site, it would already be deserted. Chen Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment, as the airdrop was supposed to be the most thrilling segment, and it appeared he would miss it. At the same time, he glanced at the number of viewers in the live stream, noticing a significant decrease. In literature, there is no first. In martial arts, there is no second. Naturally, fans preferred to watch the strongest warriors, the top players from various planets. Broadcasting an obscure individual would understandably attract scant interest. However, soon Chen Yuan realized he had misjudged the situation, for Chen Yuan had indeed provided him with several surprises. This blonde man seems to be acquainted with Chen Yuan. Let us investigate. This individual is named Carl, hailing from the planet Mocha. How could he possibly know Chen Yuan? 5 individuals had caught up to them, evidently intent on seizing the force field airdrop from Carl. They made their move. They were defeated. Alas, Chen Yuan astonishingly defeated 5 opponents with a single strike. I underestimated him, indeed. Truly, he is a remarkable talent, as noted by the boss. This dazzling display of skill by Chen Yuan sparked fervent exclamations from fans in the livestream, simultaneously drawing a substantial influx of viewers to his channel. The force field airdrop has commenced, revealing a laser gun, along with concentrated life capsules. With the laser gun in his possession, coupled with his formidable prowess, entering the final circle should pose no challenge for him. Yet, why did he hand the laser gun to Carl from Interstellar? Why indeed? It is not just Chen Yuan who is perplexed. Many viewers are left in confusion. The absence of sound has rendered them unable to grasp the unfolding events. Even if he had gifted it to someone from Blue and White Star, they would not have reacted with such astonishment, as that could have been a friend or comrade of Chen Yuan. However, the act of gifting the laser gun to someone from Interstellar has left everyone bewildered. This individual is clearly one of ours from Blue and White Star, yet he aids Interstellar, betraying his own. The streamer is switching channels, urging viewers to unfollow if this continues. Following their confusion, a wave of anger arises, an anger born from disappointment. To squander such a valuable item and not even keep it for himself, or at least give it to a teammate, but instead to present it to someone from Interstellar, incites a furious backlash from fans of Blue and White Star. Sigh, just as things were starting to look promising, why resort to such superfluous actions? Chen Yuan, feeling helpless, glanced at the timer for Chen Yuan's commentary, realizing it was nearly time. Although a starship gift is indeed precious, he cannot solely focus on Chen Yuan while enduring negative feedback for so long. He must honor the starship from the Wolf of Shima Star. Very well, everyone. Please remain calm. Let us return to the perspective of Dongfang Shua. We can see that after an intense battle, Dongfang Shua has also managed to secure a force field airdrop. Let us discover what this airdrop contains. Astonishingly, a golden legend. Not only was Chen Yuan taken aback, but the live stream was ablaze with excitement, messages rolling in at a rapid pace. Boss else, there's a fellow named Chen Yuan, who is said to be able to guarantee others a place in the final circle if provided with sufficient training resources, even determining the final rankings. The voices of his teammates reached his ears, and before Hells could respond, the others began to mock. Guaranteeing a spot in the final circle and determining rankings? Even we, Hells, would not dare make such a claim. Who is spreading such absurd rumors? I believe this is likely a deceptive ploy, designed to exploit the weak for their resources, only to turn around and eliminate them. Truly, a double-edged sword. Boss Hells, this Chen Yuan is far too arrogant. I hear he is within the south border. Should we go confront him? Let us see if he can withstand even 3 moves from me. Hells maintained a stoic expression, silently adjusting to the dark energy gauntlets on his hands. These were the weapons he had acquired from the force field airdrop, capable of significantly enhancing the user's strength, elevating his power by over 30%. Faced with the jests of his subordinates, Hers replied coldly, "Do not squander time. My adversaries are only Dongfang Shuo and Mo Hua. In the final circle, I shall inevitably confront them both until but one remains. Chen Yuan? Humph. A nameless pawn, unworthy of my concern. If he were truly formidable, he would find himself in the final circle, where I shall personally vanquish him. If he cannot even reach that stage, then I am spared the effort." Along his journey, Chen Yuan encountered over 10 individuals, yet no conflict arose, for these people sought his assistance to secure a place in the final circle. "Great Master, I have heard you can ensure entry to the final circle. Here are my cultivation resources, please accept them. And mine, I seek no ranking. Only entrance to the final circle. At that point, you may eliminate me at your convenience." Chen Yuan graciously accepted all cultivation resources offered to him, transforming them into longevity. In a remarkably brief period, the lifespan he had previously exhausted surged past 100 thresholds. Indeed, strength lies in numbers. This was far more efficient than my solitary endeavors. Chen Yuan mused with delight. At this rate, he would soon fulfill the longevity requirements for advancing to the second layer of the mixed element dragon-elephant technique. Were it not for this university assessment, it would have taken him an eternity to gather such an abundance of cultivation resources. Most of those seeking Chen Yuan's assistance were relatively weaker candidates. It was precisely their lack of strength that drove them to seek his help, clinging to the hope of a miraculous outcome. Otherwise, relying solely on their own abilities, they would soon face elimination and lose their hopes of entering the university. With no guarantees on either side, they felt it wiser to take a chance. Perhaps success awaited them. Conversely, the stronger candidates dismissed such rumors, placing their faith solely in their own prowess. At this moment, the weaker individuals, united by their reliance on Chen Yuan, trailed behind him, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. "Brother Strongman, how do you find my promotion?" Qianxiu suddenly appeared, beaming with pride. He was accompanied by a male and female companion, seemingly his teammates. "Excellent." Chen Yuan acknowledged Qianxiu's promotional efforts wholeheartedly, fully aware that to ensure a swift steed, one must first feed it well. Thus, he promised, "At the conclusion of the final circle, I shall grant you the opportunity for the 30th position, and I can likewise ensure your 2 companions enter the final circle." Qianxiu chuckled. He remained skeptical of Chen Yuan's abilities. However, his purpose for this visit extended beyond merely securing his teammates' positions. A deeper motive lingered. "Brother Strongman, I have discovered something splendid, but it requires your intervention." "Resources for cultivation?" "Not merely cultivation resources, but a plethora of weaponry and equipment that could significantly enhance your strength. Lead the way." Chapter 50. The Black-Scaled Flood Dragon. In a secluded, forested area, candidates seeking treasures had gathered in droves. Before them lay a deep pool, as dark and tranquil as jade, its depths seemingly unfathomable. The pool's edge was adorned with jagged stones, slick with moss, and as a gentle breeze stirred, ripples danced across the surface, creating delicate circles of movement. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of the pond, shadows of colossal beasts darted about, instilling an atmosphere of danger that rendered the onlooking candidates cautious and apprehensive. Previously, several daring candidates had ventured into the depths in pursuit of treasure, only to be whisked away by the force field mere seconds after their descent, leaving the crowd with scant useful information. "What if we devise a method to drain the water?" one suggested. "Or perhaps you would like to do the draining. Are you not afraid that the black-scaled serpent might emerge and take a bite?" This proposal was swiftly dismissed by the others. When Chen Yuan and Qianxiu arrived, they encountered a scene of indecision. A throng of people encircled the deep pond, hesitant to approach yet unwilling to abandon their quest, caught in a dilemma. Suddenly, with a splash, a short-haired woman wielding a long staff plunged headlong into the depths. "Xiaowuna, we are ranked 59th in the Black Fragment Star Ladder. Let us show our prowess." Upon witnessing Xiaowuna's daring leap, some began to stir with enthusiasm, shouting their intent to assist and following suit into the water. Qianxiu, observing this, could not help but scoff. Xiaowuna is one thing, but these following individuals, with such meager strength, truly believe they can seize the opportunity? How foolish. Chen Yuan shared her sentiments, recognizing that the latter group merely intended to use Xiaowuna as a distraction while they sought the treasure for themselves. He silently observed the pond, preparing to assess the situation. As Xiaowuna and her companions submerged, the water's surface erupted in tumultuous waves, intermittently bursting forth in sprays. Below lurked a formidable black-scaled serpent, a powerful mutant creature that had already claimed many skilled warriors. Chen Xiu informed Chen Yuan. "And what treasures lie within?" Chen Yuan inquired. His curiosity piqued. Chen Xiu, unambiguous, replied. "The primary treasure is the Tianyi stone embedded in the serpent's head. It enables one to swiftly enter a state of harmony between heaven and man, proving advantageous for both combat and cultivation. Additionally, the pond's depths conceal numerous weapons and equipment that can substantially enhance one's capabilities, opportunities not to be missed." With that, Chen Xiu gradually retreated, recognizing that his own strength was insufficient for such an endeavor, placing the onus on Chen Yuan's capabilities. At that moment, his two teammates whispered, "Chen Xiu, is this individual reliable? I can't shake the feeling he is merely spinning tales. He mentioned securing our place in the finals and ensuring a top 30 ranking. You usually exhibit such acumen. Why are you being so foolish now?" Listening to their murmurs, Chen Xiu remained silent, casting a furtive glance at Chen Yuan, eager to observe how he would confront the black-scaled serpent. Although they spoke in hushed tones, Chen Yuan heard their exchange distinctly, yet he remained unfazed. His mind was preoccupied with a singular question: how much lifespan could the Tianyi stone potentially augment? Items bearing such fantastical names are seldom commonplace, and any enhancement to longevity is likely to be significant. Just as Chen Xiu withdrew, an invisible force field surged downward, ensnaring those eager to seize the moment, lifting them slowly into the air. It is evident that the injuries sustained by these individuals are severe. One of them has even lost an entire right arm. A truly tragic sight. A sound akin to a cow's moo, yet imbued with a penetrating resonance, erupted from the depths of the pool. In the next moment, the water's surface exploded into countless droplets as a massive creature, resembling a dragon and measuring dozens of meters in length, emerged from the depths. This creature, known as the black-scaled flood dragon, was adorned with thick, dark scales. Simultaneously, the disheveled figure of Xia Wuna struggled free from the water. But the black-scaled flood dragon opened its cavernous maw and lunged at the defenseless Xia Wuna. Just as her life seemed to hang in the balance, a force field materialized, forcibly rescuing her. However, this also signified that Xia Wuna, ranked 59th on the Black Fragment Star ladder, was eliminated. The black-scaled flood dragon let out an enraged roar. Its eyes, imbued with human-like intelligence, now filled with fury and resentment. If it could speak, it would surely be cursing in frustration. How could Xia Wuna have fallen? This beast was far too formidable for them to contend with. How infuriating. The treasure lay within reach, the celestial stone, which could compel one into a state of unity with the cosmos. Patience, for our leader, Hells of Mokastar, is on the way. The black-scaled flood dragon cannot remain rampant for long. With Xia Wuna's defeat, the onlookers found themselves at a loss, relegated to waiting for someone stronger to arrive, perhaps in hopes of sharing in the spoils. The black-scaled flood dragon roared once more, then slowly submerged back into the water, leaving the observing candidates watching helplessly, too intimidated to act. Suddenly, a thunderous crack echoed as hundreds of white arcs of electricity flickered before their eyes, resembling silver serpents writhing across the surface of the pool. Chen Yuan had made his move. Having observed keenly, he felt no need for caution. He unleashed a full-force strike without a hint of restraint. Otherwise, he would find himself in trouble once the black-scaled flood dragon returned to the depths. With his polarized thunderblade, the true essence of the primordial dragon elephant, and his peak mastery in the Enlightenment realm, he was a force to be reckoned with. Who was this expert, ranked among the top 3 on the ladder, whom they had never encountered before? Which planet did he hail from? Before the crowd could fully grasp the situation, they momentarily perceived a flash of white lightning dart past them, swiftly piercing through the head of the black-scaled flood dragon and crashing down on the opposite side of the pool. In a heartbeat, a crimson line appeared beneath the dragon's head, and its massive body began to part, dividing into 2. Dark purple blood gushed forth, rendering the already murky waters of the deep pool even more turbid. With a resounding splash, the severed dragon's body fell into the water, sending up a towering plume of white spray. The onlookers stood frozen in place, their minds struggling to comprehend the scene. Incredible! How could one strike have vanquished the black-scaled flood dragon? Chen Xiu's teammates were taken aback, finally understanding Chen Xiu's earlier decision. With such prowess, ensuring their entry into the finals was indeed a non-issue. Although Chen Xiu was equally astonished, he managed to suppress the involuntary twitch of his expression. At that moment, his face remained expressionless, as if everything had transpired according to his meticulous calculations. Chapter 51. Street Stall. As the lifeless body of the black-scaled serpent plummeted to the bottom of the pool, The onlookers regained their senses. The serpent was dead. An opportunity had arisen. They must seize it. The depths of the pool were replete with treasures. We do not seek the Tiani stone. Merely some equipment will suffice, and this individual shall not hinder us. Hurry. We must act swiftly, lest we lose everything to others. With so many rushing forward, he surely cannot stop us. Those bold enough to snatch a meal from the tiger's jaws were not weaklings. Encouraged by the ambitious, many individuals, driven by greed, leapt into the water. However, a significant number of others maintained their composure, their gazes instinctively drawn to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, what are you doing? They are about to take our belongings. Chen Xiu exclaimed, unable to remain still. The name Chen Yuan stirred a sense of familiarity among the onlooking candidates, as if they had heard it before. Chen Yuan showed no intention of intervening. He merely observed as more and more individuals plunged into the depths. Chen Xiu was nearly beside himself, for those who had jumped into the deep pool were undeniably stronger than he. Watching them felt as if they were robbing him of his own possessions. Yet, since Chen Yuan remained passive, he could only stamp his feet in frustration. Suddenly, someone recalled. I remember now. Chen Yuan. The rumors that spread like wildfire. If one possesses sufficient cultivation resources, they can secure a place in the finals, potentially determining their final ranking. The very individual who had slain the black-scaled serpent with a single strike was none other than Chen Yuan. With this reminder, the other candidates recalled the tale. What they had initially dismissed as a mere joke now seemed credible. Chen Yuan indeed possessed extraordinary strength. Even Xiao Wuna, ranked 59th on the ladder and who had faced defeat at the hands of the black-scaled serpent, had been decisively vanquished by Chen Yuan, whose prowess rivaled that of the top three, if not the very best. At that moment, the candidates who had submerged began to resurface. Brandishing an array of weapons and equipment, their faces alight with uncontainable joy. With these newfound armaments, their strength would be significantly enhanced, granting them an advantage in the forthcoming finals. Finally, Chen Yuan rose and regarded the group of candidates returning from the depths. Your usefulness ends here. Zing. A familiar white arc of electricity flickered before the candidates' eyes, but this time, it was not directed at the black-scaled serpent. It was aimed squarely at them. As the target shifted to themselves, they felt an overwhelming surge of pressure, akin to facing a formidable nemesis. Every cell in their bodies trembled, urging them to flee. However, since they had dared to snatch their fortunes from the jaws of danger, they were unwilling to retreat empty-handed. Thus, one cried out, let us all charge together. If we all attack at once, he may exhaust his energy before he can defeat us all. Do not fear, strike now. Together. Boom. As the words fell, a flurry of white blades descended in succession. The splashing white water rose like a cascading waterfall, momentarily obscuring the view of the outcome. Yet, at that moment, the onlookers gazed upward to witness dozens of force fields crashing down, sweeping away several candidates. In one stroke, nearly half of those in the pool were eliminated. Goodness. This has escalated beyond belief. Chen Xiu and the onlooking candidates shared a singular thought at that moment. The splashing water fell with a cacophony, and the remaining few displayed expressions of terror. Together, their strength was indeed inferior to that of Chen Yuan's solitary strike. What was the point of this struggle? Consequently, they discarded their weapons in a frantic bid for escape. Yet, how could they possibly outrun Chen Yuan? Their scatterbrained flight merely afforded Chen Yuan the opportunity to swing his blade a couple more times, consuming an additional 10 seconds. As the force field continued to descend, claiming one candidate after another, Chen Xiu and his companions found their mental state in disarray. My leader is hell's, you cannot. Before the last word could escape his lips, he was cleaved by Chen Yuan's blade. Had the force field not descended with such swiftness, this individual would undoubtedly have met the same fate as the others. At this juncture, Chen Yuan's prowess rendered the ordinary candidates incapable of offering any resistance. Eliminating them was akin to slaughtering chickens, requiring not a second strike. By heavens, brother, you are truly formidable, Chen Xiu exclaimed, bounding over to Chen Yuan, unable to contain his admiration. He was genuinely impressed. The strength displayed by Chen Yuan was at least that of the third tier of the ladder, perhaps even vying for the top spot. Chen Xiu resolved to cling tightly to this powerful ally. Gather those weapons and equipment, they may prove useful later. Chen Yuan instructed before plunging directly into the depths of the pool. Before long, he resurfaced, clutching the head of a black-scale flood dragon. The Tiani stone, a pebble-sized, milky white gem, appeared to have been forcibly embedded within the dragon's head, requiring considerable effort from Chen Yuan to extract it. He bit into it, secretly converting its essence. Much like a concentrated life capsule, the Tiani stone granted a lifespan of 100 years. Thus, Chen Yuan's lifespan now exceeded 200 years. This was far more gratifying than the arduous accumulation of resources he had endured back on Blue-White Star. Brother, why did you consume the Tiani stone? Chen Xiu's astonishment was palpable as he witnessed the scene unfold. Chen Yuan furrowed his brow. Isn't this edible? Recently, he had grown accustomed to feigning consumption of such resources, and instinctively regarded the Tian-Yi stone as food. This object required mental communication to facilitate a state of harmony, so surely it could be ingested without issue, right? After much contemplation, Chen Xiu remained uncertain about its edibility. Chen Yuan waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. The Tian-Yi stone can still communicate within my stomach, yielding the same effects. Very well, Chen Xiu shrugged in resignation. Chen Yuan's formidable strength rendered his assertions irrefutable. Chen Xiu had no argument against it. Now, the focus shifted to the matter of the weapons and equipment. Chen Yuan surveyed the pile of discarded arms that had belonged to the candidates he had previously eliminated. Retrieved from the depths of the pool, not only had they provided him with weapons, but they had also conferred upon him elimination points. Truly benevolent souls. Although these weapons were of no use to Chen Yuan, he had other intentions. After selecting a few items with Chen Xiu's assistance, his gaze swept over the onlooking candidates. They had not ventured into the pool to seize the treasures, and Chen Yuan could not be bothered to eliminate them. In his eyes, they were merely walking repositories of cultivation resources. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen Yuan meticulously arranged his weapons, inscribing approximate prices before each piece. Come and take a look. A rare opportunity. Weapons for sale, only in exchange for cultivation resources, first come, first served. This was Chen Yuan's plan, to set up a stall right where he stood, hoping to accumulate some cultivation materials. The onlooking candidates exchanged glances, their interest piqued. While cultivation resources could not be immediately transformed into combat power, weapons could drastically enhance their strength in an instant. However, just as they were about to approach and inquire about the prices, an unusual aura enveloped the air. It was the presence of hells, the foremost among the heavenly ladders of mocaxing. Chapter 52, Testing the Waters. Hells. He had come as well. Among the candidates Chen Yuan had recently eliminated was a member of Hells. The spectacle was bound to be captivating. Chen Yuan had boasted about the significance of sufficient cultivation resources in determining the final rankings of the candidates. Now, they were eager to witness who was stronger, Chen Yuan or Hells. With Hell's arrival, the candidates who had initially intended to purchase weapons from Chen Yuan now dispersed, creating space to observe the unfolding drama. Should Hells emerge victorious, the weapons would undoubtedly be lost. Yet, if Chen Yuan triumphed, the implications would be intriguing. Still, the likelihood of such an outcome seemed slim, although Chen Yuan exhibited formidable strength, comparable to the top 3 on the ladder. Hells was the current champion of mocaxing's heavenly ladder. The combined strength of the 2nd through 10th ranks could not even match Hells alone. This was the unparalleled might of the number 1 on the ladder. Hells was a towering figure, his muscles bulging with raw, terrifying power, resembling a human colossus. From their first encounter, Chen Yuan had surmised that Hells, like himself, practiced a form of martial arts of a rigorous nature, at least of the first-grade realm. Hell's gaze first fell upon the array of weapons, before shifting to Chen Yuan. You are Chen Yuan, and you are Hells? Chen Yuan retorted, initially expecting Hells to be straightforward and direct, only to discover otherwise. If he were truly so forthcoming, he would have engaged in combat immediately rather than feigning ignorance. Hey, kid, my leader is asking you a question. Before Hells could speak, one of his teammates, unable to contain himself, stepped forward to provoke Chen Yuan, only to be restrained by Hells with a raised hand. Then, with a stern expression, he inquired, "The person I sent to scout was eliminated by you? Are you referring to the last person I eliminated?" I recall him mentioning that his leader was Hells. He sought to claim treasures, but, alas, his strength was lacking. He couldn't even withstand a single blow from me. Chen Yuan mused for a moment before breaking into a grin. A blatant provocation. Hell's teammate was now seething with rage. It was evident that Chen Yuan had spoken deliberately. How dare he? On what grounds? Yet, Chen Yuan was indeed, as they suspected, intentionally taunting them. His plan was nearly complete. Chen Xiu had done an excellent job promoting it. And most people had heard about his guardian reaching the finals, even boldly proclaiming the final rankings as if they were a certainty. Now, everything was in place, save for the crucial wind that would propel them forward. This wind was Hell's. Chen Yuan needed Hell's to demonstrate his strength, to validate his claims. He sought to instill confidence in others, assuring them that they could entrust their cultivation resources to him. Hell's, filled with rage, laughed derisively. Good, very good. I was planning to deal with you in the finals, but here you are, seeking your own demise. Very well, I shall accommodate you. If he could endure this moment, It would not be a sign of magnanimity, but rather a retreating turtle. Since Chen Yuan wished to provoke him into action, he would grant that desire. In the next instant, Hell's physique suddenly expanded, his loose clothing straining as if on the verge of tearing apart. With a thunderous boom, a massive pit erupted beneath his feet. And in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance of 100 meters, his right fist, clad in dark energy gauntlets, crashing down. Haha, come at me. Chen Yuan laughed heartily, channeling his vitality as he clenched his fist and charged forward. Neither of them employed martial arts. They relied solely on the physical strength honed through their training, clashing fists with sheer force. Bang! Their fists collided. Like the sharp tip of a needle meeting the edge of a wheat stalk. An invisible shockwave rippled outwards, akin to an explosive release of energy, reverberating through the ground, sending dust and debris flying. Countless blades of grass were uprooted, and the earth, disturbed by their immense power, whistled through the air as it soared. Both Chen Yuan and Hells were sent reeling backwards, but they quickly regained their footing, their feet seemingly rooted to the ground until they steadied themselves. The onlooking candidates were utterly astonished by the spectacle. These two had achieved a stalemate. In their initial exchange, Chen Yuan had managed to match Hell's blow for blow. Could it be that Chen Yuan possessed the strength of the top contender? Remarkable. Originally, the university assessment was anticipated to be a three-way contest among Mo Hua, Hells, and Dongfang Shuo, but now, a contender named Chen Yuan had emerged, creating a dramatic turn of events. The crowd expressed their astonishment, realizing from the outcome of that single punch that Chen Yuan was not inferior to Hells in the slightest. His strength was indeed formidable. However, Qian Xiu suddenly interjected, raising her voice. How could you claim to be stronger than me when your vision is so narrow? My leader, Chen Yuan, wields a blade, while Hells is a fist fighter, and he even has dark energy gauntlets. If this is considered a tie, then I could match you as well. Upon hearing this, the crowd was jolted into realization. Indeed, they had focused solely on the strength of the combatants, neglecting these crucial aspects. Chen Yuan and Hells had exchanged blows. While it appeared to be a draw, Chen Yuan was actually at an advantage. What nonsense. It was merely a test. Neither side exerted their full strength. What can one deduce from that? Hell's teammate immediately retorted. They could not fathom the possibility of their leader losing. After all, he was the top contender from Mo Star. And how could he possibly be defeated by an unknown rookie? Then, they turned to their leader, hers, only to find him standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Silently contemplative. Boss, please speak. One teammate urged. Hers shook his head in refusal, stating, There's no need for us to engage in a futile battle here. My adversary is not merely Chen Yuan. At that moment, Hers had to concede that Chen Yuan was indeed a worthy opponent. Although surprised by Chen Yuan's strength, Hers did not believe he would be defeated. As his teammate had remarked, it was merely a skirmish, revealing little. He still possessed numerous hidden cards yet to be played. Ultimately, the outcome remained an unknown. However, there was no necessity for both he and Chen Yuan to suffer losses, as the true beneficiaries would be Mo Hua and Dongfang Shuo. Chen Yuan, we shall meet in the finals. Hers stated in an unperturbed tone before addressing his teammates. Let us depart. Though somewhat reluctant, Hers teammates understood the importance of the situation and quickly followed him away from the scene. Qian Xiu suppressed her joy and sidled up to Chen Yuan, exclaiming, Boss Chen Yuan, that was Hers, the top of the ladder from Mocha Star. You actually held your own against him. Our blue and white star boasts such a formidable expert. Chen Yuan paid no heed to Qian Xiu's flattery. Instead, he gazed at Hers' retreating figure, silently reflecting, perhaps I underestimated him. Hers possessed a personality that starkly contrasted his appearance, prudent and thoughtful, always considering the bigger picture. Chen Yuan had initially anticipated that Hers would engage him fiercely, determined to ascertain a definitive victor. However, to his surprise, Hers had chosen to withdraw. Regrettably, in this retreat, he forfeited that slim chance of victory over me. A faint smile graced Chen Yuan's face. Through this confrontation and leveraging Hers' reputation, his plans had finally come to fruition. Chapter 53. Transformation. As Chen Yuan had surmised, although he and Hers merely engaged in mutual testing, it was sufficient to elevate the trust others had in him. Chen Yuan, I possess a 9-leaf flower. Would you accept it in exchange for a molecular chainsaw sword? I have a thorn rose fruit. How about selling me that pair of gauntlets? Not enough? Then I'll add 5 zhu fruits. Chen Yuan was not particularly knowledgeable about weaponry, but Qian Xiu was. With her overseeing the pricing, Chen Yuan merely needed to negotiate with buyers, ensuring the sales were made. In no time, a plethora of weapons and equipment had been sold out. Chen Yuan, in turn, amassed a substantial collection of training materials. In front of everyone, he swallowed the materials one by one, secretly converting them into longevity. Yet, Others were oblivious. They merely observed Chen Yuan as if he were a bottomless pit, consuming a vast array of training resources. What was going on with Chen Yuan? Did he not need to digest all that material? He devoured it all at once. Wasn't he the most pressing concern that he hadn't exploded from it all? With such a surge of energy accumulating within him, wouldn't that lead to a detonation? Could it be that he possessed some extraordinary constitution? Perhaps this was the reason behind Chen Yuan's remarkable strength? In the vast expanse of the cosmos, myriad unique physiques abound, yet the majority are either futile or even detrimental, with only a select few shining in specialized domains. Chen Yuan's audacious consumption of cultivation resources, were it not for his extraordinary physique, would have long resulted in his demise. This elucidates why Chen Yuan consistently underscores the importance of cultivation resources. What he seeks is precisely this effect. His rapid ascension in strength is undeniable, making concealment impractical. Thus, it is more prudent to reveal it openly, allowing others to concoct justifications for him. Do not inquire further. Simply attribute it to his special constitution. If you ask what kind of special physique, I too am unaware. It's innate. Chen Yuan comprehends that as long as he can demonstrate his worth, there will be those who safeguard him, and that suffices. At this juncture, someone unexpectedly posed a question. Chen Yuan, does the final ranking matter? Chen Yuan turned to the speaker, who turned out to be two familiar faces, the twin brothers, Mo Sang and Mo Huang, who previously battled against Qian Xiao. At that moment, the elder brother Mo Sang approached Chen Yuan, carrying a small pack. He was the one who had just spoken. Of course it matters. How many ranks are you seeking? Speak up, Chen Yuan replied with a smile. Pleased that someone had come to negotiate for a ranking. I would like to purchase a rank around 1,000, if possible, Mo Sang cautiously responded. With only 3,000 candidates accepted, he would be quite content with a rank near 1,000. After all, without relying on Chen Yuan, he and his brother might not even make it into the finals. I just need to be one rank below my brother, Mo Huang exclaimed eagerly. Chen Yuan glanced at the pack the brothers brought, which was filled with cultivation materials, yet the total lifespan they could convert amounted to a mere 20 years. This was originally insufficient, but considering that these brothers were his first clients, he decided to extend some preferential treatment. 1,000, you say? Very well. Join the group behind. Do not fear any eliminations, Chen Yuan instructed. Behind him trailed a group of weaker contestants aspiring to reach the finals, nearly 100 in number. Due to Chen Yuan's presence, few dared to challenge them. Simultaneously, Chen Yuan surveyed the onlookers, who, despite possessing commendable strength, had refrained from intervening. Their entry into the finals was virtually assured. This continent knows no concept of day or night. Although it lacks a sun, it remains perpetually illuminated. Chen Yuan estimated that it had been approximately 2 days since their arrival on this continent. Most contestants had been eliminated, leaving only those of considerable strength or those with hidden trump cards. No mere fillers remained. Another day would pass, marking the 3rd day, after which the continental landmass would shrink to less than the size of a small county. At that point, the final round would commence. Let me clarify. Purchasing a rank now differs significantly from acquiring one later. If you desire a favorable position, it is best to act proactively now. Chen Yuan's voice resonated steadily through the forest. Following his proclamation, a surprising number of contestants approached him to buy ranks, ranging from 100 to 2,000. This is the result of Chen Yuan compelling Hells to take action. Following this battle, Chen Yuan's strength has been affirmed. Even if they do not believe he can determine the final rankings, many will approach him with a mindset of trying their luck. The losses would be minimal, but the potential gains could be substantial, akin to the feeling of casually purchasing a lottery ticket. As for those who did not buy into the rankings, Chen Yuan did not impose any difficulties upon them, as he was confident that they would inevitably reveal their positions in the final rounds. He possesses ample patience. Thus, with the collective effort of many, Chen Yuan's lifespan has surged dramatically, breaking through the millennium mark for the first time from an original 200 years. A full 1,000 years of life. Name: Chen Yuan Martial Path, Enlightenment Realm Lifespan, 1,000 years Martial Arts, Yuan Magnetic Breathing Technique, 361361, Primordial Dragon Elephant True Skill, First Layer, Yang Polarized Thunderblade, First Grade Transformation, Gluttonous Immovable Body, First Grade Transformation. With my current strength, I can indeed defeat Hells, but even if victorious, I would likely sustain some injuries. Moreover, to master the entire situation and dictate the final rankings, my opponents will not be limited to just Hells. There are also Dongfang Shuo, Mo Hua, and many more formidable experts. Thus, it is time to expend my life force once more. Chen Yuan had long made this decision, and he focused intently. Commence, Life Force. Primordial Dragon Elephant True Skill. Second Layer. Propagation, Initiate. 100 years have passed. The progress of the primordial dragon elephant true skill is slow, yet you remain untroubled. For you understand that this martial art emphasizes gradual advancement, with no such thing as a bottleneck, and diligent effort will yield results. 300 years. And the journey has barely surpassed the halfway mark. 500 years. The time invested in cultivating the primordial dragon elephant true skill has far exceeded your initial expectations. And now you comprehend why even prodigies like the dragon elephant martial god lament its difficulty. 700 years, with each passing year yielding a slight improvement. Although it has taken much time, you finally sense that the second layer of the primordial dragon elephant true skill is nearing completion. 750 years. The second layer of the primordial dragon elephant true skill is complete. Propagation accomplished, unbeknownst to anyone, in but a fleeting moment. Chen Yuan's strength has once again undergone a monumental transformation. Chapter 54. The changing faces of fans alone individual defeating 5 top 10 experts of the ladder in unison. At this moment, Dongfang Shua found himself without rivals in the western desert. Moreover, following this battle, Dongfang Shua's influence has once again been augmented by several new experts. Dongfang Shua possesses a magnetic charisma. At this moment, he has gathered 20 of the top 30 ladder experts, undoubtedly preparing for the final round, which will surely erupt into a stunning clash. Furthermore, until now, Dongfang Shua has yet to utilize that piece of equipment, indicating his confidence and readiness. When the decisive battle arrives, unveiling this trump card will undoubtedly catch others off guard. Chen Yuan is passionately narrating from Dongfang Shua's perspective, and the program is performing splendidly. Dongfang Shua not only possesses formidable strength himself, but has also attracted numerous experts. Just recently, he relied on a grand gamble, defeating 5 major experts within 30 moves, thereby adding 5 more formidable warriors to his ranks. Indeed, it seems that Dongfang Shua is favored by his fans, Chen Yuan mused. Then, a starship dazzled his eyes once more, accompanied by a simple message, "Change Chen Yuan." At first glance, Chen Yuan thought it was the wolf boss from the Hymo star once again. However, he soon realized it was an entirely different, unfamiliar magnate, whose name was simply the boss. Furthermore, Chen Yuan suddenly noticed a surge of fans in his live stream eager to see Chen Yuan, many of whom were his decade-long supporters, genuine denizens of the blue and white star. Why were they no longer tuning in to Dongfang Shua? Chen Yuan pondered this, unable to comprehend why they would not prefer the strongest contender atop the ladder. Previously, when he featured Chen Yuan, his viewership had significantly dwindled. Why had these fans suddenly shifted their allegiance? It was quite exhausting. Nevertheless, Chen Yuan promptly shifted to Chen Yuan's perspective, for profit was paramount. Oh, Chen Yuan had encountered hells? Their interaction suggested a conflict. This was concerning. Just as Chen Yuan tuned into Chen Yuan's viewpoint, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Chen Yuan had provoked hells? He witnessed Chen Yuan utter a remark that incited hell's ire, and hells retaliated. Was Chen Yuan being reckless? Had they reached a stalemate? No. Hells was a martial artist, equipped with dark energy gauntlets. How could it be a draw? Chen Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief at the turn of events. He quickly glanced at the live chat, where the enthusiastic comments about Chen Yuan were flooding the screen, while the requests to see Dongfang Shua had been relegated to the sidelines, garnering little attention. Thanks to the insights from the live stream's audience, Chen Yuan began to grasp the situation's intricacies. Chen Yuan was remarkably powerful, rivaling the strength of the top contender. Excitement surged within him. This was the thrilling content the fans craved. Dongfang Shua, as the ladder's champion, paled in comparison to the unexpected emergence of a dark horse like Chen Yuan. Even in the absence of sponsorship gifts, Chen Yuan resolved to focus on broadcasting Chen Yuan throughout the university assessment. Chen Yuan advanced steadily towards the finals. Behind him trailed over 100 individuals, a chaotic mix of denizens from Black Fragment Star, Mocha Star, and Blue and White Star, originally destined to be adversaries. They were now engaged in jovial banter, showing no signs of a competitive atmosphere typical of a university assessment. An onlooker, unaware of the context, would be utterly astounded, unable to fathom why this group had not clashed. As Chen Yuan traversed forward, the verdant essence of the southern expanse gradually diminished, the temperature began to drop, and a gentle breeze carried a refreshing chill, accompanied by a faint whistling sound. The shrinking circle did not center on this continent. Rather, the edges of the land were collapsing uniformly. Each region, East Sea, Southern Frontier, Western Desert, and Northern Plain, could potentially serve as the final battleground. However, it appeared that the ultimate finals would likely take place in the Northern Plain. Chen Yuan mused silently. He couldn't help but think of Wang Qianjun. When the force field had drawn him in, Wang Qianjun's landing point had been in the adjacent East Sea. Logically, They should have reunited by now. Given the elapsed time without any sign of him, it seemed increasingly probable that he had been eliminated. Wang Qianyuan's abilities could only be deemed mediocre among all the candidates. With the finals approaching, his elimination was hardly surprising. Although Chen Yuan had assured the principal that he would provide Wang Qianyun with some support during the university assessments, their inability to meet left Chen Yuan feeling powerless, hoping only that Wang Qianyun was still hiding somewhere, yet to be eliminated. Meanwhile, as he made his way to the finals, the plans he had meticulously devised began to unfold gradually. A continuous stream of candidates approached Chen Yuan, seeking to secure a spot in the finals or purchase a favorable ranking. Chen Yuan did not decline. He accepted them all, and the throng behind him grew ever larger. What had begun with just over 100 individuals had now surged past 200, nearing 300. Gradually, through collective efforts, even if each individual contributed merely a single fruit, it would suffice to extend Chen Yuan's lifespan by several centuries. Indeed, this was the case. At present, his lifespan had increased from an initial 250 years to over 800, and this was not the limit. More and more individuals continued to join the growing assembly behind Chen Yuan, a vast multitude of candidates that appeared formidable, instilling a sense of caution among others. Upon surveying the situation, it was evident that the remaining candidates in the southern region were the most numerous. In contrast, the other three regions were embroiled in relentless strife over elimination points, with candidates being eliminated at every moment. Only in the southern region, where most of the weaker candidates actively sought out Chen Yuan, requesting safe passage to the finals, was there a gathering devoid of conflict, instead filled with cheerful banter that appeared quite peculiar. However, one could not place too much trust in these individuals. Their relationship was merely one of employment, and things could unravel at any moment. While they could capitalize on favorable circumstances, should Chen Yuan show any sign of decline, it was certain that this group would disintegrate internally, descending into chaos. Chen Yuan pondered quietly. This was also why the other top contenders had not cast wide nets to recruit candidates. A mere handful of minor players, if sent forth, would be swiftly dispatched and revealed for their frailty, presenting an illusion of strength that was, in reality, paper-thin and pitifully weak. As long as Chen Yuan remained steadfast, all would be well. But if he faltered, chaos would ensue, scattering his followers like leaves in the wind. Suddenly, a buzz filled the air as everyone looked skyward. The final batch of force field airdrops began to descend at that moment. Chen Yuan gazed upward, where he could see two force field airdrops slowly approaching. One nearer and one farther away. Qian Xiao, take them to the closer airdrop. I will handle the one further away, Chen Yuan instructed. To the others, Qian Xiao was closely associated with Chen Yuan, and they accepted her authority on his behalf. Competing for a force field airdrop among several hundred should pose no issue. Chen Yuan intended to tackle the distant airdrop alone, as the distance was considerable, and he needed to reach it swiftly to prevent anyone else from seizing it first. Got it. I'll make sure to handle it swiftly for you, brother, Qian Xiao replied, giving a thumbs up as she led her entourage toward the nearer airdrop. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan set off alone, racing towards the remote airdrop. Chapter 55. The Unfortunate Adventure of Wang Qianyun. Buzzing. Wang Qianyun gasped for breath, sprinting while glancing upward. A force field airdrop was descending slowly not far from him. Another force field airdrop, regrettably, with my current strength, even if I manage to obtain it, I ultimately cannot safeguard it. However, this could serve as an opportunity to shake off the group trailing behind and find a moment to rendezvous with Chen Yuan. I wonder if he has been eliminated yet. Wang Qianyun sensed the dwindling vitality within him. He had little left. If this continued, he would inevitably succumb to the fate of being eliminated by those pursuing him. Behind him, 7 individuals were chasing him like cats stalking a mouse, among whom were the formidable trio, Sheng Wanji, Shen Songsheng, and Su Qingman. Wang Qianyun had encountered them on the first day, where Sheng Wanji had interrogated him about Chen Yuan's whereabouts. Wang Qianyun was no fool. He recognized Sheng Wanji's aggressive intent and would never divulge Chen Yuan's location to them. Consequently, the three surrounded him, and he managed to break through at the cost of sustaining minor injuries. To evade their search and recuperate, he dug a hole to hide. He remained concealed until the shrinking zone compelled him to emerge, only to find himself once again face to face with Sheng Wanji and his companions. This time, it was not just the three of them, for others had joined. Among them was a familiar face, the formidable Wan Qinglai, ranked 330 in the blue and white star ladder. How could he possibly fight against such odds? Wang Qianyun immediately unleashed all his cards to flee, harboring no other thoughts. It seemed that he would miss out on university. Aside from surviving until now, he had not accumulated any extra points. Even entering the final circle was tenuous, as his score fell short. From the beginning, He had been running for his life, failing to earn elimination points or even the simplest resource collection points. Unless he could secure some elimination points now, he would have no choice but to rely on merely entering the final circle to achieve a baseline score. Yet, Wang Qianjun understood well that elimination points were easiest to acquire in the early stages. As time progressed, the weak dwindled, leaving only the skilled behind. It was already fortunate that he had not become someone else's elimination point. How could he possibly covet the points of these experts? Alas, first, he needed to shake off the group behind him. Steadying his mind, Wang Qianjun charged toward the force field airdrop. Meanwhile, Shang Wanji and the others had also spotted the descending airdrop. Wang Gu, it's a force field airdrop. Wang Qianjun is heading that way, Shang Wanji exclaimed, alerting the others. Thinking to disrupt the situation with the airdrop and escape? Quite the naive ambition. Wan Qinglai discerned Wang Qianjun's intentions with a single glance. Force field airdrops were coveted resources that every candidate would strive to seize, often containing critical equipment that could sway the outcome. Most candidates would inevitably attempt to acquire them. And he was no exception. Enough of this game, especially you, Shang Wanji. That Chen Yuan might have already been eliminated. Wang Qianjun is of little use now. Wan Qinglai's tone grew impatient. Shang Wanji was just a step away from elimination. Taking down Wang Qianjun would suffice. Otherwise, once they entered the final circle, even my own survival would be at stake, leaving me no time to protect you all. Wang Gu, you have accepted payment. Shang Wanji felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, still harboring intentions of revenge against Chen Yuan. Wan Qinglai shot a glare at Shang Wanji. I have accepted money from your Shangwan family, and my only commitment to your father is to assist you in gaining admission to university. As for Chen Yuan, I may help you if I feel inclined. But given the current circumstances, do I really have the leisure to play cat and mouse? If you are not keen on entering university, that's your prerogative. Regardless, I will not return anything I have received from the Shangwan family. Shang Wanji dared not protest further and acquiesced to Wan Qinglai's words. Stop holding back. Unleash your full speed lest someone else seizes the opportunity at the power field drop. Wan Qinglai bellowed, his speed suddenly surging dramatically. The others, witnessing this, also poured their energy into hastening their pace to keep up with Wan Qinglai. Wang Qianjun glanced back, anxiety flickering across his face as he noted Wan Qinglai and the others drawing ever closer. His vitality was dwindling, and it was merely a matter of time before they caught up with him. Simultaneously, he observed the power field drop in the sky, not far from him. It might very well still be airborne when he arrived. He wondered if the drop would attract Wan Qinglai's attention. Otherwise, he might only be able to advance this far. Wang Qianjun felt a sense of reluctance, yet he bore no resentment toward anyone. Ultimately, it was simply a matter of lacking strength. With over 6,000 competitors on the ladder, the odds of gaining university admission were inherently low. Achieving it would be a delightful surprise. While failing was within the realm of expectation, Wang Qianjun could only console himself, learning to accept the outcome with equanimity. As anticipated by Wang Qianjun, when he was on the verge of reaching the power field drop's landing spot, the drop was still hovering in the air, with time remaining before it would touch down. Simultaneously, he could sense dozens of formidable warrior presences, each at least ranked within the top 100 of the ladder, if not higher. These masters remained hidden, lurking amidst the dense foliage surrounding the drop, biding their time for the opportune moment to claim the treasure. At this moment, Wang Qianjun stood exposed within their line of sight, akin to a sheep entering a den of lions, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Behind him, Wan Qinglai and the others hurriedly approached. Wang Qianjun, let us see how you escape this time. Shang Wanji exhaled with relief, followed by a hearty laugh. Wan Qinglai, however, did not share Shang Wanji's levity. His expression was grim. He had sensed the powerful auras concealed nearby, each as formidable as his own, with several even stronger. Indeed, those who had survived to this point were no ordinary opponents. A thought flashed through Wan Qinglai's mind. Allow Shang Wanji to eliminate Wang Qianjun first, securing the necessary points for elimination. As for the power field drop, if it could not be obtained, so be it. Entering the final circle was paramount. Wang Qianjun felt a sense of despair. With wolves ahead and tigers behind, this was surely his end. The power field drop continued to drift slowly in the air, awaiting the moment it would land, at which point the battle would erupt with fervor. Wan Qinglai could not afford to wait any longer. His gaze fell upon Shun Songsheng and Su Qingman. Delay could lead to unforeseen changes. Do not waste time. You two go assist Shang Guanjie in eliminating Wang Qianjun. Understood. Shun Songsheng and Su Qingman nodded in agreement. At this moment, Shang Guanjie, too, could no longer afford to dwell on Chen Yuan's news. Securing the elimination points took precedence. Finally, it had arrived. Wang Qianjun was ironically surprised to find that his final adversary was a fellow student from the same school. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself for a desperate struggle. Suddenly, a voice broke through his thoughts, startling him. Wang Qianjun, I thought you had been eliminated. I cannot explain this to the principal. Chen Yuan. Wang Qianjun was momentarily taken aback, then his face lit up with joy. Chen Yuan, what are you doing here? His heart surged with delight at the realization that Chen Yuan had not been eliminated yet. The effort to find him had yielded unexpectedly fruitful results. Chen Yuan, even more agitated than Wang Qianjun, was Shang Guanjie, gritting his teeth in anticipation. He had presumed that Chen Yuan had been eliminated by others, but now, fate had granted him the opportunity for revenge. How could Shang Guanjie not be exhilarated? Thanks to Chen Yuan, he had suffered grave injuries following the latter's duel, still feeling a lingering heaviness in his chest. Had it not been for his family's considerable efforts to secure a renowned physician, he might have faced insurmountable obstacles in the university assessment. All of this turmoil was the result of Chen Yuan's actions. I was wondering why Wang Qianjun had yet to meet up with me. It seems it was due to your meddling. Chen Yuan surveyed the gathered crowd, quickly grasping the situation. It was evident that Shang Guanjie and his companions would seek to create trouble for him during the university assessment. What surprised Chen Yuan was that, despite being fellow students at Shanxing No. 1 High School, Wang Qianjun had not provoked Shang Guanjie and the others. His only offense was his connection to Chen Yuan, which had led to his unfortunate entanglement. Wang Qianjun, exercise caution. Shang Guanjie is under Wan Qinglai, a formidable expert ranked 300 in the ladder. Wang Qianjun was no fool. His survival thus far was due to either evasion or concealment. Chen Yuan, however, was not one to hide away. His continued presence indicated that he possessed strength far beyond what Shanxing No. 1 High School had revealed. Wang Qianjun recalled the principal's warning from the day before boarding the ship, clearly having seen Chen Yuan's extraordinary potential. Thus, he offered a brief caution to prevent Chen Yuan from underestimating the situation. Thank you for the warning regarding the 300 on the ladder. Chen Yuan nodded, then glanced up at the force field airdrop above, estimating that it would land in about half a minute. Meanwhile, although Shang Guanjie was immensely excited by Chen Yuan's arrival, he was not oblivious. The fact that Chen Yuan had survived alone until now indicated he was no weakling. Wan Gu, this is the person I mentioned earlier, Chen Yuan. Shang Guanjie turned to Wan Qinglai, hoping for his assistance. Wan Qinglai was a master ranked 330 on the ladder. With his intervention, vengeance would surely be within reach. Yet, Shang Guanjie harbored a deep resentment, knowing that due to the protective force field, they could only inflict severe injuries at best. Unexpectedly, to Shang Guanjie's astonishment, Wan Qinglai paid him no heed. Instead, he stepped forward, clasped his hands towards Chen Yuan, and remarked, I never anticipated that this gentleman is a friend of my brother. Fortunately, no grave error has occurred. With the imminent landing of the force field airdrop, shall we let bygones be bygones? We are all inhabitants of Blue and White Star, and if my brother is willing, we could even join forces to seize the airdrop, splitting the resources equally. What do you say? Wan Qinglai discerned the intricacies of the situation. This sudden appearance of Chen Yuan was evidently not trivial. He had no need to offend such a person over Shang Guanjie. Moreover, having accepted payment from the Shangguan family, his commitment was solely to assist Shang Guanjie in gaining admission to university, not to confront a rival. Should he be in a favorable mood, he might lend a hand. But the current circumstances were chaotic, with the unknown strength of Chen Yuan, the impending airdrop, and numerous hidden experts lurking in the shadows. Wan Qinglai opted for a more prudent approach. Upon hearing this, Shang Guanjie became agitated. Be quiet. Wan Qinglai shot him an impatient glare. Had he not accepted money, he would have swiftly eliminated this bothersome young master. Chen Yuan was somewhat taken aback, surprised by the number of astute individuals present. However, he had no interest in engaging in circles with the clever. Instead, he pointed towards Shang Guanjie, stating, hurt my friend, and you shall not escape. Wan Qinglai cast a glance at Shang Guanjie and finally gritted his teeth, saying, I leave Shang Guanjie to you. From here on, let us not interfere with one another. Shang Guanjie was momentarily stunned, not expecting to be cast aside so abruptly. He immediately exclaimed, Wan, you have taken my father's money. If you dare to touch me, my father will not let you off easily. Wan Qinglai ignored Shang Guanjie. After all, the Shangguan family was merely an indigenous force of Blue and White Star. Offending them was of little consequence. Furthermore, given the circumstances, he felt he had no alternative. Chen Yuan shook his head. You seem to misunderstand. I am not referring solely to Shang Guanjie. Shen Songxing and Su Qingman are included as well. As a student of Shanxing No. 1 High School, I must assist in maintaining the integrity of our institution by addressing any grievances involving Wang Qianjun. Are you simply unwilling to negotiate? Wan Qinglai's complexion darkened. One thing was tolerable. After all, it was Shang Wanji who bore animosity towards Chen Yuan. But to abandon Shen Songxing and Su Qingman would mean offending 3 factions simultaneously. A burden he could not withstand. I had no intention of negotiating. I was merely toying with you. Chen Yuan replied with a faint smile. Do not presume I am oblivious to your intentions of stalling for time, waiting for the airdrop to descend to fish in troubled waters. Exposed. Wan Qinglai's countenance instantly returned to calm, as if his previous anger had never existed. Chen Yuan, your realization has come rather late. Boom. The force field airdrop thunderously descended, crashing between the two, sending a spray of earth flying. Ha ha ha. With the force field airdrop dropped, the chaos of the situation is no longer within your control. Wan Qinglai laughed heartily. However, after a few seconds of silence enveloped the surroundings, he questioned, ha? The anticipated scene of numerous experts emerging to claim the airdrop had not materialized. Those previously hidden seemed to have vanished into silence. With a dismissive demeanor, Chen Yuan stepped forward and, in full view of Wan Qinglai, opened the force field airdrop. Amidst a surge of chilling fog, a long box burst forth, revealing a blade approximately 1 meter in length, reminiscent of a tang knife, resting quietly within its confines. A power-driven chainsaw blade. Wang Qianjun murmured as he leaned closer. Chen Yuan grasped the hilt, exerting a slight pressure, causing the blade to tremble faintly, as if countless invisible serrations were buzzing with energy. As his strength intensified, the vibrations escalated, radiating an astonishing warmth. The blade gleamed with an immaculate whiteness, akin to pristine snow, yet exuded a terrifying sensation of searing heat. Wan Qinglai grew increasingly perplexed. From his concealed position, did they not desire this power field drop? It was a power-driven chainsaw blade, potent enough to slice through the defenses of a forged body martial artist, a decisive weapon for victory. Did no one wish to claim it? If you ally with me against Chen Yuan, I shall cede it all to you afterward, not taking a single share. With each call to those around him, Wan Qinglai felt his heart sink further. What circumstances could compel this group, hidden in the shadows, equally matched, or even stronger than him, to refrain from seizing the power field drop? The answer lay in the presence of an undeniable powerhouse, one capable of extinguishing their ambitions and desires. Wan Qinglai's gaze shifted to Chen Yuan, who was testing the chainsaw blade, and his expression underwent a dramatic transformation as a chilling realization dawned upon him. Why had those previously eager to contest for the power drop now remained idle? Because they were all afraid of Chen Yuan. Chapter 57. The eve of the final battle. Wan Ge, why waste breath on him? There are only 2 of them, while we are 7. We could exhaust them together. Shang Wanji, without hesitation, resolved to settle the score now that he recognized Wan Qinglai's reluctance to abandon his intentions. Upon hearing Shang Wanji's words, Wan Qinglai's eyes twitched in distress. He found himself in a quandary, unable to advance or retreat, momentarily frozen in place. Suddenly, several voices echoed from afar. Bro, we've retrieved the power field drop. Boss Chen Yuan, we've secured the power field drop. We haven't dared to open it. We're just waiting for you. Boss, my brother wants to ask what's inside your power field drop. Qian Xiu, the blonde Carl, and the twin brothers Mo Huang emerged in succession, with Qian Xiu cradling a power field drop. In the midst of Shang Wanji and the others' astonishment, more and more individuals appeared, gradually encircling them. So many people. ISNT that lead Chengming from the Blue and White Star's heavenly ladder, over 200 strong. P.S. even more formidable than Wan Ge. Why does he call Chen Yuan boss? Not only from the Blue and White Star, but also from Mocha Star and the Black Shard Star. What was happening? Why were they all rallying behind Chen Yuan? Almost 300 individuals surrounded their 7-member group, each one glaring at them like ravenous wolves. Wang Qianjun was equally baffled. How had Chen Yuan inexplicably become the leader of these hundreds? He hadn't seen Chen Yuan for merely 2 days, yet the transformation felt monumental. Was Dongfang Shua truly this influential? It appears that I have a greater number of allies. Chen Yuan chuckled lightly, gesturing with his fingers to create a universe of sorts. Brother, do these individuals have any grievances with you? Qian Xiu cracked his knuckles, eagerly prepared to showcase his abilities. Count me and my brother in. The twin brother, Mo Sang, raised his hand in a signal. This was an excellent opportunity to impress Chen Yuan. Perhaps a single decisive action could propel their rankings up by several hundred places. Even without mentioning this, the elimination points for the 7 of them were substantial, and they were determined to strive for success. However, Chen Yuan had no intention of intervening. He did not lack elimination points, and since others were willing to take action, why should he exert himself unnecessarily? There was no benefit to it. He wasn't gaining lifespan by beating people up. Whoever claims it first gets it. Chen Yuan remarked nonchalantly, contemplating the trio of Shang Wanji, Shun Songsheng, and Su Qingman. If those three could handle the situation. Wang Qianjun was still in need of a few elimination points. Upon hearing this, Wan Qinglai felt a chill run down his spine. Is there any room for negotiation? Brother Chen Yuan? None, Chen Yuan replied succinctly. Wan Qinglai fell into despair, his blood surging with frustration. He abandoned his teammates and swiftly retreated. In the next moment, hundreds charged towards Wan Qinglai and the others. A wave of energy erupted simultaneously, creating a spectacular scene. Yet, it took nearly 3 minutes for this righteous brawl to conclude, with Wang Qianjun foolishly claiming 3 heads. As expected, they were merely a motley crew. 300 against 7 took 3 minutes. But he had not anticipated much from them anyway. Chen Yuan silently observed the entire process, sighing inwardly. Among the 300, even with a few skilled individuals leading, it should not have taken 3 minutes to deal with Wan Qinglai and the others. The truth was that this group feared becoming scapegoats. Almost all unwilling to confront Wan Qinglai directly, prioritizing their own safety. They hesitated, striking once only to retreat, showcasing merely a fraction of their true potential. In contrast, Wan Qinglai and his companions fought desperately, risking their lives, nearly managing to break through the encirclement and escape. Brother, it's done. Qian Xiu grinned, having claimed a head. And it was that of a considerably stronger opponent, adding a significant number of elimination points to his tally. What about the force field airdrop? Chen Yuan inquired. Boss Chen, I've got the force field airdrop right here. Carl jogged over, cradling the airdrop. Chen Yuan took the airdrop from him and decisively opened it. Unlike the power machine saw, this one contained 2 items. One was an old friend, a laser gun, which Carl already possessed. Chen Yuan promptly tossed this one to Wang Qianjun for his use. Qian Xiu looked on with envy. The other item was also a pill. Chen Yuan did not concern himself with its specifics and swallowed it directly, converting it into lifespan. Thus, his lifespan once again soared to 1,000 years. Such was the value of the university assessments. Chen Yuan's gains over these few days equated to dozens, even hundreds of times more than in the past. Wow, brother, that's a 3rd-grade bloodburst pill. Consuming it can temporarily double one's vitality, but will lead to weakness for about a month afterward. Saving it for the finals could serve as a powerful trump card. Qian Xiu, filled with urgency, stamped his feet in frustration. How could one recklessly consume the blood fury pill? However, Chen Yuan remained largely unperturbed by his outburst, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. After a brief pause, Qian Xiu was astonished to observe that Chen Yuan exhibited no signs of a violent surge of vitality. It appeared that his physique was indeed exceptional, allowing him to assimilate all medicinal elixirs and resources directly for the enhancement of his strength. I am aware of no fewer than 100 types of such energy-absorbing constitutions. Yet I remain uncertain as to which one Chen Yuan possesses. Following the university assessment, I shall inquire with my grandfather. Having previously speculated on Chen Yuan's unique constitution, Qian Xiu's observation that the blood fury pill had no effect only served to reinforce his hypothesis. Chen Yuan, indifferent to whether others discerned his true nature or not, seemed to welcome such ambiguity. He would not offer explanations, for there would always be those willing to elucidate on his behalf. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed, prompting the onlookers to gaze towards the rear, where the boundary soil was rapidly collapsing, revealing only the silent, dark expanse of the cosmic void. It was time to enter the final arena. Chen Yuan's gaze deepened. That was the battlefield he had long anticipated. Everything prior had merely been a prelude to the main event. In the southern wilderness, the final arena had finally arrived. Chen Yuan, ready to unveil his full array of tactics, awaited to see who among them would emerge as the stronger contender. Hells inhaled deeply, the biting cold surging into his lungs, dispelling the gloom that had settled in his heart. Ever since he had voluntarily retreated, rumors had circulated in the southern wilderness regarding his inferiority to Chen Yuan. Even his teammates seemed to harbor doubts, though they refrained from voicing them out of respect for his dignity. Now let us rally our spirits. I shall demonstrate to you what it truly means to be the Lion of Mokastar. Hells roared to the heavens, invigorating his comrades, who once again felt a renewed confidence in their leader. In the western desert, Dongfang Shuo led 28 formidable individuals, each among the top 100, if not the top 50, of the celestial ladder. The majority hailed from the blue-white star, while Mocha Star and Black Shatter Star contributed only a few. United in purpose, they aimed to defeat Hells and Mo Hua, ensuring that the elimination points would not elude them. Once more, I encourage you all, Dongfang Shuo declared. Good. The crowd responded in unison. With this formidable group and that extraordinary weapon, I am destined to claim the first position in the university assessment. Dongfang Shuo thought with great ambition. In the Eastern Sea, Mo Hua traversed the snowy terrain alone, a palm-sized sea serpent slithering from his long sleeve. Perhaps due to the biting cold, the serpent swiftly retreated back into the warmth of his garment. I don't require any elimination points, so please do not disturb me. I won't lay a hand on you, Mo Hua stated coolly, sensing the Eastern Sea candidates retreating from his presence. The next moment, the candidates scattered in a frenzied flight. The final arena appeared to be just ahead. Mo Hua exhaled a cloud of white mist. Before him lay a majestic expanse of snow-capped mountains. Chapter 58, The Battle of the Snowy Mountains, Part 1. Chen Yuan's live stream was currently ablaze with activity. Thanks to his exclusive coverage of the Dark Horse, Chen Yuan, fans clamored to enter his stream. Once again, I extend my gratitude to the esteemed patrons, the Starship Wolves of Shima Star. New viewers have arrived. Welcome to Chen Yuan's exclusive live broadcast room. Those who do not appreciate it may exit. The dazzling particle effects of gifts flashing before the eyes constantly remind Chen Yuan of the soundness of his decisions. A live broadcast thrives on the spectacle. Chen Yuan, an unexpected dark horse, has created the most remarkable spectacle. This time, he has sensed an opportunity that promises immense rewards. The fans in the live room have now reached the climactic stage of the ultimate showdown. The final arena is set against a backdrop of snow-capped mountains, a setting rich in atmosphere. Initially, I anticipated a three-way struggle among Dongfang Shuo, Mo Hua, and He. Yet unexpectedly, Chen Yuan has entered the fray, transforming it into a four-way contest. Observing Chen Yuan's faction, which numbers nearly 300, one cannot help but be impressed by their formidable presence. While it may not confer any tangible advantage, it certainly boosts morale. Now, let us settle in to witness the final showdown and discover who shall emerge as the true victor of this university assessment, Chen Yuan elaborated. From his vantage point, Chen Yuan, accompanied by a throng of several hundred, strides into the snow, racing towards the majestic peaks ahead. The crunch of footsteps on the thick snow leaves a trail of imprints. The snow-capped mountains serve as an excellent venue for the finals. Chen Yuan exhales a plume of white vapor, lifting his gaze to behold the slowly emerging outline of the mountains. The continuous range of snow-covered peaks, illuminated by the light, appears as a vast expanse of white, even exuding a faint, dazzling golden edge, truly captivating. Whether on an island, in a desert, or amidst a jungle, the location of the decisive battle has little impact on its outcome. Even martial artists at the 9th level of the blood exchange stage, when shielded from extreme environments like vacuums or lava, can endure the elements, let alone the candidates, all of whom are practitioners at the enlightenment stage. Should one manage to break through to the body refinement stage and attain a minor golden body, they could even survive briefly in the vacuum of space, exhibiting a terrifying resilience. The powerful individuals hailing from the East Sea, West Desert, and Northern Plains now regard the hundreds before them with uncertainty. What is the meaning of this gathering? Do they truly believe that a mere coalition of hundreds of weaklings can challenge us? Who is the leader among them? I initially thought it might be one of Dongfang Shuo, He, or Mo Hua orchestrating such a grand display, yet I have never encountered this individual before. Judging by the attire, they appear to be from the Blue and White Star faction. Can one person truly rally so many? To think that they could dominate a territory simply by numbers is rather presumptuous. Strength or weakness is evident to all. Among these hundreds, there are indeed a few strong individuals, yet their numbers are scant, merely one or two, while the rest are weaklings, essentially a collection of walking points for elimination. They have encountered such feeble opponents only at the onset of the university assessment, easily accumulating points for elimination. However, as the competition progresses, particularly now that they have entered the final round, none are to be trifled with. If you aim to eliminate others for points, others will certainly seek to claim you as their points. Brother Ming, I can't shake the feeling that this group seems intent on devouring us. Qian Xiu expresses with a tremor, knowing that even a single individual from the final circle could easily overpower them. You are not mistaken. They indeed wish to consume you. Chen Yuan stated candidly. Boss Chen, we have paid the protection fee. You must ensure our safety, Mo Sang hurriedly implored, pulling his brother, who was glancing around anxiously, closer to Chen Yuan. Boom. Just as they were conversing, three figures abruptly sprang forth from the snow beneath their feet, the swirling snowflakes resembling lethal darts, hurtling toward Chen Yuan. Ha ha ha. You spineless lot. We, the Snowfield Three Brothers, shall claim these elimination points for ourselves. Amidst the flurry of flying snowflakes, the silhouettes of the Snowfield Three Brothers swiftly dissipated, showcasing their remarkable stealth. They were the renowned Snowfield Three Brothers from Mocha Star, all ranked among the top 100 in the ladder challenge. Raised in the frigid northern expanse of Mocha Star, The snowfield was their domain of expertise. United in their efforts, even the top 10 contenders would think twice before facing their wrath. Recognizing them immediately, Mo Sang quickly explained. Simultaneously confronted by the barrage of snow darts, Mo Sang swiftly maneuvered alongside his brother to evade the attack, while Qian Xiu's expression shifted dramatically, following suit with Mo Sang. He could not withstand such onslaught. Observers in the shadows lamented, realizing that the Snowfield three brothers had seized the initiative. With their mastery of snow darts, they could easily eliminate dozens of weaker opponents. What a substantial accumulation of elimination points that would be. Just then, the proverbial chicken for slaughter had unwittingly approached. Chen Yuan remained unfazed, a slight smile adorning his face. The explosive surge of energy erupted from his body, unleashing an astonishing heat that transformed the snow within a 50-meter radius into a large puddle of water. The incoming snow darts melted into sparkling droplets, which almost instantaneously vaporized, coalescing into a dense white mist. In an instant, a vast expanse of obscuring white fog enveloped the surroundings, rendering everything within indistinct. It is indeed a peak practitioner of the Enlightenment realm. This is no trifling matter. A voice bellowed amidst the thick mist. As the words fell, a torrent of blue arcs of electricity suddenly flickered within the haze. In the next moment, accompanied by a terrifying flash of blade light, the enveloping white mist erupted violently, dissipating into the ether. Onlookers turned their gazes to the scene, where the once boisterous Snowfield three brothers, who had claimed the elimination points for themselves, now lay peacefully in the snow. All three had fallen silent, their skin charred and exuding a faint, acrid scent reminiscent of grilled meat. With a resounding thud, three force fields descended, pulling the incapacitated Snowfield three brothers away. Who is this individual? Aside from Dongfang Shua, does Blue White Star harbor such talent? This is infuriating. There was no mention of this person in the intelligence reports. Was it not stated that only the top 10 of Blue White Star warranted attention? What is the situation with this individual? The Snowfield three brothers were defeated here, in the very Snowfield where they excelled, vanquished by a single strike. With just one blow, the once feared Snowfield three brothers from Mocha Star were entirely eliminated. Such astounding prowess immediately dissuaded others from taking action. They instinctively recoiled, unwilling to meet Chen Yuan's gaze. Thus, the path ahead lay unobstructed. Chapter 59, The Battle on the Snowy Mountain, Part 2, Qian Xiu, go seek out those individuals and convey my thoughts to them. Chen Yuan asserted, referring to the skilled competitors who had independently reached the finals. His intention, of course, was to negotiate the exchange of cultivation resources for a favorable final ranking. These strong men, they wouldn't suddenly turn against me, would they? Qian Xiu questioned, his expression laden with reluctance. Lacking Chen Yuan's strength, he had only made it to the finals through Chen Yuan's protection. If anyone chose to strike, he would undoubtedly face immediate elimination, with no hope of reprieve. What are you afraid of? Don't you wish to secure a place in the top 20? If you execute this properly, I guarantee you a position within the top 20. Moreover, should you be eliminated, I shall exact vengeance on your behalf. Chen Yuan understood well that to ensure a horse runs, one must feed it well. All right, brother strongman, just keep an eye out and protect me if you can. Qian Xiu pondered for a moment before acquiescing. He then hastily approached the skilled individuals to communicate with them, though he maintained a cautious distance, raising his voice to convey his message. The dialogue was far from smooth. The majority dismissed Qian Xiu's words with scorn, not even turning back as they rushed toward the snowy mountain. Only 6 individuals followed Qian Xiu to stand before Chen Yuan. Is it true that by submitting certain cultivation resources, you can determine our final rankings? Inquired a blue-white star individual, his tone rife with skepticism. His name was Song Hao, ranked 13th on the blue-white star ladder. Though both were from the blue-white star, Song Hao had never heard of Chen Yuan. Logically, someone capable of dispatching the Snowfield three brothers should not remain obscure. Indeed, what I say is true, Chen Yuan replied confidently with a nod. Song Hao, undeterred, pressed on. Do you comprehend the gravity of your statement? To determine everyone's rankings implies the power to control the entire situation. Dongfang Shua He Ersi, Mo Hua, each is a top-tier powerhouse. Do you truly believe you can defeat all three? Certainly. Chen Yuan grasped the essence of Song Hao's challenge and directly inquired. What must I do to earn your trust? Gaining our trust is simple. Song Hao suddenly unsheathed his sword, pointing it at Chen Yuan. Receive a strike from me. If you can do so unscathed, without weapons, we shall believe you. Concurrently, the other 5 echoed. If you withstand Song Hao's strike, we shall all trust you. All our remaining cultivation resources shall be yours. Agreed. Chen Yuan tossed his power saw to Qian Xiu for safekeeping, clasped his hands behind his back, and confidently accepted. However, You must also assist me in rallying support, bringing more individuals to join my cause, understood? Qian Xiao, being considerably weaker, would struggle to persuade others. Song Hao, on the other hand, represented a diverse group from 3 different planets, making his influence and ability to inspire trust quite evident. Very well, if you can endure this strike, I will at least help you recruit 15 more individuals before the decisive battle, Song Hao declared, assuming a stance. Those candidates who can survive to the final circle possess cultivation resources far beyond what ordinary individuals can compare. 15 of them are equivalent to 100 behind Chen Yuan. So let it be. Song Hao did not immediately strike. Instead, he retracted all his strength within, resembling an ancient stone, steadfast and unyielding. The meteor sword master, Song Hao. Wang Qianjun exclaimed. It was only when the opponent made a move that Wang Qianjun recognized his identity, whispering to Chen Yuan, the meteor sword master, Song Hao, ranked 13th on the heaven ladder. His most renowned battle was when he injured Dongfang Shuo with the charged meteor sword, forcing him to recuperate for a month. Be extremely cautious. However, even without Wang Qianjun's warning, Chen Yuan had already discerned that Song Hao was gathering power. This sword could not be deployed in a conventional skirmish. Otherwise, it would be interrupted by the enemy before it had fully charged. Yet undeniably, if given the time to accumulate force, the power of this strike would be formidable. Song Hao's momentum surged relentlessly, compressing the surrounding snow into a lower, denser form under his intangible pressure. Chen Yuan, be wary. As the words fell, an overwhelming aura erupted like a volcano. With a single thrust of his sword, Chen Yuan felt the earth-shattering impact akin to a celestial meteor plummeting from the heavens. Yet, that was all it was. An aura is merely an aura, not the actual descent of a meteorite upon the earth. Boom. As Chen Yuan's right foot stomped down heavily, the ground trembled slightly, leaving the hundreds of spectators in astonishment. What incredible power! The primal dragon elephant true art. 750 years of cultivation. With his palms wide open, he pressed down in front of him, causing the air to seem as if it might burst under the pressure, fleeing in all directions. Clang. A sword, like a meteor from the sky, came crashing down but was met by Chen Yuan's awaiting palms, halting its unstoppable momentum. Crack. Song Hao's sword shattered. I have been defeated. Song Hao's face reflected bitterness as he relinquished the now fragmented sword, bowing in acknowledgement. An impressive strike, Chen Yuan affirmed. Had it not been for the immense strength granted by the primal dragon elephant true art, he might not have been able to withstand it unscathed. Song Hao chuckled ruefully. He had initially hoped to defeat Dongfang Shuo with this very sword, but had ultimately failed. In contrast, Chen Yuan's feat was even more astonishing, having caught his charged strike barehanded without injury, indicating at least a first-grade transformation martial art. The sudden eruption of immense power was truly terrifying. This led Song Hao to believe that Chen Yuan was significantly stronger than Dongfang Shuo. When did the blue-white star produce such a remarkable individual? Indeed, the Celestial Alliance is replete with prodigious talents. One must not become complacent, but strive harder instead. Encouraged by these thoughts, Song Hao decisively gathered his 5 teammates and presented all the cultivation resources they had found along the way to Chen Yuan. Moreover, true to his previous promise, on their journey to the Snow Mountain, Song Hao brought an additional 20 individuals, exceeding the initial agreement by 5. Since entering the final circle, Chen Yuan had received a total of 26 individuals' cultivation resources. Yet, his lifespan had dramatically increased by 600 years. Such is the efficiency of the strong. At this moment, Chen Yuan's total lifespan reached an astonishing 1,600 years. 16 centuries should suffice. All preparations are complete. Chen Yuan, accompanied by hundreds of individuals, ascends the snow-capped peak with deliberate grace. At this moment, the summit has gathered all remaining candidates from across the continent, and Chen Yuan's contingent undeniably stands out as a formidable force. Chen Yuan, this time I shall surely defeat you. Hells rises, exuding an imposing presence. Is this Chen Yuan? I have never encountered him on the ladder, but anyone who instills such fear in hells must be extraordinarily powerful. Dongfang Shuo muses as he stands. The finals have arrived. At last, a chance for a decisive battle. Mo Hua smiles confidently, standing alone with his sword held high. During the finals, this esteemed group of top contenders on the ladder dare not make the first move. None would be brave enough to act. Chen Yuan accepts the power saw handed to him by Qian Xiao, stepping forward alone to confront the 3 top contenders. 4 of us, how shall we engage? Mo Hua breaks the silence. I will fight Chen Yuan. You must not intervene. Hell's fists collide, sparks flying. Then I shall battle Mo Hua. Dongfang Shuo's gaze sharpens, a smile on his lips. The 3 turn their attention to Chen Yuan, who boldly points the power saw towards them, proclaiming, "Why complicate matters? You three may come at me together." Chapter 60. The Battle on the Snowy Mountain, Part 3. You three may come at me together. The declaration stunned the entire assembly. In that instant, disbelief washed over the crowd, each questioning if they had misheard. Was Chen Yuan truly proposing to take on 3 opponents simultaneously? What does the muscular brother mean? The wind is too strong. I did not quite catch that. Could our leader truly be challenging 3 foes? Surely. This is a most peculiar dream. Even Song Hao found himself taken aback, stamping his feet in frustration. Clearly, the odds of winning one-on-one are significantly higher. Why would Chen Yuan undertake such a thankless endeavor? They would rather doubt their hearing than accept that these words had indeed escaped Chen Yuan's lips. However, Chen Yuan's subsequent actions left no room for disbelief, for he was the first to strike. All 361 acupoints opened, the small circulatory system fully established, and the pinnacle of the chi-opening realm was laid bare without reservation. A torrent of blue arcs of electricity surged forth from Chen Yuan's being, enveloping the surrounding area in a blinding display. The unleashed energy resembled a ferocious beast, lying dormant within Chen Yuan, now unleashed. "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" Qian Xiao, Mo sang, and others turned pale, urging the 100 behind them to hastily withdraw. Merely being close to the expanding arcs of electricity could result in severe injury and elimination from the contest. This was a veritable technique for clearing the weak. At this moment, only the top 100 experts from each celestial ladder could withstand the onslaught of this electrical surge and remain stationary. Yet, there would always be those unable to react in time, who, upon contact with the blue arcs, would suddenly lose their combat capabilities. Several invisible force fields descended from the mothership above, swiftly evacuating the injured from the snowy heights. "Chen Yuan, you have truly enraged me." Hells roared to the heavens. Among the grievously injured, many are under the command of Hells, some being the offspring of esteemed family elders, while others are his brothers and friends with whom he has shared life and death. However, what truly ignites his fury is the contempt emanating from Chen Yuan. Hells explicitly called him out, openly expressing his desire to engage Chen Yuan in a duel. Yet, Chen Yuan audaciously attempted to challenge all 3 of the top-tier warriors at once, implying that Hells alone is utterly inadequate. How could this not enrage him? "Chen Yuan, you shall pay dearly for your arrogance." A torrent of blue electric arcs struck Hells, yet it did not stir a single ripple. He stood resolutely like an unyielding reef, his physique rapidly expanding. His stature swiftly increased by 2 meters, then 3, reaching 3.5 meters. With a tearing sound, his taut shirt ruptured, the fabric hanging in tatters upon his muscular, formidable form. At this moment, Hells resembled a monstrous beast, exuding an overwhelming aura of terror and grandeur. First-tier transformation. The broadsword technique of the savage wolf. Prepare to meet your end. Hells unleashed his might, his fist hurtling towards Chen Yuan's head. Dongfang Shuo and Mo Hua refrained from intervening, eager to witness what audacity Chen Yuan possessed to utter such challenges against the 3 top-tier warriors. Ha, splendid. I too wield the power of first-tier transformation. Chen Yuan laughed heartily, his physique also swelling in an instant, stretching his loose garments tightly, his exposed skin shimmering with a faint, dazzling golden glow. Though not as terrifying as Hell's transformation, his momentum was equally formidable. First-tier transformation, the unyielding body of the gluttonous beast. Moreover, closely following this was the might of the mountain-shattering giant, the true art of the primordial dragon elephant. For the first time, he fully unleashed this terrifying force. Even with the gluttonous beast's unyielding body, Chen Yuan could sense the overwhelming strain on his physique. It was a harbinger of imminent rupture from the sheer power. In the eyes of Qian Xiao, Wang Qianjun, and others, Chen Yuan appeared to struggle as he swung his left fist, the motion resembling slow motion. Yet in reality, it was a fleeting blur, as swift as lightning. The collision with the colossal Hell's right fist erupted with a thunderous crash. Boom. The terrifying impact sent a flurry of snowflakes into the air, revealing the gray-white rock layers of the snow-capped mountain. Countless intricate web-like fissures spread outward from beneath their feet, splintering violently. With a subtle cracking sound, Hell's massive body was propelled backward, his right arm bearing a clean break that pierced through the skin. Blood droplets raining down from the exposed wound. How is this possible? What is this force? It overcomes even the savage wolf's body refinement. During his flight, disbelief lingered on Hell's face, and as his left arm plunged deeply into the mountain rock below, carving a scar of over 10 meters, he finally managed to halt his momentum. With a sharp clap, he forcefully shoved the exposed bone back into his arm, instinctively commanding his muscles to heal the fracture while tightening them to staunch the blood flow. Having accomplished this, Hells was plunged into self-doubt. How could he have lost to Chen Yuan in a mere hand-to-hand combat? This is inconceivable. Mechs has gained renown throughout the cosmos for its mastery of unarmed combat. The wild wolf body refinement technique, an unparalleled art that balances physical defense and strength, left me astounded when, after merely exchanging a single punch with Chen Yuan, I found myself at a disadvantage. Hells, undeterred by this misfortune, rose once more to engage. Meanwhile, we shall assist you. Both Dongfang Shuo and Mo Hua were equally astonished. Hell's strike was formidable, and without resorting to their hidden talents, they would struggle to contend with it. Yet, this very Hells had suffered injury from a single blow by Chen Yuan, a testament to his formidable prowess. Under normal circumstances, they would relish the opportunity to spar with such a skilled opponent, but the stakes of the university assessment were high. At that moment, they could not afford to hesitate. They rushed to Hell's aid. Should they refrain while Chen Yuan's momentum surged after defeating Hells, they would surely fall one by one. You must not interfere. Allow me to face Chen Yuan in a fair duel. Hells, now frantic, lost all semblance of calm composure. The pride of the Mechs people in their unarmed combat traditions would never permit Hells to be bested by Chen Yuan in hand-to-hand combat. Dongfang Shuo and Mo Hua remained silent, acutely aware of Chen Yuan's strength and the gravity of the university assessment, which commanded their utmost seriousness. I had already suggested that you join forces. Chen Yuan laughed heartily, unfazed by the three adversaries encircling him. The power saw blade emitted a deep, resonant growl, radiating an astonishing heat. The swirling snowflakes, upon nearing its edge, were swiftly melted and vaporized. The pristine blade, vibrating violently, refracted a subtle spectrum of colors. This power saw blade, capable of amplifying its vibration frequency based on the wielder's strength. In the hands of Chen Yuan, who possessed the might of the primordial dragon elephant technique, had surpassed the limits of safe operation, as the lifespan of the weapon rapidly diminished. The power saw blade achieved unparalleled peak performance. In the face of the trio's assault, Chen Yuan advanced rather than retreated. His left fist met Hell's challenge, while his right hand wielded the blade to fend off the combined efforts of Dongfang Shuo and Mo Hua. With immense strength bolstered by the formidable physique granted by the unarmed combat technique, the power saw blade, sharp enough to effortlessly slice through the flesh of body-refining warriors, rendered each of Chen Yuan's strikes terrifyingly potent. In an astonishing display, he single-handedly subdued all three. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, were left utterly dumbfounded. Three champions from different planets were being overwhelmed by a previously unremarkable Chen Yuan. Had it not been for the reality unfolding before them, they would have deemed such a scenario utterly absurd. It was a dream they wouldn't dare contemplate. Chapter 61. The Battle of the Snowy Mountain, Part 4. At this moment, not only were the participating candidates in the university assessment astonished by the unfolding battle. Across the planets of Lanbai, Haizhui, and Mokaxing, with populations exceeding 10 million and nearing 100 million, all eyes were fixated on this decisive final match. As they witnessed Chen Yuan facing three opponents and achieving absolute dominance, the collective shock was overwhelming. Could it be that such a prodigy existed on Lanbai? Go. Quickly investigate the background of Chen Yuan. Could he possibly be the offspring of a renowned Earth martial saint? I recall that Blue and White Star has never produced a martial saint of that caliber. Could he be an illegitimate child? Contact the dignitaries of Blue and White Star. I demand all information on Chen Yuan within a minute. To single-handedly confront the formidable Hellies of Mocha Star, along with the top contenders from two other celestial bodies. Who exactly is this Chen Yuan? The influential figures observing this university assessment are all deeply intrigued, yearning to uncover the origins of Chen Yuan. Some seek to befriend such a prodigious talent in advance, while others are simply curious about the background that could nurture someone capable of overpowering three elite masters. However, when the details of Chen Yuan's life come to light, they leave everyone astonished. Orphaned by a violent uprising of cultists, how can this be? With no extraordinary talent, resources, or background, how has Chen Yuan ascended to such strength? He must surely be the illegitimate child of a martial saint. Such unsavory truths must be well concealed, not easily uncovered. Even with the evidence laid bare before them, most prefer to cling to their beliefs. Yet, a rational part of their minds whispers that the contents of the documents are likely true. This orphan, Chen Yuan, stands alone, suppressing three individuals of noble lineage and exceptional talent. Meanwhile, in the Bay District, Yang Rui sits on the couch with his father, the influential boss, watching the live broadcast of the university assessment. As Chen Yuan battles three opponents, even Yang Rui senses something amiss. He turns to his father, uncertain, and asks, "Father, My teacher is so formidable. Do you think I can get into my teacher's university? The usually decisive boss is at a loss for words. Chen Yuan's remarkable performance indicates he will undoubtedly apply to the top 3 universities. Yet even the boss, confident in his son, cannot envision him truly gaining admission. Therefore, he can only respond vaguely. Practice diligently. There's hope. Yang Rui nods, somewhat dazed. Relieved that he has sidestepped the question, the boss's attention is drawn back to the broadcast. Fixated on Chen Yuan. 1 against 3. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. You are audacious. Yet such audacity is backed by undeniable prowess. Chen Yin's livestream explodes with excitement. The screen is awash with a flurry of gifts and effects, unceasingly flowing from fans eager to witness Chen Yuan. Even after numerous repetitions, Chen Yin cannot help but exclaim, Chen Yuan is incredible. He muses, by the way, both Chen Yuan and I share the same surname. We must be related. What a coincidence. As he speaks, he bursts into laughter. His early broadcasts featuring Chen Yuan have attracted an influx of newcomers and passers-by, all drawn by the allure of Chen Yuan. Among these individuals, a portion transformed into his ardent admirers, leading to his substantial financial gain. Chen Yin expressed gratitude not only to Chen Yuan, but also to the major benefactor who facilitated the broadcast, the esteemed duo known as the Wolf of Shima Star. Regrettably, following Chen Yuan's rise to fame, these 2 benefactors faded into obscurity. Regaining his composure, Chen Yin resumed his commentary on the fierce 1 versus 3 showdown. Possessing a foundational knowledge of martial arts, he was able to elucidate the general proceedings, albeit without delving into intricate details. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his narration. Chen Yuan wielded the 9 Heavens Thunderblade in one hand and the Savior's Annihilation Fist in the other, remarkably managing to contend with 3 top-tier experts of the latter. The formidable Helis, a paragon of physical prowess, was nonetheless unable to withstand a single blow from Chen Yuan. Inside a cargo spaceship, Chen Yin proudly remarked, This is my good brother Chen Yuan. We once exchanged hundreds of blows, but alas, I was careless and ultimately fell short by a single move. I must concede. Chen Yuan's innate talent surpasses mine by a considerable margin. Lu Qing stood before the livestream screen of Chen Yin, hands on hips, basking in self-satisfaction. In his presence were several crew members of the merchant ship, one of whom boldly inquired, Little boss, who exactly is Chen Yuan? If you could exchange hundreds of blows with him, surely you must be among the top 100 experts of our blue and white star ladder. Why aren't you taking the university assessments instead of running a ship with us? Lu Qing stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Laughter erupted among the crew, as the long and oppressive journey through deep space had suddenly filled the merchant ship with a jovial atmosphere. Observing this, Lu Qing couldn't help but chuckle to himself. While the beauty of the cosmos is captivating, familiarity breeds indifference. The vast universe is often characterized by eternal solitude and darkness. Prolonged oppression may lead to mental strain, resulting in sharp conflicts. This lively atmosphere was thus most fitting and a deliberate outcome of Lu Qing's intentions. Chen Yuan, you've grown remarkably strong. I once exchanged a blow with you. Lu Qing mused, reflecting on his earlier resolve to abandon martial arts, which now seemed to rekindle hope. To practice martial arts. Regardless of how far I may go, I seek no regrets. Next time I encounter Chen Yuan, I shall challenge him again and test my Qingtian spear. At the border defense station of Blue and White Star, a group of newly trained female soldiers gathered around, eagerly fiddling with the projection equipment. At last, with a chime, they erupted in cheers. Li Mingmao, we've finally connected to the Star Alliance network. Didn't you say your friend Chen Yuan is a university seed? Hurry, let's see if we can find his perspective. Li Mingmao, wiping his hands and hastily wrapping a towel around his neck, rushed over. We're already in the finals. Your friend has likely been eliminated by now. Let's watch my idol Dongfang Shua. He's not only handsome, but also the #1 in the Blue and White Star ladder. Making it to the finals should be a breeze. A slightly plump girl with short hair suddenly interjected. She and Li Mingmao had not been on good terms, having had a significant disagreement a few days prior. Seizing the opportunity, she aimed to mock and provoke. We must watch Dongfang Shua. Dongfang Shua. Ah, if only Dongfang Shua, the illustrious champion of the ladder, could be my boyfriend. Most of the inhabitants of Blue and White Star are well aware of Dongfang Shua's esteemed reputation. And at this moment, the female soldiers are clamoring to witness his perspective. Li Mingmao felt somewhat helpless, with only one projection device available. It was difficult for her to voice her concerns amidst the throng of eager viewers. Ultimately, she consoled herself with the thought, I shall review the replay during our next field assignment. Despite her attempts at self-comfort, a nagging discomfort lingered within her, for she had yet to fulfill the promise made to Chen Yuan. The projection swiftly shifted to Dongfang Shua. He truly is handsome. But wait, isn't he the number one of the ladder? Why is he now teaming up with individuals from 2 other planets against our own blue and white star? This seems rather traitorous, doesn't it? Before long, someone noted the discrepancy, as the reigning champion, Dongfang Shua, was engaging in a numerical advantage. Moreover, from the introduction, the female soldiers discerned that he was indeed collaborating with individuals from the other 2 planets to combat the inhabitants of Blue and White Star. A chorus of complaints soon erupted. Indeed, a 3-on-1 scenario lacks honor, even in victory. However, Dongfang Shua's opponents are remarkably skilled. To be able to handle 3 adversaries with such ease, who is this Chen Yuan? Chen Yuan? Isn't that the name of the friend Li Mingmao mentioned before? Ah Mao. Come quickly and see if that is your friend Chen Yuan. Initially disinterested, Li Mingmao rushed to the projection upon hearing Chen Yuan's name from her comrades. To her astonishment, she beheld Chen Yuan single-handedly facing 3 formidable experts. It truly was Chen Yuan. Li Mingmao gazed in disbelief, whispering to herself, "What? This is indeed the Chen Yuan you spoke of, and his opponents include Dongfang Shua and the champions from the other 2 planets. Does this imply that Mao's friend is even more formidable than Dongfang Shua?" In an instant, everyone gathered around Li Mingmao, eager for her to introduce them to Chen Yuan. Requests for terminal numbers, matchmaking, and autographs swirled chaotically. Overwhelmed, Li Mingmao could only mutter a vague response before turning her attention to the live broadcast of the university assessment. Chen Yuan has grown remarkably strong. Chapter 62, The Battle on Snowy Mountains, Part 5, Boom. Hells felt a surge of overwhelming power radiate from his arm as he was once again sent staggering several meters back by a single punch from Chen Yuan. What is happening? How can Chen Yuan possess such immense strength, rivaling even the most adept of physical cultivators? Hells had by now regained his composure. He understood that without the collaboration of Dongfang Shua and Mo Hua, relying solely on his own abilities would surely lead to his defeat at the hands of Chen Yuan. He discerned what was of greater importance. A slight tingling sensation in his right hand, accompanied by a stabbing pain, made it evident to Hells that his once proud wolf refinement technique was beginning to falter against Chen Yuan's astonishing brute strength. Drunken forgetting, Mo Hua chanted, his sword glimmering with the sharpness of a cold star, his form ethereal and elusive. 9 shadows of the surprised dragon. The tip of Dongfang Shua's spear gleamed with chilling brilliance, his weapon resembling a swimming dragon. In midair, 9 phantasmal spears suddenly manifested, ultimately converging into one. 2 figures, one to the left and the other to the right, launched their assault on Chen Yuan, each employing their signature martial arts techniques, both at the pinnacle of their craft. The frigid currents whipped up by their movements resembled a flurry of razor-sharp blades, causing Qian Xiao and the others to wince in pain. Should they face either Dongfang Shua or Mo Hua, it was likely that even 100 of them combined would struggle to prevail. Chen Yuan delivered a powerful punch that sent Hells retreating, only to find a sword and a spear swiftly approaching him. Is this the extent of the prowess of the first on the celestial ladder? Chen Yuan slightly parted his lips to inhale, as if he were a whale consuming a school of fish, forcefully drawing the surrounding air into his body. The blue arcs of electricity that had enveloped him dissipated in an instant, replaced by a sudden surge of white arcs that intertwined with the blazing mechanical chainsaw. The polarized lightning blade. Fueled by the Dragon Elephant True technique, the polarized lightning blade at its first-tier manifestation displayed an unparalleled ferocity. Boom. The knife, sword, and spear collided with an earth-shattering impact. The battleground, once adorned with a blanket of white snow, was now marred by cracks and shattered rocks, with countless fragments erupting in all directions. Suddenly, the long spear in Dongfang Shua's hand snapped in 2, the tip hurtling forward and embedding itself into the rock. Quivering slightly at its end, 2 figures were sent flying, one after the other, Dongfang Shua and Mo Hua. Both bore an unnatural flush on their faces, which they struggled to suppress. Pathetic, far too weak. Is this what the first on the celestial ladder is capable of? You 3 have greatly disappointed me. Reveal your trump cards at once, so I may feel a modicum of pressure. Chen Yuan's tone bore a hint of impatience. He was genuinely disheartened. His decision to take on 3 opponents was not made in haste. If his only goal were to secure the top spot in the university assessment, it would be trivial. He could simply wait for Dongfang Shua, Mo Hua, and Hells to engage in a life-and-death struggle, then emerge to claim victory. However, Chen Yuan's ultimate aim transcended merely obtaining a first-place ranking in the university assessment. Why does it feel like this muscular guy is so arrogant? Even I feel an urge to take him down, Chen Xiao pondered. He had the upper hand. All he needed to do was maintain the pressure. What could Chen Yuan possibly be thinking? Song Hao frowned slightly, unable to comprehend, though their encounter had been brief. He could not reconcile the notion of Chen Yuan being someone who relished idle chatter with his adversaries. Don't you think Chen Yuan resembles a villainous boss from a movie? The type who indulges in monologues at critical moments, only to be ultimately defeated by the protagonists? Carl whispered. He had invested considerable training resources into Chen Yuan, eagerly anticipating his dominance on the field and a commendable ranking in return. What nonsense are you spouting? Chen Yuan is far too powerful to falter. Mo Sang shot Carl a glare. At this moment, as Chen Yuan single-handedly subdued the three top contenders, most spectators had begun to believe in his ability to command the situation and ultimately dictate their final standings. Thus, they all awaited his victory with bated breath. Bang! Just before the gunfire erupted, Chen Yuan abruptly turned, drawing his blade. A dark metallic bullet, or perhaps a shell, was severed in two, grazing either side of Chen Yuan's body as it embedded itself into the rock, conjuring clouds of dust and ash. The group, led by Dongfang Shua, and the electromagnetic sniper rifle? Chen Yuan focused his gaze and recognized the weapon wielded by the assailant, along with the identity of the individual. Due to the restrictions on carrying weaponry during university assessments, it was evident that this electromagnetic sniper rifle was either scavenged or part of a supply drop from the force field. Chen Yuan had previously obtained a similar weapon from the force field drop, a laser gun, but had handed it over to Carl. Why didn't Chen Yuan use it? Simply put, there was no necessity. That would be courting death. In an instant, Chen Yuan flashed forward, appearing before the marksman and delivering a swift strike. The force field swiftly following to retrieve the gunman. Even before the blade made contact, one adversary had been effortlessly eliminated. The martial artist, in and of themselves, was already an exceptionally formidable weapon. Dongfang Shua had brought 28 powerful individuals, and in the blink of an eye, Chen Yuan had dispatched one. Yet, the remaining 27 showed no signs of retreat, charging en masse towards Chen Yuan. At that moment, Dongfang Shua bellowed furiously to those around him. What are you waiting for? Do not forget Chen Yuan's promise to the weak. If he prevails, you will all be subjugated by a host of the feeble. Would you accept such a fate? Would you acquiesce? I, Dongfang Shua, shall not. The onlookers, strong in their own right, suddenly awakened to the gravity of the situation. Indeed, if Hersey, Dongfang Shua, and Mo Hua, the three champions of the latter, were to falter, they would stand no chance against Chen Yuan. In such a scenario, they would be mere lambs to the slaughter, entirely at Chen Yuan's mercy, who would dictate their fates with ease. They had all heard Chen Yuan's proclamations. Soon, they would find themselves beneath a throng of the weak. Would they be willing? Certainly not. One must concede, Dongfang Shua was remarkably astute. With just a few words, he ignited the simmering discontent and dissatisfaction within the hearts of the crowd. However, despite stirring the fury of the masses, none dared to take action. After all, Chen Yuan could dispatch them without even needing to draw his blade. If Chen Yuan triumphed, would they not be compelled to surrender their cultivation resources to him, thus purchasing their rankings? Such thoughts lingered in their minds. After all, in terms of grievances, the three champions had also safeguarded numerous weak competitors to the finals. Chen Yuan merely had a larger contingent under his protection, which hardly constituted an offense. Come now, those with means should act swiftly. Otherwise, we three shall face elimination. Dongfang Shua, witnessing several of his elite comrades fall within mere moments, felt a surge of urgency. Those had been his trump cards for seizing the top spot. And now he could not afford to dwell on that. Defeating Chen Yuan had become paramount. Chapter 63, The Battle on Snowy Peaks, Part 6, Dongfang, Mo Hua, and Hersey exchanged glances, a hint of bitterness reflected in their eyes. They had initially anticipated that the finals would determine the strongest among the three of them, but unexpectedly, Chen Yuan had emerged midway. It seemed as though they were characters in a game, collectively battling a formidable boss. Clearly, they would not dare to take risks unless hope for victory was presented to them. Hers had long abandoned the notion of confronting Chen Yuan in a one-on-one duel. Now, his singular desire was victory. Thus, it was hers, who would bestow upon them hope. With that, hers produced a dark red elixir and swallowed it whole without chewing. The Blood Fury Pill. Dongfang Shua's pupils constricted. The Blood Fury Pill forcibly unleashed one's vital energy, though it came with side effects. There was no time for such concerns now. At worst, he could simply rest afterward. It was the perfect solution for the current predicament. Furthermore, there was the blood ignition secret technique. Hers growled softly, and the already surging vital energy broke through its limits once more, sending a tumultuous wave of power that stirred the very skies. An invisible force coiled around Hers' form. The ethereal vital energy had now transcended the confines of flesh, releasing faint crimson particles that erupted from his pores, swirling around him. His stature surged again, now towering nearly 5 meters, exuding an overwhelming and fierce aura. A true humanoid blood beast. I am now capable of rivaling the might of body refinement masters for a brief period. Unleash your abilities while you can. Do not wait until you are eliminated without having had the chance to fight back. Then, I shall take the lead. Hers proclaimed with a resonant voice. Boom, boom, boom. With each step, hers left behind monstrous footprints etched into the rock, the sound reverberating ominously. Even Chen Yuan could not help but cast a sidelong glance. Hers form and aura were simply too striking. Chen Yuan, come forth. Allow me to experience the limits of your prowess. The fist, as large as a cooking pot, was no longer an exaggeration in the context of hers current state. It was an understatement, accompanied by a fierce gale. His punch descended upon Chen Yuan's head with a thunderous crash. White arcs of electricity crackled violently as Chen Yuan remained vigilant, raising his blade to counter with all his strength. Boom. A few droplets of blood splattered forth. Chen Yuan stepped back, while hers staggered 3 steps in retreat. That punch was commendable, Chen Yuan remarked slowly. Hers glanced at his hands, astonished to find that his impenetrable dark energy gauntlets had been breached, revealing a bloody wound beneath, even exposing the stark whiteness of his bones. Ha! Hers tightened his muscles, laughing rather than growing angry. For although Chen Yuan still held a slight advantage, it was no longer overwhelming. It was akin to a towering mountain hidden among the clouds, yet now hers glimpsed its peak. In other words, hers had perceived a chance to triumph. What are you all waiting for? Unite your strength. We shall prevail. Hers raised his fists high, his face alight with unrestrained excitement, continually shouting to those around him. What is there to fear? Chen Yuan is human. He, too, can be injured and defeated. What are you afraid of? Follow me. I will shield you from the front. With that, hers charged once more at Chen Yuan, swinging his fists and genuinely managing to impede Chen Yuan's advance. Boss hers, we are here to assist you. Boss hers is absolutely right. What is there to fear from Chen Yuan? Let us stand shoulder to shoulder. At this moment, Hell's comrades were ablaze with fervor, brandishing their weapons and charging forward. Even many formidable individuals present were stirred by Hell's inspiring words, coupled with his own ability to stall Chen Yuan, prompting them to rise as well. Hells, although you have seized my force field drop, your words resonate with me. I shall assist you. A man with a spiky hairstyle rushed forward, wielding a long spear and lunging at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan swiftly swept his blade, effortlessly blocking the attack. Just as he prepared to eliminate the spiky-haired man with a decisive strike, Hells intervened, obstructing Chen Yuan's advance. Reluctantly, Chen Yuan abandoned his intention to dismiss the spiky-haired adversary and instead forcefully repelled Hells once more. Though he held the upper hand, he could not entirely disregard Hell's assault. Hell's dark energy gauntlets were now battered and on the verge of collapse, his fists marred with deep lacerations, crimson blood spilling freely. Yet, he charged at Chen Yuan once again, undeterred. This scene stirred the hearts of many onlookers, their blood surging with excitement. Hells, I shall aid you. So shall I. I refuse to let the weak trample upon me. Another dozen adept fighters joined the fray, along with the 20 or so brought by Dongfang Shua. Nearly 40 individuals now converged upon Chen Yuan. However, martial artists were unperturbed by the onslaught of the weak. Even with the assault of over 40, the only one who truly posed a challenge to Chen Yuan was Hells alone. Come forth. Bring more. Let us battle. Chen Yuan laughed heartily, his vitality, electric energy, and stamina seemingly boundless, erupting with ferocity. Each casual strike, each punch, was imbued with terrifying power. Only Hells could offer any semblance of resistance. The air vibrated with force fields descending, remnants of those eliminated by Chen Yuan's strikes. I must intervene. Emohua realized that if this continued, both Hells and this group would inevitably fall to Chen Yuan alone. Let us not forget, the blood fury pills Hells consumed and the unique secret techniques he activated are time-sensitive. A small sea serpent, slender yet elongated, emerged from Emohua's flowing sleeves. This was a deep-sea beast. Aren't pets prohibited during the university assessment? Dongfang Shua exclaimed in astonishment. The deep-sea beast, upon maturity, possesses the pinnacle strength of body refinement. Although Emohua's companion had yet to reach maturity, it held power sufficient to rival any top contender of the heavenly ladder. It could certainly engage in a prolonged struggle with either Dongfang Shua or Hells. Could it not be one I tamed from the eastern sea of this continent? Emohua smiled subtly. He then released the deep-sea beast from his sleeve. Instantly, the creature grew in size, stretching over 20 meters in length. Its massive head cutting through the air, exuding a menacing aura that replaced its initial charm. Little Emo, let us join forces to conquer Chen Yuan. Hua's expression softened as he caressed the deep-sea beast before him. The beast hissed, flicking its tongue and emitting a low growl, as if in response to Hua. Then let us advance together. Hua's long hair billowed as he brandished his sword and stepped forward, aiming directly for Chen Yuan amidst the chaotic clash. With a fierce roar, the abyss beast surged forth, followed closely by Hua. Chen Yuan felt an immediate increase in pressure surrounding him. The abyss beast, with its rough skin and thick flesh, though lacking in offensive power and slow in movement, proved to be far more resilient than Hells, granting the already beleaguered Hells a momentary respite. The scales of victory began to gradually tip away from Chen Yuan. I must assist Chen Yuan, Wang Qianjun declared, stepping forward. His advancement to the final round was solely reliant on Chen Yuan, and witnessing him battle against such formidable opponents alone stirred something within Wang Qianjun. Even aware of his limited strength, he felt compelled to act. Otherwise, he could not reconcile with his own conscience. Wang Qianjun, you mustn't. Song Hao intervened, his expression grave as he shook his head. Do not forget what Chen Yuan said before this battle. No matter how dire the situation, we are not to join the fray. He has his own methods to resolve it, and possesses sufficient power to do so. Are we to simply watch as Chen Yuan is besieged? Wang Qianjun felt a pang of discontent. His emotions clouded his judgment, regardless of how noble or just Hells might sound. Chen Yuan had been the one aiding their group of underdogs. I too believe we should assist our leader Chen Yuan, at the very least to lend him some moral support. Qian Xiu stepped forward, expressing his sentiments. The fact that Chen Yuan had brought him into the final round had already filled him with immense joy. The once uncertain path to university was now nearly secured. Even if he were to be eliminated now, he felt he had already gained more than he had ever expected. Now that we have made it to the finals, our scores are sufficient. What is there to fear? Carl, the golden-haired youth, firmly gripped the laser gun that Chen Yuan had entrusted to him. If we are eliminated, so be it. Our current performance has already exceeded our expectations. The twin brothers, Mo Sang and Mo Huang, chuckled heartily. Their words garnered nods of agreement from many. Without Chen Yuan's support, they would have likely faced elimination long before reaching this stage, never having had the chance to witness the final arena. They had already profited greatly. What was there to fear about elimination? Let me see who dares to make a move. Song Hao's expression remained unchanged as he unsheathed his sword, pointing it at the crowd. Do you think I, Song Hao, am one to fear death? If I were of any use, I would have already charged in to assist. You worthless fools, what could you possibly achieve by joining? You would only burden Chen Yuan further. Song Hao berated openly, disregarding the feelings of those around him. Anyone drawn from that battlefield would not be weaker than myself, by any measure. If you wish to aid Chen Yuan, then first defeat me. If you cannot surpass me, what right do you have to assist Chen Yuan? Merely driven by blind passion? His gaze swept across the crowd, and no one dared to meet his eyes, let alone engage him in combat. Who was Song Hao? The 13th ranked on the blue-white star ladder, the renowned meteor swordsman. Even Dongfang Shuo, in a moment of carelessness, had once suffered injuries at his hands. I am unafraid to disclose that Chen Yuan had previously conspired with me, stating that if any of you dared to disregard his counsel and intervened in the decisive battle, compelling Chen Yuan to divert his focus to safeguard you, then I, Song Hao, would personally escort you back to the Ark of the Void. This merciless reprimand initially brought calmness to Wang Qianjun, the very first to stand forth. He forcefully suppressed his impulsive feelings and approached Song Hao, soothing the crowd by asserting, Song Hao speaks the truth. Our strength is insufficient. If we were to forcibly involve ourselves in Chen Yuan's battlefield, he would be compelled by his commitments to protect us. What we can do now is simply trust in Chen Yuan. Who could have anticipated that Chen Yuan would be able to lead us into the finals? Who would have thought he could single-handedly contend against 3 top-tier adversaries? Thus, since Chen Yuan possesses confidence, we shall heed his words and await favorable news. It is well understood that, in terms of close relationships, Wang Qianjun is the most anxious among us. Seeing him convey such sentiments, everyone else felt reassured and prepared to await the final outcome. Regardless of whether Chen Yuan wins or loses, they have already gained significantly. In the worst-case scenario, should he lose, they would seek vengeance for him, albeit with little utility. However, at that moment, an unusual aura suddenly permeated the battlefield. It was mechs. Mechs. Dark red mechs. Initially, the Star Alliance lacked martial artists and mechs. Their external explorations and expansions relied solely on a vast fleet of cosmic battleships, adhering to the principle of absolute firepower to suppress all foes. Caliber is truth. In the early days of the Star Alliance, the fleet achieved remarkable success, until they encountered the first colossal creature of the cosmos, the blazing sun phoenix. This beast, which feeds on stars, possesses wings that can overshadow an entire planet, unleashing energy far surpassing that of annihilation cannons. The once proud annihilation cannons of the Star Alliance, capable of piercing entire planets and shattering continental plates, proved utterly ineffective against the blazing Sun Phoenix. In that battle, the fleet was left in a half-destroyed state, suffering losses exceeding half its number, and fled in disarray, dealing no damage to the Phoenix. It was then that the Star Alliance first witnessed the terrifying might of individual biological entities. Consequently, the martial artist program was officially enacted. And that same year, the mech program was introduced. Only the robust physique of a martial artist could endure the immense pressure generated by mech operations. Moreover, when paired with a martial artist suited for mechs, even one at the initial stage of enlightenment can rival the pinnacle of that realm. At this moment, on this continent, within the university assessments, mechs have emerged. It is Dongfang Shuo. Dongfang Shuo possesses a set of mechs. Where did he procure them? Moreover, they are the most compatible with martial artists at the enlightenment stage. It appears the designer intended this, likely acquired by Dongfang Shuo through an airdrop from the force field. The mech is predominantly dark red, exuding a strong mechanical essence, with joints subtly glimmering with a chilling metallic sheen. The mech was surrounded by 8 small floating cannons, their muzzles emanating a soft blue glow, signifying that they had completed their charging. How could a mech emerge from this battle royale mode? Was the designer of this university assessment utterly foolish? Alas, at this moment, Dongfang Shuo donned the mech, augmenting his strength, speed, and defense to terrifying levels, capable of bridging the chasm between the enlightenment and body refinement realms. Chen Yuan's defeat was inevitable. Already struggling, Chen Yuan now faced the unexpected challenge of Dongfang Shuo, and it seemed the outcome was devoid of suspense. At this moment, everyone shared the same thought. Chen Yuan was destined to lose. Chapter 65, The Battle on the Snowy Mountain, Part 8. A mech? With a strike of the polarized lightning blade, 3 of his attackers were instantaneously eliminated. And Chen Yuan suddenly sensed an unusual aura. Turning his head, he beheld Dongfang Shuo clad in a dark red mech. The 8 floating cannons surrounding him glowed with a deep blue light. Chen Yuan, you have been defeated. The words had yet to reach him when 8 beams of deep blue energy surged forth, crossing 100 meters in an instant to explode before Chen Yuan. Boom, boom, boom. The successive terrifying explosions forced Chen Yuan's assailants to scatter, lest they be caught in the aftermath of the blasts. Chen Yuan, I acknowledge your strength, but you have fallen prey to your own arrogance. In a complete state, even with this mech, I would find it difficult to rival you. Alas, this world knows no what-ifs. Dongfang advanced slowly, his voice slightly distorted, resonating from within the dark red mech. Chen Yuan defeated? At this moment, all the candidates' gazes converged upon the dissipating aftermath. Had the once seemingly invincible Chen Yuan, akin to the final boss of a video game, truly been vanquished by their combined efforts? Honestly, a sense of nostalgia washed over the crowd. The oppressive aura Chen Yuan exuded was overwhelmingly potent. He had single-handedly contended against 3 top-tier opponents and remained in control. It was only when a cadre of skilled fighters joined the fray, unveiling their long-concealed trump cards, that they glimpsed the possibility of overcoming Chen Yuan. The struggle had indeed been arduous. As the dust settled, a massive pit over 10 meters deep emerged at the site, its edges exhibiting clear signs of melting, layered with a dark red, searing rock. Cough, cough. A series of coughs echoed from beneath the pit. The force field had yet to appear. Chen Yuan had not yet been defeated. In an instant, someone reacted, loudly alerting the others. Not defeated. Is this never ending? In truth, there was no need for reminders. The coughs emanating from the pit made it clear to all that Chen Yuan still possessed the strength to fight. This sensation, akin to reaching the boss's health threshold only to discover there was still a sliver of health remaining, left the crowd feeling uneasy. Bang! Chen Yuan's figure leaped from the depths of the pit. Before their eyes lay his chest, a ghastly sight, flesh torn and charred, releasing a smell reminiscent of roasted meat. The searing pain surged into Chen Yuan's mind, yet instead of feeling despondent, he found himself inexplicably invigorated. This was the first time he had sustained such a severe injury. Especially after achieving the state of immobility as the gluttonous beast, generally, no one could breach his defenses. However, rather than feeling alarmed, Chen Yuan felt a surge of joy. This is the pressure I have been yearning for. Just a little more. I can sense it, it's nearly there. His gaze swept across the crowd before him. Hells, Dongfang Shuo, Hua. Sufficient, absolutely sufficient. Come, let us battle. Though his vitality was dwindling, Chen Yuan cared little, charging towards the throng of opponents. The familiar white arcs of electricity erupted once more, a harbinger of imminent peril. Anotic Thunderblade. There's no need to worry. Chen Yuan is at his last gasp. If we unite to encircle him, we shall deplete his vitality, and his defeat will be inevitable. The floating cannons beside Dongfang Shuo unleashed another barrage, but Chen Yuan, prepared for their onslaught, deftly evaded their attacks. Instead, he struck back with a blade aimed at the crowd, unleashing a force field that swiftly eliminated yet another formidable opponent. Damn it, I'll hold the front line. You all lend me your strength. Hells sensed the effects of his medicinal enhancements and secret techniques waning. If he did not neutralize Chen Yuan soon, he might become the first to be eliminated among the elite. Mo, let us strike together. Mo Hua glanced at the slightly panicked abyssal beast beside him, which still bore the psychological scars from its previous encounter with Chen Yuan. Despite its tough hide and resilience, it could not withstand the relentless onslaught of Chen Yuan's blades. At this moment, the abyssal beast was riddled with numerous wounds, each one penetrating deep and bleeding profusely, its intense pain causing it to writhe restlessly. Nevertheless, trusting Mo Hua, it flicked its tongue and followed closely behind Hells to face Chen Yuan. Everyone together. We shall surely vanquish Chen Yuan this time. The floating cannons beside Dongfang Shuo swiftly assembled into a dark red spear, emitting a faint blue glow at the joints. Its tip aimed directly at Chen Yuan. Now, Chen Yuan is at his wit's end. I refuse to believe he can win again. If he does, I'll go outside and perform a handstand while eating excrement. I shall join in. The crowd erupted in unison. Their cheers not only rallied their comrades, but also served to persuade themselves, instilling a belief that victory was attainable. Otherwise, facing a seemingly indomitable and tireless Chen Yuan, they would have long since lost hope. After all, despite their prolonged efforts, Chen Yuan remained unscathed while their numbers dwindled, inevitably leading to a sense of despondency. Come on. Chen Yuan furiously drew upon his dwindling vitality. The speed at which the 361 acupoints absorbed cosmic energy had reached its limit, even though he had achieved the lesser circulation, allowing his vitality and cosmic energy to replenish automatically. It could not withstand such frenzied consumption. After eliminating more than 10 formidable opponents, Chen Yuan's vitality was nearing its last flicker. The assailants encircling him could clearly perceive the waning power of his strikes. At last, it seemed they were on the verge of exhausting Chen Yuan. The assailants were invigorated. Everyone, charged together, hold nothing back. Chen Yuan, drained of energy, was undoubtedly on the brink of defeat. At long last, it seemed that Chen Yuan was destined to lose. Oh, celestial martial god, let there be no further mishaps. Let us finish this swiftly. I truly wish to avoid facing Chen Yuan any longer. It was time to contemplate the outcome. Whoosh. Suddenly, the tip of Dongfang Shuo's spear emitted a brilliant blue energy orb, piercing through Chen Yuan's left side and forcibly excising a chunk of flesh. Before the blood could even flow, it was swiftly vaporized, leaving the wound charred and cauterized, thereby relieving Chen Yuan of the burden of staunching the bleeding. Seizing the opportunity, Hell summoned all his strength and delivered a powerful blow to Chen Yuan's chest, propelling him into the rocks behind, scattering debris in all directions. Mo Hua hurled a sword, but Chen Yuan rose once more, deflecting the blade with a swift strike. So close. Again, once more. In this moment, Chen Yuan resembled a cornered beast. Though he still fought, the tide of battle was unmistakably turning against him. Chen Yuan, if you have any trump cards, now is the time to reveal them. Do not let yourself truly be defeated. Song Hao felt his palms dampen with sweat, as though he were the one facing a multitude of formidable opponents. He was not alone in this sentiment. Wang Qianjun, Qian Xiu, and Carl, the martial artists still observing, were all stirred by Chen Yuan's fighting spirit. Fully immersing themselves in his perspective, their emotions running high as if they were engaged in the battle themselves. Chapter 66. The Battle on Snowy Mountain, Part 9. It seemed that Chen Yuan was beyond salvation this time. Chen Yini expressed a tinge of reluctance. His mindset had undergone a tumultuous shift. Initially, the owner of the Shima Star Wolf had insisted on shifting the perspective from Dongfang Shuo to Chen Yuan. Although he was reluctant, he felt compelled to comply due to the gifts bestowed by the owner, including the interstellar battleship, and thus briefly broadcast Chen Yuan's struggle. During that time, the viewership had plummeted, prompting Chen Yini to quickly revert to Dongfang Shuo's perspective. However, as the gifts from the owner increased, and more fans requested to see Chen Yuan's perspective, the tide turned when Chen Yuan and Hells were evenly matched, with Chen Yuan even gaining the upper hand. Seizing the moment, Chen Yini became the first interstellar broadcaster to present Chen Yuan, skyrocketing to prominence. In this live-streamed university assessment involving the 3 planets, Blue and White Star, Black Fragment Star, and Mocha Star, his popularity soared. At this point, As Chen Yuan's strength waned and the signs of defeat became evident, the atmosphere within Chen Yun's livestream room grew distinctly divided. One faction fervently supported Chen Yuan, admiring his solitary battle against the three foremost champions of the celestial ladder. The opposing faction, however, derided Chen Yuan as arrogant and criticized his poor handling of a favorable situation. I knew Chen Yuan would falter. I could see from the outset that his mindset was flawed, lacking the demeanor of a true champion. He deserves to lose. If it were me, I would easily outmaneuver these top contenders. It seems the quality of this year's celestial ladder is lacking. Dongfang Shuo, Mo Hua, and Hells, the three top contenders, are being overwhelmed by a single Chen Yuan. They can't be that strong after all. All of them are worthless. Had I been the foremost on the ladder, Chen Yuan would have long been eliminated, and he would not have the audacity to be so brazen now. Amidst a flurry of disparaging remarks and ridicule aimed at Chen Yuan, his admirers naturally began to defend him. In Chen Yun's livestream, the two factions engaged in a fervent exchange, resembling a battlefield. This group of individuals caused Chen Yun to furrow his brow slightly. Logically, such intense quarrels would align perfectly with his interests, as they would generate ample traffic, allowing him to reap substantial rewards in a short span. Yet, for reasons unknown, a subtle anger began to well up within Chen Yun, and as the matter escalated, so did his indignation. Perhaps it stemmed from his shared identity as a member of the Blue and White Star with Chen Yuan. Or perhaps it was simply a deep-seated respect for a formidable opponent. Unexpectedly, Chen Yun took it upon himself to respond vehemently. What are you even worth? Chen Yuan can single-handedly contend with three top-tier ladder competitors. What about you? Have you ever stepped into a virtual combat chamber? Have you participated in ladder rankings? Have you ever reached the million mark on the ladder? And what do you mean? You could do it too? You probably haven't even attempted a university assessment. What right do you have to mock Chen Yuan? Just because of your mouth? If you disdain him so much, how about this? Once the university assessments conclude, have the audacity to publicly challenge Chen Yuan. I don't expect you to win. I de-respect you for being a man if you dared to challenge. From now on, if you appear in my live stream, I'll call you father. Chen Yun unleashed his fury in the live stream, his words sharp and unyielding in the face of the detractors. It seemed they had not anticipated his swift declaration of allegiance, causing the barrage of comments to momentarily pause. However, it was soon followed by a relentless flood of disparaging remarks from the trolls. Yet, Chen Yun showed no leniency. Moderators silenced these individuals. They are truly a bunch of nuisances. Chen Yun felt exhilarated, akin to a parched soul guzzling a tall glass of ice-cold water on a sweltering summer day, refreshing him completely and lifting his spirits. Yet, before long, a flicker of regret surfaced within him, as this might not bode well for his fan base. But, he thought, having already vented his frustrations, what was done. Choosing to embrace the situation, he resolved not to backtrack, for that would render him a fool. Thus, he resumed his commentary on Chen Yuan. However, Chen Yuan's plight was far from optimistic, as the three top ladder competitors revealed their trump cards. Hells, under the influence of enhancements, unleashed a fierce assault. Mo Hua commanded the Abyss Beast, and Dongfang Shu even donned a suit of mech armor, all supported by dozens of top-tier experts from the ladder's upper echelons. Chen Yuan found himself besieged, as if facing multiple masters of the body refinement stage simultaneously. Even with his formidable strength, he was hard-pressed to manage the onslaught from all sides. Meanwhile, onlookers like Lu Qing and Li Mingmao couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for Chen Yuan. Only the big boss, observing his worried son Yang Rui, pondered, this lad shouldn't be undertaking ventures without assurance. Does he possess some undisclosed trump card? The once pristine snow-capped mountains had now, due to the fierce battle, seen their snow entirely melt away, revealing the grayish-white rocks beneath. Even the bare rocks were not spared, marred by numerous pits and strewn with debris. Chen Yuan, cease your stubbornness. This time, your defeat is inevitable. Dongfang Shuo exuded unparalleled confidence. From the moment he acquired this mech through the force field drop, he knew his chances of victory had significantly increased. Had it not been for the unexpected emergence of Chen Yuan, neither Hells nor Mo Hua would have been his match in this final showdown. Chen Yuan remained silent, relentlessly wielding his blade. Though his vitality waned and his injuries intensified, the immense power granted by the mixed-origin dragon elephant true art continued to manifest astonishing effects. Initially besieged by nearly 50 adversaries, the number had dwindled to just 18, including Dongfang Shuo and his companions. Aside from Dongfang Shuo, Mo Hua, and Hells, the remaining 15 had begun to hesitate, their faces betraying uncertainty and inner conflict. They were thoroughly intimidated. From the outset, they had believed they could easily exhaust Chen Yuan, Yet unexpectedly, they had lost over 30 of their own. It was utterly perplexing. You all fight amongst yourselves. I shall not accompany you. You may slowly contend for the first place. I will not intrude any longer, and I shall take my leave. I should never have joined in. I can no longer concern myself with the feeble trampling upon me. Whoever wishes to fight may do so. I am withdrawing. One after another, individuals chose to withdraw. Even those who remained found their morale nearly exhausted by Chen Yuan, rendering them ineffective. This stood in stark contrast to their initial fervor and ambition. After having traversed 99 steps, they chose to abandon the final one. Dongfang Shuo was taken aback, but remained unfazed. It matters not, whether they remain or depart. The outcome remains unchanged. The current state of Chen Yuan posed little threat. Dongfang Shuo began to contemplate how to deal with Hells and Mo Hua thereafter. Hells and Mo Hua shared similar thoughts, exchanging knowing glances. With Chen Yuan's defeat, the armored Dongfang Shuo would undoubtedly emerge as the strongest. Both were in poor condition and thus resolved to unite against Dongfang Shuo. Although they currently collaborated to confront Chen Yuan, each harbored their own intentions. However, Chen Yuan, who had been relentlessly pushed back by the three of them, suddenly grinned. Finally, the moment has arrived. For reasons unknown, an ominous feeling crept into the hearts of Dongfang Shuo and his companions. Chapter 67. The Battle of Snow Mountain. 10. As martial artists, they placed immense faith in their instincts. Do not hold back. We shall discuss our victory and defeat later. Let us swiftly eliminate Chen Yuan. Hells sensed impending doom and bellowed loudly. I know. Mo Hua's forehead glistened with cold sweat, his previous composure dissipating as he relentlessly slashed at Chen Yuan. This move was originally reserved for you two. A wave of irritation surged within Dongfang Shuo, prompting him to cast aside hesitation and roar inwardly. Mech! Damn it! Overclock for me! In an instant, the mech's dark crimson hue gradually faded, replaced by a vibrant red reminiscent of arterial blood, slowly enveloping the entire mech. Boom! Dongfang Shuo's speed and strength surged once more, his spear bursting forth in a brilliant blue light, hurtling towards Chen Yuan. However, it was too late. Chen Yuan chuckled softly. In the midst of fierce combat and immense pressure, he seized the fleeting opportunity that had presented itself. Brother Tongzi, I must trouble you once more. This time, I wager my entire lifespan of 1600 years. Brother Tongzi, allow me to witness your limits. The warrior is born for battle. Only amidst the flames of conflict can one transform and be reborn like a butterfly. After intense skirmishes and under tremendous strain, you have grasped that elusive chance. And through your mastery of martial arts, you seem to have gained a faint understanding of something profound. Clinging tightly to this ineffable and transient inspiration, you begin to unravel the essence of your newfound insight. After 2 centuries of contemplation, you have come to a preliminary understanding of the source of this opportunity, partially stemming from your knowledge of the yang-polarized lightning blade. In reality, the white arc of electricity that had dissipated due to exhaustion of qi and blood re-emerged, swirling around Chen Yuan. What is this? How has Chen Yuan's vitality returned? Dongfang Shuo, Hells, and Mo Hua displayed expressions of shock, their faces betraying deep unease. If Chen Yuan's vitality had recovered, what hope did they have? Dongfang Shuo was the first to sense something amiss. No, that is not the arc of condensed vitality. Forget about it. Let us strike together and eliminate Chen Yuan. Father, is the teacher about to lose? Yang Rue inquired, as it was evident to all that Chen Yuan was on the brink of being eliminated. No, that is not right. The boss initially nodded in resignation. However, upon witnessing the white arc of electricity once again enveloping Chen Yuan, his usually calm eyes momentarily narrowed, revealing the first signs of turbulence. He patted Yang Rue on the head and spoke solemnly. Chen Yuan may not necessarily be defeated. The condition is that he must succeed. The process of wagering one's life may seem lengthy, yet to the outside world, it transpires in an instant. In the 500th year, you discern the path of Yang from the yang-polarized lightning blade, but this understanding is merely a beginning, far from sufficient. In the 650th year, reflecting on the concept of the 2 forms mentioned in the Book of Changes from your previous life, namely Yin and Yang, you identified what was lacking. You had the Yang, yet you still needed the Yin. However, you lacked the foundational martial arts knowledge accumulated step by step. Thus you began to explore the creation of the Yin path. In the 1100th year, drawing inspiration from the yang-polarized lightning blade, you independently developed the Yin path. In reality, following the sudden emergence of the white arc, a moment later, a black arc of electricity surged forth from within Chen Yuan. The black and white arcs danced harmoniously around him, each asserting its presence. regardless of what had transpired. It was so close, just a fraction away. Dongfang Shuo and the others launched a simultaneous assault on Chen Yuan. However, the distance that could have been traversed in the blink of an eye now felt impossibly vast. Chen Yuan has fallen. The voice of Chen Yuan echoed in the live stream, tinged with regret. Though Chen Yuan faced defeat, his solitary struggle against 3 of the top-tier contenders still commanded our admiration. However, Chen Yuan's prepared remarks suddenly faltered. For inexplicably, the white arc of electricity once again manifested around Chen Yuan, despite his vitality having seemingly been depleted. Not only that, but a black arc of electricity emerged shortly thereafter. Chen Yuan was filled with questions, yet the habits formed over years of live streaming allowed him to keenly grasp this sudden change, prompting him to exclaim, "He is still operating. Chen Yuan is still at it." At that moment, anyone watching the live broadcast could sense the shift in Chen Yuan. This unexpected incident during the university assessment, which was supposed to have a predetermined conclusion, seemed to become increasingly enigmatic. You have comprehended the concepts of the positive and negative poles. The duality is complete. Yet you begin to ponder what they truly aim to accomplish. In the 1200th year, even after spending 100 years, confusion still envelopes you. In the 1300th year, you gain insight. The positive and negative poles are akin to theory, and what you lack now is merely practice. In the 1400th year, you begin to contemplate the I Ching's duality, giving rise to the 4 symbols, and the 4 symbols generating the 8 trigrams, eventually leading you to clarity. In the 1500th year, you finally comprehend and take your first step, the transformation of all things through yin and yang. In the 1600th year, you continue to refine the path of transforming all things through yin and yang. The derivation is complete. In reality, a profound light flickered in Chen Yuan's eyes, and memories of his 1600 years of seeking knowledge flowed through his mind. Meanwhile, the combined might of Dongfang Shuo, Hells, and Mo Hua surged forth in an instant. Chen Yuan, surrender and be eliminated. Hells summoned the last vestiges of his vitality and strength. Should this strike prove ineffective, the aftermath of the blood-burst pill and the secret method of blood burning would inevitably erupt. He would possess no further combat capability. Faced with the most formidable assault from the 3, Chen Yuan smiled broadly. Now, let us commence the second phase of the boss. White arcs of electricity entwined around the blade as Chen Yuan gripped the hilt tightly and slowly advanced. However, to Chen Yuan's surprise, Hells did not choose to attack. Instead, he braced himself against the searing power of the chainsaw, arms wide open. With a gruesome sound, the chainsaw pierced directly through Hell's abdomen, the white tip protruding from his back. Not a single drop of blood gushed forth, for the chainsaw had already seared Hell's abdomen along with his internal organs, vaporizing the blood in an instant due to the intense heat. Veins bulged on Hell's forehead, and his muscular arms firmly pressed down on the long blade lodged in his abdomen. Enduring the excruciating pain, Dongfang Shuo, Mo Hua, regardless of any remaining trump cards Chen Yuan possesses, I will hold him down for you. You both attack together. If we cannot win this, I curse your ancestors. Hells roared with a thunderous fury. Surrounded by numerous experts targeting Chen Yuan alone, he had already lost face. If they could not prevail now, Hells would not accept it. He could not accept it. Hell's sole obsession at this moment was to defeat Chen Yuan, by any means necessary, even if it meant sacrificing himself, even if it ultimately meant paving the way for Dongfang Shuo and Mo Hua, 2 competitors he had never encountered before. Chapter 68, The Snow Mountain Battle, End. Everyone understood that Chen Yuan, relying on the chainsaw's maximum performance and his exceptional swordsmanship, had nearly eliminated half of the elite finalists. As long as Chen Yuan is deprived of the assistance of this powerful chainsaw, it would undoubtedly be akin to severing an arm, drastically diminishing his combat prowess. Yet, no one dared to do so. The weak lacked the ability to seize the weapon, and even the 3 strongest contenders atop the ladder would not risk a high probability of elimination to snatch it away. However, unexpectedly, someone did. To everyone's astonishment, Hells unexpectedly altered his offensive strategy and forcefully gained control of Chen Yuan's chainsaw. Despite the shock that gripped Dongfang Shuo and Mo Hua, they acted without a moment's delay. Any hesitation at this juncture that allowed Chen Yuan to regain control of the chainsaw would constitute the utmost disrespect to Hells. Drunken forgetfulness. Astonishing Dragon's 9 shadows. With a sword and a spear, the 2 unleashed their most formidable techniques upon Chen Yuan. Yet, even in the face of Hell's unforeseen maneuver, Chen Yuan remained utterly unfazed. Since you desire this blade, I shall gift it to you. With a relaxed grip, he voluntarily relinquished the chainsaw that significantly enhanced his combat capabilities, freeing his hands. A crackling sound ensued as distinct black and white arcs of electricity began to manifest above Chen Yuan's hands. These arcs danced between his palms, then settled into stillness. This was not the power of thunder, but rather the manifestation of yin and yang that Chen Yuan had comprehended over 1600 years, merely exhibited through these electric arcs. With his hands enveloped in the black and white arcs, resembling a pair of dual-colored gloves, he slowly thrust his left fist and right palm forward. In an instant, the motion transitioned from slow to rapid. Second-tier yin-yang transformation strike. Boom. In a heartbeat, the fist and palm collided with the fully committed Dongfang Shuo and Mo Hua. A spear and a sword met the force of a fist and palm with a resounding crash. Crack. Snap. There was no grand spectacle, nor an overwhelming force. The onlookers merely heard a faint muffled sound. Dongfang Shuo's spear shattered, and Mo Hua's sword broke apart. Yet, the momentum of the fist and palm remained unabated. With the left fist crashing heavily into Dongfang Shuo's chest, and the right palm striking fiercely against Mo Hua's face. Buzz. 3 force fields descended with a thundering impact. One shielded Mo Hua, as Chen Yuan's palm struck against this barrier, sending ripples cascading outward, yet it ultimately failed to breach it. This indicated that, in terms of intelligent assessment, Mo Hua could not withstand Chen Yuan's strike. Should it connect, his demise would be inevitable. Mo Hua was eliminated. The second force field enveloped the abyss beast, compelling it to follow Mo Hua, departing the snowy mountain in tandem. The final force field swiftly descended upon Hell's Head. Despite his immense reluctance, how could he possibly withstand Chen Yuan's blade? His sustained resistance was solely due to his robust physique and hardened training. Should he delay any longer, he might truly meet his end. Thus, the intelligent judgment concluded that Hell's was eliminated. However, Dongfang Shuo was left without any protective force fields. As the long spear in his hand unexpectedly snapped, Dongfang Shuo could hardly fathom such a scene unfolding before him. He was caught off guard and received a devastating punch from Chen Yuan squarely in the chest. Crack. The armor enveloping his body shattered like inferior glass. Countless fissures cascading across its surface. My armor. It has cracked. Dongfang Shuo's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he not been clad in armor, that punch would undoubtedly have sent him back to the space cruiser. There could be no other outcome. Indeed, the armor proved far more resilient than I had anticipated. Chen Yuan retracted his fist, slightly marveling at the power of the armor. This contraption, when coupled with a warrior, could elevate their prowess to unprecedented heights. Entering the pinnacle of battle, transcending the boundaries of combat. It was precisely due to the warriors and armor of the Star Alliance that it flourished, reigning supreme. Even amidst the grievances of interstellar races, none could help but bow in reverence. Beneath this vast expanse of stars, the Star Alliance stood as an undeniable deity. With that in mind, let us see if this blade can shatter your shell. Chen Yuan inhaled deeply, and a white electric arc flickered from his right hand, shooting forth. Due to Hell's elimination, the power saw blade had been repelled by the force field and was slowly descending. Yet, before it could touch the ground, it was ensnared by the white electric arc midair, returning to Chen Yuan's grasp. As he raised the blade high above his head, black and white arcs reappeared, this time entwining the sides of the blade. Ultimately, he brought it crashing down upon the armor before him. The second-grade Yin-Yang Thunderblade. This was Chen Yuan's modified version of the Anode Thunderblade, tailored to suit his martial arts, a unique creation of his own. The strike did not produce a cataclysmic noise. As the blade descended, the armor before him erupted with a thunderous roar, revealing a shocked Dongfang Shuo within, gazing incredulously at the blade that was slowly descending upon him. Buzz. The force field manifested in time. The blade halted a mere half-inch above Dongfang Shuo's head. Unable to advance further, Dongfang Shuo was eliminated. Thus, the 3 top contenders of the ladder, Mo Hua, Hell's, and Dongfang Shuo, were successively ousted by Chen Yuan. At this moment, the outcome was sealed. No way. Did the muscular brother truly win? Am I dreaming? This is unreal. Qian Xiu rubbed his eyes vigorously, still finding this scene utterly astonishing, so surreal. 1 against 3 was inconceivable. One person battling over 50 others. Among them were 3 top contenders. The caliber of this achievement is staggering. Chen Yuan, my allegiance to you is unwavering from now on. Carl, Mo Sang, and Mo Huang were overwhelmed with excitement, feeling as if they were in his shoes. Chen Yuan's trump card was actually a second-grade martial art. Moreover, it was at least refined, if not transcendent. Wang Qianjun murmured softly. To master a second-grade martial art at the Enlightenment stage is a terrifying level of martial talent. Wang Qianjun finally comprehended why the principal, Fan Yaosheng, had advised him to heed Chen Yuan's guidance during the university assessment. The principal had evidently foreseen this moment. He must have known that Chen Yuan had mastered second-grade martial arts. On the other side, Song Hao was equally astounded. His astonishment did not stem from Chen Yuan's consecutive defeats of 3 top-ranked opponents, but rather from the remarkable cards displayed by the latter. At that moment, having overheard Wang Qianjuan's murmurs, Song Hao could not help but roll his eyes in exasperation. Feeling compelled to explain, "You are clearly a graduate from the same high school as Chen Yuan. How can there be such a disparity? Subtlety? Transformation? Those are classifications required by learners like us. But Chen Yuan has transcended such needs. He has embarked on his own unique path in martial arts." Chapter 69. The stirring of various parties creating one's own martial arts? Yang Rui inquired with curiosity. "Indeed," the boss affirmed, nodding with a hint of admiration in his tone. Remarkably, Chen Yuan managed to break through his limitations at the critical juncture, propelled by the immense pressure from the outside world. He must have already been on the verge of this breakthrough. Seizing this rare opportunity, he intentionally created external pressure to foster an environment for his advancement. Though somewhat precarious, he ultimately succeeded. The future of your teacher is boundless. Is self-created martial arts truly that formidable? Then I too shall create my own," Yang Rui declared confidently. The boss remained silent, reluctant to dampen his son's enthusiasm for martial arts. The path of self-creation in martial arts is a necessary journey for every formidable practitioner. However, his son was still far from this goal. In fact, nearly all martial arts available to him were limited to the 6th rank, which delineates whether a martial artist can truly become a powerful figure. It is not that 7th, 8th, or even 9th rank martial arts do not exist. On the contrary, they are quite plentiful. Yet, once a practitioner reaches the 6th rank, should they continue to study the martial arts left by others without forging their own path, their potential becomes irrevocably constrained. Not even the earthly martial sage could be achieved, let alone the celestial martial god. Thus, most ambitious martial artists prepare early, setting out to explore their own future in martial arts. What Chen Yuan showcased this time was indeed a path uniquely his own. "Dad, my teacher S2 moves are incredibly powerful. Is self-created martial arts always this formidable? What level do these 2 moves represent? Subtlety or transformation?" Yang Rui asked again. Although his abilities were still somewhat modest, as he was learning the foundational 8 Extremes Thunderblade, he had a wealth of knowledge from various tutors. The boss patiently elucidated. The so-called 4 levels of entry-level martial arts, initial stage, comprehension, subtlety, and transformation, represent your mastery of the art. Initial stage, comprehension, subtlety, and transformation correspond to mastery levels of 20, 40, 60, and 80, respectively. However, no matter how diligently you practice, you will never reach a mastery level of 100. For that is ultimately a martial art created by others, suited only for them and not the learner. Yet, once you employ self-created martial arts, your mastery level is inherently 100, and it is the most suitable martial art for you, without exception. Even if Yang Rui lacked full understanding, he grasped the significance of self-created martial arts, his mouth agape in awe. "My teacher is truly remarkable. Indeed, he is quite impressive," the boss acknowledged. "But I shall surpass him." Yang Rui rose to his feet, hands on his hips. "If you manage to gain admission to a university as prestigious as your teachers, I shall bring your mother over," the boss remarked with a smile gracing his lips. "Really?" "Absolutely." The live stream of Chen Yuan erupted once more. He felt somewhat numb. The examination for universities across the 3 planets had been nothing short of tumultuous, rife with unexpected twists. Particularly, Chen Yuan's situation during the final showdown resembled the peaks and valleys of an electrocardiogram, leaving spectators both anxious and exhilarated. Yet, Chen Yuan ultimately triumphed, a truly unexpected outcome. Chen Yuan's commentary lacked vigor. After oscillating between hope and despair, he too felt mentally drained. However, the atmosphere in his live stream was vastly different. Overwhelmed by a torrent of messages from Chen Yuan's fans, creating an unparalleled frenzy. "Chen Yuan is incredible. This is one of the most astonishing university assessments I have ever witnessed. Although other regions have their own martial arts experts, none can compare to the thrill Chen Yuan brings. I am a student from Falling Star University, currently a warrior of the spirit. What Chen Yuan demonstrated is undoubtedly a self-created martial art. I cannot be mistaken. My recent experimental study revolves around the creation of martial arts." Self-created martial arts? Could it be that Chen Yuan possesses the potential of a martial saint of the earth, or even the hope of becoming a martial god of the cosmos? Such terrifying talent. I declare, I am now a fervent admirer of Chen Yuan. Anyone who dares to criticize him, I vow to respond with fervent outrage. While the majority of the live stream audience consisted of ordinary individuals, there were also a few truly knowledgeable martial artists among them. Through their explanations, The terrifying talent of Chen Yuan's self-created martial arts began to gain widespread recognition, at least on Blue-White Star, Black Fragment Star, and Mocha Star. Chen Yuan had undeniably achieved great renown. Of course, no matter how legendary a figure becomes, there will always be those who scorn him, even now. A few discontented voices could be heard expressing their disdain for Chen Yuan. Nevertheless, their comments were soon drowned out by the overwhelming majority, stirring no significant turbulence. At Mountain City No. 1 High School, what a remarkable lad! What a remarkable lad! Principal Fan Yaosheng was grinning from ear to ear, while Director Li Tianming paced excitedly within the office. Chen Yuan's performance had truly brought them immense pride. With Chen Yuan's accomplishments alone, both of them could easily expect promotions the following year. As for Lu Qing and Li Mingmao, due to their connection with Chen Yuan, they were now surrounded by viewers of the live stream, all eager to inquire about Chen Yuan's past. Mao, when Chen Yuan returns to Blue-White Star, remember to take me along. If not, at least get me an autograph, alright? Little bro, I knew you had a discerning eye. My father asks when you will bring Brother Chen to our home for a visit. We await you at any time. On Shima Star, the inherent talents of the Shirin were significantly inferior to those of ordinary individuals, yet in the realm of interstellar live streaming, their conditions were extraordinarily favorable. As one of the primary gathering planets for the Shirin, the interstellar live streaming industry thrived immensely. Chen Yuan, this young man, was indeed quite adept at concealing his capabilities. Huang Su recalled the moment he triumphed over Chen Yuan in the ladder rankings, pondering how it seemed only a short while had passed. Yet Chen Yuan had grown remarkably stronger. Although he was aware that Chen Yuan harbored secrets, the transformation was nonetheless quite terrifying. Meanwhile, Lao Wu observed the live stream of Chen Nianyi, who was among the most renowned interstellar streamers of the Blue and White Star. Following the incident involving Chen Yuan, his traffic, followers, and fame surged dramatically, making him a prime candidate for recruitment. Shall I go and speak with him? Huang Su inquired. Why not give it a try? Lao Wu nodded in agreement. At the same time, Chen Yanyi's backstage suddenly received a private message from the owner of the Wolf of Shima Star. Chapter 70. The university assessment concludes after defeating the 3 top players in the ladder. Chen Yuan's already diminished vitality was now entirely exhausted. Yet this time, no one dared to act. They were all acutely aware that Chen Yuan's energy and stamina were at their limits. Thus, an attack would likely result in his defeat and catapult their own fame. However, no one made a move. In the presence of the crowd, Chen Yuan slowly sat cross-legged, beginning to recuperate his internal energy while examining his personal status panel. Name: Chen Yuan Martial Path, Awakening Realm Lifespan, 0 years Martial Arts, Yuan Magnetic Breathing Technique, 361361, Primal Dragon Elephant True Skill, 2nd Layer, Yin-Yang Thunderblade, 2nd Grade, Yin-Yang Execution Hand, 2nd Grade, Gluttonous Immobility. 1st Grade Transformation. The martial art of Yin-Yang Thunderblade was replaced with Yin-Yang Execution Hand, while other aspects remained relatively unchanged. Although the lifespan indicated 0 years, it merely displayed whole numbers. In reality, he still possessed several dozen days of life remaining, which he could replenish shortly. It was not a significant concern. As Chen Yuan recuperated, he contemplated the gains from this encounter. The creation of his own martial arts proved far more challenging than he had anticipated. From the moment he acquired such a vast lifespan of 1600 years, the idea had taken root in his mind. However, when he attempted to gamble with his life, he was informed that a critical opportunity was lacking. Without it, even exhausting his entire lifespan would not allow him to take the first step. What was the required opportunity? Chen Yuan understood it all too well. Why are martial artists referred to as such? Both life transitions and lifespan extensions exist. Starry martial gods have lived for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. So why are they not called cultivators? It is simply because martial artists are destined from their inception to be instruments of war, born for battle. Thus, the opportunity must be sought through combat. Such fleeting opportunities are difficult for ordinary individuals to grasp and comprehend deeply. Consequently, they require numerous brutal battles, accumulating those subtle chances amidst life and death, ultimately leading to a breakthrough that paves their own path. Chen Yuan, however, did not need to struggle in the same manner. He merely needed to acutely sense this opportunity and could, in an instant, expend 100 or even 1,000 years of life to complete the process of forging his path. Besides creating a martial art uniquely his own, Chen Yuan's name ought to gain some recognition beneath this expanse of stars. He needed cultivating resources, as many as possible. Fame and fortune are often inseparable companions. And Chen Yuan, in his pursuit of gain, inevitably finds himself entangled with reputation. His remarkable talent, showcased during the university assessment, serves as the preeminent source of his newly acquired renown. Prior to this evaluation, Chen Yuan's name resonated only within the confines of a modest mountain town known as Blue and White Star. However, post-assessment, the vast majority of individuals beneath this expansive sky, whether actively or passively, have likely heard of Chen Yuan's innovative martial arts stemming from his enlightenment in the realm of cultivation. Thus, within the university assessment, Chen Yuan emerges as the most significant victor. Chen Yuan, does your previous assertion regarding the final rankings still hold true? A distant voice suddenly interrupted his moment of tranquility. Chen Yuan opened his eyes and turned towards a nearby boulder, where a voice, belonging to one of the many previously neutral yet formidable figures, posed the inquiry. If you possess any cultivation resources, then it certainly stands, Chen Yuan replied with a slight nod. After all, he had no qualms about acquiring more resources for cultivation. Upon addressing this query, another voice chimed in. I have limited cultivation resources, but if I assist you in eliminating those who previously besieged you, would that count as a contribution? Certainly, Chen Yuan affirmed, recalling that among those who had attacked him, there were still about 10 who managed to escape. He was not one to easily forgive. Rather, he held a grudge. Yet, he found himself reluctant to take action, as the capabilities of the aforementioned assailants were uncertain. With someone willing to assist in resolving this predicament, Chen Yuan was more than willing to accept their help. Agreed. It's settled. The final circle of the competition was modest in size, confined to just a few snow-capped mountains. The remaining experts refrained from attacking Chen Yuan, but the prospect of eliminating those who had previously besieged him invigorated them. A group of individuals, filled with determination, began to scour the area for the participants who had once engaged in the ambush, and within a mere 10 minutes, these individuals were swiftly eliminated. Consequently, Chen Yuan acquired the last portion of cultivation resources from this group of neutral experts. Although the quantity was not vast, the quality was commendable, as these individuals were inclined to retain only the finest resources. Thus, Chen Yuan's lifespan increased once more to a remarkable 800 years. This is the rationale behind his lack of concern regarding the depletion of his lifespan. Upon the conclusion of this battle, Chen Yuan would be universally recognized as the strongest, capable of determining the fate of others in the competition. The remaining participants, eager to secure favorable rankings, would naturally offer their cultivation resources to Chen Yuan. 800 years. Following the conclusion of the university assessment, he contemplated embarking on a breakthrough to the body-refining realm. Although his self-created martial arts would significantly aid his future ascension to the earthly martial sage and even the cosmic martial deity, in terms of immediate enhancement of strength, a breakthrough to the body-refining realm represented the most cost-effective choice. Once everything was clarified, the final contest for rankings commenced. However, in stark contrast to the tumultuous confrontations observed in other regions, Chen Yuan's segment unfolded with an unsettling ease. Numerous top-tier experts, poised to vie for supremacy, exhibited fierce gazes and a predatory demeanor, intent on engaging in a life-or-death struggle within the final circle. At this moment, his gaze was serene, patiently awaiting Chen Yuan's final verdict. Wang Sun, you are ranked 830. A tall, slender man in the crowd, upon hearing this, instinctively communicated with the intelligence. And in an instant, a force field descended, drawing him away. Mo sang, you are ranked 200. Mo Huang, as you wish, you are 201. Mo Huang scratched his head and chuckled foolishly, then followed his brother Mo Sang, as they were both eliminated by the force field. Ultimately, Chen Yuan determined the final rankings based on their previous contributions. Some adept individuals feigned acceptance, yet harbored resentment. However, with Chen Yuan's formidable strength, they dared not act and could only endure in silence. One by one, the candidates were swiftly teleported away, and soon the number of individuals in the final circle dwindled to just a few dozen. Wang Qianjun, you are ranked 99. Wang Qianjun nodded towards Chen Yuan and expressed his gratitude. Achieving 99 in the university assessment was a rank he had never dared to dream of. He bore no grudge against Chen Yuan for not granting him a higher position. From the beginning to the end, it was Chen Yuan who had assisted him, while he had never reciprocated. Wang Qianjun was not so shameless. Carl, 89. Song Hao, 42. Qian Xiu, 18. Song Hao smiled slightly, having no excessive thoughts. He genuinely admired Chen Yuan. Wow, Chen Yuan, you are like my reborn parents. Qian Xiu's expression was exaggerated, almost as if he wished to cling to Chen Yuan's leg. But the force field was indifferent to such sentiments and pulled him away nonetheless. In the end, only Chen Yuan remained. The snowy mountains of the final circle were now merely a gray expanse of stone, the accumulated snow long since vanished due to the earlier battle. Even the originally sharp peaks of the snow-capped mountains had been flattened, a destruction wrought by mere practitioners of the Enlightenment realm. The Enlightenment realm is but the beginning of a warrior's journey. One's anticipation for the subsequent path of martial arts only grows. Gazing at the scene before him, Chen Yuan allowed the force field to guide him away. With the departure of the last individual, the makeshift continent below finally crumbled and dissipated into the depths of the cosmos. Chapter 71. Scores Dongfang Shuo. Emohua, I curse your ancestors. Just as Chen Yuan was drawn back to the celestial mothership, he was taken aback by a sudden roar. It was needless to say that the exclamation came from hers. Although Dongfang Shuo and Emohua were being cursed at, they felt somewhat embarrassed but had no intention of retorting. The final round was handled well enough by hers. While they had faltered considerably, one was swiftly defeated by Chen Yuan with a single strike, and the other, relying on a mech, managed to withstand a blow before being dispatched with a single slash. It was not their weakness that was to blame, but rather Chen Yuan's overwhelming prowess. Oh, Chen Yuan has finally arrived. Just after hers finished scolding, he noticed Chen Yuan being drawn in. At this moment, on the celestial mothership, the gazes of 30,000 individuals converged upon one figure, the sole protagonist of this university assessment, a character no one had anticipated prior to the examination, Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan. That last move was a self-created martial art? What immense power it possesses. What is its name? Hers, ever familiar and straightforward, inquired with unabashed curiosity. Dongfang Shuo and Emohua approached with curiosity. The second-tier martial art, yin-yang transformation, was revealed by Chen Yuan without hesitation. Your martial arts talent is truly extraordinary. It seems you have been planning to use us to refine your own skills from the very beginning. Dongfang Shuo exposed Chen Yuan's intentions. It was no wonder he had previously found Chen Yuan's arrogance ludicrous and foolish. Yet, how could someone so seemingly foolish have achieved such a remarkable status? The self-created martial art, earthly martial saint, would surely attract the attention of the three major academies. Emohua smiled subtly, his sleeve concealing a glimpse of the abyss beast, which recoiled upon seeing Chen Yuan, clearly intimidated by their past encounter, leaving an indelible psychological scar. The three major academies referred to were naturally the Imperial Capital University, Dongyao University, and Xingyuan University. You are not lacking either. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the three major academies should be within your reach, Chen Yuan replied in kind. Indeed. We were originally aiming for the three major academies. It's just a pity that you've stolen all the thunder. We have become mere accompaniments. Helis laughed heartily. Helis and his companions held a deep admiration for Chen Yuan, who had single-handedly faced numerous opponents and, at the critical moment, broke through his own limitations, ultimately securing first place through his self-created martial art, an extraordinary tale. He patted Chen Yuan on the shoulder, saying, "Let us exchange contact details. Should you visit Mokastar next time, whether for business or leisure, I would be more than happy to host you. As for me, my Mo family is equally generous. I shall treat you to plum blossom wine." Emohua nodded in agreement. Dongfang Shuo, scratching his nose, added, "I shan't say much more. As fellow Blue and White Star inhabitants, you are always welcome at my Dongfang residence. I shall show you around the capital." "Absolutely." Chen Yuan responded with a nod. The four now met aboard the starship, devoid of the intense rivalry that had characterized their university assessments. After all, they were never true enemies during the university evaluations. They had merely been competitors, striving with all their might for superior results. With the assessments concluded and back on the starship, they could indeed be friends. Amongst the strong, there exists mutual respect, and should they find themselves on another S-planet, cooperation might even be possible in the future. Furthermore, Chen Yuan had already demonstrated considerable martial prowess. If he continued on this path, he could very well achieve the realm of earthly martial saint. Helis and his companions were not naive. Why would they choose to forge enmity instead of friendship? After their conversation, Qin Xiu, Carl, and Mo Sang, and Song Hao also approached Chen Yuan for a few words. The content largely mirroring that of their previous exchanges, an invitation to keep in touch for future companionship. Chen Yuan responded affirmatively to each. With a soft hum, attention turned to the massive screen at the center of the starship. All eyes were fixed, knowing that the final scores were about to be revealed. The results of the recent university assessment are as follows. Chen Yuan, 1,000, full score. He Ersi, 950. Dongfang Shuo, 948. Emohua, 945. There were no unexpected outcomes, and no one was surprised. Chen Yuan's name prominently occupied the top position, achieving a perfect score of 1,000. The subsequent scores of He Ersi and others were also commendable, trailing Chen Yuan by only a few points. This cannot be attributed to flaws in the intelligent evaluation, as the university assessment has a maximum cap of 1,000 points, and Chen Yuan could not exceed this threshold. Moreover, despite Chen Yuan's automatic advancement to the finals, which influenced the final rankings, many candidates still failed to meet the university's minimum admission standards. The criteria for assessment encompassed not only survival time, but also elimination points, strength points, and various other factors. True champions, even when faced with formidable opponents right from the start, can still attain high scores. The scores sufficient for university admission were, in fact, considerably lower than anticipated. Conversely, weaker candidates, despite being propelled by Chen Yuan into the finals, could not reach the minimum admission threshold, yet their scores exceeded their expectations. With these scores, they could return to their home planets with a broader array of options before them. The true impact of Chen Yuan was felt by those lingering in the middle tier, precariously positioned just above the minimum admission line, such as Qian Xiu, Wang Qianjun, and Mo Sang. With their exceptionally high final scores, their overall evaluations just surpassed the minimum admission scores, leading to a flurry of excited congratulations among them. Simultaneously, Chen Yuan's personal terminal buzzed incessantly. Not only he, but also other candidates present began to check their personal terminals. The universities were reaching out, inviting them to choose a preferred institution based on their scores, with the option to take some time if they were uncertain. Dongfang Shua, standing beside Chen Yuan, kindly reminded him. Upon checking his personal terminal, Chen Yuan found an array of admission offers from various universities. Unlike the universities of his previous life, most matters in the Star Alliance are now managed through intelligent processing, including university admissions. The system instantly evaluates whether a candidate meets the institution's criteria and, if so, proactively extends an admission invitation for the candidate to consider. With his perfect score, it was no surprise that virtually all universities extended olive branches to Chen Yuan, many accompanied by additional stipulations. Regrettably, these conditions appeared less than appealing to him, often coupled with stringent requirements that seemed burdensome. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the prestigious 3 universities. However, Chen Yuan did not rush into a decision. Instead, he intended to gather further information before making a final choice regarding his university enrollment. Chapter 72. The 3 great universities of the Star Alliance. Chen Yuan looked towards He Ersi and the others, who appeared to have already decided on their preferred universities without a hint of hesitation. Thus, he directly inquired, "Which universities have you chosen?" He Ersi replied, "East Radiance University." Mo Hua said, "Imperial Capital University." Dongfang Shua added, "Imperial Capital University." The 2 imperial capitals, one being the Eastern Radiance, did not come as a surprise to Chen Yuan. Allow me to offer a kind reminder. Regardless of how other universities may dazzle you with their allure, if you have the chance to select from the 3 great institutions, do so with your eyes closed. These 3 are universally acknowledged as the strongest, without exception, Hells remarked. Could you elucidate the distinctions among the 3? Chen Yuan inquired once more, as his time of traversing was still rather brief, leaving him somewhat uninformed on these matters. It was then that Dongfang Shua took the initiative to clarify. In simple terms, the Imperial Capital University boasts robust political resources, Eastern Radiance excels in military resources, and Chen Yuan is renowned for its academic prowess. Following Dongfang Shua's succinct explanation, Chen Yuan began to form a preliminary understanding of the 3 institutions. Imperial Capital University is situated in the political nucleus of the Star Alliance, making it an unequivocal choice for those aspiring to enter politics. Eastern Radiance University, being a military academy, is a viable option for those intending to enlist. As for Chen Yuan University, it is reputed to harbor numerous academic enthusiasts, with many alchemical formulas and martial arts techniques originating from this institution. The founder of Chen Yuan University was, in fact, the pioneer of the mecha warrior system. Although Chen Yuan had yet to make an immediate decision, he found himself leaning towards one option. He had little inclination towards a political career, and the military's stringent regulations were unlikely to suit him. Thus, Chen Yuan University appeared to be the most fitting choice. However, he resolved to seek the opinions of others, as there remained a week for finalizing his decision. From the moment of receiving the admission invitation to confirming the target university, a total of 1 week was allotted. Once the time elapsed, university-specific spacecraft would arrive to escort the candidates to their respective star domains. At that moment, a sudden commotion arose among the candidates. Chen Yuan looked up to see 3 spacecraft docking at the periphery of the celestial mothership, which were to transport them back to their home planets. Chen Yuan, shall we go together? Dongfang Shua smiled. Simultaneously, Wang Qianjun and Qian Xiu joined Chen Yuan, while Dongfang Shua nodded slightly to the group, maintaining a neutral demeanor and a respectful distance. Let us return to Blue White Star, Chen Yuan affirmed. The journey back mirrored their arrival. Yet witnessing the Stargate once again left Chen Yuan in awe. The Stargate, no matter how many times one gazes upon it, remains utterly astonishing, he mused. Even upon his second encounter, it still evoked a thrilling sensation throughout his being. This time, they were no longer strangers. Familiarity had blossomed among the group, and Chen Yuan's quarters were now filled with a number of people. Hearing Chen Yuan's reflections, Song Hao smiled gently. I have heard that the establishment of the Stargate requires the involvement of at least one celestial martial deity. Chen Yuan, intrigued by this topic, promptly asked, What do you mean? Qian Xiao and the others leaned in with curiosity, as they were not as well informed as Song Hao regarding the awe-inspiring Stargate. And they too harbored questions, particularly about the celestial martial deities, which piqued their interest even further. Song Hao deliberated for a moment before posing a question. Are you aware of the fundamental principles behind the Stargate? Given the terrifying astronomical scale, how is it that the Stargate can drastically shorten the distance between two locations? Even across distances of tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of light years, vast astronomical spans that light itself would take millennia to traverse, the Stargate can facilitate a spacecraft's journey in merely a day. Chen Yuan and his companions shook their heads, oblivious to such knowledge. Gazing into the inquisitive eyes of those around him, Song Hao felt an exhilarating thrill. The satisfaction he derived from overcoming foes with martial prowess paled in comparison to the delight of vanquishing others through the sheer power of knowledge. Without further ado, he procured a square sheet of white paper and a pen, presenting them to the audience. He then proceeded to mark two symmetrically opposite black dots on either end of the paper before setting the pen aside and posing the question, how can the distance between these two black dots be minimized? Wang Qianjun promptly extended his index finger and drew a straight line between the two dots, asserting, of course, the line segment is the shortest distance between 2 points. Chen Yuan and Qian Xiu nodded in agreement. Indeed, that path was the most direct. While it is true that the line segment is the shortest between 2 points. Song Hao chuckled. You have only considered a two-dimensional plane. Let us shift our perspective. With that, he folded the paper in half, causing the two black dots to coincide perfectly. Then, using the tip of his pen, he punctured the overlapping dots, allowing the onlookers to peer through the newly created hole. Behold, is this not a shorter distance? The two black dots are now in direct contact. Chen Yuan grasped the concept. They had focused solely on their current dimensional perspective while neglecting the existence of higher dimensions. So, the creation of the Stargate involves higher dimensions? Chen Yuan ventured uncertainly. Song Hao's expression radiated a sense of teachability as he nodded affirmatively. Precisely, just as the two black dots exist in a two-dimensional plane, making the line segment the shortest distance, we exist in 3 dimensions. Through 3-dimensional interference, we can directly merge the two dots into a single spatial coordinate, drastically reducing the distance compared to the 2-dimensional line segment, indeed, by a considerable margin. Thus, the creation of the Stargate is achieved by employing higher dimensional interference to forcibly bend the 3-dimensional spacetime we inhabit, akin to folding the paper, thereby significantly shortening the distance between two locations. It is said that the astral martial deity possesses the ability to perform such high-dimensional interference, which is why the establishment of each Stargate necessitates the involvement of an astral martial deity. With a long, relieved sigh, Song Hao spread his hands and concluded, however, I only possess a general understanding of the principle. The specifics of achieving high-dimensional interference and how spacecraft can withstand the distortive forces of spacetime remain beyond my grasp. Chen Yuan nodded, partially comprehending the explanation. He understood the reasoning, yet a wise adage rings true. The more one knows, the more unknowns arise. It is akin to drawing a circle on a blank sheet of paper, where the area within the circle represents known entities while the circumference symbolizes the vast expanse of the unknown. As the circle expands, so too does the knowledge within it, while the circumference grows, leading to an increased encounter with the unknown. Chen Yuan found himself in such a predicament. Having gleaned the rudimentary principles of the Stargate from Song Hao, his internal questions multiplied. Consequently, during the 3 days of the spacecraft's voyage, Chen Yuan relentlessly pursued Song Hao with inquiries, eager to unravel the mysteries that remained. Fortunately, Song Hao possessed considerable knowledge, and coupled with his inclination to teach, he was more than willing to address Chen Yuan's inquiries. However, as time progressed, Chen Yuan's questions became increasingly bizarre, reaching a point where even Song Hao found himself at a loss for answers. Thankfully, upon the spacecraft's docking at the interstellar port of Blue White Star, Song Hao took his leave. Chapter 73. The Promise. As they disembarked from the spacecraft, Chen Yuan and Wang Qianjun spotted their principal, Fan Yaoxing, who had come to welcome them. Behind him, in the cockpit of a silver-white shuttle, the director of education, Li Tianming, waved cheerfully at the two. Our esteemed scholars from Shanxing No. 1 High School have finally returned. Fan Yaosheng exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, a broad smile illuminating his face. Principal. Wang Qianjun responded with exuberance. This time, thanks to Chen Yuan, his final score exceeded the minimum threshold by several points, and he had received admission invitations from 3 universities. Although these institutions were rather ordinary, Wang Qianjun felt immense satisfaction. Compared to Chen Yuan, he was undoubtedly overshadowed, yet in the eyes of the average person, simply gaining admission to a university marked him as an exceptional talent. I haven't forgotten what I told you before. Qianjun, you have done well. Fan Yaosheng was overjoyed. Even days after the momentous occasion, he struggled to contain his excitement over 2 graduates from Shanxing No. 1 High School, particularly with Chen Yuan, the prodigy destined to be accepted by the top 3 universities. This time, Shanxing No. 1 High School had truly made a name for itself. Chen Yuan was unfazed by verbal accolades. He yearned for something tangible. Principal, did my university assessments bring honor to our school? Honor? Tremendous honor. The director of the Education Bureau even personally invited me to dinner yesterday. Fan Yaosheng chuckled, stroking his smooth bald head. Then don't you think such splendid publicity deserves a little something extra? Chen Yuan flashed a knowing smile. Fan Yaosheng's expression momentarily stiffened in his recent jubilance. He had indeed overlooked this detail. But who was he? The astute principal of Shanxing No. 1 High School swiftly regained his composure, clapping Chen Yuan on the shoulder as he guided the two towards the shuttle. This is something I've certainly considered. I would never let you, our great benefactor, feel unappreciated. Before you head off to university, you shall receive it in your hands. However, the school is still awaiting approval from the Education Bureau, which may take some time. Once it's sanctioned, I shall personally supplement it to ensure it brings you a delightful surprise. I shall eagerly await the surprise you mentioned, Principal. Chen Yuan replied, amused. Naturally, he harbored little hope for the school's surprise. Even if the Education Bureau granted him 100,000 star coins as a reward, it would amount to merely a fraction of the worth of several vitality pills. It would be of lesser value than what Chen Yuan could earn during his university assessments. Undeterred by the lack of rewards from the school, Chen Yuan chose to view it as a fortunate windfall, akin to discovering a few dozen coins while strolling down the street. Though it was not a substantial amount, it certainly elevated his spirits. After all, when fortune smiles upon you, one should seize the opportunity. On board the shuttle, Chen Yuan once again inquired with the principal regarding which of the top 3 universities he should select. He did not rush to make a choice, as he intended to consult with professionals. After all, for a martial artist, the decision regarding which university to attend requires careful consideration. Fan Yaosheng seemed to have anticipated Chen Yuan's question, responding without hesitation. If it were you, you would undoubtedly choose Star Abyss University, as it is the most suitable institution for you. The rationale? Fan Yaosheng smiled knowingly. The entire university assessment was broadcast live, and you, my boy, did not conceal anything. Information about your unique physique has likely spread far and wide. Star Abyss University has profound research in this area of unique physiques. Those researchers, zealous in their pursuits, dare to study even the remnants of otherworldly deities. You could not go wrong by choosing to attend there. Of course, there was something Fan Yaosheng refrained from uttering. Given Chen Yuan's temperament, should he find himself at Imperial Capital University or East Radiance University, he would inevitably attract significant trouble, and one could only hope that no unforeseen incidents would arise. In these tumultuous times, while the Star Alliance appears formidable, it is, in fact, rife with internal strife among various factions, creating a state of chaos. Moreover, the interstellar races have long harbored grievances against the Star Alliance's tyranny. Tensions are bound to ignite, leading to inevitable conflict. With these thoughts in mind, Fan Yaosheng earnestly addressed Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, my boy, as long as you stay alive, I believe you are destined for extraordinary achievements. When the blue and white star faces peril, I hope you will lend your assistance. Chen Yuan was somewhat taken aback. He detected a hint of pessimism in the principal's tone. Was blue and white star truly in crisis? That seemed rather alarmist. Despite his doubts, Chen Yuan nodded in agreement. I hail from blue and white star, and I have friends here. I could never stand idly by. Good lad, I did not misjudge you. Fan Yaosheng smiled faintly, nodding with satisfaction. With Chen Yuan having reached the enlightenment realm in his martial path, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it was a foregone conclusion that he would attain the status of Earth Martial Sage. An Earth Martial Sage could easily safeguard a blue and white star. In the mountain city, Principal Fan Yaosheng insisted on treating Chen Yuan and Wang Qianjun, along with Director Li Tianming, to dinner. During the meal, Fan Yaosheng mentioned that numerous families were eager for Chen Yuan to be their guest, including the Lu family of Lu Qing. However, Chen Yuan declined all invitations. He had no ties to the Lu family, only a friendship with Lu Qing. If Lu Qing were present, visiting would be acceptable. But since Lu Qing was currently navigating the cosmos, what reason did Chen Yuan have to visit the Lu family? To sit around staring blankly at one another? Or to listen to the Lu family praise him as a youthful genius with limitless potential? Chen Yuan's time back was brief, only a few days, beyond selecting a university. He also needed to unwind. At the very least, he desired a day or two of solitude. Thus, he spent 2 days in his old house, emerging only on the third day. In this world, the university schedule is exceedingly tight. The mere fact that one has only 7 days to finalize their university choice before specialized spacecraft arrive to transport candidates to their respective star domains speaks volumes. The university spans a total of 8 years, devoid of the so-called winter and summer vacations. If one requires a break, they may simply apply for leave, as there exists no notion of statutory holidays. Given the current human lifespan, which hovers around 160 years even for those not martial artists, 8 years in university hardly seems extensive. The original owner's brief existence is an exception. Should Chen Yuan depart from Blue White Star this time, it remains uncertain when he shall return. After all, he lacks family or relatives on Blue White Star, living as an independent individual, truly invincible. As for friends like Lu Qing and Li Ming, each is engrossed in their own affairs, and they can connect through terminals when necessary. Absent any pressing matters, Chen Yuan is generally disinclined to make a special trip back. It is now time to meet that individual. With renewed vigor, Chen Yuan stepped outside his home. Chapter 74, Li Shutong and Bei Community. Under the guidance of the elderly steward, Chen Yuan encountered Yang Rui's father, the esteemed proprietor. Please, take a seat. Chen Yuan, with no pretense, promptly settled onto the sofa opposite the proprietor. The proprietor, as before, prepared a cup of tea for Chen Yuan and remarked candidly, "Your actions during this university assessment have indeed surprised me, befitting your prior performance." "You flatter me," Chen Yuan replied, savoring a small sip, reminiscent of the previous occasion. He then boldly consumed the entire cup. Delicious. The proprietor, unfazed by Chen Yuan's indulgent behavior, continued, "Have you decided which university to attend? Imperial Capital University, Dongyao University, or Xingyuan University?" Although Chen Yuan had already made up his mind, he inquired nonetheless, "Do you have any recommendations, esteemed proprietor?" "Certainly," the proprietor responded without hesitation. "Given your temperament, you would undoubtedly find the rules at either Imperial Capital University or Dongyao University intolerable, potentially leading to complications over time. Only Xingyuan University is sufficiently accommodating, allowing you ample freedom without significant issues." Yet again, it was Xingyuan University? Both the principal and the proprietor seemed to advocate for it. Chen Yuan's curiosity about Xingyuan University deepened, prompting him to express his thoughts. "I had anticipated the same. Xingyuan University. That is excellent," the proprietor replied, handing Chen Yuan a note and adding, "Upon entering university, all students face the crucial decision of selecting a university mentor. This choice is paramount. A university mentor is intrinsically linked to your life, intertwining your lineage and social connections. Selecting the right mentor is the first step in your university journey." Chen Yuan unfolded the note, which bore the name, Li Shutong. "Li Shutong," he murmured softly. "Trust me, unless your family has prearranged a mentor for you, I recommend choosing Li Shutong. He is a research genius who matches your martial talent, and is also a formidable martial artist himself, capable of providing you with ample support." The proprietor smiled. "Certainly, this is merely a suggestion. Once you enter Xingyuan University, it would be prudent to engage with Li Shutong, as I have not been in contact with him for over a decade." "Understood," Chen Yuan nodded. The endorsement from such a prominent figure signifies that Li Shutong must be exceptional. Regardless of the motivation, Chen Yuan is determined to meet him. "Allow me to impart a final piece of wisdom. Where there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. Beneath the stars, absolute tranquility is a myth. The university is no exception, rife with factional rivalries and treacherous machinations, where casualties are not uncommon. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges, it is wise to endure for the moment. Once you achieve the status of a grand martial sage, what once appeared as obstacles will easily dissolve." The esteemed figure spoke with profound sincerity. From the elder's words, Chen Yuan discerned that university life is far from simple. It appears to be more than a mere venue for learning and martial arts, distinct from the universities of his former life. "Well, the truth is, I sought you out for no particular reason, other than my son misses you greatly. This farewell may stretch for several years," the elder remarked. "Ah, that rascal Yang Rui," Chen Yuan chuckled, and after bidding farewell to the elder, he made his way to Yang Rui's room unaccompanied. "Drink." Yang Rue exclaimed, brandishing a blade as he diligently practiced the 8 Extremes Thunderblade within his chamber. Upon hearing the door creak open, he called out without turning, "Just a moment, let me finish this set before I eat." Has he already mastered the 8 Extremes Thunderblade to a minor degree? Quite impressive. Yang Rue quickly sensed that the voice was unfamiliar, yet oddly recognizable. He turned to see the visitor and, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Teacher?" "It is I," Chen Yuan replied with a smile. Yang Rue's innate talent far surpassed his own. During his arduous training, it took Chen Yuan nearly a year to progress from novice to minor mastery of the 8 Extremes Thunderblade. While Yang Rue achieved this milestone in just over 2 months, surprise flickered in Yang Rue's eyes. But he quickly assumed a serious demeanor and inquired, "Which university did you choose?" "Xingyuan University," Chen Yuan confirmed his decision. Yang Rue lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, then raised it, affirming to Chen Yuan, "Then I shall surely be admitted to Xingyuan University. That may prove challenging." Chen Yuan was not Yang Rue's father, and he felt no hesitation in dispelling any illusions that might coddle Yang Rue's tender spirit. Yang Rue's expression faltered slightly. However, Chen Yuan quickly added, "Yet, I can impart a martial technique to elevate your abilities further." "What technique?" Upon hearing that Chen Yuan would teach him martial arts, Yang Rue's interest visibly piqued. After a few moments of reflection, Chen Yuan began to instruct Yang Rue on the spot. "While you wield a weapon, there may come times when you find yourself unarmed. In such instances, combat skills become essential. The martial art I will teach you is not merely a series of punches or palm strikes. It is designed to enhance your self-defense capabilities in circumstances where you are without a weapon." This martial art, crafted spontaneously by Chen Yuan, could be considered a foundational technique, blending his own insights into the art of combat. It is not complex, akin to a high school student setting challenges for a primary school pupil. It requires little contemplation to devise numerous formidable problems. Thus, the afternoon swiftly elapsed, and twilight began to descend. After ensuring that Yang Rue had grasped the essentials of the martial arts technique, Chen Yuan prepared to take his leave. "Master, you have yet to tell me the name of this martial art," Yang Rue inquired, trailing behind Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan had not considered the name of the martial art, as it was merely an impromptu creation of his own. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Let it be called Yin Yang Senshou." Time flew by, heeding advice. Chen Yuan ultimately chose to attend Xingyuan University. Before long, it was the eve of the arrival of the university's exclusive spacecraft. As Chen Yuan busied himself with packing, he felt a subtle warmth emanating from his palm. The reverse cross. He instantly recognized it. A series of knocks echoed at the door. "Quite polite," he noted. With his eyes narrowed, he observed that the biological chip, bestowed upon him by the reverse cross, began to act peculiarly at that very moment. There was no need to guess. The visitor outside was undoubtedly affiliated with the reverse cross. This enigmatic organization, along with the chip, instilled in Chen Yuan a sense of being watched. Yet, given that the visitor had knocked, it was clear they were extending a gesture of goodwill. At the very least, there was no hostility. Contemplating this, Chen Yuan consciously opened the door. Chapter 75. Departure to the Xingyuan Star Domain. Standing at the threshold was a bald man, his visage adorned with fleshiness and intricate patterns resembling writhing black tattoos. "You from the reverse cross? What do you want with me?" Chen Yuan blocked the entrance, his hands crackling with black and white arcs of electricity, fully prepared for any confrontation. Regardless of whether the visitor bore goodwill or malice, any engagement would inevitably attract the attention of the authorities in Shanxing. What if this bald man possessed extraordinary strength, capable of dispatching Chen Yuan in an instant? If he were truly that formidable, no amount of preparation on Chen Yuan's part would suffice, rendering further discussion moot. "I am not affiliated with the Reverse Cross. To be precise, I belong to the Reverse Star Society." "Reverse Star Society?" Chen Yuan furrowed his brow, confronted with yet another organization he had never heard of. The names Reverse Cross and Reverse Star Society hinted at an undeniable connection. "What is the relationship between the Reverse Cross and the Reverse Star Society?" he queried directly. "The Reverse Cross is one of the many enterprises under the aegis of the Reverse Star Society. I have come to extend an invitation for you to join our ranks," the bald man stated with a gentle demeanor. "But have I not already joined?" Chen Yuan opened his palm, revealing that the biological chip had ceased its warmth. "The Reverse Cross is the Reverse Cross, and the Reverse Star Society is the Reverse Star Society. Should you choose to join the Reverse Star Society, your privileges within the Reverse Cross can be elevated to oxygen level, along with numerous other benefits," the bald man patiently elucidated. "Could you enlighten me about the purpose of the Reverse Star Society? I require some time to contemplate my decision." Chen Yuan continued to inquire, seeking to extract valuable information. However, the The bald man was alarmingly candid, delivering a revelation that startled Chen Yuan. The core tenet of the Reverse Star Society is to overthrow the tyrannical reign of the Star Alliance. Chen Yuan, overthrow the tyrannical reign of the Star Alliance? Did you not just state that outright? No concealment whatsoever? How has this Reverse Star Society survived until today? I regret to inform you that I must decline. Chen Yuan resolutely refused. Joking aside, who would dare to join the Reversed Star Society? Chen Yuan, trust me, in the future, you will come to understand the atrocities committed by the Star Alliance. At that point, you are destined to become our ally. Why not join us now and avoid unnecessary complications? You are undoubtedly meant for greatness, and thus should join us in our grand endeavors. The bald man's sincerity was evident, yet the implications of his words were indeed astonishing. As for the future, I cannot say, but I am resolute in my decision not to join now, responded Chen Yuan decisively. Very well, believe me, you will eventually join us, the bald man nodded. Then slowly retreated, his figure vanishing into the darkness. This organization is quite perplexing. Each appearance and disappearance of the Reversed Cross, or the Reversed Star Society, caught Chen Yuan off guard. Naturally, he refrained from stirring up trouble by reporting the Reversed Star Society to the Star Alliance. There was no need for that. The following day, at the Blue and White Star Interstellar Port, a silver-white shuttle slowly descended, and two figures emerged from the craft, Fan Yaoxing and Chen Yuan. This departure would leave them uncertain of when they might meet again. Fan Yaoxing couldn't help but express his sentiments. Chen Yuan remained silent, his gaze searching for the principal, still anticipating the promised surprise. Where is it? If it doesn't appear soon, I'll be boarding the ship. Hey, you rascal. Fan Yaoxing feigned annoyance but nonetheless activated his personal terminal, and a box, about the height of an adult's knee, suddenly appeared before Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan sensed that the box was filled with an array of cultivation resources, with potent energy emanating from within, accompanied by a faint herbal fragrance. Take it. I knew you were waiting for this. Fan Yaoxing gestured. Principal, your terminal? Chen Yuan questioned. Noting that the principal's casual display of such a method resembled a storage bag from the realm of cultivation, akin to a Shumi ring. It's merely a personal subspace. Once you arrive at Star Abyss University, their staff will update your terminal, and this feature will certainly be added. There's no need to envy me, Fan Yaoxing remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan ceased his inquiries. He promptly opened the box before him and found it indeed brimming with various cultivation supplies, elixirs, herbs, and nutrient pastes, all specifically prepared by Principal Fan Yaoxing for him. Though these were relatively common items from the continent, the quantity was quite substantial. Thank you, Principal. Chen Yuan expressed his gratitude, then, in front of Fan Yaoxing, began to consume the cultivation supplies in handfuls, swallowing them whole without chewing. In under half a minute, the entire box was depleted, a scene reminiscent of a real-life glutton. The school proved to be far more generous than he had anticipated. His lifespan had increased by 200 years, totaling 1,000 years now. What an enviable constitution. Though Fan Yaoxing had long suspected Chen Yuan's remarkable physique, witnessing such a terrifying absorption ability firsthand was still awe-inspiring. No wonder the legendary gluttonous divine body exhibits astonishing growth speed. With such an absorption capacity, it would be impossible not to progress swiftly, provided there are sufficient cultivation resources. The gluttonous divine body. What sort of exceptional constitution is that? Chen Yuan's expression revealed a hint of surprise, while his heart was filled with murmurs. It seems my deliberate concealment has taken effect. Even the principal believes I possess the so-called gluttonous divine body. However, what exactly is this gluttonous divine body? Never mind, let them guess at their leisure. Fan Yaoxing, noticing the subtle shift in Chen Yuan's demeanor, assumed he had exposed the truth behind the other's physique and earnestly remarked, Star Abyss University has long been at the forefront of developing special physiques. Your choice to attend there is indeed wise, as it will undoubtedly allow you to maximize the potential of your gluttonous divine body. You need not worry about the disclosure of your unique physique, should others attempt to capture you for research. The researchers at Star Abyss University would be eager to cherish such a rare gluttonous divine body. I understand, Principal. Chen Yuan decided not to dwell on it any longer. The gluttonous divine body it is. Henceforth, he shall be a bona fide gluttonous divine body. Star Abyss University is not a mere small place like Blue-White Star. It is best to avoid trouble there and focus on personal growth. Fan Yaoxing waved his hand, signaling Chen Yuan to board the ship. Am I leaving now? Chen Yuan turned to ask. Yes, this time I do not expect you to astonish the world. Focus on your martial training. Survival is of utmost importance. Fan Yaoxing nodded in agreement. Survival is paramount? The big boss harbors such concerns as well. It seems that universities in the interstellar era are not absolutely safe. Chen Yuan sighed, then stepped forward to board his interstellar vessel. Interstellar travel remained somewhat monotonous, apart from the initial view of the myriad stars. Most of the journey was enveloped in endless darkness. Only when he beheld the star gates, which spanned the cosmos like a wondrous spectacle, did Chen Yuan feel a slight lift in spirit. After passing through 2 star gates, a dazzling star cluster suddenly illuminated the boundless dark expanse of space. Within the confines of the starship, a gentle female voice resonated. "Attention passengers, we have arrived at the Star Abyss star region." Chapter 76. Star Abyss University. The Star Abyss star region derives its name from the existence of one of the most renowned universities in the Stellar Federation, Star Abyss University. The Martial Mecha system, the earliest proponent of stargates, numerous new alchemical formulas, and hybrid medicinal materials all originate from Star Abyss University. Its prominence rivals only the other 2 esteemed institutions, the Imperial Capital University and Dongyao University. Star Abyss University is not situated on a specific planet, but exists within a uniquely vast subspace, specially opened by the Stellar Federation. At this moment, before Chen Yuan's eyes, a resplendent dark purple halo abruptly hung in the depths of space. Against the backdrop of the infinite cosmic darkness, it appeared extraordinarily mysterious. Concurrently, numerous interstellar ships and shuttles traversed the halo, resembling a miniature star gate magnified countless times. The ship that Chen Yuan occupied also plunged into the dark purple halo. Upon crossing the threshold of the halo, the environment transformed dramatically. Behind the ship, the dark purple halo spanned the horizon, akin to a magnificent sun magnified hundreds of times, evoking a sense of awe. In front of the ship, skyscrapers towered as bustling shuttles navigated with fervor, while large commercial vessels thundered as they took off and landed. "This is Star Abyss University." Chen Yuan could hardly conceal his excitement. This was the interstellar backdrop he had envisioned. Although the blue and white planet showcased several technological marvels unfamiliar to him, it bore a certain resemblance to Earth from his past life. In comparison to Star Abyss University, the essence of the interstellar experience was still markedly distant. As he disembarked from the spacecraft, the grounding sensation invigorated Chen Yuan, and at that moment, a slightly anxious voice called out from behind him. "Hello, may I inquire if you are Chen Yuan, a new student of this year's martial arts academy?" Behind him stood a slender young man with black hair and black eyes, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Yuan. Despite the interrogative tone, there was a firm conviction in his voice. Chen Yuan nodded. "Yes, that's me. And you are?" "My name is Meng Xinghan, a second-year student in the mecha manufacturing department, and I am assigned as your guide to familiarize you with the various areas of Star Abyss University," Meng Xinghan explained slowly. "A guide?" Chen Yuan mused, finding it reminiscent of his previous university experience, where senior students welcome newcomers. He then expressed his curiosity. "Why are senior students like you responsible for the welcoming instead of using artificial intelligence? Wouldn't that be more convenient?" Based on Chen Yuan's observations during his journey, the Star Alliance's artificial intelligence was exceptionally advanced, with anthropomorphic qualities that allowed it to perform nearly all functions akin to a human, save for the realm of abstract emotions. Under such circumstances, it seemed logical that AI could easily fulfill this role. Meng Xinghan, clearly understanding Chen Yuan's inquiry, continued, "First and foremost, guiding new students earns academic credits, promoting the internal circulation of campus credits. If everything were delegated to AI, this circulation would be severely hindered. Moreover, our university strictly prohibits the abuse of artificial intelligence. 3 years ago, our principal even proposed regulations for stringent control over AI usage at the Star Alliance Assembly, but unfortunately, the proposal was ultimately rejected." "Ah, I see," Chen Yuan acknowledged, enlightened. Subsequently, Meng Xinghan commenced the tour of Star Abyss University. The university boasted a resident population of approximately 8 million, half of whom were students, while the remaining half comprised faculty, their families, civil servants, and various other individuals. 4 million students just at Star Abyss University. Chen Yuan gasped silently. His curiosity piqued as he inquired, "How many students are there in the Martial Arts Academy?" Without a moment's hesitation, Meng Xinghan replied, "The Martial Arts Academy maintains around 10,000 students each year, so the total should be approximately 80,000. "Only 80,000? Chen Yuan was astonished. The stark contrast between 4 million and 80,000 was quite significant. However, upon reflection, having 80,000 prodigious martial artists akin to Hells and Dongfang Shua was indeed no small feat of course. The talent pool in the Martial Arts Academy was comparatively smaller and demanded substantial financial resources, and Star Abyss University encompassed more than just the Martial Arts Academy. with an abundance of exceptional talents across various disciplines. In our mecha manufacturing program alone, there are nearly 50,000 students in each grade. Meng Xinghan chuckled. In terms of land area, Star Abyss University currently spanned 10 million square kilometers. However, this was not the limit of its spatial expansion. As the population grew, the university would gradually extend its territorial reach. As the conversation unfolded, Meng Xinghan offered an analogy, akin to land reclamation, utilizing force field machinery to capture free-floating matter from the cosmos for filling. The continental plates employed for the current university assessments at the Martial Arts Academy were crafted in a similarly straightforward manner. However, the endeavor of conjuring an entire ecosystem from nothingness posed a far greater challenge than merely fabricating a landmass composed of inorganic materials. Meng Xinghan appeared well acquainted with the details of the Martial Arts Academy, articulating his insights with remarkable clarity. 10 million square kilometers, he mused inwardly, was approximately the size of the nation from his previous life. Several hours drifted by, and through Meng Xinghan's enthusiastic exposition, Chen Yuan finally grasped a preliminary understanding of Chen Yuan University. By the way, your terminal version seems somewhat outdated. It must have originated from a rather remote star region. Remember to update it at the academy. Meng Xinghan chuckled, continuing, after the update, not only will you gain access to 100 cubic meters of portable subspace, but you will also connect to the Star Alliance network, making everything significantly more convenient. Is this the novice package from Chen Yuan University? Chen Yuan remarked, glancing at the terminal on his wrist. That description was indeed fitting. Let us proceed. We still have one last destination. Meng Xinghan nodded and led Chen Yuan deeper into the academy's grounds, where formidable martial artists were visible everywhere. Meng Xinghan gazed at the passing warriors with a hint of envy, reminiscing, I too aspired to become a martial artist, but alas, I lacked the aptitude for it. With 4 million students enrolled at Chen Yuan University, the mere 80,000 at the Martial Arts Academy underscored the arduous path to becoming a martial artist. Winding through the expansive architectural area, they found that as they advanced, the buildings became sparser, yet the throngs of onlookers grew in number, with many martial artists even engaging in spontaneous bouts. Chen Yuan, this next step is solely up to you. Meng Xinghan pointed ahead. What do you mean? Chen Yuan inquired. Meng Xinghan locked eyes with Chen Yuan and spoke deliberately. At the Martial Arts Academy, everything is dictated by strength. Even the selection of dormitories follows this principle. The new students have nearly all arrived, and are likely competing fiercely for accommodations. From the finest small estates in the front district to the most basic double occupancy rooms, it is up to the martial artists to fight for and claim what they desire. This is the essence of the Martial Arts Academy. This is what it means to be a martial artist. Chapter 77. The True Genius. Must even the dormitory be contested? Chen Yuan pondered, realizing that the competition at the Martial Arts Academy was far more intense than he had anticipated. Yet, this suited him perfectly. As Chen Yuan had always maintained, if one wished for others to invest in them, they must first demonstrate their talent or strength. The philosophy of the Martial Arts Academy aligned with Chen Yuan's own. He would strive for what he desired rather than waiting for others to bestow it upon him. Thus, he declared, let us head to the front district. Meng Xinghan hesitated for a moment, then nodded, very well. Upon their arrival at the dormitories in the front district of Chen Yuan University, they found the area teeming with people, both martial artists and ordinary individuals alike. Bang! With a dull thud, a figure was sent flying, coughing blood as they crashed heavily to the ground. The one who defeated him was a woman. Her body a tapestry of muscles, with her hands wrapped in white cloth. With her brows furrowed in defiance, she surveyed the surroundings and coldly declared, who is next? Among the onlookers were undoubtedly seasoned students from the Martial Arts Academy, who began to nod and comment on the scene. This year's new students are quite impressive. This martial artist, at the pinnacle of the enlightened realm, has mastered 2 first-tier transformation martial arts, one a form of boxing, the other a style of horizontal training, complementing each other beautifully. I recall her name is Song Jiesin. Her formidable presence and solid foundation are indeed commendable. With her peak enlightened realm cultivation and mastery of 2 transformation martial arts, she is a true expert among the newcomers. In Dormitory 1, there is a glimmer of hope for this woman. At this moment, Meng Xinghan turned to his companion Chen Yuan, fully aware of Chen Yuan's motive for approaching the front area. It is evident that every individual who gains admission to the Chen Yuan University Martial Arts Academy is not one to shy away from competition. Yet, the reality is often disheartening. For this world is never short of prodigies. Chen Yuan, I am uncertain of your capabilities, but I must caution you. Beneath this starry sky, martial talent is as abundant as the stars. There are far too many. Perhaps you have just entered Chen Yuan University, still brimming with pride. But each cohort of martial arts students is filled with what the masses refer to as martial geniuses. Every year, the academy has its share of casualties. Within the fray, there are not infrequent deaths among martial artists, all of whom are undeniably geniuses from their respective planets. Meng Xinghan understood Chen Yuan's thoughts. He merely wished to vie for supremacy. And if he were a martial artist, he would harbor similar aspirations. However, Chen Yuan countered, "Have you ever encountered a true genius? The Martial Arts Academy of Chen Yuan University is filled with geniuses." Meng Xinghan replied, "But none can surpass me." Chen Yuan responded with a smile. Arrogant. This was Meng Xinghan's first impression of Chen Yuan. Within the Martial Arts Academy of Chen Yuan University, martial talents were as numerous as fish crossing a river. Yet Chen Yuan dared to assert that none rivaled him. "Young man, are you also a newcomer? You certainly have a bold tongue. If you possess the skill, do not hide behind and chatter. Step forward and defeat all the new students. I would respect you as a true man." They were not alone. Many keen-eared martial artists in attendance overheard Chen Yuan's audacious remarks. Most of those present were either new or seasoned students of the academy, each proud and ambitious, unwilling to tolerate an obscure newcomer boasting so brazenly. Ignoring them, Chen Yuan maneuvered through the crowd and approached. Although Song Jiasen had just completed a match, her energy and vigor remained largely intact. Upon seeing another challenger approach, she raised an eyebrow and asked, "You wish to challenge me?" "Indeed." Chen Yuan replied with a slight nod. Having already bested 3 opponents, Song Jiasen was in high spirits. "Do not blame me for not warning you. In the world of martial artists, strength reigns supreme. There is no need for wasted time. Let us begin." Chen Yuan interrupted her. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Not only Meng Xinghan, but all the students watching could not help but think of these words. Upon hearing this, Song Jiasen's eyes narrowed, a flicker of anger igniting within her. Yet this surge of indignation did not incite her to impulsivity. Those who gain admission to Chen Yuan University are hardly fools. The individual before her dared to be so arrogant. Either they were feigning confidence to provoke her into carelessness, or they possessed an undeniable strength that matched their bravado. Regardless of which scenario it was, a sense of caution had silently arisen within Song Jiasen. "As you wish, let the battle commence." With her fists positioned before her, she assumed a defensive stance. "Very well," Chen Yuan articulated, stepping forward with his left foot, causing fissures to rapidly spread across the ground beneath him. A low hum resonated as Meng Xinghan suddenly sensed a subtle tremor in the earth. Even the fine dust on the ground began to rise slightly. Such formidable power. Chen Yuan must have cultivated a martial art that emphasizes strength, though one cannot dismiss the possibility of innate divine strength or a unique physique. Meng Xinghan felt a twinge of astonishment. It is worth noting that the land upon which the Martial Arts Department of Chen Yuan University stands was specifically designed to accommodate the extraordinary physical capabilities and terrifying destructive force of warriors. Thus, it was deliberately compressed using a force field, achieving a strength comparable to that of alloys, with the intention of serving as a rudimentary arena. This newcomer has not been boastful. The power exhibited in that single step is indeed on par with a body-refining realm warrior, truly impressive. Observing his physique, it is evident that he has mastered a martial art focused on strength. At this moment, murmurs of discussion began to ripple among the onlooking students. Those who had previously regarded Chen Yuan with a hint of disdain now found their expressions tightening with a newfound seriousness. Such terrifying power. Song Jiasen's demeanor grew grave, an intense sense of crisis blossoming within her, while simultaneously feeling relieved that she had not underestimated him. The strength is formidable. However, I possess my own mastery of external martial arts. As her vital energy coursed through her body, Song Jiasen's skin darkened momentarily. A layer of substance resembling lime swiftly covering her formerly sun-kissed complexion. Experiencing the overwhelming physicality brought forth by her first-tier external martial art, Song Jiasen resolved, no matter what, she would undoubtedly withstand the next strike. Whoosh! Chen Yuan made his move. A tremendous force surged from his legs, coursing through his entire being, ultimately manifesting as a straightforward, yet powerful punch. The mixed Yuan Dragon Elephant True Skill. 823 years of cultivation. Could it be blocked? Boom. The colossal force crashed down. As Song Jiasen raised her hands in defense, the confidence that once adorned her face evaporated entirely. Block. It was utterly futile. The external martial arts she had taken pride in, her robust physique, crumbled like brittle straw upon contact with this immense power. What kind of external martial arts is this? As this thought flickered through her mind, Song Jiasen was sent flying, colliding with several onlookers along her path. Chen Yuan did not revel in the ease with which he had defeated an opponent. He clenched and unclenched his fists. ultimately conceding that his physical strength had indeed limited the full power of the second layer of the mixed Yuan Dragon Elephant true skill. The challenge lay before him. Yet this was not the time for Chen Yuan to ponder solutions. He surveyed the surroundings, his voice resonating with authority. Next. Chapter 78. The first among new students. Next. As Chen Yuan effortlessly defeated Song Jiasin with a single punch, the surrounding clamor of discussions abruptly fell silent. Song Jiasin was no weakling. On the contrary, she possessed peak enlightenment realm cultivation, complemented by 2 first-grade transformation techniques. Even among the new students of Star Abyss University, she ranked above average. Yet, such a formidable opponent was dispatched with ease, hinting at the extraordinary strength of this sudden contender. In the presence of this individual, none of the new students dared to assert their confidence in overcoming him. Is there no one? If not, then the dormitory number 1 belongs to me, Chen Yuan. You may disperse now, Chen Yuan proclaimed loudly, deliberately. From the very beginning, his intention was to make a name for himself. He had no time to engage in petty squabbles with a group of freshmen from Star Abyss University. What could he possibly gain in terms of cultivation resources from such trivial contests? If he were to compete, it would be against the senior students, directly vying with the institution for resources. Thus, it was imperative for Chen Yuan to establish his status as the top freshman from the moment he entered the school. By doing so, he could attract the attention of the higher echelons of Star Abyss University, paving the way for future acquisition of cultivation resources. Chen Yuan's goal was unequivocal. He had but one purpose at Star Abyss University: resources, and more resources. You might be underestimating the world, Chen Yuan. Allow me, Jiang Jin, to challenge you. A man with a crew cut slowly stepped forward from the onlookers. Jiang Jin had an ordinary appearance and a tan complexion, with a nearly 2-meter-long black staff strapped to his back. His demeanor and looks were unremarkable, yet none dared to belittle him. Jiang Jin was a body refinement realm warrior. Though Chen Yuan had never heard of him, some in the crowd recognized him. The number 1 of the ladder of Mo Yun, Jiang Jin, a body refinement realm warrior, achieved first place with overwhelming strength, scoring a perfect 1,000 in the university assessment. His prowess is formidable. I once faced Jiang Jin in the finals, and after exchanging 10 blows, I was defeated. His strength is indeed formidable. To reach the body refinement realm at such a young age is truly remarkable. He is undoubtedly among the elite of this cohort. The emergence of Jiang Jin, a body refinement realm warrior, stirred quite a commotion among the new students. A body refinement realm warrior? Now, this is getting interesting. Chen Yuan's gaze shifted. He was in need of a worthy opponent, and perhaps Jiang Jin fit the bill. Chen Yuan, come forth. Very well. The two exchanged no further words, signaling each other briefly before launching into action. Chen Yuan struck out with a familiar, unadorned punch. Yet it contained the unfathomable power of the dragon and elephant. Jiang Jin, confident in his body refinement realm cultivation, aimed to match Chen Yuan's strength with his own punch. However, he underestimated his opponent. Boom. As their fists collided, Chen Yuan remained steadfast, while Jiang Jin's expression shifted to one of astonishment, the tremendous force compelling him to stagger back several steps. Chen Yuan withdrew his hand, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. Was he merely at the initial stage of the body refinement realm? Jiang Jin, his expression grave, nodded and drew forth the dark staff from his back. Acknowledging the recent exchange, he conceded that in terms of sheer strength, as an initiate of the body refinement realm, he was no match for Chen Yuan. However, when comparing the realm of body refinement to that of enlightenment, the advantages extend beyond mere strength. They represent a comprehensive domination. At this moment, Jiang Jin regards Chen Yuan as a formidable adversary, worthy of his utmost effort. Receiving Jiang Jin's affirmation, Chen Yuan lets out a sigh. His prowess, having just entered the body refinement stage, is insufficient. Thus, he resolves to defeat him with a single strike. Chen Yuan draws forth his power-driven chainsaw sword, the weapon that had accompanied him during the finals of his university assessment, now nearing the end of its lifespan. The blade glistens with a pure white sheen, emanating a terrifying heat that begins to radiate outward, its performance pushed to the limits, on the brink of overclocking. Once more, the two engage in combat. In the first stage of transformation, the cage-bound staff, Jiang Jin's veins bulge as he wields a dark, long staff suffused with a crimson hue, launching a downward strike aimed at Chen Yuan's head. Does he lack even the second stage of martial arts? Chen Yuan's expression remains unchanged. Had it been a second stage technique, he might have taken it more seriously. Yet, even with the enhancement from the body refinement stage, a first stage martial art barely compels him to exert himself. The combat prowess of a warrior relies not solely on their realm. Otherwise, why would warriors toil and struggle, merely to compare realms. With a whoosh, a white arc of electricity manifests around Chen Yuan, propelling his long blade in a horizontal arc. He strikes first despite being the latter to move. Boom. Bang. A sharp pain courses through his abdomen, and Jiang Jin's staff unexpectedly slips from his grasp, crashing to the ground. His face contorts slightly, and he cannot suppress a few dry coughs. I have lost, Jiang Jin rasps. He understands that Chen Yuan had deliberately held back, otherwise, he could have been cleaved in two. There is no shame in being defeated by me. Chen Yuan sheathes his blade, his gaze once more sweeping over the crowd of onlookers. Yet, it remains insufficient. Jiang Jin's strength is still lacking. However, this time, no one steps forward. With Jiang Jin defeated, would those in the Enlightenment stage dare to step up and invite their own discomfort? The silence is unexpectedly profound. Is there no one stronger? Someone beyond Jiang Jin's prowess? Chen Yuan speaks slowly. No one responds to him. Observing this, Chen Yuan shakes his head. I hail from a rather obscure planet and have long heard of the illustrious reputation of the three great powers of the Star Alliance, harboring aspirations of joining. Yet, now that I have truly entered Star Abyss University, I find that its reputation may be somewhat exaggerated. In this vast institution with nearly 10,000 new martial arts students, can there not be a single worthy opponent? Upon hearing this, both the newcomers and the seasoned students display expressions of indignation. Yet, the strength of a warrior commands respect. The group of Enlightenment stage newcomers cannot contend with Chen Yuan. The older students, though not lacking in strength, find no benefit in engaging him. Losing would bring them great embarrassment. Just as the crowd finds itself in a quandary, a robust man with piercing eyes steps forward, arms crossed. Chen Yuan, I have heard of your exploits in battling numerous foes single-handedly during the university assessment, as well as your renowned self-created martial arts. I am aware of your ambition to be the top newcomer. I had no intention of competing with you or engaging in combat, but your words have crossed a line. An invisible aura slowly erupts from this man, revealing his body refinement stage presence. Chen Yuan immediately perked up, sensing that the individual before him was undoubtedly a formidable expert, possessing strength that surpassed even Jiang Jin by a considerable margin. Yet, he was still not his equal. This was Zhou Yuan, hailing from the Imperial Capital Star Domain, at the second level of body refinement. Before Chen Yuan could inquire further, Zhou Yuan introduced himself. Using the name of a star domain as an introduction, Chen Yuan realized that Zhou Yuan was no ordinary individual. Typically, one would introduce themselves by their birthplace, but only those of distinguished lineage within the Star Alliance would refer to themselves by their star domain. Defeat me, and you shall be the undisputed champion of the new students, Zhou Yuan proclaimed with unwavering confidence. This statement clearly conveyed to Chen Yuan that he was the strongest among the newcomers, and should Chen Yuan triumph over him, he would rightfully claim the title of first. Moreover, no one dared to contest his assertion. Very well, let us engage in battle. Chen Yuan laughed heartily. He was well aware that Star Abyss University harbored experts capable of elevating his own reputation. Neither of the two favored idle chatter. Boom. The blood and energy within them surged explosively. An intangible aura began to emanate from Zhou Yuan before condensing sharply, coalescing into his right fist. Second-tier martial art, skyward fist. Haha. Body refinement at the second level, second-tier enlightened fist technique. Now this is commendable. Chen Yuan erupted into laughter. Distinct arcs of black and white lightning danced between his palms, leaping forth before coalescing into a forceful strike, transitioning from a slow pace to an astonishing speed. Second-tier yin-yang vanquishing hand. Neither held back, nor did they engage in any preliminary probing, as they aimed to settle the outcome with a single strike. Boom. The ground beneath them, compressed through multiple layers of force, was as hard as metal, cracking and splintering in countless directions. Visible shockwaves rippled through the air. Whoosh. Chen Yuan was sent flying backward, his feet striking the ground numerous times before he finally managed to halt his momentum. Zhou Yuan, you are impressive. He could not help but exclaim in admiration. Step, step, step. Zhou Yuan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, staggered back 3 paces, each step leaving a deep imprint on the ground. He had been defeated. Remarkable move. Zhou Yuan wiped the blood from his lips, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he inquired, is that your own creation? What is it called? Yin-yang vanquishing hand. Chen Yuan nodded in affirmation. Zhou Yuan, not one to sulk over defeat, clasped his hands in acknowledgement, declaring, you are now the unequivocal champion of the new students. Chapter 79. Terminal Update. Chen Yuan. You are now the undisputed first among the new students of Star Abyss University, Zhou Yuan proclaimed with a bow. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan smiled slightly. Are you so certain? Perhaps there are hidden talents among the new students, stronger than I. Aside from you, There is no one among the newcomers who can match me, Zhou Yuan asserted with extraordinary confidence. From start to finish, their encounter lasted a mere 10 seconds, so swift that observers could scarcely comprehend the exchange before it concluded. Meng Xinghan's gaze fell upon Zhou Yuan. He, an ordinary individual, could not discern the clash between the two, nor did he understand why Zhou Yuan had suddenly been bested. Yet, he knew that Zhou Yuan's name had long been recognized by those who were aware. Zhou Yuan, the Zhou Yuan from the imperial capital Star Domain. In the realm of martial arts, where the body is tempered and the spirit refined, Zhou Yuan, a master of the second-tier martial art Ting Shitian Quan, shone brilliantly during the university assessments, triumphing over numerous young prodigies in the imperial capital Star Domain without a single defeat. Yet, astonishingly, he fell to Chen Yuan. Meng Xinghan, an ardent admirer of martial arts, was well versed in the prowess of many experts in the imperial capital Star Domain, particularly Zhou Yuan, who was his idol. However, it was precisely his deep understanding of Zhou Yuan's strength that made Meng Xinghan all the more incredulous at Zhou Yuan's unexpected defeat to a fellow freshman, Chen Yuan. At that moment, Meng Xinghan recalled Chen Yuan's earlier declaration as he surveyed the other experts. None of them are my equal. Initially, he had thought Chen Yuan was merely an arrogant newcomer, unwilling to accept inferiority. Yet, with Zhou Yuan himself having succumbed to Chen Yuan, Meng Xinghan finally grasped the profound significance of Chen Yuan's words. Chen Yuan hailed from a relatively obscure star domain, with spectators at the university assessments primarily from Blue-White Star, Black Fragment Star, and Mocha Star. Thus, only the higher echelons of the school were aware of his background. At this juncture, the students present knew little to nothing about Chen Yuan. However, from Zhou Yuan's account, they discerned a remarkable revelation. The martial arts displayed by Chen Yuan in his battle against Zhou Yuan were, astonishingly, self-created. To forge one's own martial arts in the Enlightenment realm and carve out a personal path in the martial arts world, what extraordinary talent is this? Self-created martial arts? Truly. Star Abyss University, one of the 3 prestigious institutions of the Star Alliance, fosters geniuses. Back in his hometown, he was regarded as the pinnacle of talent. Yet upon entering Star Abyss University, he realized that genius was merely the threshold to encounter Chen Yuan. To achieve such a personal breakthrough at this early stage, should he continue to refine his skills, would it not lead him directly to the status of a Grand Master of martial arts? The potential is indeed terrifying. Not only was Meng Xinghan astounded, but those who understood even a modicum of martial arts were acutely aware of the formidable implications behind the phrase self-created martial arts. Chen Yuan had indeed held back. At this moment, Jiang Jin and Song Jiasin, observing the scene, acknowledged that their defeat was justified. Zhou Yuan took a deep breath, his injuries having largely healed. Suddenly, a flicker of realization crossed his face as he swiftly waved to Chen Yuan, speaking with urgency. In our recent battle, I unexpectedly grasped an insight that will allow me to break through to the subtlety of Ting Shitian Quan. Once I find a quiet place to refine my abilities, we shall battle again. I shall leave the title of first of the freshmen for you, but I will return in a few days to claim it. Without waiting for Chen Yuan's response, Zhou Yuan's figure darted away with remarkable speed. What? A breakthrough already? Chen Yuan was momentarily taken aback. To attain such enlightenment from a single confrontation, Zhou Yuan truly lived up to his self-proclaimed title as the foremost among newcomers. This kind of martial talent rightly matched Zhou Yuan's formidable abilities. As Chen Yuan gazed at Zhou Yuan's retreating silhouette, he silently mused. Yet, in comparison to my innate gifts, Zhou Yuan ultimately falls short. Having defeated him now, he shall never have the chance to catch up to me. I shall forever claim the title of first among freshmen. Following this battle, Chen Yuan firmly established his position as the unrivaled first among freshmen, and no newcomer dared to challenge him thereafter. Thus, in the dormitory designated for the first newcomer, Chen Yuan comfortably took residence. Certainly, the name Chen Yuan, along with his reputation for creating a unique martial art, has begun to circulate wildly within the halls of Xingyuan University. The amenities of dormitory number 1 are truly remarkable, although referred to as a dormitory. It resembles a small estate. After all, with the ample land available at Xingyuan University, there is no shortage of space for expansion. The main living quarters, martial arts training areas, and recreational spaces are all comprehensively equipped. Moreover, dormitory number 1 is outfitted with more than a dozen intelligent service robots. While their intelligence may not be particularly advanced, they adeptly handle simple tasks such as cleaning and organizing, making daily life quite convenient. After familiarizing himself briefly with the surroundings of dormitory number 1, Chen Yuan did not linger long and stepped outside once more. Thanks to the introduction from Meng Xinghan, He had acquired a preliminary understanding of Chen Yuan University, and thus his first order of business was to address the issue of his personal terminal. The remote blue and white star had an outdated version of the terminal, which was sufficient for its locale, but utterly inadequate for the bustling and developed environment of Chen Yuan University. Not only was it unable to connect to the Star Federation's public network, but it also struggled to link with the university's own campus network. Furthermore, an updated version would offer a personal subspace feature akin to a miniature Shumi ring, which piqued Chen Yuan's curiosity and anticipation. Arriving at the equipment management building of the Martial Arts Institute, Chen Yuan gazed up at the towering structure before stepping inside. The first floor housed a reception area, providing a sense of direction for the newcomer. A girl with long, golden hair was at the desk, her attention momentarily captured by the terminal in her hands. Upon hearing his approach, she looked up quickly and inquired in a gentle tone, "May I assist you with something? I am a new student of the Martial Arts Institute and need to update my personal terminal," Chen Yuan explained succinctly, handing over his device. The girl accepted the terminal, examining it as she remarked, "You will need to wait around 2 days. With the new semester just beginning, many students are also seeking terminal updates." 2 days? That seems rather long, Chen Yuan replied, a slight frown creasing his brow. He had anticipated a resolution in mere minutes, with several urgent matters to attend to, including selecting a martial art to break through the body refinement stage. He felt pressed for time. "There's nothing I can do. The influx of students is overwhelming, and everyone's in line." The girl displayed a look of sincere apology, indicating her helplessness. Reluctantly, Chen Yuan understood that he would indeed have to wait 2 days. He was not unreasonable. It was clear that he could not resort to coercion to jump ahead in line. "Please register here, and you can return in 2 days to collect it," the girl said with a slight smile, gesturing to a sleek tablet on the desk. "Of course," Chen Yuan replied, swiftly entering his name, year, and major with a fluid motion. The girl glanced at the tablet and suddenly looked up, her eyes wide with surprise. "You are Chen Yuan from the Martial Arts Institute. Have you defeated Zhou Yuan and become the universally acknowledged top freshman at the Martial Arts Academy?" "Chen Yuan," exclaimed the girl with golden hair, her tone filled with astonishment. The news spread with remarkable swiftness. Chen Yuan had anticipated that his name would rapidly circulate throughout Chen Yuan University. After all, that was his original intention. But how long had it been since he and Zhou Yuan had battled? Barely an hour. Yet, here was a stranger who had already received the news. Aware that Chen Yuan had triumphed over Zhou Yuan and claimed the title of top freshman in the Martial Arts Academy. Before Chen could utter a word, the girl continued to muse to herself, "It's you. You must be Chen Yuan. I absolutely cannot be mistaken." A peculiar smile spread across her face as she furtively glanced around, lowering her voice to propose, "Let us strike a deal, shall we?" "What sort of deal?" Chen Yuan inquired, somewhat perplexed. "I will help you skip the line. The update for your personal terminal can be completed in just half an hour. In exchange, you grant me 10 signatures. Quite a bargain, wouldn't you say?" The girl beamed with joy, her hands instinctively rubbing together. Though she seemed to sense something amiss and abruptly halted, her eyes glimmering with anticipation as she awaited Chen Yuan's response. 10 signatures? It appeared she intended to sell them. "Is my autograph truly so valuable?" Though slightly taken aback, Chen Yuan hesitated not a moment before acquiescing to the girl's request. For him, signing 10 names was but a trifling task, yet it would afford him the benefit of a 30-minute update for his personal terminal, substantially conserving his time. Chen Yuan was not a rigid or stubborn individual. The fame he had diligently earned could not be squandered at this moment. Had he not vanquished Zhou Yuan and secured the title of top freshman, he would have had no choice but to wait patiently in line, with his terminal update taking 2 days to complete. But now half an hour sufficed. He had laid the groundwork since entering Chen Yuan University, and the recognition he had sought was now bearing fruit in this very instant. "You accept? Then sign here first, and I shall be the first to assist you in updating your personal terminal." The girl retrieved various items from beneath the table, a wooden sword, a book, and an abstract painting, finally handing Chen Yuan a pen. "Just sign each of these. It's quite simple. Not a problem." In mere seconds, Chen Yuan completed the 10 signatures, observing as the girl excitedly gathered the items and tucked them away beneath the table. She then deftly picked up Chen Yuan's personal terminal and turned to him with a smile. "Hee, a fair exchange. You wait there for a moment. I shall have your update completed shortly." Half an hour was a mere trifle for Chen Yuan to wait. He found a seat and let his thoughts surge like waves. Once the terminal update was complete, he could begin his endeavor to break through to the body refinement stage. With a remaining lifespan of 1,000 years, surpassing the body refinement stage would be more than sufficient. Moreover, he needed to address the shortcomings of the Hunyuan Dragon Elephant True skill, logically. The immense strength provided by the second layer should not differ greatly from the peak of the body refinement stage. Yet, the power he currently exhibited was barely at the initial level of the body refinement stage, perhaps slightly exceeding that threshold. Given my current physique, even if I possessed the formidable abilities of a first-grade Tao Tai without making a move, I would still be unable to fully unleash the second tier of the mixed element dragon elephant true skill, which is indeed somewhat of a waste. This profound martial art, the mixed element dragon elephant true skill, has only been mastered to the 9th tier by true prodigies like the dragon elephant martial god. The cultivation of this skill emphasizes a gradual and methodical approach, devoid of any notion of bottlenecks. To achieve mastery, there are merely two conditions: longevity and an extraordinary talent for martial arts, strong enough to surpass the arduous training of others by a decade or even a century in a single day. Chen Yuan's innate talent is merely average on the blue and white star, and even less significant on a galactic scale, yet he possesses the gift of longevity. The mixed element dragon elephant true skill seems almost tailor-made for him, and he cannot possibly abandon this martial discipline. Currently, the only limitation hindering the manifestation of the dragon elephant's power lies in the strength of his physical body. The mixed element dragon elephant true skill enhances power without augmenting bodily resilience, which indeed feels rather peculiar to Chen Yuan. He senses a certain discomfort while cultivating this martial art. In due course, he might delve into the study of the mixed element dragon elephant true skill further. If no solutions to his physical shortcomings are found, he may have no choice but to resort to the practice of external martial arts. These external martial arts, particularly those focused on enhancing physical strength like Tao Tai without movement, could significantly support the immense power amplification of the dragon elephant true skill. However, a first-grade state may balance the first layer of the dragon elephant true skill, but the same cannot be assured for the second-grade state. An intuition stirs within Chen Yuan's heart that a second-grade Tao Tai without movement may still not be able to bear the full weight of the second tier of the dragon elephant's power. Moreover, as he progresses, this situation will inevitably become more pronounced. The rate at which external martial arts can enhance physical strength lags far behind the rapid amplification of power provided by the mixed element dragon elephant true skill. If all else fails, he may have to continuously accumulate external martial arts, but this approach is undeniably inefficient, significantly wasting his lifespan, and should be avoided unless absolutely necessary. Ultimately, Chen Yuan resolves that the strength derived from external martial arts is not a mere arithmetic equation. It is not simply a case of 1 + 1 = 2. There exist substantial similarities between different external martial arts, with variations primarily based on their particular emphases. For instance, some might enhance arm strength more, while others focus on the legs. Thus, the cumulative effects of practicing external martial arts diminish progressively. For example, practicing the first external martial art might elevate one from 0 to 0.8, yielding remarkable results. However, engaging in a second external martial art might only increase one's strength from 0.8 to 0.9, potentially even just to around 0.85. The more martial arts one practices, the weaker the effects become. This phenomenon is referred to as the diminishing returns effect of similar martial arts, which is also why a martial artist seldom masters several martial arts of the same type simultaneously. Yet, if it ultimately comes down to it, Chen Yuan may have to sacrifice his vitality to learn several external martial arts, even if the cost-effectiveness is less than ideal. As Chen Yuan contemplates his future strategies, he suddenly perceives someone approaching him. Chapter 81, 500,000. Are you Chen Yuan? The newcomer is a robust man with a rugged face and a shock of golden hair. At that moment, Chen Yuan's instincts as a martial artist are screaming at him. This individual is exceptionally strong, incredibly strong, beyond comprehension. New student of the Martial Academy, Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan nodded, acknowledging his identity. The robust man with golden hair introduced himself with enthusiasm. I am Zhang Quanshi, one of the many mentors at Chen Yuan University's Martial Arts Institute. A Golden Core Realm Warrior. You may not recognize me, but that is of no consequence. We shall become acquainted in due time. The purpose of my visit is to invite you to become my student. Choose me as your mentor. Zhang Quanshi, a Golden Core Realm Warrior. At this revelation, waves of astonishment surged within Chen Yuan. The pinnacle of the body refinement realm, often referred to as the lesser golden body, possesses the remarkable ability to endure in the vacuum of space for hours without external equipment. Whether bathing in molten lava or frolicking naked in extreme cold, one remains impervious to the elements, showcasing formidable all-around resistance. With the lesser golden body, there exists the greater golden body, known as the indestructible golden body. A Golden Core Realm Warrior embodies this true indestructibility, with physical strength surpassing that of the specialized metals used in the construction of interstellar warships. The regeneration of severed limbs is trivial, and even if reduced to a mere mass of flesh, given sufficient time for recovery, one can return to their original state. This is the essence of a Golden Core Realm warrior, the true indestructible golden body. The combat prowess of a Golden Core Realm expert allows them to stand alone against interstellar warships, relying solely on their physical might. Chen Yuan was profoundly shaken by this revelation. However, he refrained from immediate agreement. Teacher Zhang, may I inquire what advantages accompany becoming your student? Or in what ways do you excel compared to other mentors? Had other newcomers heard this question, they would have undoubtedly been taken aback. To have a mentor personally seek you out as a student is an immense honor. Yet here was Chen Yuan, questioning the benefits. What a bold reversal of expectations. Zhang Quanshi paused momentarily, taken aback by the unexpected inquiry. He had prepared for various responses, either to reject or accept, but he had never anticipated this scenario. Had he come to interview for the role of mentor? Nevertheless, Zhang Quanshi, ever tolerant of genius, chuckled lightly. After clearing his throat, he proceeded to outline his credentials before Chen Yuan. Firstly, there are only 6 Golden Core Realm mentors at Chen Yuan University's Martial Arts Institute, and I am one of them, possessing the greatest practical combat abilities among them. Secondly, I have numerous students and a wealth of teaching experience, particularly in real combat scenarios, which is my absolute forte. Lastly, I am generous, and our department receives substantial funding every year, ensuring that you will not suffer any disadvantage. Zhang Quanshi elaborated extensively, while Chen Yuan succinctly summarized, generous. No disadvantages. Chen Yuan's eyes sparkled. He was drawn to generous mentors. Then, Teacher Zhang, how many credits can you offer me in a year? He eagerly inquired. Credits essentially serve as the universal currency within the university, enabling the purchase of various cultivation resources. Even mechs and small interstellar warships, all strictly regulated by the Stellar Federation's military. Chen Yuan had approximately calculated that using credits to exchange for the most common cultivation materials could be converted into lifespan, estimating that around 10 credits could extend one's life by a year. This figure? Zhang Quanshi extended a hand, clarifying that such a number was achievable only with commendable performance. If one lacked ability, the amount would be considerably less. 500,000 credits? Chen Yuan inquired with uncertainty in his tone. 50,000 years of lifespan. Splendid indeed. That is quite feasible. 500,000. Zhang Quanshi, taken aback, chuckled in exasperation. While people often likened him to a lion, renowned for his extravagant demands, today, upon meeting Chen Yuan, he realized the true meaning of the phrase, there are always greater mountains beyond the mountains. Your audacity surpasses even mine. I allocate merely 5 million credits annually, which includes my own cultivation needs and the sustenance of hundreds of students under my wing, alongside various research investments. And you dare to request a tenth of that? It was evident that Chen Yuan's casual mention of 500,000 had incensed Zhang Quanshi, stripping away his usual composure. Then how about 50,000? Chen Yuan replied, scratching his head awkwardly. 50,000. You must excel to earn that. Even my senior students receive just slightly more each year. If you don't achieve some results, they won't be pleased, and I'll be labeled biased. Zhang Quanshi retorted, clearly exasperated. 50,000 credits for 5,000 years of lifespan is rather meager. Chen Yuan expressed his disappointment, though it was clear that Zhang Quanshi's offer was indeed quite generous. His aspirations simply soared higher. Ultimately, Chen Yuan sighed, Teacher Zhang, may I take a few days to consider and provide you with a response? Young man, having great aspirations is commendable, but be wary of overexerting yourself. Zhang Quanshi, though somewhat irritated, was more speechless than angry. He decided to reiterate, I value your innate talent for martial arts and your potential, but above all, it is your character that resonates with me. No mentor shall be as generous as I. Take a few days to ponder, should you come to a decision. Seek me out. Understood. Chen Yuan nodded solemnly. Truth be told, Zhang Quanshi's character appealed to him as well. Decisive, flamboyant, and commanding. Naturally, generosity was also a significant aspect. However, Chen Yuan was acutely aware of why Zhang Quanshi had approached him. It was his displayed talent and the fame he had garnered as the top newcomer that were at play. Otherwise, why would a mentor of the Golden Core Realm not seek out students of lesser talent? Why would he specifically desire to recruit Chen Yuan as his student? For Chen Yuan, the role of a mentor was secondary. His survival hinged upon cultivation resources, diminishing the mentor's influence considerably. The crux of the matter lay in acquiring more cultivation resources and extending life through them. This was what Chen Yuan valued most. Otherwise, relying solely on a mentor's guidance. With inadequate cultivation resources, How could he ever hope to become a martial god of the starry sky? Zhang Quanshi departed promptly. Yet, shortly after his exit, another mentor approached Chen Yuan. Greetings, are you Chen Yuan? Would you be interested in becoming my student? Chen Yuan could only repeat, what are the benefits? What are the advantages? The new mentor responded, are today's students so arrogant? Chapter 82, The Body Refinement Realm. In the half-hour wait for his personal terminal to update, Chen Yuan, along with Zhang Quanshi, unexpectedly encountered 5 mentors, all of whom took the initiative to seek him as a student. However, only Zhang Quanshi had reached the Golden Core realm. The other mentors were comparatively less accomplished. The conditions they offered were vastly inferior and paled in comparison to those proposed by Zhang Quanshi. Among the 6 Golden Core mentors, only Zhang Quanshi approached me. It appears that teacher Zhang did not speak falsely. He values not only my talent, but also the compatibility of our characters. Let us observe further. Chen Yuan shook his head, dismissing any lingering thoughts. The half-hour swiftly elapsed. Chen Yuan, your personal terminal has been successfully updated. Visually, the updated personal terminal had not undergone significant changes, yet its functionality had expanded considerably, automatically connecting to the campus network of Chen Yuan University. At first glance, Chen Yuan noticed the top 10 trending posts on the campus forum, one of which read, shocking. Chen Yuan from the Martial Arts Institute defeats Zhou Yuan, officially claiming the title of the top freshman. Additionally, there were several other posts that garnered considerable attention. Chen Yuan, a self-created martial art in the Enlightenment realm, steps into his own path of martial arts, and Chen Yuan's other identity, the illegitimate son of the starry sky martial god. Chen Yuan pondered, now I understand why my reputation spread so rapidly. These sensational posts have certainly played a crucial role. Not wishing to waste time on such matters, Chen Yuan began to test another significant feature, his personal spatial dimension of 100 cubic meters. He casually picked up a stone from the roadside and tossed it into the spatial dimension, retrieving it repeatedly until the novelty wore off. It was quite practical, akin to the spatial equipment found in fantastical tales. However, the next step was to break through to the body refinement realm. At Chen Yuan University, the library stood as a testament to the institution's reputation, with the term research fanatic ranking among the top 3 descriptors. Its vast collection of books was beyond counting, to the extent that the library alone could hardly contain them. More resources were stored online, complemented by intelligent systems for selection. It was said that martial arts inherently embodied the martial artist's will. Direct engagement with original texts resonated with the author's martial intent, significantly enhancing the learning efficiency. Unfortunately, original martial texts were scarce and challenging to produce. Once the martial will was depleted, they resembled ordinary books, making online replicas more convenient. As Chen Yuan gazed at the bustling library, he couldn't help but express a soft sigh. He then stepped inside the library. Following the update of his personal terminal, Chen Yuan was finally able to select suitable martial arts for his breakthrough into the body refinement realm. In the blue and white Star Mountain City No. 1 high school, there was only one book on body refinement martial arts, the one practiced by the principal, titled The Copper Skin Body Refinement Method, which was entirely unsuitable for Chen Yuan's cultivation. This led Chen Yuan to wait until he entered Chen Yuan University before he commenced his endeavor to break through to the body refinement realm. With his personal terminal directly linked to the library's auxiliary intelligence, Chen Yuan tirelessly began to sift through the available methods. The heart monkey body refinement technique, upon reaching perfection, could mold the body of a heart monkey, causing blood to surge like a fountain, resulting in a comprehensive enhancement of physical prowess. The southernwood body refinement technique, when perfected, could shape the wood-like body, promoting longevity and preserving beauty. The body refinement methods at Chen Yuan University are naturally extensive, leaving Chen Yuan in a state of bewilderment. The body refinement realm is divided into 6 tiers, corresponding to 6 minor realms: skin polishing, flesh refining, bone forging, muscle alteration, organ cultivation, and marrow cleansing, culminating in the pinnacle of body refinement, often referred to as the minor golden body of a warrior. This realm is of utmost importance for martial artists in their early stages, as it allows for the transformation of one's physique, with varying effects depending on the cultivation technique employed. The heart monkey body and the wood-like body are 2 such transformations. The former enhances overall physicality, which is of little use to Chen Yuan, as his proficiency in diverse martial arts has already endowed him with remarkable physical strength. The latter, the wood-like body, offers longevity. Yet upon closer examination of the description, it merely extends life by 2 or 3 decades, hardly sufficient for him. It would be wiser to select the thunderous martial god's body refinement technique, which he could later augment with his personal insights. Chen Yuan did not hesitate. In fact, He had already established his goal prior to his arrival. After a brief interaction with the auxiliary intelligence, the thunderous martial god's body refinement technique swiftly unfolded before his eyes. The thunder refinement technique, upon reaching mastery, could forge the body of thunder, endowing him with astonishing explosive power and speed akin to a lightning strike. This was the one. Without reservation, Chen Yuan committed to this choice. The university offers numerous advantages. With a plethora of martial arts from various celestial and terrestrial martial deities already compensated for through adequate licensing fees, this allows students like Chen Yuan to learn freely, without the burden of accumulating credits. After finalizing his selection of the body refinement technique, Chen Yuan quickly withdrew and returned to dormitory number 1. Name: Chen Yuan. Martial path: Enlightenment realm. Lifespan: 1,000 years. Martial arts: Yuan magnetic breathing technique, 361361. Hunyuan dragon elephant true skill, 2nd layer. Inyang transforming thunderblade, 2nd rank. Inyang transforming execution hand, 2nd rank. Gluttonous immovable body, 1st rank transformation, with 1,000 years of lifespan. He contemplated to what realm he might break through. Casually seated on the ground, Chen Yuan murmured to himself, "Brother Tongzi, let us commence the trial. Break through the body refinement realm's bottleneck for me." Simulation commence. In the first year, you attempt to break through the bottleneck of the body refinement realm, but fail, suffering bodily injuries and requiring recuperation. In the 13th year, you continue your attempts, yet again fail, sustaining injuries and needing to recover. In the 50th year, a series of failures leads to a sudden epiphany. Breaking through is the ultimate test of a warrior's talent. However, you remain unfazed. Your ample lifespan affords you the luxury of trial and error. In the 120th year, after experiencing 10 failures to break through, you remain undeterred. For each failure increases your familiarity with the process. As long as you persist, success will inevitably follow. In the 150th year, the relentless cycle of failure and accumulation finally culminated in a transformative breakthrough. The realm of body forging was achieved. The process of evolution was complete. After 150 years of striving, this was merely the beginning. Chen Yuan fervently urged himself to press on. It was but a fleeting span of 150 years, and he still had 850 years of life remaining. A sufficient duration indeed. He resolved to push forward with unwavering determination. Chapter 83, Strength. Indeed, the evolution continued. The thunder refinement body technique harnessed the cosmic energy of thunder and electricity to temper the body, fortifying the sinews and bones. Unlike the profound transformation associated with breakthroughs, the journey through the 6 realms of body forging relied solely on the accumulation of effort. Success was inevitable with persistent endeavor. You were well aware that this process would be exceedingly protracted, yet you were mentally prepared. In the first year, your attempts to refine the skin yielded minimal results and progress was sluggish. By the 180th year, the refinement of the skin was completed. The focus then shifted to the refinement of flesh. After an additional 295 years, the flesh refinement was accomplished, leading to the next stage, bone forging. This phase took another 370 years, culminating in the completion of bone forging. The 3rd tier of body forging was attained. The transformation was profound. Chen Yuan's physique was undergoing a remarkable metamorphosis. The refinement of skin, flesh, and bones, which typically required significant time and effort even for the most gifted students at the Star Abyss University Martial Arts Academy, was condensed into an instant for Chen Yuan. His skin became as resilient as ancient bronze armor, muscles taut like tempered steel, and bones gleamed like exquisite jade, resembling a masterpiece. Moreover, his weight had increased significantly. Chen Yuan estimated his current mass to be over 5 tons. Typically, body forging practitioners weigh between 1 to 2 tons, and as their realm ascends, this weight continues to grow. Chen Yuan clearly surpassed this threshold, largely attributed to the mysterious dragon elephant true skill. Each enhancement of this martial art significantly elevated his physical density, yielding remarkable results. The terrifying boost in strength, reflexes, vitality, and overall physique was merely the beginning. This was just the 3rd tier of bone forging. The 3rd realm of martial arts, body forging, truly lived up to its reputation as a formidable force. In an instant, he traversed a path that would require years for many gifted martial artists, prompting Chen Yuan to marvel at the sheer extent of his talent. Furthermore, having broken through the body forging realm, his physique had grown even stronger. The processes of skin refinement and flesh refinement were akin to an innate defensive martial art of the highest caliber, immensely powerful. This also considerably enhanced the upper limits of strength achievable through the mysterious dragon elephant true skill, resulting in a swift increase in combat prowess. Chen Yuan was thoroughly satisfied with this enhancement, and although it cost him 995 years of lifespan, such a price was undoubtedly worth the reward. Name: Chen Yuan Martial Path, 3rd level of body refinement, bone tempering, lifespan, 55 years martial arts, thunder tempering body method, bone tempering, Yin-Yang transformation thunderblade, 2nd rank, Yin-Yang transformation execution hand, 2nd rank, gluttonous, unmoving body, 1st rank transformation. Has breaking through the body refinement stage truly extended my lifespan by 50 years? Chen Yuan mused as he gazed at his personal panel. With a lifespan of 1,000 years, having consumed 995, only 55 remain. The additional 50 years must indeed be a result of my breakthrough. It is better than nothing, I suppose. If previously Zhou Yuan was merely my inferior, now even 10 Zhou Yuans combined would not stand a chance against me. My ambitions cannot be limited to dominating among a group of newcomers with such astonishing talent. My aspirations must be far-reaching. I shall first strive to secure the top position in the Martial Academy of Chen Yuan University. Determined, Chen Yuan readied himself to compete with the upperclassmen for the coveted title of Martial Academy champion. After all, what merit lies in contending with a mere group of freshmen? Such endeavors yield scant academic credits, which I find utterly beneath my consideration. The following day, Chen Yuan was enjoying breakfast in the cafeteria at Chen Yuan University. Accommodation and meals require no payment. Dormitories in the Martial Academy are claimed based on one's prowess. The stronger students reside in single villas, while Chen Yuan currently inhabits a modest estate. Weaker students are assured at least a shared dormitory, albeit one lacking in comfort. Regarding meals, the most basic sustenance package incurs no credit cost and can even be replenished for free indefinitely. However, should one desire to order more exquisite delicacies, such as rare ingredients, credits are required, with prices ranging from hundreds to tens of thousands of credits. Though expensive, many students opt to spend their hard-earned credits to indulge in a taste of the extraordinary. After all, it is the flesh of the fearsome beast known as the azure-horned beetle which roams the cosmos. Consuming a piece invigorates the blood, while a full meal enhances one's cultivation. It is a must-try. That one do, though the azure-horned beetle carries the bloodline of a cosmic behemoth, the connection is too distant to be of any real benefit. Far inferior to my heavenly abyss fish. Someone boasted between bites. In the vast universe, the Star Alliance, myriad celestial races, cosmic behemoths, and outer godly entities are all active forces. Yet, the number of cosmic behemoths is exceedingly rare. Why, then, are they considered active? This is due to the numerous offspring they produce, known as fierce beasts. These fierce beasts possess the bloodline of cosmic behemoths, and the purer the bloodline, the greater their strength and intelligence. However, fierce beasts have a propensity for reproduction. With each generation, the bloodline of the cosmic behemoths becomes diluted. Consequently, most fierce beasts that wander the universe exhibit low intelligence, relying solely on instinct. Characterized as savage and impulsive creatures, this is how they earned their ominous title. Numerous merchant vessels hire warriors for protection, not only against interstellar pirates, but also to guard against fierce beasts, which present a significant challenge for many trade caravans. With no credits to his name, Chen Yuan naturally settled for the sustenance package, ample and filling. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared outside the cafeteria. After scanning the surroundings, their gaze settled on Chen Yuan, who was in the midst of his meal. The figure called out loudly, "Chen Yuan." Chen Yuan looked up, recognizing Zhou Yuan, the very individual who had previously been defeated by him. Zhou Yuan, brimming with excitement, rushed over to Chen Yuan and exclaimed, "Chen Yuan, let us engage in another match." Chen Yuan responded with a puzzled expression and shook his head. "No, why not?" Zhou Yuan tilted his head in confusion. A warrior is born for battle. It is through combat that true growth is attained. A martial artist who has not endured numerous life and death struggles is destined to never ascend to the realm of celestial martial gods. Chen Yuan discerned that Zhou Yuan was rather simple-minded, a true martial enthusiast. After pondering for a moment, he gradually explained, "You see, if I fight you and win, I gain nothing. It would be a futile effort. Conversely, if I lose, I would lose my position as the top newcomer to you. It seems that regardless of the outcome, I incur a loss. So why should I engage in combat with you? Am I simply to idle away my time after a satisfying meal?" Zhou Yuan contemplated this and began to see the reason, nodding in agreement. Seeing his reaction, Chen Yuan smiled and said, "However, if we were to fight, it would not be entirely out of the question." "How so?" Zhou Yuan inquired with curiosity. Without hesitation, Chen Yuan quietly asked, "How many credits do you currently possess?" Chapter 84. Unwarranted credits. Chen Yuan's inquiry was so transparent that anyone could discern his intentions. It was laid bare for all to see. Although Zhou Yuan was somewhat naive, he was not foolish. He immediately retorted, "You intend to deceive me out of my credits?" "Deceive? Where's the deception?" Chen Yuan replied with impatience. "I have 300 credits. If you can stake 500 credits, I will engage in a wager. The victor claims all the credits." Zhou Yuan considered this. Being the top newcomer, Chen Yuan had little to gain from the match, which indeed placed him at a disadvantage. Betting 300 credits against Zhou Yuan's 500 seemed fair enough. Naturally, Zhou Yuan's decision was also fueled by his confidence. He was certain he would win this time. "Chen Yuan, then let us battle." "Agreed." Chen Yuan nodded, decisively placing down his chopsticks and standing to face Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan glanced at Chen Yuan's half-finished meal, hesitatingly suggesting, "Shall I wait for you to finish eating? We can find a more spacious place to fight." The cafeteria was rather small, and many patrons were already seated. Casting curious glances at the two of them, Zhou Yuan preferred not to disturb others, at least wanting to wait for Chen Yuan to finish his meal. "There is no need for that. Let us commence." Chen Yuan shook his head, asserting that there was indeed no necessity for delay. "Very well." Zhou Yuan was not one to procrastinate. As soon as he uttered the word "well," an overwhelming aura suddenly surged forth from him, coalescing into a singularity focused upon his raised right fist. Throughout this entire process, aside from Chen Yuan directly opposite him, no one else sensed the rapid fluctuation of this aura. With a silent yet forceful motion, he struck towards Chen Yuan, the thunderous fist. Chen Yuan's gaze shifted as the vitality within him surged, manifesting a black and white arc of electricity above his palms, which he suddenly thrust forward. The power of the dragon elephant and the yin-yang dispersion hand. He aimed to strike at the center before Zhou Yuan's fist could land. "You have underestimated me." "Zhou Yuan." Zhou Yuan's eyes gleamed with intensity. "No, it is you who have underestimated me." Chen Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he met Zhou Yuan's full-force punch head-on. Upon impact, a gentle breeze emanated from both their bodies. "What?" Zhou Yuan was astonished to find that the force and momentum of his full-powered punch had genuinely been intercepted mid-course by Chen Yuan. Under what circumstances could one achieve such a feat of arriving first while being late and controlling the battlefield? The answer, when the disparity between the combatants is insurmountable, and one side has completely dominated the fight. Zhou Yuan's predicament was precisely this. His full-powered punch felt as though it had struck nothingness, creating not even a ripple, as it was intercepted by Chen Yuan and vanished without a trace. He had been defeated once more. This defeat was even more despairing than the last. Zhou Yuan could not comprehend why he had lost. To break through to the second rank of the subtle realm in such a short time. Truly, you are a genius. Chen Yuan mused, quietly assessing his opponent's strength. Just yesterday, when Zhou Yuan fought him, this technique, the tidal fist, was still at the second rank of the enlightenment realm. Yet in the span of a single night, it had ascended to the subtle realm. Zhou Yuan's talent was indeed fearsome. He truly deserved the title of the foremost youth in the imperial capital star domain. "What kind of genius am I?" "Chen Yuan, you are the true prodigy." Zhou Yuan exclaimed. "In comparison, I still have a long way to go. My ancestor was right. There are mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. Countless heroes exist in this world, and my path in martial arts will never be solitary." Rather than being disheartened, Zhou Yuan felt exhilarated. He was in dire need of a rival like Chen Yuan. Although he lost this battle in an incomprehensible manner, his heart surged with excitement, and he suddenly grasped a newfound inspiration. While it did not elevate his tidal fist from the subtle realm to the transcendent realm, it would allow him to advance further. "Losing to me is no injustice." Chen Yuan's previously restrained aura suddenly manifested. The body forging realm. At the third level, Zhou Yuan's expression turned to one of astonishment, and he realized he had indeed lost fairly. Chen Yuan, in the university assessment, had unveiled his self-created martial art, the yin-yang transformation hand. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, forging his own path. His martial talent was already extraordinary, and now he stood at the third level of the body forging realm. A truly terrifying foundation in the martial arts. The combination of these factors rendered Zhou Yuan's defeat utterly justifiable. However, why had Chen Yuan previously been at the peak of the enlightenment realm, only to ascend to the third level of the body forging realm seemingly overnight? Had he always been at the third level but chosen to conceal it? Or had he genuinely achieved such a breakthrough in a single day? Zhou Yuan pondered and ultimately found the former explanation more plausible. It was hard to believe that anyone, regardless of their talent, could leap from the peak of the enlightenment realm to the third level of the body forging realm in just one day. Even the legendary young martial gods of the starry skies could not have accomplished such a feat. To honor the wager, Chen Yuan, let's add each other as friends. And I will transfer 500 credits to you immediately. Zhou Yuan concluded decisively. Accepting his defeat, he would acknowledge it. Thank you for your patronage. If you wish to engage again next time, feel free to reach out to me. Chen Yuan chuckled as he added Zhou Yuan as a friend. A casual match ensued, lasting no more than 3 seconds, resulting in a windfall of 50 years of lifespan. This additional lifespan felt as effortless as picking up a coin, a delightful surprise. Immediately upon adding Zhou Yuan as a friend, 500 credits were credited to Chen Yuan's account. With a beaming smile, Chen Yuan remarked, "You are always welcome to challenge me again." At this moment, Zhou Yuan, somewhat oblivious, inquired with a furrowed brow, "Do you truly possess 300 credits? Who knows? Perhaps I do, or perhaps I do not," was Chen Yuan's ambiguous response. In truth, he did not possess any. Starry Abyss University did not offer novice gift packs. One began with 0 credits. As for Zhou Yuan's credits, it must be noted that Starry Abyss University allows the exchange of star coins for credits, albeit at an exponentially increasing rate. Initially, the exchange rate was 1-to-1, but once one exceeded 100 credits, the ratio escalated to 1-to-10. Subsequently, for every additional 100 credits exchanged, the ratio would continue to double exponentially, 1-to-100, 1-to-1000, and even 1-to-10,000, no matter how affluent one may be. Such a scheme would quickly deplete their resources, thus making the exchange of star coins for credits a rare occurrence due to its poor cost-effectiveness. Of course, Zhou Yuan may not have necessarily exchanged star coins for credits. After all, he was backed by a considerable force, and Starry Abyss University had no shortage of acquaintances. Acquiring some initial credits for a smooth transition would be a trivial matter. Yet, he felt deceived. Although Chen Yuan did not explicitly state it, Zhou Yuan could clearly see that Chen Yuan had no credits whatsoever. A mere trickster. Despite his defeat, Zhou Yuan felt no anger, save for the sting of being duped. Unable to best Chen Yuan, he could only stew in his frustration. "Chen Yuan, wait until I break through. We shall battle again." Zhou Yuan resolved that once he ascended to the 3rd tier of bone forging and further advanced his sky fist to the transformation realm, he would challenge Chen Yuan once more to reclaim his 500 credits. "I shall await you. Among all the newcomers at Starry Abyss University, only you are worthy to be my opponent, Chen Yuan." His expression turned serious as he nodded slightly. "A little flattery for those free credits. Why not seize the opportunity? All right, it's a promise." This seemingly fated confrontation ignited Zhou Yuan's blood, stirring his desire for battle, the ultimate clash with a destined rival. Countless inspirations surged within Zhou Yuan's mind, making him yearn to duel Chen Yuan immediately. Yet, he recognized he was not yet ready. The timing was not right. "Chen Yuan, until we meet again." Zhou Yuan hastily departed. Chen Yuan watched Zhou Yuan's swift retreat, scratching his head in mild embarrassment. Chapter 85. First encounter with Li Shutong. After defeating Zhou Yuan, Chen Yuan did not bask in pride. After all, winning was expected, while losing would be a disgrace. The suppression of martial realms and techniques was a reality. Were Chen Yuan to face such reversals, he might as well resign and abandon his martial pursuits altogether. With the remnants of the meal cleared away in a whirlwind, Chen Yuan rose to leave. He now had another significant endeavor ahead, meeting the esteemed mentor, Li Shutong, whom the big boss held in high regard. Before setting off, Chen Yuan had already conducted a search on the terminal regarding Li Shutong. Although the information was scarce, it still provided some insights. Li Shutong, a warrior of the Golden Core realm, is one of the 6 esteemed mentors at the Martial Arts Institute of Chen Yuan University. Possessing remarkable martial talent, yet his records of engagement in combat are virtually non-existent. In stark contrast stands Zhang Quanshi, whose personal introduction is filled with accounts of his numerous victories and defeats on specific dates, a true combat enthusiast. However, Li Shutong is also renowned for his academic achievements, which are extensively documented, albeit somewhat beyond Chen Yuan's comprehension. Among these accolades, one notable entry states that the revered thunder god of martial arts once sought Li Shutong for a discussion on martial studies. This singular point carries immense weight. Should Li Shutong acquiesce to the condition I propose, it would be advantageous for all parties involved, even if no tangible benefits were to arise. Becoming his student would not be a burden. Only Li Shutong holds a sliver of possibility in agreeing to such terms. Were it any other mentor, hope would be futile, as their circumstances are markedly different, while I possess the unique ability to shift his situation in a favorable direction. Chen Yuan had long been prepared. Although his knowledge of Li Shutong was limited, it was entirely sufficient. As long as Li Shutong was willing to accept Chen Yuan's proposal, he would undoubtedly be chosen as Chen Yuan's mentor. Should he decline, Zhang Quanshi would also be a commendable choice as a mentor. For Chen Yuan greatly appreciated Zhang Quanshi's character and felt a kinship with him. Li Shutong's residence, a dwelling for mentors of the Golden Core realm, was significantly more spacious than Chen Yuan's own dormitory. It was encircled by a formidable 3-meter-high black iron fence. However, the symbolic significance of such barriers in the Martial Arts Institute far outweighs their practical utility. After all, with the capabilities of a warrior, such a height could be easily surmounted. It hardly serves as a deterrent. It is designed to guard against the honorable, not the unscrupulous. Nevertheless, those residing within are formidable Golden Core warriors, and most individuals lack the audacity to intrude. Golden Core warriors do not jest. With a mere flick of their wrist, they could easily dispatch a group of body refinement realm warriors. To dare intrude is to court death, and there is no jesting in this regard. Chen Yuan peered inside a few times, noticing no signs of life, and subsequently pressed the doorbell. However, after nearly 10 minutes of waiting, no one emerged. Were they not home, or was there some other circumstance? Chen Yuan pondered. At that moment, a cold voice resonated behind him. "Kid, what brings you to my doorstep?" Startled, Chen Yuan realized he had completely failed to detect the presence of another behind him. When had this person arrived? Standing before him was none other than Li Shutong. His appearance closely resembled the photographs Chen Yuan had found on the terminal: short black hair, dark eyes, a stoic expression, and a physique that was not robust, but rather somewhat frail. Chen Yuan had seldom encountered a warrior of such slender build. Typically, warriors are more robust, often larger than the average person. Yet, what set Li Shutong apart from other warriors was not merely his physical attributes, but the distinct aura he exuded. Generally, due to prolonged training, warriors possess a vibrant flow of energy and vitality. The individuals they present often exude vitality and radiance, rarely resembling frail warriors. However, the initial impression that Li Shutong left on Chen Yuan was one of insubstantiality, extremely insubstantial. Chen Yuan found it hard to believe that he could perceive such a quality in a Golden Core realm warrior. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Chen Yuan straightforwardly declared, "I seek to discuss important matters with Master Li Shutong." "And what do you and I have to discuss?" Li Shutong's expression remained impassive. But as his gaze fell upon Chen Yuan's face, it shifted slightly after a few scrutinizing glances. "You are Chen Yuan from the new cohort of the Martial Arts Academy. Blue and White Star, correct?" "Indeed," Chen Yuan nodded. "Very well, come inside." Li Shutong maintained his stoic demeanor and icy tone as he led Chen Yuan into his residence. Following closely behind, Chen Yuan glanced around the interior, surprised to find no sign of any service robots. Not a single cleaning or sanitation robot was in sight. Was it possible that Li Shutong performed these tasks himself? Though his face betrayed little emotion, Chen Yuan was inwardly astonished. The two arrived at an aged building, and Li Shutong pushed the door open, entering without hesitation. Chen Yuan followed suit, closing the door behind him. Upon hearing the sound of the door shutting, Li Shutong suddenly turned to face Chen Yuan, his expression shifting multiple times before finally breaking into a peculiar smile. "There were too many people outside just now, so I refrained from saying anything." He grasped Chen Yuan's hands tightly, his demeanor turning desperate. "Chen Yuan, be my student. If I fail to recruit students this year, the school will cease to allocate funds next quarter. Without funding, my research will be stuck at the most critical juncture. Chen Yuan, I will agree to any terms. Just become my student this year." Chen Yuan was taken aback. "Are you serious? Is this a joke?" Li Shutong's abrupt change in attitude caught him off guard. Though he was aware of Li Shutong's grim circumstances, it seemed excessively dire that he was now actively seeking students. "Teacher Li, I am here to become your student," Chen Yuan stated directly, abandoning any pretense. "Really?" Li Shutong's head snapped up, his eyes wide with surprise. "Of course it is true, but let us first clarify the terms. If you agree, I, Chen Yuan, will gladly become your disciple today," Chen Yuan asserted confidently. "That sounds agreeable." Li Shutong nodded eagerly, assuring him, "Don't mention just one. If you wish to be my student, I could accommodate 10 without issue." Chen Yuan did not rush into elation, for his conditions were far from simple. It was highly unlikely that any conventional mentor, such as Zhang Guangshi, would consent to them. Based on his observations, only Li Shutong seemed to possess a glimmer of feasibility. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yuan slowly articulated, "Teacher Li, my condition is that I require at least half of the funding allocated by the school for the first semester." Chapter 86, A Bet. Half of the school's funding for the first semester. Upon hearing this, Li Shutong's expression turned cold once more. What kind of jest is this? He was compelled to seek out a few talented students due to the gradual reduction of school funding, in order to avoid having his allocation reduced to nothing for the next semester. However, Chen Yuan intended to compete with him for the school's funding? For at least half of it. "Young man, do you comprehend the implications of your statement? I am aware of your extraordinary innate talent. your mastery of the primordial dragon elephant technique, and even your creation of unique martial arts, showcasing remarkable martial prowess. Yet, to demand half of the school's funding for a single semester? Your ambition is grand, but as a peak practitioner of the Enlightenment realm, do you truly believe you can handle it? Li Shutong replied with a poker face, his tone decidedly unfriendly. Chen Yuan, unfazed by this, recognized that his demands were indeed somewhat excessive, bordering on audacious. Were he in Li Shutong's position, his demeanor towards such a student would likely not be particularly amiable either. Nevertheless, it remains true that in the world of martial artists, strength reigns supreme. Teacher Li, your information appears somewhat outdated. Chen Yuan replied with a calm smile. Revealing his cultivation level without reservation, he had reached the third stage of the body refinement realm. This surpassed all new students' martial realms. And the pinnacle of his self-created martial arts combined with his astonishing talent fueled his confidence. You've actually reached the third stage of the body refinement realm? When did this happen? It is not a commendable habit for a martial artist to probe into another's strength without consent. Thus, Li Shutong had not previously paid much attention to Chen Yuan's abilities. A look of genuine surprise crossed Li Shutong's face for the first time. Before Chen Yuan could respond, Li Shutong swiftly moved, grasping the nape of Chen Yuan's neck and lifting him effortlessly, assessing his weight as he did so. Based on his weight, it was indeed the second layer of the primordial dragon elephant technique, and his strength had truly broken through to the third stage of body refinement. Li Shutong's tone was laden with skepticism. He then muttered to himself, I wondered where all the cultivation resources you absorbed during the university assessment had vanished to. It turned out that the gluttonous divine body could temporarily store absorbed energy within the body and choose to utilize it after a period of time. A hint of madness flickered in Li Shutong's expression. Truly remarkable, the gluttonous divine body, known only by name, yet never seen before. Indeed extraordinary. Seeing Li Shutong in such a frenzied state, Chen Yuan maintained a stoic expression, fearing that he might lose composure otherwise. The gluttonous divine body, as its name suggests, is related to consumption, resonating with his own system. Both the principal and Li Shutong seemed convinced of the existence of his so-called gluttonous divine body. Since they held such beliefs, he might as well embrace the identity of the gluttonous divine body. Ah yes, from today onward, I am the gluttonous divine body. What choice did Chen Yuan have? He could only accept this designation. In the future, whenever he leveled up quickly, he could attribute it to the so-called gluttonous divine body. If anyone inquired, he would simply say it was the gluttonous divine body at work. Meanwhile, Li Shutong examined Chen Yuan from head to toe, as if he were a rare treasure, sending chills down Chen Yuan's spine. However, Li Shutong shook his head and said, Chen Yuan, your strength is indeed commendable, but to claim half is still insufficient. As Chen Yuan displayed his prowess at the third level of the body refinement realm, Li Shutong's tone softened considerably. Such is the advantage of showcasing one's talent. If one possesses strength and talent, the world will treat them with kindness. Yet, if one chooses to feign weakness, they must not blame the world for its hostility. Teacher Li, shall we make a wager? Chen Yuan had already formulated a compelling argument to persuade Li Shutong. Oh, pray, enlighten me, Li Shutong replied, arms crossed, now intrigued. To my knowledge, Teacher Li, the university's funding for last semester was a mere 200,000 credits, correct? Chen Yuan inquired. Starry Abyss University allocates funds quarterly, akin to summer and winter breaks. Though there are no actual holidays here, the school determines the funding amount for each mentor based on their comprehensive performance within the quarter. Indeed, 200,000 credits. Li Shutong admitted without a trace of embarrassment, and continued, the funding allocation is tied to comprehensive performance, which is divided into two components, teaching achievements and mentor contributions. Last year, I made little contribution to the university. The few students I managed to recruit, due to my lack of attention and scarce resources, ultimately transferred to other mentors after the school intervened. Both teaching achievements and mentor contributions amounted to nothing, resulting in a paltry funding allocation compared to their mentors. This is precisely why I am so eager to recruit students this year. If I fail to bring in a few to serve as a facade, my funding for the next quarter will vanish. Moreover, I am at a critical juncture in my research. I cannot afford to falter now. Chen Yuan, abandon the notion of sharing the funds with me and be content as my student. When my research succeeds, your name will be immortalized alongside mine beneath the stars. I assure you, our reputations will rival that of the creators of the Mecha Warrior system and the Stargate Initiative. Li Shutong's words were undeniably enticing. Yet, Chen Yuan also possessed his own persuasive arguments to entice Li Shutong. Teacher Li, 200,000 credits are ultimately too meager. What significance do such credits hold? Shall we wager? Chen Yuan smiled. What kind of wager? Li Shutong had already begun to suspect Chen Yuan's intentions. Indeed, Chen Yuan's next statement confirmed his suspicions. I shall take responsibility for the teaching achievements portion. I can single-handedly maximize that performance. As for the mentor contributions, I entrust that to you, Teacher Li, with a semester's worth of 2,500,000 credits. Splitting it between us would yield 1,250,000 each. Is that not far more gratifying than a mere 200,000? If I fail, I shall take nothing. But if I succeed, we shall share this substantial sum. This was the culmination of Chen Yuan's planning over the night. What value is there in competing for a few hundred or thousand credits? If one is to play, let it be grand. For a substantial gamble that fills one's coffers is what truly resonates. Starry Abyss University allocates a maximum of 5 million credits annually, with each semester amounting to 2,500,000. The rampant lion is the one that receives the full amount. Li Shutong's expression grew serious. Chen Yuan, you must think carefully. Other mentors achieve excellence in teaching because they have hundreds of students under their guidance. I simply do not have the time to manage so many students. The so-called teaching achievements are merely the collective accomplishments of the students under a mentor, encompassing the volume of tasks undertaken and contributions made to the school. Naturally, having more students provides an advantage. However, Chen Yuan's assertion that he could single-handedly accomplish the workload of hundreds of students is hard for Li Shutong to believe. Talent is merely talent. It cannot be instantly transformed into prowess. It requires time to manifest. I alone am sufficient, Chen Yuan declared confidently. Ultimately, Li Shutong acquiesced. Regardless of whether Chen Yuan could genuinely accomplish this feat, it posed no loss to Li Shutong. Should Chen Yuan fail, Li Shutong would not need to share the school's funding with him, having acquired such an extraordinarily gifted student without cost. Conversely, if Chen Yuan succeeded, even splitting the credits would yield a substantial sum of 250,000 credits per semester, resulting in a profit far surpassing the previous quarter. Let us take this gamble, then. From this point forward, you shall be my student, Li Shutong said with a somewhat stiff smile. Teaching one Chen Yuan was undoubtedly simpler than instructing a multitude of students. He simply did not possess the time to squander. From now on, you shall be my teacher, Chen Yuan replied with a smile. As he had anticipated, only Li Shutong would entertain such unreasonable terms. 125,000 credits equated to a lifespan of 12,500 years. Chen Yuan was resolute. Even the celestial martial deity could not obstruct him. At this moment, Li Shutong rubbed his hands together. Chen Yuan, now that you are my student, would you mind lending me your Taotai divine body for research? Research? You don't mean to ask for a piece of flesh, do you? Chen Yuan questioned, finding no issue with the notion. After all, it was merely a bit of skin. Not at all. Just a few drops of blood and a bit of hair will suffice. Li Shutong quickly gestured. I have never encountered a Taotai divine body before. This opportunity must not be wasted. Very well. Chen Yuan extracted 9 drops of blood from his index finger and plucked 3 strands of hair from his head. Teacher, are you familiar with the Taotai divine body? Could you enlighten me? With so many believing Chen Yuan to be a Taotai divine body, he found it tedious to contradict them. It would be beneficial to understand it better, allowing him to embody the persona more convincingly and explain any anomalies about himself. An invisible force emanated from Li Shutong, enveloping the blood and hair before gently floating towards him. Li Shutong carefully packaged them before raising his gaze to explain. The Taotai divine body can absorb most substances from the world and convert them into a unique energy source. This physique first emerged from the dragon elephant martial deity, and it is said that only a Taotai divine body can cultivate the primordial dragon elephant true skill to its fullest potential. Hence, many speculate that the dragon elephant martial deity is indeed a Taotai divine body, as he alone has reached the 9th layer of the primordial dragon elephant true skill. Is the dragon elephant martial deity a Taotai divine body? Chen Yuan inquired curiously. I cannot say for certain, Li Shutong replied. Li Shutong shook his head, acknowledging the enigmatic nature of the Hunyuan dragon elephant true skill. Without the Tian divine body, as mentioned by the dragon elephant martial god, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to master this peculiar martial art, even with exceptional martial talent. One could not attain the Hunyuan dragon elephant true skill without such a formidable foundation. This martial art was inherently unsuitable for the average practitioner. Martial foundation and martial talent, are these not synonymous? Do they not both describe one's innate aptitude for martial arts? Chen Yuan was momentarily taken aback, his thoughts momentarily clouded. Li Shutong glanced at him and quietly remarked, martial foundation and martial talent are not interconnected. In the early stages of a martial artist's journey, the two are often unrelated. The martial foundation primarily reflects one's innate aptitude for advancing through martial realms, such as the blood transformation realm, the enlightenment realm, and the body forging realm, allowing for accelerated cultivation. In contrast, martial talent pertains to one's comprehension of martial arts and martial principles, enabling quicker learning of techniques or even the creation of original martial arts, as well as a swifter grasp of abstract concepts. As one progresses further along the martial path, the distinctions between these two talents blur, and both are indispensable for ascending to the pinnacle of martial arts. In Li Shudong's eyes, Chen Yuan, possessing the Tiantian divine body, was rapidly advancing in his martial realm and had already attained mastery in the third level of the body forging realm. Furthermore, he had demonstrated exceptional martial talent by creating original techniques during university assessments, showcasing his top-tier abilities. With both talents in his possession, Chen Yuan, his student, had already exhibited the stature of a celestial martial deity. Thus, he was worthy of being Li Shudong's disciple. In the past, he had encountered many mediocre individuals, lacking any semblance of true talent. Good riddance to them. I see now. There exists such a distinction. So, my martial foundation and martial talent are indeed unparalleled in this world. Chen Yuan suddenly realized. Li Shutong had no retort. Indeed, Chen Yuan possessed remarkable talent, yet such self-aggrandizement was rather unbecoming. How could one have the audacity to boast so? Was there no sense of modesty? Noticing Li Shudong's apparent interest in the Tiantian divine body, Chen Yuan preemptively declared, "Teacher, should you fail to derive any insights, do not hold me accountable." Fail to derive insights. Li Shudong's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you think of your martial talent? Countless heroes grace this world, yet none can rival my martial aptitude. Chen Yuan proclaimed with extraordinary confidence. Very well. Magnify that confidence tenfold, and that reflects my confidence in my intellect. Li Shutong replied, pointing to his own head, exuding even more self-assurance than Chen Yuan. While Chen Yuan recognized Li Shudong's authority in this domain, he found himself at a loss for words regarding such unabashed self-praise. Was there no sense of shame? Do you not believe me? Li Shutong, noticing Chen Yuan's demeanor, felt a surge of frustration. He could brush off claims of being shameless or average in martial talent with a smile. But any doubt cast upon his theoretical knowledge or academic achievements was absolutely intolerable. Seeing Chen Yuan fall silent, Li Shutong resolved to employ some tactics to instill the respect due to a teacher in his newly accepted student. Young man, having cultivated the Hunyuan Dragon Elephant True Skill to the second level, you must have noticed the inherent flaw of this martial art, have you not? Chen Yuan's expression shifted slightly as he hesitantly replied, are you suggesting that the limitation of physical strength constrains the power exerted by the Hunyuan Dragon Elephant True Skill? It seems you have also perceived that relying solely on martial arts to temper the physical body will not suffice to meet the requirements of the true skill of the primordial dragon elephant, particularly as one progresses further into its depths. Li Shutong nodded in acknowledgement. The creator of this martial art must undoubtedly be a sage of unparalleled intellect. This discipline is devoid of any bottlenecks. With perseverance, even an ordinary person can cultivate and achieve remarkable progress. However, it bears two significant drawbacks. The first is the time consumption. Without the Taotai divine body, an ordinary individual would require at least 100,000, if not 1,000,000 years, to attain success, rendering it an impractical endeavor for the average person. When the dragon elephant martial god publicly unveiled the true skill of the primordial dragon elephant, it incited quite a fervor. Yet regardless of one's martial talent, one must patiently endure the passage of time before mastering this art. The dragon elephant martial god managed to reach the 9th tier. And were it not for the Taotai divine body, even I am perplexed as to how he could achieve this feat in merely a few millennia. The second drawback lies in the limitations imposed by the physical body, as this martial art is not entirely complete. Not entirely complete? Chen Yuan inquired, puzzled. Li Shutong elucidated. It increases strength without enhancing the physique. Do you not find the true skill of the primordial dragon elephant somewhat uncanny? It is evident to anyone that there is an anomaly. Logically speaking, strength and physique should complement each other. How can one solely amplify one without the other? I suspect that the dragon elephant martial god deliberately revealed only half of it, the other half, which addresses the drawbacks and complements the true skill of the primordial dragon elephant, he has kept hidden. Chapter 88. The Dual Polarity Yuan Magnetic True Body, the Dragon Elephant Martial God. Chen Yuan found himself in a quandary. It is not every day one can meet a martial god, and the actions of the dragon elephant martial god always left him, as a Taotai divine body, feeling somewhat unsettled. If it were not for necessity, Chen Yuan would truly prefer to avoid any interaction with the dragon elephant martial god. Would it not be more splendid to seek him after reaching the realm of the starry sky martial god? Noticing Li Shutong's calm demeanor, Chen Yuan understood that he must possess some remedy and could only whisper, "Does my teacher have a solution? Since you have sincerely inquired, there is indeed one." Li Shutong replied with a hint of pride in his tone. "You have clearly cultivated the true skill of the primordial dragon elephant. Your weight has increased significantly. Yet why has your physical strength remained utterly unchanged? Do you know why?" Chen Yuan, having discerned his teacher's temperament, followed suit with curiosity. "Why?" "Because the weight increase does not translate to an enhancement of your physical body." Li Shutong did not leave him in suspense, swiftly clarifying, "The source of power in the true skill of the primordial dragon elephant does not stem from the conventional practice of tempering the body. It is more akin to an abstract form of exoskeleton, ingeniously circumventing the innate limitations of the practitioner, bestowing them with immense strength. The weight you have gained is essentially this invisible, intangible exoskeleton. Should you break through to the golden core realm, you would come to understand this fully." Exoskeleton. Chen Yuan comprehended, realizing the principle behind the true skill of the primordial dragon elephant, and then inquired, "What, then, is the method to address the drawbacks that you mentioned?" "Teacher, the method is quite simple. Since the primordial dragon elephant true skill has bestowed upon you an exoskeleton, we shall further envelop this exoskeleton with an additional layer designed to stabilize your physique." Li Shutong smiled gently. "If I am not mistaken, the path you explored during your university assessment pertains to the duality of yin and yang. I shall assist you in refining the thunder refinement body technique, ultimately abandoning the thunder extreme body in favor of achieving the dual polarity primordial magnetic true form. The dual polarities of yin and yang will serve as a stable core, supplemented by the constraining power of primordial magnetism, which will undoubtedly enable you to unleash the full potential of the primordial dragon elephant true skill. The dual polarity primordial magnetic true form." Li Shutong spoke as if this were a simple task. Yet it was akin to tailoring a body refinement technique perfectly suited for Chen Yuan. How could it possibly be simple? "Master, how long will this process take?" Chen Yuan inquired. If it were to take too long, he would have already achieved the thunder extreme body in the body refinement realm and would be preparing to break through to the blood furnace realm. Whether he could utilize it would be another matter altogether. "It's a trivial matter. I will send it to your terminal in 2 days." Li Shutong replied confidently. "If not for the fact that my research cannot cease, I could finish this in just a few hours." When it came to this aspect, Li Shutong exuded unparalleled confidence, his demeanor and tone even more audacious than Chen Yuan's. Li Shutong often alluded to his research. Chen Yuan was not entirely clear on what it entailed, but he respected Li Shutong's choice not to disclose it and refrained from inquiring further. There was ample time ahead, and given their teacher-student relationship, whenever Li Shutong deemed it appropriate for him to know, he would surely find out. Observing the evident fatigue etched on Li Shutong's face, Chen Yuan could not help but advise, "Master, you appear rather frail. Perhaps you should rest for a while." The fact that a golden core realm martial artist exhibited such conspicuous weariness left Chen Yuan pondering how long it had been since Li Shutong last rested. 1 year? 2 years? Perhaps even longer. "I am a golden core realm martial artist, with an indestructible golden body. How could I possibly work myself to death?" Li Shutong waved his hand dismissively. "Come now, I have my own busy schedule. I rarely have time to teach you. You may attend classes with the Great Lion. Simply mention that you are my student. He will not turn you away." "Very well." In truth, Chen Yuan had little he needed instruction on. With ample training resources, his martial arts prowess had ascended through sheer determination. There were no significant issues. He then stood to leave. "Ah, wait," Li Shutong suddenly called out. And as Chen Yuan turned with a look of confusion, Li Shutong continued, "Regarding the portion of teaching achievements, do your best. It's perfectly acceptable if you cannot meet the expectations. If you fall short, you certainly won't receive half of the school's funding, as I have my own research needs. However, I can still allocate a tenth to you. Do not feel overly pressured." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan sighed, "Master, you underestimate me. I wouldn't even find that tenth sufficient for a mere snack. If you're going to offer, it should be half. Just wait for my good news." Watching Chen Yuan stride away without a hint of hesitation, Li Shutong shook his head in resignation. "He certainly possesses a confidence akin to mine, though I wonder if he matches my strength." Thus unfolds the 6 realms of body refinement: skin polishing, flesh refining, bone tempering, muscle altering, organ nurturing, and marrow cleansing, culminating in the attainment of the minor golden body. After this, the martial artist began to delve into the realm of martial will. The martial will is the essence of a warrior's spirit, philosophy, and perseverance. A sufficiently strong martial will can instill fear in countless beings and distort the fabric of reality. Following the body tempering stage, the next step is the blood furnace realm. To transcend from the body tempering stage to the blood furnace realm, one must forge a furnace of vitality within the human body, guided by martial will and fueled by blood energy, igniting the fire of the warrior. The primary task for a peak body tempering martial artist is to discover their own martial will. Zhang Quangshi is currently elucidating the essential task of breakthrough to his students, many of whom are stuck at the pinnacle of body tempering, unable to make progress or find a path to advancement. Just then, his gaze caught an unexpected figure outside the classroom. Why has this kid come here? Has he finally come to a realization? With this thought, a subtle smile graced Zhang Quangshi's lips as he briefly addressed his students before stepping out of the classroom. At the very moment he departed, the previously silent classroom erupted into a low murmur of conversation, gradually intensifying. Wow, why did the great lion suddenly smile? It's a bit spine-chilling. Are you not afraid of getting beaten? The teacher isn't far away, and you're calling him by his nickname. Aren't you worried he'll come after you later? Did the teacher just see someone familiar outside? Otherwise, he rarely interrupts his teaching process like that. Chapter 89. Auditing classes after leaving Li Shutong. Chen Yuan's first stop was to seek out Zhang Quangshi for 2 reasons: to inform him that he had chosen another mentor, and because Li Shutong had told Chen Yuan that he could audit classes with the Great Lion, simply by mentioning his name. So he wanted to see what the situation was like. The Great Lion naturally refers to Zhang Quangshi, a fitting moniker, as he indeed resembles a golden-haired Lion King. Zhang Quangshi exited the classroom with enthusiasm, approaching Chen Yuan with joy. Chen Yuan, have you finally come to a decision? Being my student guarantees you a life of comfort and privilege, with numerous senior brothers and sisters to protect you. You can walk freely at Chen Yuan University. No one would dare to provoke you. However, a single statement from Chen Yuan left Zhang Quangshi speechless. Teacher Zhang, I have already chosen another mentor, Chen Yuan stated plainly. After a moment of silence, Zhang Quangshi slowly inquired, so, you have indeed found a mentor, and it is not me? Yes, Chen Yuan nodded. Then why have you come to see me? Seeking a beating? Zhang Quangshi's tone was filled with astonishment. This was what puzzled him the most. What did Chen Yuan mean by this? Why would he come to find him if he didn't intend to be his student? Was it merely to say, I have a mentor, but it's not you? Wouldn't that just be a pure affront to Zhang Quangshi? I came to audit classes, Chen Yuan replied honestly. Zhang Quangshi, could this kid have come here deliberately to provoke me, perhaps attempting to extort me? Zhang Quangshi speculated inwardly. After all, it was said that Chen Yuan possessed the so-called gluttonous divine body, which was essentially an insatiable void. He was likely desperate for cultivation resources. In a fit of rage, it is entirely plausible that one might injure him and subsequently extort a sum for oneself. Thus, with an air of uncertainty, Zhang Quangshi inquired, are you suggesting that you chose another as your mentor, yet still wish to attend my lectures? Chen Yuan nodded in affirmation. Observing Zhang Quangshi's shifting expressions and the hint of bristling fur, Chen Yuan hastily added, my teacher is Li Shutong, and it is he who encouraged me to audit your class. Upon hearing this, Zhang Quangshi's demeanor softened, and he asked, Li Shutong, even in the past, he had little time to spare. Does he truly lack the capacity to guide you now? He claims to be exceedingly busy, embroiled in a particularly critical phase of research. Chen Yuan explained in defense of his mentor. At the mention of research, Zhang Quangshi frowned, scrutinizing Chen Yuan with a critical eye before querying. What terms did Li Shutong offer that persuaded you to become his student? I could provide you double the incentive. You might as well study under me, as it is likely I shall be the one teaching you in the future. Double the offer. It was evident that Zhang Quangshi held a genuine fondness for Chen Yuan, even attempting to entice him away from Li Shutong. However, Chen Yuan was aware that such an offer was implausible. Teacher Zhang, you would not acquiesce to my terms, he replied, shaking his head as he elaborated on the wager he had made with Li Shutong. A wager? You audaciously seek a share of next quarter's school funding? Half of it, a staggering one. 25 million credits. You possess quite the gall. Surprisingly, Zhang Quangshi did not reprimand Chen Yuan for his audacity or fanciful aspirations. On the contrary, admiration sparkled in his eyes as he patted Chen Yuan on the shoulder, declaring, indeed, you are bold and spirited. I find myself increasingly fond of you. You ought to be my student. Although you did not select me as your mentor, I shall regard you as half of my pupil henceforth. Attend my classes freely. None shall dare to expel you. Do not hold Li Shutong's neglect against him. His burdens far exceed mine. Decades of toil, ambition, and his very future are invested in that endeavor, leaving him little room for distraction. I understand. Chen Yuan was not particularly concerned about Li Shutong's availability to mentor him. Ultimately, the most significant influence upon him was the availability of cultivation resources. As long as those were sufficient, all else would be manageable. Furthermore, It was evident that the research-consuming Li Shutong, a formidable golden core expert, was of utmost importance, to the point of exhausting him completely. Moreover, Li Shutong was not entirely absent from his education. The forthcoming polar Yuan magnetic true body was one of the most pressing needs for Chen Yuan at present. This alone surpassed numerous forms of instruction. Very well, let us proceed. Starting today, you shall attend a class. Zhang Guangshi exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Leading Chen Yuan into the classroom, he generously introduced him to the students below, stating, "This is Chen Yuan. He shall henceforth be your junior disciple. Be sure to recognize him, so that no mistakes are made." The students below responded in unison, "Oh, another junior disciple has arrived. But why does that name sound so familiar?" Chen Yuan. In the university assessment, the creation of a unique martial art has undoubtedly crowned him as the newcomer king. How could you not recognize this? I anticipated that, given this lad's character, the instructor would undoubtedly take him under his wing, and indeed, my expectations were fulfilled. Zhang Guangshi refrained from disclosing to his students that Chen Yuan was not his pupil, but rather a protege of Li Shutong. Naturally, Chen Yuan would not seek to embarrass himself by revealing this connection. The senior students were quite enthusiastic about Chen Yuan, for they understood the value of befriending a prodigious junior, ensuring they established favorable relations. Furthermore, it was evident from Zhang Guangshi's demeanor that he held Chen Yuan in high regard, inciting a tinge of jealousy among the students who had been under his tutelage for several years. The theme of the class focused on breaking through the blood furnace realm, a goal not far removed from Chen Yuan's current aspirations, and he gleaned some insights. Following the lesson, Zhang Guangshi remarked, "Chen Yuan, are you not aiming to achieve a remarkable teaching performance solely through Li Shutong's guidance? Remember to showcase your talents at tomorrow's freshman assembly." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan's gaze shifted slightly. Zhang Guangshi had nearly stated outright that as long as he performed well tomorrow, he would be able to enhance his teaching achievements. This was precisely what Chen Yuan needed. Thus, he nodded and replied, "Teacher, I understand." Chapter 90. The freshman assembly of the Martial Institute. The following day dawned bright and clear, with the sun shining brilliantly. Chen Yuan lifted his gaze to the skies above the continent, where a miniature artificial star stood tall, suspended in midair. Its true size could not compare to that of the stars in the universe, nor could it match their grandeur. However, for humanity residing in subspace, its effect was nearly equivalent to that of an authentic star. The heavens appeared round, with countless stars providing a backdrop, governing day and night, reminiscent of scenes from ancient mythologies. At times, as Chen Yuan gazed upon this spectacle, he could not help but let his thoughts wander. Could it be that the figures from mythology were merely a group of extraterrestrial beings wielding advanced interstellar technology? After all, with Chen Yuan's current cultivation in the body refinement realm, being impervious to harm and unaffected by fire and water was trivial. If he were to encounter a civilization untouched by the Star Alliance, he might well be regarded as a deity or an immortal. Conventional firearms and projectiles could hardly harm a practitioner of the body refinement realm. If coupled with suitable mecha, he could swiftly transform into an instrument of slaughter, rendering the standard weaponry of ordinary civilizations utterly inadequate against such terrifying prowess. Yet, regarding the notion of being a celestial being, if I so desired, a lifetime devoted to the pursuit of immortality might not grant me a longer lifespan than my own. Alas, I do not seek eternal life. Martial artists do not pursue longevity, but rather the convergence of immense power within themselves, firmly grasping their destinies in their own hands. For now, let us proceed to witness the so-called freshman assembly of the Martial Institute. Just as Zhang Guangshi had mentioned yesterday, early this morning, Chen Yuan received a notification from the school, summoning the freshmen of this cohort to attend the assembly. The venue was the Martial Institute Assembly Hall, located at the heart of the Martial Institute region. Even from several kilometers away, Chen Yuan could clearly discern its imposing outline, rather than a mere structure. The Martial Institute Assembly Hall resembled a man-made mountain, towering majestically, piercing the clouds. The structure rises in a magnificent pyramid shape, crafted entirely from a unique silver-white alloy, gleaming radiantly under the illumination of an artificial miniature star. It is more than sufficient to accommodate not only the 10,000 new students of the Martial Academy, but even the entirety of its 8 grades, totaling 80,000. At this moment, numerous freshmen have arrived early, curiously surveying their surroundings. Is this the Grand Hall of the Martial Academy? It truly is awe-inspiring. Effortlessly capable of housing US 10,000 newcomers, I was previously concerned about overcrowding. Speaking of which, coming from a remote planet, what is the purpose of this freshman assembly? Is it merely to listen to the leadership of Yuan University deliver their speeches? That seems rather dull. Alas, there are so many prodigies at Yuan University. I barely managed to secure a single occupancy dormitory, while only those at the body refinement stage could snag the luxurious accommodations in the top ranks. Meanwhile, at the periphery of the Martial Academy's Grand Hall, a considerable number of upperclassmen have gathered, engaged in lively conversations. Observing the new students below, each brimming with youthful defiance yet tinged with naivety, some upperclassmen cannot help but reflect. Ah, this is our lost youth. Gazing at these newcomers reminds me so much of my own debut last year. They are just like I was, full of pride and with expressions that invite a good smack. I've heard this year as freshmen possess commendable strength. There are 32 at the body refinement stage, 5 more than my cohort. Now that's intriguing. Among the group of upperclassmen, one tall man with broad shoulders and long legs stands out. To his right, a man with a spiky hairstyle, bearing a rebellious demeanor, chuckles and says, "Zhouya, I heard your younger brother has also joined us at Chen Yuan University this year. Which one is he? Hurry and point him out so I can take a look." To Zhouya's left, a striking short-haired girl immediately retorts, "Point him out, and then you'll go beat him up in a few days, right? Wang Chuanfeng, can't you take on the president instead of seeking trouble with his brother? Isn't your martial spirit a source of shame?" Wang Chuanfeng, feeling indignant, responds, "Tang Yuxiao, I couldn't care less if you were trying to curry favor with Zhouya, but please don't drag me into it. Am I the kind of person who would do that?" "Well, you indeed are that kind of person," Zhouya interjects, crossing his arms. "Damn, you two are teaming up to slander me. I'm going to report you to the school, all the way to the principal. You two are embezzling funds from the Martial Academy Student Union. Your conscience must be utterly corrupted," Wang Chuanfeng exclaims, raising his hand in protest. The other upperclassmen, witnessing this scene, are largely unperturbed. While they find Wang Chuanfeng rather noisy and slightly bothersome, none dare to confront him, as martial prowess is the supreme law within the martial arts realm. "Quiet down. Don't you want to know which one is my brother? It's the one sitting up front," Zhouya says with a hint of exasperation. Upon hearing this, Wang Chuanfeng immediately falls silent and looks in the direction Zhouya indicated. Among the 10,000 newcomers, the disparity in strength is starkly evident. Those standing toward the front possess greater prowess, and the individual at the very forefront is currently seated in silence, eyes closed, meditating peacefully on the ground. Unperturbed by the surrounding clamor and chaos, this individual seemed to be in a state of cultivation. Indeed, it was none other than Zhou Yuan. Wang Chuanfeng, having retracted the playful expression on his face, adopted a more serious demeanor and could not help but praise to maintain such a pure martial spirit amidst this environment. "Your younger brother's talent surpasses even yours. Of course, my ancestor has praised my brother's martial aptitude," Zhouya replied, a smile gracing his lips, pride evident in his tone. Wang Chuanfeng, somewhat irked by Zhouya's demeanor, sought to provoke him further. "How is it that in the illustrious Zhou family of the imperial capital Star Domain, both prodigies are attending Chen Yuan University? Especially your brother. The president of the Imperial University must be weeping in despair over missing him. In the forthcoming University League, your brother is likely to dominate all the freshmen. How will the other two major contenders fare this year? Your brother's talent is truly formidable among this year's newcomers. There should be none stronger than him, right? There are indeed others, Chuanfeng. This year, there is one newcomer who surpasses my brother." Zhouya indicated towards the entrance of the Martial Academy Auditorium. "Is he not here?" Chen Yuan gradually stepped into the Martial Academy Auditorium. While some of the older students might not recognize him, among the newcomers, Chen Yuan's reputation needed no embellishment. It is Chen Yuan, the one who defeated Zhou Yuan. A peak Enlightenment realm practitioner, he carved his path during the university assessments and created his own martial arts. His martial talent is extraordinary. Without prompting, the numerous newcomers parted to make way for Chen Yuan. This is the realm of martial artists, where unadulterated strength reigns supreme. At the end of the path, Zhou Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze fixated solely on his rival. "Chen Yuan, you have finally arrived." From Zhou Yuan's perspective, among his contemporaries, there were those weaker than him, and those nearly his equal, but none had surpassed him. Those stronger than him had merely lived a bit longer. Zhou Yuan was convinced that, given the same amount of time, he could achieve greater feats than those individuals. Even in the pursuit of becoming a martial god of the stars, Zhou Yuan held steadfast confidence, until he arrived at Chen Yuan University, where he encountered his lifelong rival. Chen Yuan, that was the first defeat of his life. Not only that, but it was at the hands of a peer. Yet, Zhou Yuan relished the defeat. It was precisely by losing to a peer, by losing to Chen Yuan, that he found a target to pursue, a motivation more abundant than ever. His martial heart had never been so resolute. "Chen Yuan, you have finally arrived." To Zhou Yuan, the other newcomers appeared as indistinct NPCs. while only Chen Yuan commanded his attention, for he was his rival. Yes, I have arrived. Chen Yuan, momentarily at a loss for words, could only respond in kind. Surely, Zhou Yuan hadn't he become a fool? He was not like this before, was he? Was he truly so melodramatic? Naturally, Chen Yuan felt somewhat awkward. Yet in the eyes of others, he and Zhou Yuan appeared as kindred spirits among competitors. The atmosphere then fell into a silence. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Yuan closed his eyes once more, resuming his cultivation. Around them, the faint murmur of low voices began to rise again, buzzing like mosquitoes. Until the moment the president of Chen University, a middle-aged man with graying hair and a somewhat aged visage, slowly ascended the stage, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. All eyes were fixated upon him. This was the president, Dai Wuxing. He chose not to utilize any amplification devices, for he himself was a martial artist, not the strongest, yet sufficiently capable. He surveyed the audience and spoke slowly. I am delighted that you have chosen Chen University. Regardless of whether you may regret this decision in the future, it is ultimately your own choice. Every advancement a martial artist makes signifies a leap in the hierarchy of life, even altering the most fundamental genes, creating a reproductive isolation from ordinary humans. Yet, despite everything, a martial artist remains human. I have witnessed many martial artists who forget their humanity. They regard ordinary people as mere livestock, slaughtering indiscriminately, unconcerned. Among them, the powerful can annihilate entire populations with a mere wave of their hand, turning the inhabitants of a planet into their playthings. I am a martial artist, and so are you. We all understand the sensation of power residing within ourselves, and it seems almost natural to gradually forget our human identity. However, I do not wish for such a fate to unfold, nor does the Star Alliance. That is why there exists a university for martial artists, a martial arts academy. It is not solely to instruct you in martial arts, but also to attempt to establish a moral anchor for your humanity as martial artists. This is the true significance of our institution. Dai Wuxing spoke for no longer than 3 minutes. Following him, a familiar figure to Chen Yuan took the president's place on the stage, Zhang Guangshi. His voice boomed like thunder. I hope you remember the president's words. Should you err in the future, do not blame us teachers for being merciless. I know you are all geniuses, but the Star Alliance is never short of talent. Even if you are 1 in a million, the Star Alliance boasts millions upon millions. Now, let us commence your first lesson as martial artists. Let us temper your arrogance. As Zhang Guangshi's words resonated, the seasoned students emerged from the edges of the martial arts hall, 300 practitioners of the body refinement stage. Let's join forces, Chen Yuan. Zhou Yuan's expression turned serious. Regardless of how resolute his martial spirit was, he could not concentrate at this moment and began to bounce on the spot. Without the need for further explanation, Chen Yuan comprehended the situation. It was merely a matter of allowing the seasoned body refinement students to temper the edges of their new counterparts. Despite the new students numbering 10,000, the seasoned students were merely 300, yet among them, every single one was a master of the body refinement stage. In contrast, there were only about 30 new students at the same stage, most of whom were merely beginning their journey in body refinement. This scenario resembled an ancient battlefield, where 10,000 unarmed peasants faced 300 heavily armored cavalry on the plains. Despite the overwhelming numbers, a single charge could obliterate them. At this moment, the seasoned students, though fewer in number, had encircled the 10,000 newcomers, each one eager and animated. Do not blame us. We too have endured this. Just endure, and it will pass. A new student at the enlightenment stage was worth 5 credits. You know, I am fortunate to seize this opportunity. Those in the blood furnace stage do not even qualify for this. 5 credits, 10,000 freshmen. Does that not equate to 50,000 credits and 5,000 years of lifespan? Chen Yuan found himself tempted to switch to the ranks of the upperclassmen, eager to reap the substantial credits from the new students. With this group of nascent talents, a single strike from him could easily send several flying. However, defeating upperclassmen would yield credits, while freshmen attacking upperclassmen surely could not be without consequence, could they? Chen Yuan's thoughts stirred restlessly as he directly inquired of Zhang Guangshi. Teacher Zhang, can we earn credits for eliminating upperclassmen? Zhang Guangshi grinned widely, replying, indeed. The more you defeat, the more credits you earn. Go for it. I believe in you. Chen Yuan's words resonated throughout the crowd, signaling a desire for an audacious uprising. Such occurrences were not unprecedented. In fact, they transpired almost annually. Every year, there were always exceptional talents among the newcomers, their rebellious spirits intensely ignited. They would not simply stand by and endure punishment. However, the outcomes rarely favored them. Little brat, do you think it's that easy to earn our credits? The upperclassmen were well aware of Chen Yuan's capabilities. This year's rookie king was at the pinnacle of his realm, having created his own martial arts. His combat prowess was indeed formidable, but they were not about to indulge him with notions of fairness, nor engage in one-on-one duels. The upperclassmen remained vigilant, recognizing that even a strong newcomer could pose a genuine threat. At this moment, several elite upperclassmen had split off to focus solely on Chen Yuan, a testament to their recognition of this rising star. No one dared to underestimate Chen Yuan, a true prodigy. To do so would be to belittle themselves. Chapter 92. The Great Brawl beside Chen Yuan. Zhou Yuan, upon hearing his words, felt a surge of fervor and combat spirit. Such confidence was requisite to be worthy of being his rival. Chen Yuan, let us compete to see who can eliminate more upperclassmen. I wager 100 credits. Zhou Yuan had but 100 credits remaining. With that declaration, he unleashed his vigor, charging headlong into the throng of upperclassmen. The upperclassmen, having researched Chen Yuan, were equally aware of Zhou Yuan, and they too did not dare to be careless, dispatching several to ensnare him. And thus, the battle was set to erupt. The upperclassmen descended upon the 1,000 freshmen like famished wolves with glinting eyes, crashing into the crowd as if a massive truck had barreled through, instantly eliminating dozens of freshmen upon contact. At this juncture, a dozen upperclassmen surrounded Chen Yuan, converging from all directions. Directly opposite him stood an upperclassman with slightly yellowing hair, whose physique suddenly doubled in size, muscles bursting through his shirt, revealing an extraordinarily strong torso. His cultivation at the second level of the body refinement realm exuded a fearsome aura. Chen Yuan, allow me to show you my thunder fist, remember my name. Yet, before he could utter his name, Chen Yuan's punch had already reached him, abruptly breaking off his words. With the profound skill of the mixed element dragon elephant, even with physical limitations, its power was merely a notch below that of a peak body refinement expert. How could a second-level practitioner hope to withstand it? With a single blow, the upperclassman was sent hurtling backward, losing his combat ability in an instant. Chirping incessantly, now it seems that names have not even been mentioned. Chen Yuan curled his lips. Meanwhile, it was as if Chen Yuan's feet had taken root. He twisted and spun, an eruption of vital energy surging around him. The sound of wind generated by his fists and palms was thunderous, with visible white currents intertwining and swirling between them. The two senior students closest to him were instantly struck by his blows. Even though they had braced themselves, the overwhelming force sent them flying, robbing them of their ability to fight back. How could this be? Chen Yuan was at the third layer of the body refinement stage. Which fool gathered such intelligence? Retreat. Retreat now. The dozen or so senior students surrounding him immediately sensed the immense power of Chen Yuan's vital energy within him. This was no mere peak of the enlightenment stage. He was clearly at the third layer of the body refinement stage. If a peak enlightenment stage Chen Yuan required their utmost caution, how could they possibly contend with a Chen Yuan at the third layer of body refinement? Trying to escape? Too late. Chen Yuan would never allow this group of mobile credit packages to slip away. He suddenly twisted and lunged forward, his arms whirling like whips, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages accompanied by piercing sounds of air being sliced. Crack! Another senior student, caught off guard and unable to retreat in time, was struck in the abdomen by Chen Yuan's whip-like hand. Blood vessels instantly erupted in his eyes as he clutched his midsection like a shrimp, collapsing to the ground. In mere seconds, with just 3 moves, for had been eliminated, Chen Yuan had yet to employ any advanced martial arts. Merely channeling the immense power of the second layer of the mixed Yuan Dragon Elephant True Art along with a basic yin-yang scatter technique. Wasn't this kid supposed to be at the peak of the enlightenment stage? How did he suddenly transform into the third layer of body refinement? Zhang Quangshi had anticipated Chen Yuan's strength, yet he had never imagined that the records clearly indicated Chen Yuan as being at the peak of the enlightenment stage. How could he have ascended to the third layer of body refinement in just a day or two? Although Golden Core stage warriors could probe the fundamentals of lower-tier martial artists, Zhang Quangshi refrained from doing so with Chen Yuan, as it was a matter of basic respect for a student. Could the tasting, devouring divine body be this formidable? Well, if he is indeed stronger, it brings me a modicum of pride. Zhang Quangshi had never been one to concern himself with such details. As long as a student was not ensnared by otherworldly malevolent forces, forcibly wielding power that was not their own, he did not mind whether they harbored certain secrets. The time would come when Chen Yuan would speak for himself. It was a pity, though, if only this lad were to be my disciple. I wouldn't have to assist that Li Shutong in guiding him. How I longed to give him a good thrashing. The thought of not becoming Chen Yuan's mentor, but having to help Li Shutong teach him, made Zhang Quangshi grit his teeth in frustration. The commotion caused by Chen Yuan naturally did not go unnoticed by others. Zhouya, your younger brother has been defeated by Chen Yuan. That is truly no injustice. Tang Yuxiao gazed at Chen Yuan, who had vanquished 4 senior students in 3 moves, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is bad. This is terrible." Another formidable individual has emerged among the freshmen. "Zhouya, you are destined to remain busy." Wang Chuanfeng grinned mischievously. Everyone knew that true geniuses were not the stable sort. They were bound to stir up trouble and accomplish great feats. When the dust settled, the cleanup would inevitably fall to Zhouya, the president of the Martial Arts Academy's student council. Just the thought of Zhouya looking flustered brought Wang Chuanfeng immense satisfaction. It was even more exhilarating than a personal breakthrough. Zhouya disregarded the 2 individuals, although he was indeed keeping an eye on Chen Yuan, the widely acknowledged newcomer king. His gaze, however, was predominantly fixed upon his brother, Zhou Yuan. Although not his biological sibling, their bond was forged in childhood, surpassing that of blood relations. At this moment, Zhou Yu's eyes reflected a trace of concern for Zhou Yuan. Despite Zhou Yuan's superior talent, it paled in comparison to the sheer ferocity of Chen Yuan. Would he be able to break free from his predicament? Indeed, Zhou Yuan appeared like a cornered beast, encircled by 9 senior students. The Tide Force Heavenly Fist, one of the Zhou family's ancestral martial arts, melded force with fist, its power unfathomable. Even the senior students dared not underestimate the second-tier intricacies of this technique. Focusing all their energy on defense, thwarting, and then alternating to continue engaging Zhou Yuan in combat. As long as they persisted, they could gradually exhaust Zhou Yuan's vitality and strength, ultimately eliminating him. Yet it was not enough. There was more strength to be harnessed. Chen Yuan could slay amidst a dozen seniors. Zhou Yuan could not be ensnared by a mere 9. His momentum, realm, and martial arts could still ascend. Since childhood, Zhou Yuan had been a prodigy, his martial roots and scholarly prowess among the finest in the imperial capital's star domain, vanquishing all peers without contest. Some claimed his success stemmed solely from luck, but talent was a divine gift. What could he do about it? Zhou Yuan never felt shame for his remarkable endowments. He understood the adage that ignoring divine gifts would lead to misfortune. Now, faced with his nemesis Chen Yuan, he refused to entertain frivolous thoughts, for he had transformed from the pursued into the pursuer. His momentum could indeed swell. Absolutely, effortlessly. A multitude of inspirations collided within his mind, continuously birthing new insights and realizations. Zhou Yuan's momentum surged once more, and his martial arts advanced yet another notch. The overwhelming aura surrounding him suddenly contracted, coalescing within his fist, which he then unleashed. With the Tide Force Heavenly Fist, he struck down a senior, marking his elimination of the first senior student. He became, after Chen Yuan, the second newcomer to successfully oust a senior. Chapter 93. No rivals remained. Not a single one of the 10,000 newcomers was inept, waiting passively for seniors to trample them. After withstanding the initial onslaught, even though they were strangers to one another, the newcomers quickly forged an alliance to collectively resist the seniors. However, the effectiveness was lacking. How could they combat seniors in the body refinement stage? Their talents were no less than ours, yet their realms exceeded ours, and their mastery of martial arts was far superior. What could they possibly achieve? A newcomer, having been struck in the face by a senior's punch and eliminated in despair, muttered a curse under his breath. A senior in the second or third tier of body refinement could easily overpower dozens of newcomers in the enlightenment stage, with newcomers being eliminated almost incessantly. Excluding Chen Yuan's situation, which was utterly contrary, while other newcomers relied on their numerical advantage to endure against the seniors. Chen Yuan's side saw seniors struggling to withstand his might, overwhelmed by sheer force. The chaos was terrifying. What in the world? This newcomer king is a bit too formidable. Isn't he? What is that strength? One touch leads to defeat, one brush results in injury? We need more people. Is it truly so arduous for you to deal with this group of newcomers? Hurry and summon a few more people to join in the assault on Chen Yuan. We cannot hold out much longer. Chen Yuan weaves through the crowd, darting, sprinting, halting abruptly, and then changing direction with a speed and fluidity that leaves one breathless. Retreating? I ask you, what are you retreating from? I, as a newcomer, am worth 5 credits. Do you not desire that? Chen Yuan lashes out, knocking one person aside, and gazes at the retreating upperclassmen, bellowing. At this moment, the number of upperclassmen besieging me has reached 29, most of whom are at the first, second, or third levels of body refinement, with a few experts at the 4th level. The upperclassmen below the 3rd level dare not confront me directly, as over a dozen have already proven their elimination through their own failures. In a direct confrontation, they stand no chance against me. Only those at the 4th level of body refinement can exchange a few blows with me without being instantly defeated. Faced with my overwhelming strength, They continuously evade combat, retreating after merely a single strike, afraid to be greedy for achievements. Do the upperclassmen of Chen Yuan University not dare to withstand even a single blow from this newcomer? Chen Yuan continued to taunt, attempting to provoke the upperclassmen. He had no time to chase down each one individually. It would be far too time-consuming. Instead, he preferred to let them attack him en masse, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. At that moment, a bald, muscular man, who had been mercilessly eliminating newcomers, noticed the situation and decided to abandon his current targets, rushing directly towards Chen Yuan. It is Brother Guantian. We are saved. Brother Guantian is at the 5th level of body refinement and possesses 2nd grade mixed martial arts. He will undoubtedly suppress Chen Yuan's monstrous strength. Let Brother Guan take the lead while we feign attacks from the sidelines. Chen Yuan is destined to fail. With an imposing presence, Guantian moved with the grace of a tiger, uttering not a single word as he delivered a powerful punch aimed directly at Chen Yuan's forehead. Chen Yuan, come and receive my punch if you dare. Why not? Bring it on. Chen Yuan laughed heartily, not flinching nor evading, fully channeling the power of the dragon and elephant. His fingers spread wide, white energy swirling within his right palm, and then, as he slowly clenched his fingers, it seemed as if he were about to explode the very air itself, creating a deafening sound. He met Guantian's charge head-on. Boom. An astonishing shockwave erupted around the two, causing numerous newcomers to retreat in haste to avoid being caught in the crossfire. The sheer force emanating from these two was terrifying. As the shockwave expanded, both Chen Yuan and Guantian were pushed back by the other's overwhelming power. Chen Yuan, you possess quite the strength. Guantian felt a slight numbness in his entire arm. Only after personally exchanging a punch with Chen Yuan did he comprehend the sheer terror of that immense force. Is it a special mixed martial arts technique? Or perhaps the true power of the mixed element dragon and elephant? It is said that Chen Yuan has mastered this martial art. But does anyone truly practice such a thing? Guantian, possessing extraordinary talent in mixed martial arts, once attempted to cultivate the true power of the mixed element dragon and elephant, but, after years of stagnation without breaking through the 1st level, was forced to abandon it. Now, his doubts linger regarding whether Chen Yuan has truly succeeded in mastering it. It is precisely because he has experienced the arduous journey himself that Guantian questions whether Chen Yuan has indeed mastered the true power of the mixed element dragon and elephant. The prodigy cultivates other techniques with greater efficiency, rendering the practice of the mixed Yuan dragon-elephant true skill somewhat superfluous. Only those of mediocre talent would expend considerable time honing the dragon-elephant strength, unencumbered by the limitations of the mixed Yuan dragon-elephant true skill. The 2nd-tier martial arts of the transformation realm? Not lacking. At this moment, Chen Yuan's right arm bore a multitude of wounds, appearing as if it had been sliced by countless blades. This was not a result of Guantian's attack, but rather the toll exacted by the full exertion of the mixed Yuan dragon-elephant true skill. His physique could not withstand such overwhelming force and began to show signs of collapse. The observing seniors, however, were oblivious to these nuances. They witnessed Chen Yuan's injury firsthand. Chen Yuan was on the verge of defeat. Look, with Guantian's strike upon him, Chen Yuan's combat effectiveness would surely diminish. The taste of vanquishing the newcomer king was truly delightful. The seniors, like ravenous wolves scenting blood, rushed towards Chen Yuan. Guantian, clear-minded, did not intervene but instead mingled among the crowd of seniors, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Let them come. It saves me the effort. Chen Yuan smirked coldly. Previously, in a bid to eliminate more seniors and garner additional credits, he had deliberately conserved his energy and vitality, all for this moment. Black and white arcs of electricity began to leap from his fingertips, dancing and ultimately converging in his hands, erupting in an instant, with a punch in a palm. Moving from excruciating slowness to blinding speed, he infused his attack with dragon-elephant strength, pushing forward relentlessly. The yin-yang transformation strike. In a heartbeat, over a dozen seniors coughed blood and were sent flying, instantaneously eliminated from the match. This was Chen Yuan's full power. This was his self-created martial art. Under the yin-yang transformation strike, Guantian too revealed signs of defeat. Even though he was at the 5th level of body refinement and possessed 2nd-tier transformation realm martial arts for protection, he could not withstand Chen Yuan's full-force strike. Only those at the 6th level of body refinement, achieving the minor golden body, could hope to defeat Chen Yuan at this moment. Guantian understood this all too well. Yet, peak body refinement warriors would not appear here, as it would undoubtedly be a dimensional strike against these newcomers, an excessive display of strength. Never mind. The momentum was with Chen Yuan. It was time to gather credits. Guantian's mind stirred, and he chose not to engage Chen Yuan directly. instead turning to pursue the remaining newcomers. Without the 5th-level body refinement warriors to obstruct him, Chen Yuan easily triumphed over the seniors. From this point onward, he faced no rival. Chapter 94, Conclusion. At this moment, the scene within the Martial Arts Academy's Grand Hall was exceedingly peculiar. With a throng of seniors chasing and attacking the newcomers, while Chen Yuan relentlessly pursued this group of seniors. He had already eliminated nearly 50 to 60 seniors. Yet the remaining ones were exceedingly elusive, refusing to confront Chen Yuan directly. As Chen Yuan pursued one senior, the others could easily circumvent him to eliminate the remaining newcomers. Like harvesting chives, 1,000 newcomers fell one after another, and in the blink of an eye, fewer than 500 remained. Chen Yuan's ease in dispatching the seniors was eclipsed by how effortlessly these seniors dealt with the newcomers. All right, the time is nearly up. Stand down. The arrogant lion called out loudly. The senior, currently being chased by Chen Yuan, suddenly collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, unable to rise. Chen Yuan, having judiciously withdrawn, found that his vitality and stamina were nearly depleted. After all, the senior students were all masters of the body refinement realm, possessing considerable martial prowess. Chen Yuan was not an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. Having consecutively eliminated 50 to 60 senior students, he was quite fatigued. Looking back, only a few hundred freshmen remained standing on the field, while the majority lay sprawled on the ground, many having been knocked unconscious. Fortunately, these were minor injuries. None of the freshmen suffered severe wounds, and they would naturally recover after a few days. This was partly due to the seniors exercising restraint, and partly because numerous martial arts instructors, like Zhang Guangshi, were observing closely, ensuring that no serious issues arose. It was commendable that several hundred freshmen still stood. The overall quality of this cohort of martial artists surpassed my expectations. Those who were not eliminated would each receive 200 credits from the school, credited to your personal terminals shortly. Your teachers should also be generous, so do approach them for your rewards. Zhang Guangshi nodded slightly as he regarded the hundreds of freshmen still upright, although a portion of their survival could be attributed to Chen Yuan's elimination of many seniors. The fact that the freshmen had not been completely overwhelmed was a testament to their overall caliber. Among them, the most satisfying for Zhang Guangshi was Chen Yuan, followed closely by Zhou Yuan. Chen Yuan needed no further elaboration. He had almost singularly achieved a remarkable victory, sending a multitude of seniors fleeing in disarray. As for Zhou Yuan, his martial talent displayed in this battle was genuinely formidable. Under pressure, he exhibited continuous improvement, with each strike more potent than the last. Alas, I did not take Chen Yuan as a student. However, Zhou Yuan also possesses considerable promise, albeit with a somewhat blunt disposition, making him quite suitable as my student. Unfortunately, he hails from the Zhou family of the imperial capital Star Domain. Zhang Guangshi felt a tinge of regret that the two most talented students he valued this year had not chosen him as their mentor. Nevertheless, it was not entirely fruitless. Chen Yuan could still be considered half my student. Zhang Guangshi did not disclose how many credits Chen Yuan had amassed, but everyone present understood that it was certainly a substantial amount. The eliminated seniors were now negotiating credits with their peers, creating quite a stir. Many voiced their grievances, exclaiming, "How can it only be 100 credits? Though it was agreed to limit Chen Yuan to 100 credits, at that time, you were speaking of peak enlightenment realm. Yet now Chen Yuan is at the 3rd level of body refinement. You didn't even fight Chen Yuan. You only bullied those freshmen of the enlightenment realm." Unaware of the prowess of this year's rookie king, additional credits must be granted, at least 300. Indeed, you enjoyed beating up the freshmen. While we were thoroughly trounced by Chen Yuan, we absolutely deserve more credits. No one is leaving the Martial Academy Assembly Hall without an increase. If you are dissatisfied, go challenge Chen Yuan to a duel. If you win, I will concede. In truth, this matter of credits was not significant for the seniors. However, they had enrolled in this event with the intent to dominate the freshmen, only to find themselves bested instead. If they did not secure additional credits, they would feel quite discontented. Chen Yuan, how many seniors did you defeat? Zhou Yuan's predicament was far more dire than Chen Yuan's. Not only was his vital energy nearly depleted and his stamina dwindling, but he also bore numerous injuries. If I recall correctly, there were 50 or 60, Chen Yuan replied, his tone laced with uncertainty. Zhou Yuan was already aware that he could not possibly surpass Chen Yuan this time, so he remained undaunted. Laughing heartily, he declared, "I eliminated 9 senior students, surely not as many as you. 100 credits have already been deposited into your personal terminal. This experience has been quite enlightening. And in a few days, I should be able to break through to the 3rd level of body refinement. At that point, our martial arts realms will be equal, and we can have another match." To Zhou Yuan, The 100 credits held little value. It was the experience gained from the battles that constituted his true reward. As long as he continued to progress, he would inevitably catch up with Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan couldn't help but glance sideways. Zhou Yuan was indeed a true prodigal son of fortune. No wonder he is my rival. Such talent deserves to walk alongside me. No problem. Feel free to seek me out for a spar anytime. Chen Yuan thought, seizing the opportunity for credits that were easily obtained. At that moment, 2 men and a woman slowly approached Chen Yuan and Zhou Yuan. Big brother, I saw you earlier. Zhou Yuan waved at the leading man while enthusiastically introducing Chen Yuan. This is my elder brother, Zhouya. Just as he was about to introduce Chen Yuan to Zhouya, he was interrupted. With a smile, Zhouya extended his hand to Chen Yuan, saying, I am Zhouya, president of the Martial Arts Academy Student Council. Chen Yuan, I have heard much about you. I hope my brother has not caused you any trouble. Chen Yuan shook Zhouya's hand, replying, not at all. I am Wang Chuanfeng. Next time, I'll take you out for some fun. Let us go see the void. Wang Chuanfeng winked at Chen Yuan. Tang Yuxiao, vice president of the Martial Arts Academy Student Council. Tang Yuxiao nodded slightly. The three exchanged brief introductions. And after Zhouya offered a few words of advice to Zhou Yuan, he led Wang Chuanfeng and Tang Yuxiao away from the assembly hall. Zhouya was aware of his brother's bet with Chen Yuan and the consequent loss of credits. However, one could not blame others for a lack of strength. Moreover, with a formidable opponent like Chen Yuan, his exceptionally gifted brother would be even more motivated to train. Progressing rapidly, Zhou Yuan's happiness mattered more than a trivial few hundred credits. Chen Yuan, I must take my leave now. I will seek you out after my breakthrough. Zhou Yuan exclaimed before hastily departing, as the inspiration in his mind needed to be captured before it faded. Meanwhile, Zhang Quanshi gestured for Chen Yuan to follow him. Chapter 95, Realizing Gains. Chen Yuan followed closely behind Zhang Quanshi, who remained silent. Unable to contain his curiosity, Chen Yuan finally asked, Teacher, did I perform well this time? Quite well. Your displayed strength was quite impressive. Zhang Quanshi nodded slightly. And the credits? How much did the school grant? Chen Yuan chuckled. Can't hold back any longer. Can you? A smile crept onto Zhang Quanshi's face. I've already calculated it for you. This time, you eliminated a total of 58 senior students. Among them, 12 were at the first level of body refinement, 21 at the second level, 18 at the third level, and 7 at the fourth level. After comprehensive calculations, the school can award a total of 800 credits. I shall add a little extra to make it a round figure, totaling 4,000 credits. Are you satisfied now? 4,000 credits. It amounts to approximately 68 credits per senior student, although the value of credits certainly varies depending on the martial arts realm of the senior students. Nonetheless, Chen Yuan was too indifferent to inquire further. He nodded and said, I am satisfied, truly satisfied. After all, dedicating a bit of time to deal with the senior students and effortlessly accumulating 4,000 credits was more than enough for him. If such opportunities arose periodically, he would be even more content. The chances for university assessments are rare and hard to come by. Most resources allocated for university assessments are actually compensations for those who did not succeed, yet Chen Yuan had pocketed the majority of them. Serving the world while nurturing oneself, this was a true reflection of Chen Yuan during the university assessments. Upon hearing this, Zhang Quanshi nodded and replied, in addition to the school's rewards, you have also contributed significantly to Li Shudong's teaching achievements through your performance this time. He ought to reward you accordingly. After all, part of the school's funding is intended to benefit the students. However, you are aware of his circumstances. He is quite impoverished and likely has little credit left to spare for you. It's fine, I understand, Chen Yuan responded nonchalantly. If Li Shutong were not in such dire straits, their wager would never have been so easily settled. Compared to this meager reward, the allure of 25 million credits was far more enticing. Nevertheless, Chen Yuan remained somewhat perplexed. Fortunately, with Zhang Quanshi nearby, he could seek clarification. You all keep saying my teacher is engaged in crucial research. If it is indeed so significant, why doesn't the school invest some credits in him? The funding from the school last quarter was only 200,000 credits. Zhang Quanshi appeared to anticipate Chen Yuan's question and, without hesitation, explained, if Li Shutong were truly able to accomplish his research, or even just demonstrate a glimmer of success, investment would not be lacking. However, ideals may be grand, yet reality is often harsh. His research commenced 17 years ago, at a time when the school and several influential figures within the Stellar Union placed their bets on Li Shutong, believing in his intellect. Yet, reality has proven them wrong. After 17 years, Li Shutong has failed to deliver even a semblance of results. All investments have evaporated without a trace. Despite tirelessly persevering for 17 years, he continues to hold on. A few years back, he even fabricated results, deceiving many and securing some investments, but he ultimately tarnished his reputation, to the point where he can no longer exit the subspace gateway of Chen Yuan University. Frankly, I was somewhat astonished that the school allocated 200,000 credits to Li Shutong, who does nothing but eat and drink for free. It is likely the principal's doing. He still wishes to extend a measure of trust towards Li Shutong. Chen Yuan listened quietly to Zhang Guangshi's explanation. Although he did not grasp all the intricate details, he understood the general sequence of events. He couldn't help but exclaim, "It turns out that my teacher has such a convoluted past." Zhang Guangshi chuckled, "In my day, I was also a prodigious student at the Martial Arts Institute of the Imperial Capital University, and now I stand as a formidable figure in the realm of Golden Core. But let us not forget, your teacher, Li Shutong, is also a powerhouse in the Golden Core realm. Many tend to subconsciously overlook this fact. Li Shutong's true talent lies within his intellect, a mind that even the celestial martial god envies. His martial prowess is not where he excels. Yet, it is precisely this martial talent, in which he is not particularly adept, that allows him to stand on par with me. A genius student who has devoted all energy and time to martial arts at the Imperial Capital University. This is the most terrifying truth. It is one of the many reasons I admire him." Chen Yuan remained silent, for he discerned from Zhang Guangshi's words an unmasked admiration for Li Shutong, along with a hint of jealousy. This individual was a mentor at Chen Yuan University, a formidable Golden Core powerhouse. His future achievements are boundless. He could very well become a grand martial saint. A martial artist of such caliber would receive the utmost respect on any planet. This made Chen Yuan recall Li Shutong's earlier bold claims, and he began to understand the source of his confidence. Chen Yuan had to admit that Li Shutong's self-assurance at that moment could indeed rival his own extraordinary talents. He then contemplated Li Shutong's mention of the dual polar magnetic true body, and his heart stirred with excitement. Resolving the limitations of physical strength would enhance his combat prowess. Additionally, it would greatly benefit his continued practice of the Hunyuan Dragon Elephant technique. Chen Yuan exchanged all his academic credits for a substance known as Cheongjiang liquid, a training resource he had tested for its exceptional cost-effectiveness. According to the information, Cheongjiang liquid originated from a planet called Huangmong, and it is a training resource consumed by the locals to refine their physiques. However, for Chen Yuan, the source of its efficacy was inconsequential. He would not consume it himself, but would convert it entirely into lifespan. Through Cheongjiang liquid, the conversion ratio of academic credits to lifespan was approximately stable at 10:1. "What, classmate, are you really exchanging all 500 credits for Cheongjiang liquid?" The resource exchange officer exclaimed, wide-eyed and perplexed. "Who in their right mind would use so much Cheongjiang liquid at once? Are you out of your mind?" "All of it," Chen Yuan replied resolutely. The surplus 500 credits were what Zhou Yuan had lost to him in a bet, totaling 500 credits, which Chen Yuan chose to use all at once. After all, credits earned are meant to be spent. If not, they merely represent a solitary string of numbers, devoid of any practical value. As for the 100 credits Zhou Yuan lost this time, Chen Yuan kept them for unforeseen circumstances, as they might prove useful. In the end, Chen Yuan acquired nearly half a ton of Cheongjiang liquid and swiftly departed amidst the astonished and bewildered gazes of onlookers. With this, his lifespan increased by an additional 450 years, reaching a total of 505 years.